Raceway for round number 4 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Yes, we're just 45 minutes to the west of Brisbane City. And I tell you what, they have turned the weather on here at Queensland Raceway. We've got a fantastic endurance lineup as well. Jared McLean joins me. It's going to be a big weekend.
21 degrees the forecast for today with very light winds, and we could not be more blessed. We've seen some incredible action already with qualifying for TA2 Muscle Car Driver 1 and 2 groups. Alice Buckley taking it out, top spot yesterday in the Driver 1 division. Driver 2, that was topped by James Golding. Some incredible stuff.
Mate, we're going to put those cars to the test today, aren't we, at the moment? Because we're going to got 2 single-driver races as well as a 45-minute Enduro coming later on this afternoon to finish off the coverage. Of course, we've got the Innovation Race cars as part of their endurance round as well. And Australian production cars, the fight in the night. 26 cars here, almost 50 drivers. That's going to be incredible as well.
Yeah, Trent White really looking to get on top of that one, currently leading his division in the points, but second outright. It's going to be one to watch.
Well, I tell you what, the muscle is getting fired up right behind us, aren't we? We're about to bring 6.2 litres of Aussie or Chevrolet V8 to life as we're about to send them out on the track. Of course, you mentioned the weather before, didn't you? 21 degrees out there. Clear skies, though, which we didn't see last weekend when there was some other racing on, which always throws a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, this track, it soaks up the temperature, and with such clear skies here, tyres are definitely going to be one to watch. That'll be something for the teams to juggle later on in the weekend.
We've also got to talk about minimum weight as well. So with 2 drivers, they're going to have a lighter driver and a heavier driver. How they're going to play that out in the endurance is going to be super interesting for me. But 4 Bathurst winners in the field when it comes to our V drivers, former TA2 champions, supercar drivers, Super 2 drivers, they've all joined us here for this Enduro. How incredible.
Take your pick. I mean, the slew of names is absolutely wild. That Driver 2 race is definitely going to be one to watch. You imagine those supercar drivers getting into a pack on the run into turn 1. What are the odds?
Well, you spoke about James Golding being the number 1 when it comes to the second driver. Him and Lachlan Everett, that's going to be a strong pairing. Probably a little bit of a dark horse. We know how strong Lachlan Everett has been in Formula Ford and in the Trans Am series as well. So watch out for that. For me, Paul Morris and Brodie Kostecki. I think Paul Morris did pretty well yesterday, ending up sort of in the mid-pack when qualifying. Brodie Kostecki just outside of the top 5. But, I mean, they're going to be a strong little one from the Norwell Motor Complex as well.
Craig Lowndes riding shotgun for Jared Hughes was able to secure himself a number 14 spot in the Driver 2 qualifying stakes. So we'll be looking to see development over the course of the weekend as he gets more seat time and gets more acquainted with the TA2 muscle cars.
And his co-driver and leading the championship at the moment, of course, Jared Hughes is the one to watch out for after that accident last week where he got shunted, and that's really going to hurt his shoulder. So he's playing with that. Alice Buckley, though, strong contender with Timmy Slade up the front as well. So there's some great pairings.
Well, we can't wait to get into it. Matt Nolte in the commentary box.
Hello, guys. Great to be here. And 21 degrees, Jared McLean. We love hearing those temperatures. Talking to 21. It's not his 21st birthday alongside me, Dan McCarthy, but happy birthday to you. And what a weekend we've got in store. You're back from your big overseas trip, but we've got fantastic conditions here, what promises to be a mighty day of racing here.
Thank you very much, Matt. Oh, it's a pleasure to be here on my birthday. We're really looking forward to this one. What a huge field we have of TA2 muscle cars, and of course those big names as they have already touched on. It's already thrown up a few surprises for the Driver B qualifying session. Of course, that race happening tomorrow with those qualifying results, but it really has shaken things up, and it's going to be a fascinating weekend with 6 races across the next 2 days.
We look at Paul Hadley getting set in the IES Motorsports entry down here in pit lane. 26 cars. This is the first Driver or Driver A race that comes up today. They qualified yesterday afternoon. Alice Buckley by nearly 0.4 of a second, giving her second career pole in just as many rounds. The cars roll out onto the track for this one. 20-minute race or 14 laps. There is 60 points up for grabs. And after the 2 races today, we'll combine all the points between the 2 drivers. That will then set the grid for the 45-minute race again with 60 points up for grabs. Boy, when you look back at the results of the last 2, this is the 3rd tag team enduro event we've had with TA2 muscle cars as Brad Gardner tries to find a bit of spot in traffic down there. It's been quite hectic down here today. The quality has gone up, I'd say 500% since even last year's event at the Bend Motorsport Park in South Australia. Here is the grid. It's an old Chevy front row with Alice Buckley and Jared Hughes for today's first race. Lockie Everett and Tom Davies, one of his great results on that second row. Ben Gomersall and Graham Cheney, his best qualifying result of the season. The IES Motorsports car. Diesel Thomas will start from 7. We welcome Clay Richards, who teams up with Ben Barguana. Josh Webster We'll have George Wiedeke for company in the Autofix car for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport and Des Collier on row number 5. The Dude having his first run in the Norwell Motorplex entry with Brody Kostecki. A tough combination there today. Hayden Jackson and Josh Thomas in the field. Brad Gardner, Brandon Madden, who's been doing time in the Aussie Racing Car Series. Connor Robertson, Tim Blanchard, who drove in the Trans Am Series. Notable supercar star in his own right. Mark Crutcher starts out of 18 in what was a brand new car on Thursday before the dramas they had during the 2 qualifying sessions. Glenn Ebert starts his first race from 21st today. Aaron Prosser from 22. Paul Hadley 23. Back to Steve Wilson, Brock Payne and Lee Stibbs. Both those cars going rear of field for being under height yesterday. So a couple of good qualifying results went begging for both those cars. Expect them to charge, particularly Lee Stibbs in that 66, having former TA2 muscle car champ, we should say reigning TA2 muscle car champ, Josh Haynes.
Indeed, and Brock Payne, the reigning Formula RX8 champion, he qualified inside the top 10, so really disappointing for him to be starting from the rear of the grid. So 2 hard charges. Expect them to come through throughout this first sprint race here this morning.
The Goodyear tyre, which a few of the drivers have been trying to get their head around for this weekend. Some have been running on Hoosier tyres in the Trans Am Series. The final time, incidentally, we'll see the Goodyear tyre in operation. They'll switch back to Hoosier for the next round at Mallala in South Australia. Gee, it sounds good to say Mallala for our next round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series in September, as Matty Cav has done arguably the quickest run up pit lane, hopefully under 40 Ks. Incidentally for Matty Cav running back up here. Hey, here we go. This is going to be a big one.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely massive. Yeah, I had the pit lane limiter on as I came up just to make sure we didn't get any drama today. I tell you what, I love the Enduros. It's the 3rd year that we've been doing it now, and it just seems to get a little bit more exciting. They just massage the rules a little bit every time. Yep. The biggest thing I think they've done really well is we've got that limit from when they come into pit lane to when they exit. So that's, we're going to be watching that very closely, and we'll see how some of the teams fare with that. But we're going to get the sprint races out of the way first, aren't we? And look, our A drivers, that is a list of names, isn't it?
I said to Dan as you were sprinting back up here, it's gone up at least 500% on last year, in particular that first year at Hidden Valley. There's some nervous teams down there that have got some gun drivers teamed up with some rookies and drivers in their first or second season in the series that are hoping just to get through these 2 races. You can sit down and map it out and say, yep, we'll take it nice and easy during the qualifying race, we'll save it for the big one. But as we know that old cliche, when the red mist comes down, things get very real out there. We jump in car with Brad Gardner. He's got young Blake Tracy. Can't say young now, he's 18. He celebrated his 18th birthday at Sandown at the Trans Am round and almost won a race there on that occasion. So that's a good little combination in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. They'll come from the 7th row today with Josh Thomas and Todd Hazelwood, who's leading this year's Trico Trans Am Series as well. So wherever you look, there's quality. Wherever you look, there's drivers hoping to perform on what is becoming a bigger and bigger stage. Jared Hughes' championship lead is over 200 points. They just want to go home with the trophy. He's teamed up with superstar Craig Lowndes, 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner. Lowndes had his first drive of the car yesterday, did some testing recently, but it's a completely different animal to what he's driven in the past.
Yeah, I think watch out for Diesel Thomas as well. We saw him last time here at Queensland Raceway really take to Alice Buckley. I know she had a tyre going down in the final moments of that race, but Diesel Thomas coming out of 7th position in the TFH higher racing car as well. Watch for him. Of course, Graham Cheney teaming up with his son this weekend. Tyler Cheney has been very quick now. It's going to be interesting to see him coming out of Toyota 86s now. And he's jumping in with some big names in the driver B. So I really can't wait for the second race as well, because I think there's going to be some fireworks.
Yeah, and that qualifying time yesterday, there was 1 second covering the top 10, 1.8 covering 18 cars. It's just phenomenal to see this. When you put the finger over the top of the pole time there, everything else from second backwards, there's only a few tenths of a second. It's incredible.
And take nothing away from the 2 down there in 25th and 26th, Brock Payne and Lee Stibbs. Now, some technical infringements yesterday, unfortunately, their vehicles saw them go to the back of the pack. Their time didn't count. Now, Brock Payne, his first ever time in the TO2 muscle car in Sydney, got on a podium. So, yeah, look for some hard charges coming from the rear of the field in this, and there could be some risks taken, I'd say. I've already heard they're selling out of front bars before the race even started.
Yeah, I think they've got double digits left down there, but they don't want to be using them, particularly that new car. What was a new car for the number 4 team? It went out yesterday. Any problem that you can think of went wrong for Crutcher and Cox yesterday. Their 3rd year of teaming up. You're in car with Lee Stibbs now in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro, the South Australian That's with Josh Haynes. That is a very good combination, incidentally, but like you said, 26th on the grid. There's a lot of work for them to do. And it's all about points here. If you had a bad run in qualifying, you need to get the points. The more you get, the further up you'll be for the 45-minute race later today.
Yeah, well, Lee Stibbs was 7th fastest, I think, before
he
got
was.
that Chettingham freshman. So he's got some pace in that car. That's obviously a new outfit for them. It's the 3rd car in the Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport entry as well. So joining the team there as they're getting a couple of laps to get these tyres in the zone to get underway. And have a look at the Team Chevrolet off the front. There was a little bit of talking going on, I think, with our Behind the Visor show as well. These two are going to go at it once again. And Alice Buckley, the only one to get into the 111s when it came to qualifying as well.
New qualifying record. Incidentally, we welcome you to the TFA Tyre TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo. And waiting for them to hit the start zone. They're in it now, and the 2 Chevy Camaros will lead us down to the green flag. This is your qualifying race number 1 for the AE drivers. The charges on to turn 1. Buckley leads with Jared Hughes trying to tuck in front of Lockie Evanet in the Cam Quarries entry. Lots of cars sliding across turn number 1. With that earlier fog today, it was quite cool. We were in the single digits to start the day. But an absolute burst of sunshine out there today. It's off the track, surfing in the 42. Is Davies. He's going to try and stop fishtailing here. And look how much debris he's picked up in the front splitter here. They charge down the back straight at over 230 kilometres an hour. Challenge on the outside from Hughes. He's been hung out to dry there, but watch Lockie Evanet in that sky blue number 8, the Cam Quarries entry.
I reckon watch out for Evanet. There's got Domicile as well just behind them. He's doing a fantastic job. Wasn't it lucky when we saw just before as the rejoin at the moment with Davies when he went off in the dirt? That could have really been 2 implications. We get a move done here, and as Evanet got Hughesy at the moment, I think Jared Hughes may have gone back to the 3rd position there. Lachlan Evanet really putting on a hard charge. Such a different change to have Golding in there on site. I know he does some driver coaching with Evanet normally, but now he's in the car and be able to relay that data and really have a look at the difference between the two.
Lap 1 in the books. This car skating across the track down here is Tim Blanchard in the Cool Drive Auto Parts entry, heading down to Dick Johnson Straight for the first time. So 14 laps or 20 minutes in a lap, whichever way you want to look at it. We're 3 and 4 wide across the control line, but it's Buckley that leads from Evanet, Hughes, Graham Cheney up into 4th position. What a strong showing in the 51 IES Motorsports Camaro. Gomersall runs next with Jackson, Thomas, Clay Richards runs in 8th. The Dude is up in tonight. Josh Webster is in P10.
We didn't talk about the tyre allocation either. 6 tyres allocated to each driver at the start of qualifying. Now, they have to bring their qualifying tyres into this first race. So, luckily for Alice Buckley, only 4 laps. Jared Hughes did 6, but there's a few further down that did 10 laps. So, this could play it. He was like, doors open for Crutcher. He's already trying to get out of the vehicle. And does that look like Graham Cheney?
I saw that looping around as you were talking about the tyres down there at turn 3. You can hear the Goodyear starting to plead for mercy, and that great result has put him stone motherless last in the IES cars. Another one with smoke billowing through that second left-hander. Hard to see from there, but you can see a bit of a mark on the unit racing car of Ben Gomersall. Oh man, it was such a strong showing for Cheney in qualifying yesterday. He's around some pretty tough company and now finds himself back in 25th position as we chalk up another lap. Buckley leading by 0.5 of a second. Looking back, is that Jackson?
Yeah.
The tyre rubbing on the 81 perhaps?
He's just having no luck this year, is he, at all? The 81, he was not too bad in qualifying, just getting, at the back of that top 10, and now look at the back, he's got him all over him at the moment. Just holding on to position there for Jackson in 5th, but Richards, Clay Richards now, he's surely going to have to take a moment here to have a look down the inside there, and he's followed by Diesel Thomas and Paul Morris. It's just maybe a train that comes down the inside as they head to turn number 3.
And there goes Clay down the inside, and behind is Diesel Thomas in the 18. They'll be 3 wide on the exit. Paul Morris lining up for a piece of the action in the red Norwell Motorplex entry, charging down to this double left-hander sequence. Back in car with Lee Stibbs. And Stibbs at the moment, the 66 has come up into 21st position as he feeds at 4th gear, back into 3rd, back into 2nd in these 4-speed gearboxes, and trying to pick his way through the field. And wherever you look, it's action stations here in race 1, driver A race, the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. Another qualifying race to come up this afternoon, and looking forward to that endurance race of 45 minutes. So it settles down with Buckley leading by just under a second from Lockie Evanet back to Hughes, Gomersall, Clay Richards, his first run now, and now here comes Paul Morris to the inside. Access denied, only just from the 81, the Dodge Challenger. Oh, is still holding on.
Is that some tyre that just flung off the outside, though? I think it is starting to cut that Goodyear down, and How many laps can they afford? Oh, no, it starts to slide. I think that's delaminating. And with the tyre bank you've got for the weekend, if they come and take a tyre, it's going to hurt them come the endurance either later today or tomorrow. It just really upsets your weekend this early in first race number 1 as Paul Morris now gets the Norwell Motorplex Mustang down the inside. It's going to be the TFH guys that follow. Is that Diesel Thomas there? Yes, it is. That's unfortunate.
And behind Tom Davies and the Chevy Camaro, the Exchange Hotel Kilcoy entry being prepared by Nathan Hearn Racing this season. So I think he's got around. Contact down here now. So a troubled race has now ended up facing the wrong direction for Hayden Jackson, who's going to plummet down the field now. So they're racing very hard for a qualifying race.
Yeah, Josh Thomas gone down a number of positions as well. Unfortunately for him, he just caught up in the back end of that. Here goes Davies fighting back after that massive moment coming out of turn number 2 where he had a big excursion and now he's up alongside Morris.
Let's have a look at this on the replay. So inevitably there's going to be contact. That's what happened to Thomas. It's peeled away the front right guard on the TFH Mustang. This will be like for the in-car. Whoa, he was having his own moment and just got the back of the 81. Race control will be looking very carefully at that. He was out of control on the 69. Never there was contact between the two of them. But hasn't have brought this race alive in the mid-pack. Blanchard, a sea of sky blue cars in this shot on their way down to turn number 3. A long way to play out as Madden in the Harvey's towing service TFH car teaming up with Scott Andriski, getting a little bit comfy with the Appliance White Chevy Camaro on the way down to turn 4.
Yeah, they won't want to be rubbing panels too much there, will they? It'll be something where they just make a little bit of damage to a tyre or something of that. Maybe settle it down. It's early in the weekend. We've still got another day of racing tomorrow to do this all over again. And tyres are going to be a massive talking point as the weekend goes on, just to see who's got something left tomorrow to take the fight to them. Brad Gardner up in the 10th position. That's a nice little fight back from him. They're just trying to find some pace in that car this weekend. Haven't quite found a happy setup, and they had diff issues yesterday. So they've done a big change overnight. They heard an axle at diff centre, and then they've gone and done the input shaft on the gearbox as well, just for a bit of security to make sure they get some finishes with some races.
Yeah, it's been quite a few. Drivers in dramas. Yesterday, gearbox. So he said axles and drive shafts and tyres. Well, this is a 2-driver event here this weekend, the 3rd edition of the tag team Enduro. We just saw the 81 looping around. He's got Declan Fraser for company, and Mel Price is down in pit lane.
Fraser, it's always sad watching your car not a good start to the weekend so far.
Yeah, Hayden did a great job. He was up like 10 spots in the first lap, and he was trucking along nicely. We got bombed down into 4 by someone, and they made a bit of a desperate move and ran wide and had a bit of damage on the rear, and then 2 laps later just got T-boned at the exact same corner by his teammate. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. Obviously he's still out there circulating. He's coming back through the pack at the moment, but it's the first race of the weekend. We'll just get through it and have some more fun.
Well, hopefully not too much damage, and then it'll be your turn to get out there and make up some spots, get some points.
That's a plan, yeah. He seems to have pretty good pace at the moment coming back through, so hopefully it's all good.
Fingers crossed. Good luck.
Thank you.
Declan Fraser, former Super 2 champion. He'll start from 8th for his race later today. But watching his teammate try and work his way back from 20th position in the Dodge Challenger. So let's have a look how it's going down here in race number 1 today. Alice Buckley by 1.4 seconds. Continuing on with that fairy tale weekend at the recent round here a few weeks back. Lockie Evanet runs in second. Jared Hughes is now flying. We've got a yellow beam displayed on the way down to turn 3, so we'll try and chase that. Behind us, Gomersall, the man trying to keep in touch for the TA2 Muscle Car Series honours in 2025. Clay Richards runs in 5th now. Paul Morris has come up in a 6th position from 12th, teaming up with Brody Kostecki. Absolutely put a marker down next to these two later on this afternoon, that endurance race. Diesel Thomas is next with Madden, Davies and Josh Webster. Now your top 10. Collier is next with Brad Gardner, reigned in 12th spot. Blanchard in 13th with Brock Payne and Josh Thomas. Those guys down there in 13th, 14th and 15th position.
Oh, who's that turned around on turn number 4 as well? We just had some contact.
2 cars. There's 2 cars in that shot.
And I hope it's not Brock Payne, because he had gone all the way up to 14th from 23rd. He is having a really bad luck this weekend after technical infringement, hoping to work his way back through the pack, or is it further down? That's unfortunate, really unfortunate for the small family team. Look at Alice Buckley, though, dominating out in front. That Chevrolet entry. Tim Slade has been really helpful, I think, in getting the car set up in this and the information that he can bring back to the team. And Alex Buckley's had an absolute rocket ship to drive, and this is the replay of what happened earlier.
On his own down there, the Hutchinson Builders car, and Josh Thomas, for the second time in this race, avoiding the scene of someone else's accident. And again, we'll have to start picking his way through the field. For Brock Payne, he came from 25th on the grid and well inside that top 20, but now has to do it all again.
Yeah, it's a lot of work to get through. You know, we talk about this afternoon, Paul Morris already up in the 6th position, as you can see up on our screens, but it's what the drivers do combined that takes them into their position for this Enduro this afternoon. So even if you're not up the front of the grid, depending on how your co-driver ends up, a couple of strong results, top 5 results, can see you right up at the pointy end. And
Paul Hadley now down here at turn 3 in the second IES Motorsports car. So he returns, but down at the back of the field. So turn 3 has been treacherous once again. It was treacherous enough last weekend with Super 2, but it's carrying on with the TA2 muscle cars. The IES Motorsports car puts him back down to 24th position. On Morris and Diesel Thomas here battling for 6th and 7th on the track. The two big movers inside the top 10 right now. Got to say, well done. And big attaboy to Brandon Madden, who's up into 8th position now. That's a good little combination with he and Scott Andriski as well.
Yeah, they're doing really well come this race format. Just working away in the background. Diesel Thomas just patiently waiting behind a much more experienced Paul Morris, who's in front of him at the moment, but he'll just chip away at that, I think, and they'll just look for some result to try and bring home for Diesel Thomas at the moment. He's got Nash Morris alongside of him, so it would have been great to have father-son taking it out, wouldn't it, at the moment, battling it out if we change some of the drivers around, but we'll see Brody Kostecki get out in that 67 car in the next race.
And there was a lot of drivers yesterday in the pits, a lot of teams working out who they were going to make driver A and driver B. Pretty much up to the last 10 minutes of qualifying. And once they qualified, that was it. That's how they had to stay for the weekend. So there were some teams yesterday, in fact, 3 combinations that swapped out the last moment to make driver A and driver B. And tactically, do you want a fast guy in for race 2? Because tomorrow, driver 2 starts the race, the first race of the day, then driver 1 comes out. So the format's quite unique, but it also presents its own unique challenges.
And I think the 45-minute race is going to equal it out. If you can get somewhere in that top 10, try and stay out of a little bit of the push and shove, that's really the sweet spot where you need to be. They can sort of filter that out a bit later. Let's have a bit of a replay here.
So this will be...
who is that?
This is for the Thomas and Jackson. Race control have asked to have a look at this one more time. So they're clearly wanting to have a think about should there be a penalty. You can see Thomas was coming in. Like, he was fighting that steering wheel into 69 to bring that car under control. So race control, we'll keep an eye on that. Stephen White, the white dog, is operating up there as normal. I don't think he wants this amount of stress this early in the day. He's already fearing the 45-minute race later today. Former open wheel star in his own right. Back in the 90s, Stephen White, as we come through to complete another lap. Just over 7.5 minutes remaining. And Alice Buckley checking out once again. 2.4 seconds down the road to Lockie Evanet. Then it's Jared Hughes that you're watching in the double 1.8 machine. Gomersall a further 5 seconds away from the crew of cars. And it's Clay Richards, Morris, Diesel Thomas, who spends his time at Norwell Motorplex being trained by the dude. So it's good to do a live training session, I guess, for the young teenager in the 18 machine. Brandon Madden, Tom Davies and Josh Webster. But Brad Gartner is starting to move up. He started 14th and now knocking on the door of a top 10 finish.
Yeah, big effort from him. He's been very, very fast, hasn't he, Brad Gartner? But he just hasn't been able to complete those races. Quite a few DNFs or issues where he's been pushed back out of the top 20. So championship-wise, probably heard him. He missed the race up at Bathurst as well. But, I mean, he'll be looking for a bit of redemption. Wouldn't it be great just to get an endurance round together, teamed up this weekend? A great teammate that he's got in Blake Tracy, was very, very fast as well. So we're looking for some big things out of Brad Gartner if they can just find that sweet spot in the car. Alice Buckley, though, just look at the domination she's got at the moment. And that clear air will really help her control how much tyre wear she's going to get on there. She's got some nice fresh air out in front. Can just drive the car to a lap time at the moment and just hold out Lachlan Evanet, who's got Hughes just behind him, who's just applying a little bit of pressure in the background there, and you can see sliding out Gomersall. Well, he is really pushing hard to close this gap, because that is blown out to just over 6 seconds now to third place. As Davies now fighting his back way through Webster. Webster gives him a bit of what for right there on the front front left.
I can just imagine Marcus Ambrose now. Call it. Too early in the day for that. The Autofix Mustang for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. And he'll have George Biedeke, who ran runner-up in the TA2 Muscle Car Series back in 2019. drive later on. In fact, he's learned so much in just the short time having Mediki with him this weekend. And it's improving his driving style, and that's why we're seeing him in the top 10 a bit more frequently. But they are racing for sheep stations. Remember, the more points you get between the two drivers, the higher up you start for later on today. Let's go back to pit lane. Here's Mel.
Todd Hazelwood, a little bit of action so far for your co-driver there in Josh Thomas. You might be in a bit of trouble. What do you think?
Yeah, just been given a 15-second time penalty. That's how racing goes sometimes. Josh was pushing hard, trying to redeem himself after a bit of a tough qualifying session yesterday. And, yeah, the TFH High Mustang has some pretty good speed in it, but just a little unforced error there at turn 4, a bit of a bottleneck situation, but we'll cop it on the chin and we'll just have to press on for the rest of the weekend. Well,
front row start for you in the next one. You must be looking forward to that.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, starting P2, so still a long way to go this weekend, six race format, so plenty of racing still to go, so we'll just cop it on the chin and move on.
Yep, hopefully there's no damage then and you can get out there and give it heaps.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it looks like a bit of cosmetic damage there. The front guard there's hanging off, so we'll get it tuned up for the next one and we'll press on.
Thank you.
I think Toddy, big thumbs up to the camera, is probably pleased that there was a second qualifying session yesterday, as here comes Crutcher on the move with Danny Reedy down in, where are they at the moment on our screens? A bit further up, they're further up than I thought. Crutcher's up in a 12th position now in the 4 machine from 18. A brand new car. In fact, the very first lap out on the track the other day, it went off in the gravel. Yeah. Tore the splitter off. If you saw it yesterday, you thought it'd done 6 seasons already.
Yeah, and they had a couple of dramas. They didn't get a chance to get a shakedown in that car. No. They had an accelerator cable stick on. And I think they had some issues with some brakes or something out there as well. So, yeah, that car's getting a shakedown this weekend for sure. Man, he likes the new car smell, though, doesn't he?
Everything else looks good except the front of the car. Brand new car, of course, he's old.
Oh, no.
I said last night I wouldn't talk him up, and I've cursed him again. And clearly there's been some tension down here at turn 3. The brand new, I told you it's brand new splitter on the front of the 4. They're about $3,500 each, these splitters, so they won't be tearing them up too much. You can see the gravel and pebbles bouncing down the racetrack. Crutch drops him down outside the top 20. But he and Jordan Cox teaming up their 3rd tag team Enduro event. Started back at Hidden Valley back in 2023. Here it is on the replay. It's down the shot. Did they make contact? They were running pretty hard, if you recall, at the start of that lap. And the Rockstar putting the 4 perhaps into the gravel himself.
Yeah, Danny Reedy, I think he was lucky not to have that onslaught of cars come at him head on. He would have been, that would have been a moment where you held your breath and just hoped that everyone saw what was going on. Sort of splits the field. Now, Josh Thomas, that 15-second penalty, that's going to push him right back towards the back of the pack. That is going to hurt them, especially trying to fight back through. And a couple of moments where he's just had a little bit of an excursion to get around some players. Here, Alice Buckner now coming on the back of the pack. Evan just behind, and then Jared Hughes.
Just over 2.5 minutes remaining. There's the leader. 3 seconds up the road. Alice Buckley to Lockie Evanet. Another famous Bathurst legend. He's down in pit lane now with Jared McLean.
See Clay Richards' progress on for a top 5. You must be very happy.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, for us to turn up here this weekend, it's his debut in TA2. It's the first time we've seen the Goodyear tyre, and the boys are doing a ripper job. So we want to be patient. Obviously, the way this format works is we've got to put ourselves in for the final, which is the Enduro this afternoon. We'll get through this. Clay's doing a ripper job. To be P5, we're matching the leader's pace, but we've just got a couple to go, so we'll see how we end up.
Fantastic. I'm in heaven here. Steve Richards off to my left. Jason Barker. This is my childhood. These guys on TV. How good.
Chance for a selfie down there. Yeah, it's great to have so many Bathurst legends down here, and they're all loving being part of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, whether it's in a car or working on the cars, preparing them and getting their drivers, and watching the second generation drivers coming through and making us feel damn old.
It does. It puts a couple of years when you see everyone who's down there in pit lane, and now the next generation of race car drivers starting to come through the field. It's really starting to settle down, though, with our leaders at the moment. Alice Bucky just working his way through a couple of back markers at the moment and just dominating again in this Chevrolet entry as we head into the final lap of this first driver race. Driver number A, or the driver A, I suppose we put them out there, and you could say, though, that we could put these... Imagine having a field of all these drivers together, putting all 50 out on track. It'd be an incredible race to see I think we're going to see some of the young talent starting to make their way through, and just needs to complete this final lap. It looks like it's gone pretty solid there for Alice Buckley, who's just improving time after time.
And while we've been hyping her up a lot in this last couple of rounds, you've got to take your hat off to Tim Slade, who's been mentoring Alice. She's only 18 years of age, remember, and Tim will drive that car later today in the second race. But there's 3-lap cars in between. It's starting to become a really, really nice trend, isn't it, seeing this Chevy Camaro on pole position and picking up race wins. It broke all the history books globally at the last round. And pole position yesterday by nearly 0.4 of a second. It's going to be a lights to checker victory in race 1 for Driver A's, the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series. Give it to Alice Buckley by well over 3 seconds in the Chevy Camaro. Lockie Evanet will be home for second, a long way down behind this group of cars. Jared Hughes will be third, collecting the points. He'll hand the, can't say keys, the starter button over to Craig Lowndes later today. And this battle that's been relentless between Webster and Davies, going right down to the last millimetre. Davies driving like Nathan Hearns behind the wheel at the final turn, and that will lock in 9th and 10th position with Brandon Madden just ahead in his best running. In the number 11 machine, Diesel Thomas will be stoked with that. Lee Stibbs, a big mover today, from 26th up into P12. Brock Payne coming to the line now for 15th, so both those cars with tremendous speed. And remember, Josh Thomas will drop 15 seconds, and that'll put him well back to maybe 21st position when the timing screen cleans itself up here. A costly mistake, and I'm sure that will be plenty debated post-race. But at the end of race number 1, a clean affair for Alice Buckley. Pole position, led every lap, and gets the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 12.663. She wins by 3.2 seconds from Evanet, Jared Hughes, Ben Gomersall, and Clay Richards. Another handy combination there. They were 5th with Paul Morris, Diesel Thomas, Brandon Madden, Webster, and Davies. Covered by 30 seconds here at race number 1 of TFH TA2 Muscle Cars. Brad Gartner, what a move today, up into 11th position. Lee Stibbs, 12th, so the Hi-Tec Oils team having a much better day out than qualifying yesterday. Josh Thomas, Hayden Jackson, Brock Payne in 15th. Connor Roberts, Tim Blanchard, Danny Reedy got up to 18th. Oh, the page, the one that got away for the 4. He was knocking on the door of the top 10 as well for Crutcher. And down to Prosser, Hadley, and Glenn Evert, all going a lap down in race number 1. Well, the highlights of what's going to be a very busy day in the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series got underway with the Driver A on the Hyundai Highlights into turn number 1. Good move from Jared Hughes to cover off, and straight away Hearn was taking his car bush on the back straight.
Yeah, Davies pushed out wide there and was lucky not to really collect him over. This is strange. He might be a little bit of a helping hand there as he got turned around. We pushed him a bit further back down the field as well. But this is the moment we're talking about. 15-second penalty for Josh Thomas. Just going to push him right back down the field after a slide into contact. He had a big dive in there, didn't he, on Hayden Jackson. Jackson just opened up the door knowing he had that tyre issue. We saw the smoke coming off a little bit earlier. We didn't know what was going on and had a little bit of damage. Brock Payne, though, no one there at that point, just locked up the back brakes after fighting, coming out of 25th position. That was unfortunate for him.
This was Tim Blanchard and some assistance there as Jackson driving, probably a bit frustrated after what had happened down at turn number 4. But just throw the rag over the top of the 150 and wipe it down for race number 2. Maximum points for Alice Buckley. A dominant display, 3.2 seconds ahead of Evanet. His best result in the Cam Quarries entry, pulling up down in Victory Lane. Tim Slade will drive this car later today in the second one, the Driver B race over 20 minutes or 14 laps. Great way to start the day under beautiful blue skies here in Queensland as we go down to Victory Lane. Here's J-Mac.
Jared Hughes collecting valuable points, but you would have liked to have been a couple of steps higher on that podium. Evanet put down a move.
Yeah, he got me off the start. We tried something with our rear pressures, and it obviously didn't work very well off the start. It was a bit of a handful, but yeah, we got a bit more drawing on the board to do. Unfortunately, we haven't figured it out yet, but yeah, we'll keep working forward.
Handing over to Craig Lowndes for the Driver 2 event. How do you feel?
If we give him that, hang on, brother. But we'll try and make it a little bit better for him so he can enjoy it a little bit more.
Well, rest up. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
P2, Lachlan Everett, you looked a bit nervous yesterday, but I could tell underneath you were quietly confident. What a brilliant drive.
Yeah, it was really good. The Ashley Jarvis racing crew have done wonders over the last couple of weeks from the last round we had here, and the setup's amazing in the car, and we have super speed, and I think in that race we're just trying to keep the tyres good, just drive smooth laps and, yeah, picked up a couple of positions, which is even better. So, yeah, it puts us in a good position for the Enduro, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what Jimmy can do in the next one.
Yeah, you're a strong driver combination. He's starting on pole, of course. Great start to the weekend.
Yeah, it's an awesome start to the weekend. Act a little bit early, be a bit more aggressive, might be able to take the top spot. But, yeah, second place, really happy with that. It's a solid start to the weekend.
Plenty more chances to come. Well done.
No, thank you very much.
Taking out a race 1 victory, you've started the weekend off strong.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we expected to go out there, obviously starting off pole. You hope to make it around turn 1 in first. So, yeah, just got the momentum off the start and, yeah, couldn't be happier. Thanks to the team. Now I got to hand it over to Timmy and see what he can do.
3 seconds ahead of Lachlan Evanet. How are you feeling after this first stint on these tyres?
Yeah, pretty good. It was a bit interesting because I had to get in the way of a few lap cars there, and they didn't make it easy for me, obviously. They didn't want to finish a lap down, but yeah, it was good. And obviously for the Enduro, it's only 20 minutes. So that's pretty much my stint. So, yeah, good to pretty much get a practice run for what this afternoon's going to be like.
Well done. We're looking forward to it. Don't go far. We'll be right back very soon.
Oh, I tell you what, she is a young talent, celebrating her 18th birthday after our last round, and hasn't had much time to celebrate though, but behind the wheel of those 86s and various forms of tests. She's been testing flat out as well. So Alice Buckley, a strong contender with Tim Slade this weekend at the TFHI TA2 Muscle Cars, presented by Maritimo Luxury Yachts. But let's move on to our next category as Jen McCarthy joins me back here for his birthday weekend in commentary, and we've got a massive field of course, the Eastern Sleepers Australian Super Tin Tops coming out at the moment, and great to see some of the names returning from last week. Fortunately, Dennis Panner has already hurt his engine, so we won't see him return the MX-5, but there's some strong qualifying results earlier.
Yeah, it was really, really tight in qualifying, just a couple of tenths separating the front 2 rows of the grid. So it's going to be a really fascinating fight, this race. Corey Gillett is going to start from pole position, but Brent Edwards, I think, could spring a surprise. He won the round here last time out. He's starting from P4, had a few issues. We'll get to that as the race goes on, but I think he should move forward from where he is starting P4 on the grid.
Yeah, he said he was setting some new brakes in that qualifying run, so he's hoping to go a little bit faster. Look, there's some names here. Tony Saint out of Queensland, well, this is his home track. He's been doing really well. And then LS Power and RX7 as well, whether he can bring that forward just a little bit. Stephen Chilby was working on that car overnight. Daniel Natoli, though, they have had to fix that engine since last round. They actually had one of the valves, one of the cams came loose, and so the valve stayed open a little bit too long and made contact with the piston. So they've had to rebuild that engine between rounds. They only got that back this week. So he was at risk of not even making it here this round. Michael Ricketts is back in a young car wash this from Pulsar. And we can see some improvements in that car after this round. I know he's been waiting. As we just have a look at the start here from a standing start, as we see Ryder moving backwards. So he might have just gone back 1 position there. So
yeah, he missed his grid box by a good couple of metres. I think he thought the first white line was where he's meant to park up, but it wasn't. So Pluck's reverse makes himself in the correct position as the final car pulls in at the very tail of the field. So not too far away from getting this one underway. The Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops, round number 4.
All right, race is underway. Ryder doesn't get a great start. Corey Gillett, well, he's had all sorts of problems this season, but it looks like he has got away nicely. Brent Edwards now caught up in a fight as they go round him either side, and have a look at Natoli. The Audi powers on in that refreshed engine, already up into 4th position. Chilby with a nice start as well, and we can just see there, Saint will slot into 2nd position. Have a look a little bit further back. Nathan Vindanis out of the Precision Turbochargers entering that Ford Falcon now. That's had a bit of a rebirth too. I believe it's had the Barra put in. It had the single overhead cam made when we were in Sydney and had all sorts of dramas, but they've got that car repaired and they're back out for a tough fight as Tony Saint having a look down to 3 already. Corey Gillett better have his mirrors out because we can see what's going on. He slides the car around. They're side by side coming out of 3, and Chilby's going to take advantage. Maybe we go 3 wide into 4, but we don't. Look at Gillett. He's just got plenty of power and then LS Power and Sylvia.
Chilby made a great start, and here he comes up the inside. Oh no, the door is closed firmly in his face there. As they swing it through the two left-handers, turns number 4 and 5. So as they come back onto the short chute towards turn number 6, it's as they were. But Saint looking good at the moment, looking fast, but just doesn't quite have the brakes to take the place. Up the inside comes the number 98 of Peter Ryder, the slow starter on the front row of the grid. He's making a quick recovery at one stage, fell down to position number 5, but he's moved up already to 4th and having a look at 3rd. But this is what we saw in qualifying. All the cars have different strengths and weaknesses, and it's already playing out in the first lap of this race. Brent Edwards pushing the limits through turn number 1, and he ran a little bit wide there. These front 5, though, have pulled away from the little Audi just behind in 6th of Natoli.
We're just winding a little bit of those cylinders and horsepower up. Brent Edwards will be getting the boost into that barrier as well, trying to get that big Falcon off the back there in 5th position. Currently leading the overall points when it comes to the Drivers' Championship. He's 3rd in the Outlaw TT class when it comes to the Australian Super Tin Tops. Of course, the Eastern Sleepers presenting this one. Simon Cox is out there racing. Obviously, that's part of his business as well. So great to have them on board for another round of the Australian Super Tin Tops, and I believe they'll be carrying that over into the next round as well. So great to have him joining the category as well as being involved behind the scenes. It's Tony Saint there looking to see what he can do, and it's be a fairly even match. Tony Saint, when you look at an RX-7 weight versus a Nissan Silvia, both LS combinations in the front. But we know how balanced we've seen the BMWs when they've got the LS power plant in them. And just have a look at Chilby off the back. We know we had that car apart, but that's just looking for a bit of fresh air there at the moment. Just takes it in, and Ryder just behind after not having the exact start he wanted to, where he dropped back a number of positions. Brent Edwards, well, hopefully those brakes are bedding in, because he was very wide last time coming out of 2, but he holds on to it this time.
I was saying about Brent Edwards qualified 4th. He was hoping to be a little bit higher. Yesterday he had an issue with the clutch after practice 1, didn't take part in practice 2, and only just made it out for the end of qualifying. He went all the way to the Gold Coast to get that replaced, made it back for qualifying with 4 minutes left to go. His tyres never really got up to temperature or pressure, but it was still good enough to put him 4th position on the grid, and that's put him in the fight here straight away. He is in the game. He made a relatively good start, but due to the slow start from Peter Ryder, didn't really have anywhere to go, so he is slotted into the tail of this group at the moment. But up the inside comes Chilby, and he moves through, so that's the first real change in this group. And Brent Edwards, the wily old fox, using his lots of racing knowledge to also move up ahead of Peter Ryder. He was looking ahead, he saw the move ahead, and that allowed him to place his car where he needed, and he's made his way past Peter Ryder, a regular in the Victorian Super TT Championship. Great to see him step up to the Australian Series in recent rounds.
Well, here we go. Challenge for the lead at the moment as Chilby has a look down the inside of the BMW, and Gillett will just be on the outside. Can he hold on? He knows to slide this car around its former life as a drift car. But he's changed a little bit of a setup there, trying to find some grip racing there. He did say he was hoping that the diff would hold in as Tony Saint goes for excursion now. Wants to chew up the dirt on the outside. It takes a bit of a reprieve there for Brent Edwards, who was under attack by him, but he went a little bit too fast coming out of turn number 2. And now Brent Edwards just getting into the groove. Those tyres coming up to temperature. The brakes are well and truly bedded in at the moment. And now it's a 3-horse race at the front, with not much back to Saint and Ryder. Ryder's gone through though. Saint didn't get that run down into turn number 3, which is Ryder back into 4th position.
Side by side for the lead. He's trying to look around the long way is Chilby on Corey Gillett. Great clean race in between these two, but up the inside is Gillett once again. But if he can hold on around the outside, Chilby, which he's done, he'll have the inside for the next one. Doesn't matter anyway, he's already made it stick. Brent Edwards is going to look to follow through as well, but his car that bit heavier than the Silvia ahead, and he's not quite able to brake as late under brakes as he might like. He should, though, have the horsepower in the straight line. Nice exit out of turn number 6. It's a drag race towards turn number 1, and Peter Ryder's thinking about making it 3 wide.
Wow,
thinks better of it.
There's plenty going on, isn't there, in this race at the moment? Yeah. It's all happening. Unfortunately, Chilby now looks like he's starting to check out. Can Brent Edwards try and stay with him? It might be your tyre pressures where they've chosen, where we saw that Gillett was very quick at the start. As Edward goes a little bit wide, you can see him just cross over the track for a moment there. Let's try and regroup after that one. The former TT champion as well. Gillette was very fast to start with. Now we're seeing the pace come to the other cars, so potentially they ran a little bit lower tyre pressure at the start of this race. Remembering 21 degrees today, but the UV is belting down on that track. If you actually stand in the sun, it is very, very warm. So there's going to be some changing conditions, especially as we head into this afternoon. That cool breeze starts to come across the track. So wait and see how the day fares out from. And here we go, Ryder and Gillette. Now this is really a knife versus knife fight, really, when it comes to them. Both of them, this is Sylvia's LS powered, but Ryder goes around the outside and just looks to have a little bit more horsepower. And the grip change, really, for me, since the start of the race, we're only 5 laps, fifth lap in. So, already a big changer as Gillette starts to slide the car around, and we hope he's not having issues with that after he's been fighting gremlins all season.
I spoke to him just before this session started after qualifying. He says, that's a really good way to get the monkey off the back yesterday. It's been such a bad start to the year. But as you say, at the moment, the car looks unstable. It's sliding around left, right and centre. He threw tyres on it in qualifying yesterday, and he said to me, I very rarely give the car a birthday and put any new tyres on. I just buy a newish second-hand one, so put some brand new ones on. It clearly paid dividends for him to put it on pole position. But at the moment, looking a little bit sideways, a little bit sliding. He's made a few changes since the last round. He said last round at QR, I'll be honest, missed the setup window by a country mile. So we've gone back more to a base setup that we use at most other tracks, and it seems to be more competitive straight away. He broke his PB lap in practice 1 alone, so that shows that that car has certainly made forward steps since the previous round here at Queensland Raceway. Sadly, though, he's not making forward steps in this race. He is going backwards, so down to 4th position for the pole sitter, with Saint directly behind him as they swing it through turn 6. Saint losing the rear end on turning. He's trying to turn it into a drifting competition out there. There are some drifters out the back, just behind the pit building. But he's in the wrong discipline for that.
I don't know.
Circuit race.
I think Corey Gillard will be in for that. I reckon they'd be up for a show. As we said, if I'm not winning, I like to put a show on for the crowd at home who are watching. So, look, then they're great camaraderie between those two as well, Gillard and Saint. So we'll wait and see how that unfolds. Now, Brent Edwards, he had 3 wins last round here at Queensland Raceway, and he's still in that 2nd position, so he'll be on a podium. Tony Saint, well, he got 3 podiums last time here as well, so he probably won't be too happy to be back in 5th position, but just a few moments throughout the race from there. As you can see, the 27 of Gillette just outside the top 3 at the moment, and he's 1.6 seconds behind Ryder in the orange Sylvia. Rounding out the bottom step of the podium at the moment. Chilby opened up an almost 2-second lead over Edwards. They seem to be very even at the moment. As you have a look at the lap times, Edwards may be a tenth or 2 faster.
Big brake lock up there for Peter Ryder. He would have lost a good half a second or more. Missed the apex by 3 or 4 metres. There he is. We're seeing him on the screens down into the turn 6 hairpin, the final corner. But he's going to have to regroup after that one. Set his PB on the last lap, but the man at the moment, the fast man out there, is Brent Edwards. Fastest lap of the race, set just a couple of laps ago. A 1:15.8. He's the only person to break into the 15s at the moment. Let's not forget, Edwards won 3 of the 4 races here last time out. He won the round, his first round victory, he was telling me, in a couple of years. So it was good to get the monkey off the back for him, and it's good to see him really competitive at the moment, leading the championship. And last year he was really Mr. Consistency. This year it's good to see that the car's made progress as well, and he's chipping away round on round, improving that car.
There, as you can see, just working his way through some back markers there for Chilby as he goes past Pettit there in the Falcon. You can see the Dwars performance. Just the Barrow, National Athletic Barrow, just in the background here, having a good weekend, and that's a little battle we've got going on a bit further down the pack for the Super 6 as well.
The fellow Falcon driver there, Pettit, just held up Brent Edwards through the 2 left-handers, so he's lost a bit of ground. He was just catching the leader, margin down to 2.7 seconds, but I think that would have cost him a little bit of time, and it did, half a second in the middle sector for Brent Edwards, and it would have also affected his run at the start of the final sector as well, so he lost another couple of tenths in total. Just been balked ever so slightly, caught Pettit at the wrong time, cost him 0.7 of a second, that margin out to over 3 seconds now. It's just little things like that around this short Queensland Raceway that can cost you a chance of victory.
Yeah, it's one of those ones on paper when you look at a 2D map, it looks fairly plain, Queensland Raceway, but then take into effect some of the conditions out there. As you come in, there's a few bumps going into turn 3 and things like that, and it's not quite square when you go in the corners. They're not a nice, smooth, flowing corner on some of them. So there's really some tricky braking areas and things like that. So Queensland Raceway, although it looks fairly basic, they call it the paper clip, don't they, when we come here? A bit more challenging for the drivers once they actually get out on track. So it's a great little platform there for our drivers to really push themselves. You're basically going to get 4 little drag races, I suppose, down into corners. There's a lot of overtaking opportunities here at Queensland Raceway as well. And as long as they're not getting to turn 7, which is the pit entry, that's the only one. We don't want to see too many people going in there throughout these 20-minute races here for the Australian Super Tin Tops, and thanks to Eastern Sleepers.
Slow. Chilby.
Yeah, there's an issue there, and I'm just trying to see if there's anything under the car. But look, I'm not quite sure what's going on. They're waiting for a moment. Was there... That's hard to explain, isn't it? Like, has he lost power in the car and had to restart that while it's rolling? Or was he looking for an issue? Because you wouldn't be letting Edwards go by.
That didn't sound right. That sounded like it was misfiring through turn number 1 through the headset. So a drama for our race leader. He's dropped down to 2nd, and he is going to plummet down the field here. He might try and limp it home to the finish, but this is a real shame. Chilby's been fast this weekend, but all the year long, just a few mechanical issues here and there, and it's reared its ugly head once again. More mechanical dramas for the 226 machine. It seems to die out of the slow corners, and then it seems to get going again. So every time he reapplies the power after a hairpin or a loaded medium speed corner, the car seems to die on him. So Chilby is losing several seconds at every corner. Here it is again. We'll see it bogged down a little bit. No, he's kept the speed up, I think. He's got away with it there. The 2 hairpins are where it happens at its worst.
Potentially fuel load. It's getting a bit low. Maybe the pickup in there, something's happened with the fuel pump or full fuel load. We'll have to wait to find that out. It could be an electrical issue as well, moving around something in the harness.
Here we go, out the hairpin. This is where we'll see it. And look, Peter Ryder, I didn't know that was going to happen.
That's unfortunate.
So through goes Peter Ryder up into position number 2. Through goes Corey Gillett as well. And Saint might make it through as well. On the left-hand side, the little MX-5, that is Miley Miller on debut in the series. She's raced a little bit in the 86 Scholarship Series, but great to see her stepping up into the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops. Just 16 years of age. She's been racing go-karts, raced for about 7 or 8 years, moved into the 86s and now finds herself in this category, but she's already got nearly a decade's racing experience. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, you find that with most of the young talents that are coming up through, and a great category just to get into some more sedan-style racing where it's a bit more around you, and a fair bit going on with some of these bigger cars, and having a look at going through the field with the 20-minute race. They are coming around very fast to some of these back markers. Edwards now out in front. He's got 8 seconds over the field. That is a massive opening that he's just managed to squeeze out, as Chilby's still fighting those gremlins, and with only a minute left in this race, I'm going to say as Edwards comes around, we're potentially going into the last lap, that Chilby will just be trying to bring this car home and try and scavenge some points for the weekend. Of course, you know you're going to start the next race out of whatever position you finish, as Edwards goes by and starts our final lap. Vindanis there in the Falcon, just going a lap down at the moment over the cable. Source Commodore. Brent Edwards, champion in his own right. He's done Bathurst 6 hours. He's been second at first class in the 2023 Super TT Championship. With the drivers, obviously, and your category. So there's a couple of things that they're fighting for overall when it comes to the Super TT Championship. And he'll be looking to make a few. Mark Tracy here this weekend with his son Blake in the TA2, but not racing, and Matty Sims, who's not here this weekend. So trying to push himself forward in that Outlaw Tin Tops Championship points as well for Brent Edwards.
Totally has moved through on Chilby. We'll see how many more positions Chilby loses. The good news for him, his roll is 20 seconds further back. So hopefully for his sake, he'll be able to finish where he is at the moment in 6th. But out in front, Brent Edwards only has 1 more corner to go. He moves past Ricketts. He'll go around the outside towards turn number 6. But it's been a great performance from Brent Edwards. He hasn't had it too easy. Had to come from 4th on the grid. Fell back at one point to position number 5. In fact, he gets a bit sideways out the final corner, but Brent Edwards takes race number 1 in the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops. Great drive from him. Peter Ryder stayed out of trouble while a few dropped off the road, and he's going to come across the line in position number 2 ahead of fellow Sylvia driver Gillett and Saint rounding out the top 4. The question, though, on my lips is, where is Chilby going to end up?
How can he hold on? He's gone. Oh, no, he's stopped.
Oh, what a shame.
That's unfortunate. Whatever gremlin that is in the car has brought that to a stop. We saw it was only really on those hairpin corners where he was struggling the most, and the door is open. It means we are going to have to get recovery out there for him, which is not what he would have wanted. Natoli will come home in 5th position, as you see him just come around in the Audi as well. That's a great comeback from them after last round.
Notably, that's the class win in the Ultimate Tin Tops class. So nicely done there by Natoli, dominating that one, as Ricketts also won the Supreme Tin Tops class. Here are the results then. Brent Edwards taking it by 8.3 seconds ahead of Peter Ryder. Corey Gillett rounding out the top 3. Tony Saint, Daniel Natoli, Michael Roll coming home in position number 6. Chilby in the end a non-finisher. Michael Ricketts then moves up to position number 7, and there are our lower class cars, including Miley Miller on debut, finishing in position number 11.
Well, what a race it was. Let's have a look at some of the highlights here from the Eastern Sleepers, Australian Tin Tops, and the rider there with that terrible start. It just looked to bog down for a moment. It could have potentially been a little bit of smoke coming out of the clutch or one of the tyres, but I'm not quite sure there. Tony Saint, well, early on, he took a big excursion out on the dirt, and that pushed him wide. This is some of the issues starting to creep in for Chilby. Wasn't in the later part of the race in the final 5 minutes, where just seemed on those hairpin corners, the car losing all sorts of power, and Brent Edwards took full advantage of that, was running in second, but caught up really quickly and managed to get the lead of this race and went away to win by just over 8 seconds. So Brent Edwards with a fantastic win here again, and racking up a nice little record here at Queensland Raceway at the moment. This is the final moments. He got past Michael Ricketts. He thought, I don't want to go a lap down in the young car wash. Nissan Pulsar, he's really strong in his class as well, Michael Ricketts, and Brent Edwards there gets the win for the race here at the moment. This is race number 1 for the Eastern Sleepers Australian Tin Top Championship, and that should put him up in his class as well. He's leading the overall championship points, but for the Outlaw TT, he's really going to take it to Mark Tracy and Matty Sims, who's not here this weekend racing. So a big advantage. We can try and bring home a whole points. Corey Gillett in 3rd position. He'll just be happy to be back on the podium, I think, after a season that's been plagued with all sorts of issues with the car. They've slowly been going through replacing things, axles, diffs, things in the gearbox, and keeping spares as they go along, control arms, things like that. And every time you bring a spare to the racetrack, it knows it doesn't want to break those parts again. So slowly working through that car this season, unfortunately, and he'll be happy just to be up on a podium. Great to see them. Let's head down to J-Mac, though, with our winners in pit lane.
3rd place as he gets the gloves off, Corey Gillett in the LS-powered Nissan. A fantastic run out there to start the day here at the Fight in the Night at Queensland Raceway. It's okay, Corey, the hard work's over. Take your time, mate. 3rd place, another Sylvia next to you, but Brent Edwards on fire.
Absolutely, mate. Now, how much fun are we having in this weather up here in Queensland? It is the best. Congratulations to these guys, really good. Thanks again to the series for having us all up here, and we're having some killer fun up here. Thank you very much.
You've had to do some reliability work. How's the car today?
Yeah, it's been really reliable. Touch some wood somewhere, but yeah, I think we've got it dialed. We'll just tune a few things up and see if we've got something for these guys in the afternoon race.
Fantastic stuff. All right, let's go and find Peter Riley as we come around the back. Peter, come on over. It's your moment to shine. Peter, congratulations. Camera's just over here, mate. How's this for awkward? 2nd place, Corey Gillett. He's a hard charger, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. I could not believe I got around him, especially after that shit start that I just had. I think I was swamped by about 5 or 6 cars and made it back, so wrapped, absolutely wrapped.
We're looking forward to a good result for the rest of the day.
Absolutely, yes. Huge weekend for me.
Fantastic stuff. Let's move on. Brent Edwards. Congratulations, mate, taking it out. A fantastic finish there in race 1 for you. Some 8 seconds ahead of the field.
Wow, that was pretty good. The boys are giving me a bit of a jet today, so really good. Had a clutch problem yesterday, so we only could do 1 practice and didn't really get out to qualify well. So thanks to my team, Cable Source and Race Fuels for the best fuels, kept us going there. Fantastic.
Well done, mate.
Thanks.
Yeah, big congratulations to all of our Eastern Sleepers Australian Tin Top winners here for race number 1. We're going to go to a break very short right now here for our Hi-Tec Oils Super Series Endurance round here at Queensland Raceway. We'll be back at 1 p.m. as we kick off Driver 2 race here for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series. Supported by Maritimo Luxury Yacht. Is not too far away. Back at 1 p.m. on SBS, SBS On Demand, Foxtel and KO. Make sure you rejoin us for all the action this afternoon. Endurance, endurance, endurance. Plenty of laps here to be done at Queensland Raceway. We'll see you then. welcome to Queensland Raceway for round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. I'm Matt Kavanagh, joining me Jared McLean here in pit lane. It's a fantastic event. The Enduros that we've brought to round number 4, of course, the Australian production cars, the innovation race cars, and of course the TO2 muscle cars. They're not just doing the normal 20-minute races this afternoon. We got some big 40, 50 and 3-hour races coming your way.
Yeah, it was an incredible start to the day. We've already seen the Driver 1 race, but this is going to be the Driver 2 race, the Coes, if you will.
Yeah, when it comes to the TFHI TO2 muscle cars presented by Maritimo Luxury Yachts, Driver 2 getting in there, and there's some big names. We've got Bathurst winners, we've got supercar drivers, Super 2 drivers, and former TO2 muscle car champions as well. So the Driver 2 race is going to be full of fireworks.
Yeah, expect to see those supercar boys getting into a big pack and sorting it out amongst themselves on the run down into turn 1. But there are a lot of people with not so much skin in the game. A lot of these drivers are interlopers into the TA2 muscle car field.
And it's going to be a fantastic afternoon. Perfect conditions, I think, for some of these drivers as well, as the sun is shining down here on the racetrack. It's 21 degrees, clear skies, and I don't think we're going to have any bad weather this afternoon.
Yeah, and it's all the better for the action about to come. We are spoiled for choice here, not just with TO2 muscle cars, but an incredible undercard as well, Matt.
Australian production cars, of course, the fight in the night. There's 3 hours, 26 cars to go through as well, with almost 50 drivers. Only a couple of those drivers going to do the full 3-hour stint, so that's a massive night of racing. The innovation race cars, who are built for this, really. They're like a GT4 style car. They've got a 50-minute race coming up later as well. I mean, I don't know how the entertainment gets any better for the viewers.
Of course, Super Tin Tops featuring as well. And taking it down a notch in terms of size, we also have the Superkarts and Formula V tearing it up here at Queensland Raceway.
Oh, we're not too far away from getting the 8 cylinders of muscle fired up here, though, for our V drivers. I mean, think about it. Craig Lowndes is here in the house as well. Tim Slade, who's starting out a 3rd position for this one. Of course, they qualified yesterday. We've got Brody Kostecki here as well. He was a little bit further down the pack, but he was in 5th position from memory. So, like, there's some big names here, and I can't wait to see him get out there on the track.
Yeah, James Golding really stunned in the number 2 driver qualifying session yesterday, bringing it home for pole. He's going to be one to watch. We already saw Lachlan Evanet second across the line earlier in the number 1 race. That bodes well for their Enduro start.
Talk about a couple of cars coming out the back, though. Josh Haynes wasn't the day he wanted. Last year's TA2 champion with the Hi-Tec Oils Motorsports crew this weekend. He's starting down mid-pack, really, and they've got to fight back. But Lee Stibbs, who started off the back of the field in race number 1, ended up in 12th position. So whatever they've done overnight, they've really got a fast-paced car. He'll be one to look for going through the pack.
Yeah, we've seen a few incidents earlier in the number 1 driver race. Taking that one out first across the line, Alice Buckley. She wins our pole award for the day, topping out qualifying, and then backs it up first across the line. Definitely one to set your sights on.
Yeah, reset our qualifying record there with a 11.90 there. So that was super fast from Alice Buckley as well, and great to have her. Obviously, all the team around her, and another exciting win. She got 2 wins last time we were here just 6 weeks ago as well. So, you know, there's a bit of hype around her, and she does really well at Queensland Raceway.
It's just incredible to see her so fresh into TA2 and just stamping her authority all over some incredibly experienced drivers. It's just been one to watch.
I tell you what, Todd Hazelwood here as well. So Brody Kostecki and Todd Hazelwood, who are teammates when it comes to the Shell V-Power, they are going to go at it, though, this afternoon in this race.
We already saw Kostecki's co-driver, Paul Morris, with a fantastic result earlier. It's definitely going to be interesting to see those guys. They are so relaxed down there. You have to go and have a look at the shirts that they brought out just for this. It is one to look out for.
I tell you, let's have a look at some of the drivers, though, who are here in the field for the TA2 muscle cars at round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series endurance round.
A stacked grid of 26 cars will take the Queensland Raceway for the TA2 Tag Team Enduro this weekend, which will mark the highest profile event in the history of the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Championship leader Jared Hughes will be backed by 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner Craig Lowndes this weekend and is determined to bounce back after a crash in last week's Super 2 Series that left him with a shoulder injury. 18-year-old Alice Buckley returns to the TA2 Muscle Car Series for her second outing in a Chevrolet Camaro, teaming up with Supercars co-driver Tim Slade. Buckley stunned the paddock on debut at the previous round, dominating the Sunday with a pole position and 2 race wins. Supercars team owner Tim Blanchard is set to make his TA2 debut this weekend, partnering with New Zealand driver John Udy. And while this marks his first appearance in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, Blanchard is no stranger to these cars, having previously competed at round 3 of the Trans Am Series in Darwin. 2023 Supercars champion Brodie Kostecki and Bathurst Triple Crown winner Paul Morris will drive together for the first time ever in an event. While Morris's son and newly named Premier Supercars Enduro co-driver Nash Morris will form part of the powerhouse TFH racing team that includes the current Trans Am Series leader Todd Hazelwood, Matt Stone Racing co-driver and former TA2 champion Aaron Seaton. Son of Guns Jason Bargwanna and Stephen Richards have also made the journey north from their Melbourne base. Ben Bargwanna and Clay Richards combining for their first ever TA2 Muscle Car Series event. Other two-driver combinations include father and son combo Graham and Tyler Cheney. Connor Roberts is paired up with Brian Casher. Brandon Madden with Scott Andriski. And Brock Payne has former Super 2 driver Daniel Jellison. The format will see a sprint race for each of the team drivers both Saturday and Sunday, while two 45-minute enduro races will feature a compulsory driver change mid-race, with the team that has accumulated the most points over all 6 races declared the winner of the 2025 Queensland Raceway TA2 Tag Team Enduro.
So, Jared Hughes, championship leader, third in that first race. You've just handed your car over to Craig Lowndes. How are you feeling?
Yeah, hopefully I didn't like the car very much in that last race, so we've, nice and loud. We've thrown a little bit at it, so hopefully we've made it a little bit nicer for Craig, because it certainly wasn't enjoyable for me.
He's got a little bit of work to do, starting from 14th in this one. Where do you think he can end up?
Oh, it's Craig Lowndes. I think he's done it a few times in his career, so no, I think he's enjoying it, and I think he's going to enjoy the first. He's never done a race in these things before, so could be an eye-opener. Going to have a long brake pedal and the tyre's going to go off, but I think he's going to love it.
Yes, well, we'll be watching with eyes wide open.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Hey, good job.
Thank you.
So the cars roll out for driver B. This is going to be a big one to set the grid for later on this afternoon. The more points you get, the better you'll be up the grid for the final race of 45 minutes later this afternoon. Get into your comfy seat wherever you might be watching right around the country. James Golding will start from that pole with Todd Hazelwood, reigning Trans Am champion and leading this year's Trans Am Series. Back with Josh Thomas. Once again, the cars are making their way out towards the grid. Come back and join us at Queensland Raceway. This is the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Because the cars went out on the grid. We couldn't go and talk to anyone. It's sort of like, we can't talk to anyone because we're about to release them. So, yeah, it's all good. Is what it is, eh? It certainly is. Wasn't too bad. So, with 82, just pronounce it Luke Vanner. Vanner? Yeah, it's Van Hawadi, but he's always been referred to Luke Vanner. It's good to see him back in. Absolutely, yeah. You guys are doing your piece. I went, I think that went out. Cover that. This one's going to be exciting. Yeah. This one's going to be awesome. Get the press release ready now, Dan. Yeah. Got a couple of cars missing, I think. I think there's a few still getting out there. Coincidental that they're on the same row of the grid. There's 8 and, 9 and 10. Imagine Kostecki gets a start and gets up against Hazelwood. I'm sure there'll be a bit of banter going on there. Yeah. Like in a good way. It'll be great. Herney's in there too, he's quick. It's the Morris and Fraser cars. We'll be interested to see if they've missed the mark with Morris's car, because I was talking to Diesel and he goes, oh, just not fast. It's like, well, you're going to find out. They're doing another lap. Well, this will be the parade lap now. 3 side laps. Okay.
They did 3 earlier.
Beautiful. Welcome back, mate. Oh, Barley boy. Multitask, mate. Multitask. Little multi, yeah. I'm with you. Back on track for race number 2 of the weekend, TFH High TA2 Muscle Car Series by Maritimo. What a stacked field we've got here for this second race. Dominated earlier today by Alice Buckley. Now in the hands of Tim Slade for the driver B race. The most points will start from pole position for the endurance race at 45 minutes later today. 14 laps will be the distance, or 20 minutes, whichever comes first, for this afternoon's second encounter on another beautiful weekend up here at Queensland Raceway. It's just under 25 degrees outside. Hard to think it's winter. And another solid crowd wandering around through the paddock. And Tony Quinn, who's done such a phenomenal job with getting this now 25-year-old complex looking nice and resplendent. So we look at the race highlights from earlier today with the driver A cars out there to start off the weekend. Alice Buckley started from pole. There was this moment on the outside for Tom Davies. They've in fact lodged a protest about how they felt they were fed off the track there. Not sure what's happening here with this one to Graham Cheney. There was a lot of stitch-ups in the first race of the day. So Matt Kavanagh joins me back in commentary. But this one, 15 seconds going to Josh Thomas for the contact with Hayden Jackson down here at turn 4.
Yeah, that really pushed him back down the field. Did a big moment under brakes there. He just couldn't pull the car. If you see him just wrestling with that steering wheel, and unfortunately Hayden Jackson, the innocent victim in that one. And then there was another moment here where Brock Payne locked it up on his own, but again, Josh Thomas had to try and avoid making contact. So pushed him way down the field and had that 15-second penalty, as you see a bit of redemption there for Hayden Jackson. He just gives him a little bit of a nudge, but it was all Alice Buckley, wasn't it, from the start of the race? And after the last round here at Queensland Raceway, she's got those rolling starts right in the zone there and took off, and just managing those tyres, I think, because that's going to be a big talking point tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Third straight victory for the 18-year-old Toyota 86 star, who qualified on pole. Her teammate will start from 3 in the driver B race, or driver 2, as we look at your starting grid. James Golding on the pole. Lockie Evanet's car. The Ash Jarvis prepared Cam Quarry's entry with Todd Hazelwood. Slade and Hearn off row number 2. Kostecki and Jordan Cox off row number 3. Nash Morris and Declan Fraser. Former series champion Aaron Seaton will start with Barguana on the next row. How's the surnames? Tyler Cheney starts from 11. George Miedeke is back. Runner-up for the 2019 series with Scott Andreski. Yeah, that's Craig Lowndes starting out of position number 14 in the 118 machine that Jared Hughes drove earlier today. Down the field to Charlie Parker. Hugh McAllister is back in the field with Jason Pride jumping into the number 7 Hi-Tec old Chevy Camaro. As we get them into the rows of 2, 14 laps or 20 minutes will be the duration. This is race number 2 of the weekend, but this time it's the second drivers, as it's a bit messy before we get to the start line. Hearn went for the outside in the white Exchange Hotel Chevy Camaros. Through turn 1 we go for the first time, and the charge into turn 1. Big contact in the middle. Jordan Cox is involved. We ride with Hazelwood, who used the reflexes like a cat, and there's several cars. The Nash Morris car is in there. Barguana is in there. The Daniel Dillison car is in. And that is huge damage to the 18. Parked down there at turn 2. Safety car is going to be called. And a lot of damage, not even into the first sector of this second race. Wow. Here it is.
Yeah, we get on board. This is Josh Thomas.
And it was Jordan Cox across on Todd Hazelwood. It was Kostecki in the Norwell car. Then Hazelwood into Cox. Then, can you pick this what's going on? There's a lot to look at. Hazelwood putting the hand up in the air and probably lucky to get away with it. Here it is front on. So it was in the middle of the pack there. Jordan Cox in the Mark Crutcher, what was a brand new car, incidentally, with a lot of damage, but more concern for the 18 of Morris, who's behind the wheel now. Barguana in the Hanger Forklifts Mustang, and Daniel Jellison, who returns with Brock Payne. And look at the cleanup it's going to be required here. 3 cars in your shot there from the drone. Big damage to these 2 cars in the foreground.
Yeah, potentially Brock Jellison's car there, sorry, the 33. Hopefully that's just a radiator there, some coolant on the track, because if it's anything else, that's going to require a little bit of a clean up there. And have a look at the front end damage there for Madeki. That's not good for the number 200 car. Had some big expectations this weekend with Webster.
He was starting from 12th position. George Medeke's coming back into pit lane. And the double 2 entry out there, Blake Tracy, the teenager.
Hasn't he gone up 8th position already? And we saw how quick he was in Trans Am as well when he had a green flag race. So I reckon he's going to push through, because whatever they've done to that car overnight, it definitely improved for Brad Gardner and race.
Oh, massively. That car is completely different to yesterday as he's trying to weave his way. Can hear all the pickup and the debris. Paul Morris on the radio. Roland Dane in the centre of his shot now talking as well. A few powerhouse names watching on here this weekend at Queensland Raceway as Marcus Ambrose Motorsport give the kill signal to George Medeke, who's back in the field for the first time since the 2023 tag team event at Hidden Valley. And they're confirming it's not a radiator issue with that, but Daniel Jellison jumping out of the Brock Payne car down here. It looks like the front right looks fairly sad, but the concern will be for these two. At least they're both out the car. Ben Barguana turning around to us in the white, red and blue overalls. And you got the feeling at the start, there were 3 and 4 wide, which there will be some disciplinary about that, because they've got to stay in the rows of 2 at that start. They can't break out like they did down there into turn 1. Whether that had a knock-on effect to this, regardless, we've got substantial damage to at least 2 cars that will perhaps put them in a question mark for today's endurance race, because we're only looking at maybe 2.5 hours before the lights go out.
It's not a lot of turnaround time, considering they've still got to go through the car, potentially some setup changes. Baguana's car, though, that back left is turned in, that wheel. So hopefully, I mean, you know, you've got a diff housing in there. Of course, there are a lot of suspension arms that could be causing that. But if they've heard a diff or something, a whole housing change could really change things up. And it's the flow-on effect through the car as well, what it does to the gearbox, the clutch and things like that. So, you know, we'll have to wait and find out. Let's find out a bit more what's going on with some words down in pit lane.
Jason Barguana, unfortunately, the car caught up in that starting incident. Give me the rundown. Obviously not the way you wanted this race, 2 of the day to go.
No, look, I mean, obviously, Ben, I've just spoken to him on the radio. He's okay. He got a good start. They've got round turn 1 there, and he said he slowed up. There was cars going everywhere. He got hit from behind, hit in the side. One come across in front of him, and it's turned into a bit of a mess up there. So really disappointing, because all we're trying to do is stay clean in this one. Clay did an amazing job to get 5th in that race 1. If we could have started this endurance race this afternoon in the top 6, that would have been nice. But yeah, it's not the way we wanted to end the race 2, but we'll get it back here and have a look at it and go from there.
A fairly fresh entry into TA2 muscle cars. The turnaround between race 2 and the endurance race is going to be crucial. Do you think early days yet, but do you think you'll be able to do it?
We've got a pile of cable ties and race tape there, so we'll have a look at what's actually the drama. Clearly, until we get the car back, we're not really sure. So he said it was a pretty big hit, so we'll just have to wait and see what it is. He's okay, which is the most important thing. But, you know, we're really focused on the Trans Am Championship. So for us, this was a good experience to come and do this weekend. We just want to get through it clean. But the racing gods didn't like us today.
Hard times, mate. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, cable ties and race tape are not going to fix this one, George Medeke. You got a good start there, but it's all gone wrong. What happened?
Yeah, absolutely. I got a great start. I got in between the row in front and had a great little biff and barge with Aaron Seaton and the Richards car as well. But yeah, I thought that the seas had parted, but unfortunately there was a car spinning in front and the whole thing just jacked up. I was already on the brakes, but they just stopped quicker than I was able to. So unfortunately it's punch at the radiator. I thought it might have just been the bonnet up. I just couldn't see very much. But yeah, a bit of a shame for the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport boys and Joshy. You know, I feel like the car was going to be very good, so I was looking forward to it.
Yeah, there's a few more races to go, so obviously they'll fix it and you'll be back out there. It's been a little while since you've had a steering one of these. How's it feeling?
Yeah, it's pretty good. 2019, you're right. Look, the cars are a bit nicer now. They've got pedal boxes and a few little quality of life changes, so I'm really enjoying driving it. But yeah, I think, look, I'm very confident that the team are going to get it back to where it was, and the car was super strong at the end of the race for Josh earlier today, so happy with that. So we'll see, you know, that's going to be good for the Enduro, hopefully, and I mean, I suppose one thing, it will have a good set of tyres as well.
Well, there is that, and you've got a big smile on your face every time you jump out, so I guess you've got a lot of cars to pass to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be a bit of fun, I think, and I think Josh will do a great job with that too, and we'll see where we end up.
Thank you.
Cheers.
George Miedeke down in the pit lane. Bit of a spring in his step, but a bit of work to do later on today and a lot of clean-up. The race, incidentally, has been red flagged and stopped. And if you just joined our coverage or just rolled into Queensland Raceway, this is how it all went down. We take it from Todd Hazelwood's perspective in the TFH Hire Mustang, teaming up with Josh Thomas. Remember, he was on the front row. Now watch as the cars start to surround him here. Nathan Hearn, look at the mirror. There's Hearn squeezing in with Tim Slade to the right-hand side. Now into turn number 1. Contact here from Jordan Cox that just had Brody Kostecki, I think, on him at the same time. And then Hazelwood got into Jordan Cox, which spent him around. Hazelwood throwing the highway code signals up at the same time while trying to straighten up the 69. But then there was damage behind between the Hangja Forklifts car. Here it is from the front-on perspective, and that is going to be heavy internal damage, you'd think, to the Nash Morris car that he's sharing with Diesel Thomas. And how we didn't have more cars in that, Matty Cav, I don't know.
Yeah, I was just having a look at the Hi-Tec Oils motorsport car. I'm not quite sure which one that was. Potentially Josh Haynes off in the background spearing away. And, yeah, just getting out of the way. The red flag's really going to bring a stop to this one, which is unfortunate. It looks like potentially oil down there on the track. Didn't look like the way they threw the kitty litter out, and they'll pull them into pit lane. This is really going to change things up, knowing that your points from the first driver race and your points from this race are going to be where the starting grid's going to be set for our endurance race this afternoon.
Yeah, and the problem is we need to get some racing laps in. We've only had 2 registered down there. And the cars, it's been essentially paused right now. The teams can't really do too much to the cars at the moment. Wait and see what goes on as we go back to pit lane. Mel.
Alice Buckley, well, from race winner to umbrella girl now for your co-driver. A bit of action there. What's it like watching?
I'm definitely a nervous viewer, 100% seeing Tim in the car, but I know he's going to do the job that he needs to do and keep the car in one piece and realistically head down for the Enduros this afternoon. But yeah, a bit of a messy start for everyone, so it's hard to know where we're at. But yeah, it's fairly good. We've had a lot of pace, like we put it on pole in practice, qualifying, and then Tim got 3rd. So, you know, we're definitely at the pointy end of things, and I won by 3 seconds. So it shows we've got a longevity car and that side of things. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Throw something at everyone for the tyre bank and that side of things. But, yeah, not a good spectator, 100%.
Well, it's definitely going your way so far, and he managed to stay out of trouble, so that's a good start, a good strong start to the weekend.
Yeah, 100%. It's interesting, and by looks down pit lane at the moment, there's a lot of tape coming out, a lot of people, you know, fixing cars in pit lane now that's red flagged, but hope everyone's okay and everyone can get back out and go racing properly.
Absolutely. They say to finish first you must finish. That's always key, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. There's been a few people that haven't finished at all right now. So, yeah, realistically, that's going to be the goal. Like, that was a very, very chaotic start. And to think about it, those drivers aren't in the championship. The drivers A are the championship drivers. So, will be interesting to see who goes next when they go green again. But
it's a bit of a crazy world when we're calling all of these names the B drivers, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. You look at the names just everywhere throughout pit lane, and I'm like, oh, I'm glad I'm not in that group. So leave it to Tim and see how he goes.
Well, I'll let you go and chat to him. That umbrella's not going to hold itself.
100%. Thank you so much, Mel.
Craig Lowndes looking very relaxed in there after being caught up in that early incident, telling me that you could only just see over the top at all the chaos unfolding.
Yeah, we got around turn 1. I thought we got through it all pretty well, and then all of a sudden there was brake lights. I jumped on the brake, but obviously tagged the car in front, which I'm not sure it was, but I could just see, if I could raise my head, I could just see over the bonnet.
This TA2 racing, it looks a whole lot of fun. Obviously not what you guys were looking for today, but the good thing here is it looks like they're only applying race tape. No tools coming out of the garage so far.
Yeah, no, I think the car, mechanically the car's good. It's just obviously the fiberglass and the bodywork, but yeah, I was looking forward to it, but hopefully we get out there.
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Cheers.
Okay, down here with Brody Kostecki. You've made up a couple of spots and stayed out of trouble, so that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It was, yeah, just got a pretty good jump there and followed the inside line there. And, yeah, sounds like there's a little bit of chaos behind me. And I think we're 3 wide down the front straight at one point. So not sure who was next to me, but they kept on trying to squeeze me, trying to put it 3 wide. So then there was obviously a big shunt behind me. So glad to stay out of that and have the Norwell Motorplex Mustang a few spots up. So we'll see what we can do once it goes back green.
So do you feel like you've got a bit of pace here to keep moving forward?
I have absolutely no idea. So we'll find out very shortly. I hope so. So we can go attack these guys, but we'll see how we go.
Okay, take care. Over to you, J-Mac.
Todd Hazelwood missing the front left quarter of the car. It's less than ideal.
Yeah, mate, it is. Yeah, obviously had a pretty poor start there. Just broke into wheel spin. Yeah, it's always pretty tricky when you basically got one eye on the driver's side, as he's got right away when he can start as opposed to a green flag. So, yeah, it's always a bit tricky trying to get off the line here. But, yeah, I got sandwiched on both sides into turn one. I backed out to avoid a crash going into the corner. And then, yeah, just sort of had nowhere to go on the exit of turn one. Had a car spun in front of me. Yeah, and all hell broke loose. So, it's a real shame because, obviously, we all want to do racing laps out there, and to have a damaged car is pretty frustrating. But yeah, just tried to avoid it and just ended up in the middle of it all.
Well, I hope it turns around for you. Mel in the pit lane.
James Golding, so far so good for you. Were you watching in the rear vision mirrors with all the action?
No, I missed it all. I got a good start, but yeah, it was a bit short-lived. Obviously pretty quick to get a safety car, which is unfortunate, and it's always, it's not good to see cars damaged like that, but glad to be out of the rubbish, that's for sure.
Yeah, baptism of fire for some of the TA2 drivers here, but you got it all right, so I presume the plan is to do exactly the same thing again.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll just see what they're going to do with the restart of the race and try and get away clean and hopefully get some decent laps in here. So, yeah, looking forward to it regardless.
Thank you. Over to you, J-Mac.
Jordan Cox, not the way the two-driver race was supposed to go. This was a new car up until then, unfortunately. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. I feel sorry for Crutch. It's not very much of a new car anymore. So, yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I think Todd, Brody and I were 3 wide into one. And then, yeah, someone collected me right in the rear on the exit of one. So I was off from there. I don't think I hit anyone else after that. But then, yeah, there's a lot of cars messed up after this. So, yeah, not really too sure what happened in the end there. But, yeah, sad to see.
Well, the good news here is it doesn't look like there was too much damage. They've thrown the bonnet back on, and it looks like you're about to get a clean bill of health. Tell me the strategy here for this sprint race. What's the plan?
The strategy is to go forward again. So
always move forward. Thanks, Jordan.
Thank you. Cheers.
And not the only hard luck story down there in pit lane, thanks to Mel Price and Jared McLean, bringing us all the information. There's been a lot to unpick since the very first lap. And still under this red flag with still 6.5 minutes of racing time remaining left here in the Driver 2 race before the big endurance race this afternoon. And while there might have been some trauma in the field, there's some drivers out there who are hoping we get at least a couple of racing laps in here. No less than 6 have made up a massive amount of positions. John Udy's come up from 26th into 18th. Hugh McAllister's come from 22nd into 14th. Charlie Parker and the Danny Reedy car's gone from 21st to 10th. We look at Nash Morris climbing over the wall. Blake Tracy's gone from 19th up into 8th. Lowndes has gone from 14th into 9th. And Cam Laws, 24th up into 15th. All of them will be hoping for a restart here because that's going to help their teammate in the points department.
Well, looks like we've seen a couple of cars, but are they just getting around and potentially take some repairs out the back? I mean, you can see the team scrambling. Looks like we're not too far away from getting this race back out there on track. As you can see, the team's moving away. There's been a lot of race tape there. I can tell you what, they've definitely gone down to the local repair shop. They'll be restocking tonight. I'll be hoping that's a lonely walk back for Baguana too, isn't it? Look at it. Just got the head down there, and there's a fair bit of damage on the back there with that back left really bent in. So hopefully that's just some minor arms or something that can be replaced relatively quickly because time is ticking. And if this race goes a little bit late, we've still got to get our race underway at 4 o'clock. So yeah, the time's getting shorter and shorter for everyone now. I think Blake Tracy, although it's a lot of race time taking out and he's very quick, there's so many positions that he's made up. This might put them in the top 10 come the endurance, which is probably a better spot to be in than where they've been all weekend.
Blake Tracy's been riding a wave the last few weeks. He was put on a stunning drive down at Sandown in the Trans Am race, taking it to James Golding for the race lead at one point in some tricky conditions on what was his 18th birthday that day as Ben Barguana walks back into the Park and View area down there. So 5 DNFs just like that as they roll these cars back out onto Queensland Raceway. And I dare say a couple of those cars may not make the endurance race today. And if they do, they'll be very evil cars to drive out there. But it's all about points from the outset. We were kind of expecting this in the race earlier today, not in the co-driver race, but all of us up here in the commentary box circled this one. This would be the race of the weekend.
Yeah, it was the one I was anticipating was going to have some fireworks, and look, it hasn't disappointed so far. The disappointment is that we've had such a large stoppage there, which will bring the number of laps down. We've still got the number 18 car out there probably waiting. That'll have to be tilt trade off as well. Won't be able to be driven anywhere Now, the other talking point is Todd Hazelwood went to the start of the lane, so we're waiting just to confirm what sort of restart it's going to be, whether we're going to see him put back into positions or as best as possible to where they started initially at this race. So we'll wait for some further word on that, but this is going to be an exciting restart, and it's basically going to be a sprint to the end, I would say, with a shortened race. Slade out in front with a very fast car. Him and Lachlan Evanet, they're going to be tough competitors this weekend, and hopefully that clean air out in front's probably going to assist in bringing the car home at the moment. We'll wait and see whether, though, Hazelwood's going to get an opportunity to start alongside.
Now, I wonder whether we're going to go to a complete grid start from what we had with no lap involved. It's shown on our screens the official grid that we had published prior to the race without having a lap in the book. So those lotto numbers that I gave you just before might be chucked in the bin as Team IES Motorsports look on down and watch on. So we're just waiting for confirmation from race control on what they're going to do. Obviously, we need to retrieve the TFH car that's still stranded down there, beached at turn 2. And at that point, it was looking good for some of these drivers, the benefactors of this incident that went down on the Hi-Tec Oils replay. We're looking for Blake Tracy's Hi-Tec Oils Chevy Camaro in-car through turn number 1. So watch your head here. And just, which way do you go? Just pick a spot and go for it. And how lucky was he? I don't think there's even a mark on the 22 car.
That is some quick reactions there to really try and get out of the way at that point, isn't it? Just try and find a spot.
And the work continues on the 200 car. So George Miedeke, the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport team, get to work to get this car ready for later on today. We'll squeeze a quick commercial break in and hopefully come back with a restart here. You're watching the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series from Queensland Raceway. We'll be back. Well, because they got 3 hours tonight. Queensland Raceway, and still waiting for the retrieval of the 18 of Nash Morrison. Diesel Thomas's car looking very, very second-hand down here. The field were led away, but then were stopped in turn one. There's quite a significant clean-up down there still required. Waiting for news from race control on where we're going with all this. On our screen, still showing that we'll have a complete restart. Brings back memories of last year, perhaps at the Bend when we had a similar drama. They did race again after this being a two-driver race. We need to get a second one in to set the points. At this moment, we are waiting a holding pattern really to find out where we're going to go for race number 2 on what's a stacked afternoon of racing here. Of course, tonight, the fight in the night is back with 26 cars, the Australian Production Car Championship that will race into what is going to be a really quick change in the weather, Matty Cav. We've got 25 degrees out there, and the race should start maybe in 21, 22 degree temperature. But by then, we're going to be in single digits, maybe 3 or 4 degrees as the flash looks on, taking in some sun in the middle of turn 1 and 2, wondering what is going to happen with that 18. Of course, Diesel's been training down at Norwell Motorplex in the recent past. Blake Tracy putting some heat into the Goodyear tyres that we've been using this year in the TFH Higher TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo. And finally now the tilt tray has been quite busy in this race. Is heading out there to retrieve the stranded car down there. Matty McKeldin walking through with the great Craig Denyer in the bottom of the shot. I guess there'll be some fairly high stress happening down in pit lane as they try and make a decision on where to go with all this.
And I think that's what they'll have to look at up there in race control, obviously, with Stephen White, is it whether they're going to take some of those penalties into effect now or whether we're going to get this race restarted, and that will be reviewed after, because obviously they've got all the onboard cameras as well that they can look at that are in the cars at the moment. So they'll take those memory cards out. They will really have to review how that really unfolded, as we'll have a bit of a look at how we saw it from our perspective, from what we can see here. And you can see it was already 4 wide going to turn number 1, which, you know, that's a big risk for a lot of drivers. Squeezing in the middle, Jordan Cox, and a bit of contact already with Hazelwood, and then again with Kostecki, and the car's moving around. It's really unloaded at this point. You can see the yellow number 4 there, and I don't think the back end's in control already, and then a little bit of contact made, so you're not getting the drive out of the corner, and then Hazelwood does, and there's nowhere to go with so many cars in such a small area, and they're all going everywhere, and Baguana in the background, you can see that was really unfortunate there. It's that contact just then with Gillison who really did the damage with Baguana.
And it was the 63 of Elliot Barber that also got into Daniel Gillison on his way through in the second TFH car that limped through the scene. I don't want to really get involved on how the penalties are play out. If they're going to start a brand new race, then how can you apply penalties if we're starting a brand new race? That's going to be up to race control, and I guess that's why there is the stress happening down there right now. But then the teams that have been on the receiving end are going, well, there has to be some sort of justification for what happened.
Oh, especially some of those drivers who have been unfortunate to be a bit further back than they wanted to be in qualifying yesterday with car issues. Now, some of them had some big moves. You know, they made through a lot of position. A bit of luck, you might say, but they got through. It doesn't matter how it happened. Now they get back to their starting position. They've got to, you know, cross their fingers, you know, use their lucky charms once again and just hope that maybe we have a bit more of a settled restart on this one.
Had we got a lap in, they've been fine. But because it happened in the first sector of the first lap, we haven't completed a lap. So race control have done the right thing by resetting this and going back to a 4 grid. What we don't know is, will we get the entire 20-minute duration in? That's the $64,000 question right now as the field make their way past the scene of a very expensive incident just a few moments ago. And for Mark Crutcher, that brand new car, man, it's almost like it's been racing for 8 years, J-Mac.
On as we get ready for restart, Todd Hazelwood back to second place, but with considerable damage.
Yeah, got a fair bit of damage from that, mate. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I don't know what happened there. It was a bit of a shit show of a start, excuse my language. And I've also never seen something like this, so a full restart of the race. Haven't seen it, but I guess we'll just try and fight forward and see how we go.
Fingers crossed. Mel, over to you.
Matty McKeldin just busy on the radio here talking to people from a category manager's point of view. You know, what's happened in the last 10 minutes to get back to where we are?
Well, what hasn't happened? You know, I think there's probably been just a little bit of information that's been taken on board in the last 10 minutes. What we've tried to make sure is that we get a full restart there. Obviously, it was difficult with that start incident. So, you know, at the end of the day, we've got the cars back out there. They're back in line now. Hopefully, we'll be able to kick off this race and put on a bit of a show because it is by far the biggest round we've ever done here with the names of Kostecki and Morris and Hazelwood and all the supercar boys. So let's hope the pros can keep it in one place in one piece as we go around.
Well, we knew it was going to be action-packed, but we probably didn't expect this, did we?
No, not really. I mean, we had our first race this morning and all of our championship drivers did a fantastic job and got through clean and green. And unfortunately, we go out there and the sheep stations and the red mist have hit and we've torn a few cars apart, which we don't like. But we'll get it ready and we'll have a ripping race this afternoon at around 4 o'clock for our 45-minute Enduro.
And, of course, the drivers have championships at stake here.
Yeah, they do. This is round 5 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, so we've got another 2 rounds at Malala and Winton. So, yeah, they've parachuted into a championship. We're going to go for a start.
Off we go. Thank you.
Matt McKeldin with Mel Price down there. So quick recovery in the end by the time the tilt tray got out. And the good news is we're going racing here with a complete restart based on the grid from original qualifying for the drivers that made up that effort. Oh, there'll be some cursing, there'll be some swearing, there'll be some drama. But at least we're going to get some racing in here. And driver 2, race 2 of the day in the TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series. Let's get down to business and get some green flag laps. Hazelwood down to turn number 1 with Golding just ahead in the Cam Quarries entry for Ash Jarvis Motorsport that Lockie Evanet drove earlier today. Get through turn 1 and 2. Be careful through here. There is so much dust, so much debris and so many pebbles still on the track. Everybody tiptoes their way through for the first time and down the back straight. Wipe the brow, breathe. We've got a race on our way.
Bit of a reset with the nerve, I'd say, and Slade, unfortunately, a little bit further back than he probably wanted to be. As you can see, Cox, again, that car was very loose on the outside. Todd Hazelwood didn't muck around, did he? Covered him off at the start, but Nathan Hearn already squeezed the 42 up to the second position. Todd Hazelwood would be interested to know how hard that car is to drive at the moment with considerable left-hand front damage. I know the guard was off and they've had to tape that up, but potentially something slightly bent in that as Hearn goes just a little bit wide. Have a look down the inside of Cox. Slade, make sure he gets pushed a little bit wide, potentially, and Jordan Cox. Yeah, he's stopping now. That car's slow, so he may have picked some issues up there.
Is that a flat front flat tyre on that car, perhaps? Trying to pick it up there the way he's cruising back. In fact, he's limping to the left-hand side. Might just get off the track in time. What a horror debut for the number 4 car. The sweet sound of TA2 muscle cars as we get a lap in the books and settle down. With Golding leading from Hearn, Hazelwood, Slade, Kostecki. What a top 5 we got. Declan Fraser runs in 6th. Former series champion Aaron Seaton runs in 7th with Tyler Cheney, Scott Andriski and Josh Haynes behind the wheel of the second Hi-Tec oil Chevy Camaro. Down to turn 3, there's dust in the air. Lowndes in pit lane in a double 1.8 machine. Same 2 for Charlie Parker in the Danny Reedy number 5.
Well, Greg, when we caught up with Lowndes in pit lane before, he seemed to indicate they didn't think there was any damage done mechanically to that car, but they really didn't get much racing after that. It was red flag or yellow flag very quickly and then red flag. So maybe pick something up when they got the restart in that race as the yellow flag already back out in race.
Is that for Jordan Cox perhaps in the 4 because he was limping down towards the final turn to yellows and there he is trying to get back. Whether there's been a electrical drama maybe with the 4 because it was just cruising at that point. And he's just trying to get back to the pits as they come on by to complete another lap. We've stayed green, so there's some absolute confusion here on what's going on. The yellow was for the final sector, and they're giving him enough time to at least get back with a lap of 1 minute and 13 seconds. He should be able to get back to pit lane and join 3 others right now with Lowndes, Charlie Parker, and of course Nash Morris out of this race. Join a whole list of cars licking their wounds and burning the midnight oil to be back out in just over 2 hours' time. So Golding, Hearn, Hazelwood the top 3 as Jordan Cox parks the number 4 Crutcher Developments Mustang on the infield.
Definitely lost that new car smell at the moment, hasn't it, from Mark Crutcher?
Oh.
There is nothing that's going right for him this weekend. They've had a couple of issues when it came to practice yesterday. It really was the shakedown for the car. They didn't get any practice laps in, so yesterday working very hard on that car, and it hasn't gone all the way for him either in race number 1 for Mark Crutcher, so they'll be working on that. They've got a couple of hours left to spare as Todd Hazelwood now seems to get those tyres in the zone. He is all over the back of Nathan Hearn, having a look down the inside here at turn number 6. And it's whether he just wants to try and get those points. Josh Thomas didn't really get a race he wanted either. Had a lot of bad luck, that 15-second penalty. So as a team, they're way down the pack when it comes to points. So it's really up to Hazelwood to try and regroup and just try and get somewhere up in the top 5 and get some points so they can start that Enduro with an opportunity to work their way through the field.
Top 3 in lap times covered by a 1/10 of a second on that previous lap as Hazelwood really starting to move Nathan Hearn along here in the Exchange Hotel Kilcoy entry, the Chevy Camaro that's appearing this weekend. An all battle-wearied car behind him, isn't it, of Hazelwood. Aerodynamically, it won't be loving life at the moment, with more in looking like an IMCA big block car that you can see in the United States. As Slade starts to apply the pressure to him now in the 150 that Alice Buckley drives and drove to a race win earlier today. Work going underneath the Craig Lowndes car. Looks around the gearbox region.
Yeah, potentially linkages, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's, I suppose, I don't want to say it's common, but we see it happen too when they're trying to get through the gear, especially if maybe it's had a bit of a shunt, something's bent under there.
Might possibly. Either way, he's going several laps down now. At this point, we'll see Golding and Slade on the front row for this afternoon's race. I know there's a bit to play out. 8 minutes and 10 seconds remain of this version 2 of Driver 2, their first race of the weekend before we set the grid for the 45-minute endurance race later today with a compulsory driver change and 90-second flat pit stop. And Craig Lowndes calls it a race as he walks back into the garage to talk to Jared Hughes, who's still nursing a fairly sore shoulder from that 50-plus G incident down at Turn 3 with Mason Kelly last weekend in the Super 2 race. But obviously have their work cut out later today for the first of 2 endurance races in this 3rd edition of the Tag Team Enduro event, and first time here at Queensland Raceway.
Todd Hazelwood just having to cover off Tim Slade. They'll be having an epic battle down there, I think, at the moment. He's got to worry about that while he's trying to catch Nathan Hearn in front. Let's head in the pit lane, though, with J-Mac.
Horse combo and one of your drivers out in front. That restart giving you that opportunity to fight from the place he earned earlier in qualifying. You must feel good. He's almost 8/10 up.
Yeah, look, Jimmy's doing an amazing job in the car. To have him as part of our team and with Lockie Evanet this weekend, it's really made us lift our game. And we're a very, very small team. You're only fairly new to this in terms of team car prep. But to be able to give him a car, to put it on pole and then to be leading this race quite convincingly, we're pretty proud of ourselves.
Yeah, the car looked good after all that incident earlier.
Yeah, no, we weren't involved in that. Jimmy was lucky enough to get a really good start and drive away. So I think there's, 6.5 minutes left to go, and hopefully he can look after these tyres because it's a very, very long weekend.
We'll let you get back to the radio, mate. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Over to Mel.
Well, hard to braking all around the country, I'm sure, Craig Lowndes. Not the start you were hoping for.
No, I think we avoided the first incident. Sort of got through turn 1 and then all of a sudden everything checked up. But, a little bit of rearrangement at the front. But got going again, all fine. Something's gone on with the gearbox where it's broken a gear linkage or something underneath. So I was stuck in a gear.
So, Jared, Craig swears it's not his fault and it's the car. What do you think?
Nah, the poor bugger got stuck. There was obviously a big shunt at the front there, so wasn't really much you could do. I don't know what's going on with the gearbox. We, seems to be having some dramas this weekend, but that's right, we'll fix it up. Boys have got a big work for the Enduro this afternoon, but we'll get it done.
We'll see you out there this afternoon. Thank you, thanks.
Thanks, Mel. Down in pit lane, we'll be watching this spicy battle down here for the minor positions, with Slade getting ahead of Hazelwood now in the 150 Chevy Camaro. And now joining the scene in the 67 normal motorplex entry that Nash Morris would normally drive, Brody Kostecki looking to pass one of his great friends and former Super 2 rival back in the day into turn number 1. So into another lap with 5.5 minutes remaining. This is lap number 7. We won't get to the 14 lap mark today in this second try. The TFHI and TA2 Muscle Car Series. But regardless, it is going to mix that grid up for this afternoon's 45-minute race.
There's definitely probably some names we're going to see midfield that we didn't expect, as Kostecki has a big dive down the inside of his supercar teammate there for the Enduros, but there's no teammates today. As you can see, him just lets him go wide. Hazelwood's going to have a duck down the inside as well now. The exit as he slides the car, and he is wrestling that thing right now, and the TFH boys, I'll just be praying that he brings that back as it's gone out, because they have so much work to do on that number 18 car. They're going to have all hands on deck.
Yeah, correct. Trading notes maybe for their Enduro rebirth in a couple of weeks' time at the Bend as they go to defend the Bathurst 1000 crown they won last year. It's on the way down to turn number 6. In car with Hazelwood. Nathan Hearn ahead in second position now. And running his own team this year for Tom Davies in the Trico Trans Am Series. As Golding just eases away now, 1:13.8, 3/10 quicker on the previous lap to the rest of the field around him. Ryan Casher has come up in a 10th position now in the Connor Roberts car. So they can't catch the leader, but certainly second onwards, J-Mac, up for grabs here in race 2.
Unfortunately, the number 5 machine of Danny Reedy and Charlie Parker having to retire after the restart with chronic overheating. It's going to be touch and go, but I'm sure they'll be able to get it through for the Enduro.
Now, there's one concern. There is the Rockstar on the left-hand side. Danny Reedy working on the car. And there was one concern the drivers were worried about today was the hot conditions here. And I know it's hard to say it's hot in August, but it's 25 degrees here today. I'm also worrying the tide dig won't be a drama here. It's going to be about getting the pressures to stay stabilised during the race. Some cars yesterday gaining somewhere between 8 and 10 pounds of air during qualifying alone. Now, some of those runs are only 6 laps.
It's a big difference, isn't it? And you can see why some of the cars are struggling, I suppose, in the first 3 or 4 laps of the race, because as they'll have to set the cars up in a really low tyre pressure, and there is a minimum they need to run in there. So, you know, as that tyre temperature comes up, the tyre will change, your grip levels will change. As we can see, Nathan Hearn has Slade all over the back, has to get defensive. Just went a little bit wide and dropped the wheel in the dirt, and Slade will settle back in. Kostecki's got a front row seat, and oh, here we go, Slade down the inside. And the
good move.
Now, Hearn slides down. Kostecki's going to get in on this as well. The normal Motorplex Mustang gets a move done as well and gets himself into 3rd position. And Hearn, not much you can do about that. You can see him really pushing that car.
All started off the last turn when he got that little hole at the exit of the curb. Unsettled him. He went on the defensive to cover off Slade. And in the end, lost 2 places. So drops back into 4th, putting Slade and Kostecki up into 2nd and 3rd position. Hazelwood now is 5th. Declan Fraser just behind in the Dodge Challenger on the back of Hazelwood now. This is a standout performance for the former Super 2 champion. He's looking to make the move from a long way back and makes it stick down here. Good turnaround. Hazelwood trying to fight back. Door stays open. Good racing between these two.
And this might be where we talk about the tyre pressures, whether they went a little bit too high at the start of the race, because you're seeing Nathan Hearn slide around a bit. Not quite sure with Hazelwood with the damage on that car, whether that is tyre pressures or potentially, the car just being a bit harder to handle, missing some of its body parts as well. But Declan Fraser with a nice move under brakes. Although that slight lock-up, he's managed to get that run through. Gets himself up. Already a big move there into 5th position, so in the top 5, and he'll be with Hayden Jackson here in the Enduro this afternoon. And that car's not looking too bad, I suppose. It's a minimal amount of race tape on that compared to what we're seeing on some of the other cars.
Need to get a check on the meterage of race tape that's been used by the end of the weekend. It'll be substantial. Down this long back straight at speeds over 230 kilometres an hour. Back in car with Todd Hazelwood. Hard break back here to 2nd. Into the right-hander. In fact, plucking first down here through this long right-hander. It's so much action over the last couple of weekends. It's down towards turn 4. So Golding shutting it down, 2.3 seconds, and we should have 2 remaining for the leader. We'll wait for that confirmation. We're on our 10th lap of this race in the 2nd attempt at getting this one underway. If you just joined our coverage, a big crash on the first lap. We saw Bargwanna and Co. being taken out. Nash Morris involved in that scene, and then since then Charlie Parker, Craig Lowndes and Jordan Cox have all retired from this 2nd race for driver 2. All this to set the grid. Now Golding and Slade are now tied on points with that move, and there's a big gap back to everybody else at the moment. Should see Kostecki and Morris start out at 3 at the moment, and Aaron Seaton and Ben Gomersall could be alongside him as here comes the move on Gomersall in the unit racing car for TFH Racing. Sorry, Seaton behind it. I knew that was going to catch me out sooner or later. Seaton behind the wheel of the 35, heading down with Tyler Cheney just behind, has jumped in to his dad's car. He had a strong showing in qualifying earlier for this round of TFHI and TA2 muscle cars. So, wherever you look, it's going to be a jumbled up grid, and I cannot wait now for that 45-minute endurance race. And James Golding, hasn't he controlled this one?
Yeah, last year Tyler Cheney was actually with Jared Hughes, and they were super fast. No, he's definitely got the skills in the TA2 car, doing the Toyota 86 series this year. But Golding, I think he's going to come around. Have a look at this. He's dominating out there, just under 2 seconds. But I think they're managing tyres at the moment here. He'll be thinking about that as they come to this afternoon, remembering they've got to share their tyre banks in the Enduro today and tomorrow. So if you've got the opportunity to lead, as the checkered flag is out, it looks like Goldie's going to take the win with Slade in second. Kostecki with a nice move up into third. Hearn in fourth and Fraser in fifth. Followed by Hazelwood. Cheney gets there over Seaton, who ends up in eighth. We're just waiting for the rest of the pack to come around. Seaton in eighth position. And Drisky looks like will be through in ninth. Barber in 10th. That's a nice little comeback from him. Tracy then, Kasha, and Josh Haynes, who was up into 10th, has dropped back into 13th. So, especially the Hi-Tec Oils car struggling a little bit towards the end there. So,
wondering why he was down there when we got to that last shot, but he'll get a result regardless. In the 22 machine, 11th, and Haynes back in 13th. Lang home for 14th, and Hugh McAllister home for 15th. Well, wasn't that a battle of endurance to get race number 2 and driver 2's first appearance of the weekend? Golding wins by 1.6 seconds and the fastest lap of the race from Slade and Kostecki at the end of all of that. And we'll see those 3 start from 1, 2 and 3 for this afternoon's one. Hearn, Fraser and Hazelwood also inside the top 6. Blake Tracy 11th with Brian Kasha in the Connor Roberts number 19 in 12th place with Haynes, Lang, McAllister, Laws, Jason Pride in the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro, and John Udi in the Cool Drive Auto Parts machine. The final car classified in 18th position and at least 8 cars behind with work to do before the endurance race at 4 o'clock local time, which is just over 2 hours away at Queensland Raceway. And on to cut up the race highlights of this one. This was the original start. We're 3 wide with Hearn in the white Chevy Camaro, but now 3 wide with Kostecki on the inside of Jordan Cox, who was almost losing control here. If you look from the in-car camera, and it was going around, but then was certainly fixed up in the end there. There's a lot to unpick, and I feel for Stephen White and our officials on how they're going to look at this post-race. And this would cause a red flag with at least 4 cars involved on the Hi-Tec Oils cars going bush as well on the right-hand side. This was going back to the second attempt of the day, and they played far nicer in this one. I'm trying to think of words.
I think there could have been some stern words before that restart. That was George Cox with some issues with the number 4 car, who eventually had to retire. That couldn't make it off the track. Golding, well, he led once again, and didn't he just really control that car out in front from then on, didn't he? I think he probably, although he saw those consistent times just going down by a couple of hundredths of a second each time, I think just racing to a lap time there to try and bring that car home, conserve tyres. I mean, he's a seasoned racer as well.
So as it stands, Golding and Slade tied at the top. It'll go to Golding for winning the race. Kostecki third, Aaron Seaton fourth, Hearn and Fraser will be the first 3 rows. Not too bad for the double 1-8 with Lowndes and Hughes. They'll start from 7, but that's all subject to probably a checkout before we get to that one this afternoon. The top 3 have made their way into victory lane. We'll do the same. Here's J-Mac.
Brody Kostecki, a fantastic job. Not even going to wait for you to get the helmet off. Bringing the Mustang home after a tumultuous race. A fantastic job on the restart there. Man, oh man, TA2 muscle car, it definitely showed some thrills and spills. How do you feel?
Yeah, definitely. Car's feeling pretty good. It's been getting better each time we head out. So, yeah, big thank you to the whole crew behind me. We've sort of a bit of a birth of fire this weekend, no practice or anything. So it's been a lot of fun, but still got a little bit of work to do to catch these 2 front guys. But, yeah, the Norwell Motorplex school Mustang's getting a bit better each time we go out. So, yeah, happy days. Just got to keep climbing up as we do the races. And I'm not sure where that'll put us for tonight, but hopefully around 4th or so we can have a crack.
Looking forward to it, mate. Thank you.
Cheers, thanks.
Tim Slade, P2 and a P1, so front row for the Enduro. How was your race?
I made it hard for myself. The second restart was shit. Just, mistimed it, got wheel spin and got swamped there. But, the car's been amazing. Every time I've jumped in it, this weekend and other test days that we've done. Didn't really do the best job yesterday in qualifying, so I was a bit annoyed about that. But, just relied on the car there to bring me back through the field. And, it's just a great job by the team. They're an awesome group of people, and Alice has been killing it, so that's been really cool to see. So if I'm not happy with my own driving, at least I can be happy about how Alice is going.
Well, she's got a good driver coach. You can take credit for something.
She's got like I said, she's got an amazing group of people around her, so I'm just a small part of that.
I mean, the car looks amazing. You must be really looking forward to this afternoon and thinking you can take it away, yeah?
It'd be cool. I think, it's just a case of minimising the mistakes, really, in pit lane, and the cars I think just with it being hotter, yeah, the cars are actually really quite tricky to drive. So, yeah, it'd be a matter of no mistakes in pit lane, no mistakes on track, being consistent, and yeah, hopefully we end up. Well, we obviously want to end up number 1, so that's the goal. See how we go.
Looking good. Thank you, J-Mac.
James Golding, our driver to race winner. Congratulations. You've been handed a rocket ship by Ash Jarvis, and you've got a co-driver alongside with you who's managed to get you guys the top spot in the endurance race this afternoon. You must be on top of the world.
Yeah, that's right. You hit the nail on the head. The boys have done a fantastic job preparing the car and super speedy out there. We've just needed to execute, and yeah, credit to Lockie as well in the race before. Did a great job to pick up a spot there, and yeah, we're looking good for this afternoon's Enduro.
You were in P1 when they red flagged the race. You were in P1 at the restart. Tell me, how hard is it to reset in a situation like that?
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. You know, there's a lot of things you've got to keep in mind of with the tyre and brake temp, and just being able to reset and do the same thing again and get it right again is it's really important. So yeah, happy to do that, and yeah, looking forward to this afternoon's race. The
45-minute Enduro, how are things looking? We're not quite at the halfway mark. The tyre bank looking good?
Yeah, I think everyone's in the same boat at this point. I think after today, people will try and do a few different things, but yeah, looking forward to it. We've got a fast car, so I can't wait.
Best of luck.
Cheers.
Nicely done, James Golding. He'll start from pole for the endurance race later on this afternoon with Lockie Evanet and Tim Slade also in that front row with Kostecki and Seaton. That comes up in just under 2 hours' time. The Australian Production Car Championship gets set for their final sprint race, boys, before we go racing into the dark in the annual Fight in the Night. Take it away.
Just a quick 30 minutes. Thanks, mate Nolte, there for all the TO2 muscle car action. Dan McCarthy joins me back here in commentary. Australian Production Cars, though, as they head out for their second sprint race. Yes, Enduro tonight, though, the Fight in the Night, Dan. 3 hours these cars have to get through. They've got a driver change they've got to get in. And the talking's going to be about how much fuel they can hold in that car to try and push themselves through. But let's get this 30-minute race underway to start things off. Lindsay Kern's going to start out of pole there in the CMA Car Mods Australia entry, ride by Morale, White, to Horst, Quinn, Gerzakowski, Griffiths, Pacini, Holt and Camilleri, who's a solo driver this weekend in the Mazda.
Yes, he certainly is. Big field, 26 cars. David Ling, Alan Jarvis, Max Gagan is some of the smaller class cars outside of the top 10. Greg Wilson, Troy Derwent, Darren Whittington, Josh Trafford, Ashley Gearley and Lachlan Patton.
Yeleka Randall, Saney in that Commodore, then it's Casavello, and then Dixon, Jesse Dixon. Great to have him back here. Of course, we saw him take some Super 2, and he's done many things on that Shannon's series a while back there, didn't he? Had a go at it. He's got that sim racing down on the Gold Coast now. Does some driver training with Robbie Farr and drivers like that as well. So well and truly involved. Said he just missed out on a co-driver with Robbie Farr. He was a little bit too late, and Pridey got in there first. So maybe we'll see someone of that calibre in there in the coming years.
Should explain, race number 1 earlier today was for the one set of drivers. This is now the other set of drivers. Lights are on, they are out. We are underway here at Queensland Raceway. The Speed Cafe BMW there boxed down a little bit off the line of Ter Horse, so falls down from 4th and will fall to outside the top 5. There's a big grass off-track excursion further back through the field. Couldn't quite spot who that was from the turn 1 camera angle, but out in front it's Mustang 1-2, but look at that, the Camaro is moving its way through the field up to position number 3. A fantastic start for the man that took pole position last night.
I'll tell you what, I know Quinny there is he's had to get a little bit defensive for just a moment there. White's surprising for me to go back. Pacini as well. You can see Paul in the driver's seat. His daughter in race 1, obviously topping their category there this weekend. And that's the other thing too. We've got 6 different categories across the Australian production cars when it comes to the 26 entries this weekend. We've got the A1, the A2, the B1, B2, C-Class, D-Class, I-Class and X-Class to go through. So although we've got some overall race winners, we've also got some class winners mixed in with that as well.
Absolutely, we do. Morale in the red Mustang is just pulling ahead of these two at the moment. Kearns going defensive as Tony Quinn breaks late, fires around the outside. He'll be looking for the crisscross, the switchback on the exit of the corner. He's got a pretty good exit, but it's not going to be good enough to draw alongside. As you point out, though, we've got lots to talk about, lots of different classes to look at, all based on performance, but out in front, It's the A2 class cars at the head of the field, top three. Swing it through turn number 1 at the end of lap number 1. But yeah, race lead Morales pulled out a little bit of a margin, a good couple of seconds from Kearns. Kearns coming under pressure from Quinn down towards turn number 3, the tight hairpin, hard on the brakes. You saw in the big 2-hour endurance race of production cars a couple of months ago how tough it was on brakes. That's going to be a big talking point throughout the even longer 3-hour Enduro later on this evening.
I think it tyres as well, depending. I know some of the front-wheel drive cars and all that tend to, if they unload them a little bit, they chew up some of the inside tyres throughout this track, and we could see that happen as well. Let's have a look at this. I'm just trying to see who we've got in that car as well. It's not Tommy Heyman in this one, though, I don't think. No. I think we've actually got, that's going to be Griffiths in there.
Yeah, Tom Heyman was the star in the race earlier on today. He moved through the field like a knife through butter and ended up winning the A1 class, finishing in 7th outright. So Griffiths seemed to have recovered back to position number 8, so a bit of a slow start, but he's recovered strongly, and now he's got the faster A2 class cars ahead of him. A2 and A1 are relatively equal on performance. However, A2 is for naturally aspirated, A1 for the turbo and supercharged performance cars.
Some little bit of a performance out of there as well. Morale's still leading this one at the moment, and we're having a little bit further back. So we have a look. Jarvis just holding out Randall at the moment. Randall had a big look down the inside, and that Mercedes couldn't quite make it happen. The A45. And have a look at this. Oh, they've already changed. Something's happened to Morale. He had at least a 1.5 second lead over that going into turn number 1. So there's been a moment for him, and as he's sliding the car around, really trying to find some traction there as he exits out of turn number 3. And Tony Quinn now and the game over Kamara all over the back of that car.
He was ultra fast, as you say, off the line in the first 2 laps, but getting sideways again through turn 4. Quinn slides the nose up the inside, but can't quite get through. Oh, big tank slapper on the exit of the corner. They are side by side towards the hairpin that concludes the lap here at Queensland Raceway, a track, of course, that Tony Quinn knows so very well, being the circuit owner. He's got a nice exit out of the turn. He's in the slipstream, in the toe, but he's not going to be able to get anywhere near the Mustang. Look at the performance advantage for Morale. He just pulls out a couple of car lengths on every straight, and it means that he's comfortable. He's safe by the time they get to the braking zones.
Yeah, half an hour, still a long stint to be out in these cars with the heat going up a little bit, just in the mid-20s at the moment, but the UV's right up there, and that might have been I'm surprised to see a little bit of a brake lock up there, just pinch a tyre, but it sort of looked like a little bit of tyre smoke coming out of the 36 entry there. 38 entry, sorry. And that's Grzykowski. Yeah, they're pulling up here. He's got to watch out. White is right behind in that Mustang, and they've been pretty dominant so far in the production car series that's followed us around here. It's part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. They love doing the Enduros here at Queensland Raceway. They're getting their racing done all on the Saturday, of course. We had a 30-minute sprint race this morning, a 30-minute sprint race now, and then we finish this coverage up. We go to a 3-hour race tonight, which will be out there for everyone to watch.
Puccini up to position, just heading out of the Speed Cafe BMW, so up to position number 6. The B1 class leader going very strongly out there. Got a couple of onboard cameras in this car, including looking out the rear. Great view of that BMW through the final corner. The sole X-Class car that we are looking at. And it's been a strong performer so far this weekend. Bit of a poor start, but I expect that BMW to move forward as this race progresses. Already we've seen the BMWs now getting in and amongst those Mustangs, which led 1, 2, 3 at the end of the opening lap. So straight away, the other brands getting in and amongst the action as part of the Hi-Tec Qld Super Series program here this weekend. Great to have a big field of 26 cars, their biggest of the year so far. They started with a small field at Sydney Motorsport Park, but round on round they've built and built. And now for one of the feature races of the production car calendar, the Fight in the Night, the 3-hour endurance race, bringing a big collective of cars, as we say, 26 in total. Looking forward to how the strategy plays out in that one this evening. Out in front, Kearns has just gone purple in sector number 1. He's trying to break away from Morale. Morale obviously made that mistake, has fallen behind, but he's regrouped, recalibrated, and he's setting some good sectors at the moment. Oh no, got drama out there on the circuit. That is the number 17 of Max Gagan, the Super 2 driver. He's racing in Super 2 here last weekend, but his Toyota 86 has come to a halt early on in this one, so that is not good news. Just 6 minutes into this race, we do see a few mechanical dramas with production cars, a few control-alt-deletes, and away they go again. Hopefully that's all it is, and he can get back out there on the circuit in a few moments.
Well, see, as they come around to a few of our back markers, let's hope that 86 isn't sitting somewhere which could call that ominous safety car. That's the main thing. We want to keep this race underway at green lights on. As you can see, the 80 is that an 86 in that one? Yes, it is. You never know. Someone's got the Subaru BRZs as well, so you got to be careful. Oh, no, there's a big moment there. Wow. He has gone deep. Morale, and Tony Quinn goes, thank you. Watch out, I'm coming through. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the move done. Morale is so fast, so much power in that Mustang as it starts to drive away. But we're seeing some little chinks in the armour at the moment as the car is moving around. Not quite sure if he's wrestling with the setup or just a moment there. It is hard under brakes going to turn number 3. You know, there's a little bit of the road that just unsettles the car. You can see the bumps, especially in the production car style, as the body moves up and down on the suspension. But just unloaded it under braking, and Tony Quinn almost got the opportunity as the Camaro right up on the back. He's enjoying driving his Camaro. Didn't get too many laps into their last round after massive engine issues for that down that back straight.
It's one of the biggest engine failures I've ever seen. It went for like 500 metres, just a huge cloud of smoke, and ended up spinning on its own oil, as you say, into the gravel trap. But great to see that the work's been done between rounds to get that game over Camaro back out on the race circuit. And how good does it sound through turn number 1, just steadily applying the power and roaring onto the back straight, keeping up with the Mustangs early on in this one. I noticed on Natsoft said Tony Quinn did race number 1, so I'd expect McCurchin to be in this car for this race. So I'm not quite sure with Natsoft which driver is in the car for this one. So just keep an eye on that as this race continues. But according to Natsoft, Tony Quinn did the first one, so it should be McCurchin behind the wheel for this second race.
Yeah, potentially. He's very fast, that young man. Oh no, a lot of white smoke, and that looks like engine drama there. And it's the 61, I see. 51. 51. Oh,
Milford.
No. Milford. A lot of white smoke coming from there, and it looks like it's coming out of the exhaust. I'm going to go, that's going to be a major engine catastrophe potentially on that car. Not what you want. We haven't even reached the 3-hour enduro tonight, so this is just a sprint race. I know they've had some practice laps on Friday, and whether he's going to be in a position there where we won't have to deploy any safety, whether it's going to be nice and safe for him to stick there, because we've still got over 15 minutes remaining in this sprint race here for the production cars. Is Tony Quinn or McCutcheon slides the car out there. The game over Camaro. That thing was lively as it went around.
Yeah, so as well is Morale. They're both pushing hard, trying to keep with Kearns. The 25 car won the race earlier on today. The first sprint race went the way of the Kearns CMA Car Mods Australia Mustang, with Mecklem in position number 2, and it was the other Mustang, the number 18 Mustang, with White behind the wheel at the moment, currently in position number 4. That one there that finished 3rd in the race earlier on today. Doesn't look like White's quite able to keep with those top 3 at the moment. But yeah, it's really been an exciting start to this race. Certainly had a bit of drama. Good racing up the pointy end of the field. I noticed Horst in the Speed Cafe BMW has got back through on Piccini, so that a move, a change for 6th position. Piccini remains the class leader in the B1 division, and Griffiths remains the A1 class leader in the Mercedes A45 AMG. Camilleri leads Class C. Jesse Dixon leads in Class D. So all different divisions inside the top 10. Brilliant performance, showing the calibre driver that Jesse Dixon is to be beating several A1 and B class cars is a phenomenal driver, real talent behind the wheel of any racing car. Of course, as you touched on, he won the Shannon Supercar Showdown, the TV show back in the day. Other winners including Todd Hazelwood and Cam Waters, so he's in good company there. And a former Super 2 driver and V8 front runner. He's been away from racing in recent years, but he's found a home back in the production car series and doing very, very nicely out there.
Yeah, they've had to work hard in that car. Race number 1, his co-driver Rob O'Connor had a moment in that car, so they had a little bit of repair to do before this race as well. So they didn't seem too concerned about it. Obviously, he does a lot of driving coaching with Rob as well, so teaming up was obviously going to be a little bit of a natural fact there for the boys. They get around. You always, if you've got someone like that driver coaching you, why not have them at the track with you, driving the same car? You really overlay your data, find out, you know, the different braking markers, how the car feels. And like they said, this was a fairly stock car when they first took it out here and started racing it. So then they've slowly improved that car, just with minor changes there. As you can see, Jarvis now is under all sorts of attack at the moment. I do believe they're going to have 2 drivers in this car, but I think Allen's just going to take this out on his own potentially this weekend.
Holt getting it all cranked sideways on the exit of the corner. He's trying to hold off the Mercedes, but trying to get the little Polo as well. He's having to look forwards and backwards, doesn't know where to look at the moment, but he has slid through and has taken that position. So that moves him up into position number 12. Hasn't the Polo been the quiet achiever of the season? Just plucking away, collecting the points, won the opening round and the opening endurance race of the season at Sydney Motorsport Park. And again, last time out here at Queensland was just in there, getting the points, collecting, sipping them at every possible opportunity. And again, right up the front in Class D. In second currently, the only one ahead is that Jesse Dixon BMW that we were just talking about. Out in front, that lead margin has come down a little bit. It's down to 0.7 of a second, and look under brakes, Morale visibly closing the margin down. So with 6.5 minutes to go, I think this race is far from over, and they're going to catch lap traffic as well late on in this one.
Well, as they work their way through traffic, we are just going to watch this as we go around and be back very shortly. Well, it's all underway as Tony Quinn just hanging out there in 3rd position at the moment. Morale, well, whatever he can do, he's just making those little mistakes, isn't he, Dan? He gets so close on the back of Kearns, and maybe he just misses something like a braking marker or something. But I tell you what, tonight it's going to change everything, though, because we're looking at pit stop strategies. As he goes wide again, turn number 3, doesn't seem to be happy hunting grounds for Morale. We're going to be looking at pit stop strategies. So how much fuel can these bigger cars take compared to the small cars in terms of 3 hours? Will they be able to go for an hour and a half, or will there be 2 pit stops for fuel? Obviously, one's compulsory, got a compulsory time on it, but the second one might be a splash and dash. There might be 10 litres of fuel going, just try and get it home, but it's obviously that travel down pit lane that's really going to hurt them. Or are we going to have some cars that just potentially roll out of it a fraction, try to save some fuel, be a little bit conservative? And what about safety cars? So much. It's going to be a big night of racing at Fighter tonight.
Certainly is. There's lots of strategies to talk about as well in terms of, if there's not many safety cars, the big cars will certainly have to do 2 pit stops. I think if there's limited safety cars, I think everybody will have to do 2 stops. However, the C and D class cars possibly, if there's a lot of safety cars, do have a chance of making it on 1. And that's how the number 9 Mustang won the race last year. It was a bit of a fuel gamble, and it paid dividends for them. So you can win using a slightly different fuel strategy. So we'll be looking out for that later on this evening. Morale has got the rough run of the green in the last half a lap or so in terms of where he's caught traffic. He's made it through there, though, unscathed, past the invited BMW and the number 10 Toyota 86 driven by Geely out there at the moment. Geely on the P plates, relative newcomer to motor racing. Got to have your P's on when you first start, so great to see him in the thick of the action, doing quite nicely at the moment, up in 17th. Nicely done.
Yeah, look, it's working away, and again, we've got all these different categories to play out within this, but as we go through some of this lap traffic, this is where it gets a little bit tricky coming into, especially turns 3, 4, I would say, and down into 6 as well. So they just need to pick their positions here. Our top 3 pretty close there as it's Less than 2 seconds between our top three at the moment as they come around and complete another lap. As we have a look at our double ASA leaderboard. Car leading over Morale, Quinn, White, Gerzakowski to Horst, Pacini, Griffiths, Camilleri and Dixon to round out our top 10 now. The Pacini Motorsports crew, they've been working hard. Last time they had some gearbox heating issues and they had to nurse that home throughout the 2-hour enduro. I reckon they've got that sorted this weekend and shouldn't be any issues with that part of the car after a gearbox change last round, which was after our practice day. So that BMW's looking pretty strong here. Tony Quinn putting it through its paces, or is it Matt McCutcheon? He could be putting it through the paces.
Into turn 3 they go. Morale just a little bit of understeer there mid-corner, but he's got on the pound quite nicely in that second position. Down towards the two left-handers on the circuit they go. To the corner, very nicely done from Morale, just ahead of Quinn in the game over car.
Well, as we continue on here with our Australian production cars, sprint race number 2 for the weekend, and the last couple of minutes still to go as Carr still our leader over Morale and Quinn at the moment. White just outside our top 3, followed by Gerzakowski, and the game over Kamara looks super impressive, and I know they'll be looking to fight back after the last round, but we've added an hour on to what was our race last time. 3 hours to get through tonight. The BMWs seem to be pretty strong when it comes to these big races as well, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. The X-Class BMWs, of course, have won the Bathurst 6-hour since its inception, whether it's an M2, an M4, an M3, all different types of BMWs, but they've gone without defeat in the 6-hour. But in recent times, the Mustangs have been getting stronger and stronger. They finished outright on the podium, one of the Mustangs this year. So it really does show that the Mustangs are certainly in the fight, that's for sure, over the long-distance races these days, and that's been really interesting in the Hi-Tec Oils APC Enduro Championship this year to see the sort of changing of the guard and the Mustangs that really taking the fight. Of course, we haven't had too many BMW M-Class cars in the first couple of rounds, but great to see the Speak FA car out there in force this weekend, currently sitting in position number 6 out there on the racetrack at the moment. But this lead fight continues to ebb and flow, doesn't it? Car leading the way ahead of Morale. They've been toing and froing throughout this race. And the margin officially at the moment, half a second. Let's see if it changes as they come across the line. At the moment, they are gapping Tony Quinn. I'd say he's out of contention now, unless these top two come to blows. They've pulled a 2-second margin on the Camaro driver, so I think it's now a tale of 2.
Well, it's a game of patience at the moment, isn't it? We're just waiting to see. We've seen Morale go a little bit wide on turn number 3 a number of times now, so it's just about keeping that composure down for our drivers at the moment, putting consistent back-to-back laps. They look pretty settled now as they head down the back straight. Our top 3 up on your screen. Car looking pretty comfortable. Morale just takes a slightly different line through there. Potentially that's where they've come unstuck, and the car sliding around a little bit on the exit. Game over Camaro. Yeah, I think, look, we're coming down to the final moments of this race. There's half a minute remaining, and they'll come around and potentially have one more lap after that. It's a bit of a warm-up or a precursor to what we're going to see tonight between all of these cars in the production car series. 26 cars, almost 50 drivers, so there's only a handful of drivers that have decided to do the 3 hours on their own. Most have taken a co-driver into this, which is a good opportunity to share some of the driving and the costs as well involved in production car racing.
It certainly is. As they come out of the final corner, they come across the line to start the final lap of the race. There it is, the board telling us it is the final lap. Car set a PB in sector 1 last lap, but still the margin came down. Morale is right there now. 0.4 of a second, but he's running out of corners, he's running out of opportunities. He does still have, I'd say, the best 3 ahead of him. Turns 3, turn 4 and turn 6 are still to come, but look at the Kearns car. With Car at the wheel, it just pulls away. Lap traffic could play a fact here though, down into the hairpin. Which way is he going to go? Around the Falcon. He's going to go the long way around the outside. That's good, actually. That was on the racing line, so he didn't lose even a millisecond of time as he went around the outside of Ling in the A1 class Falcon. Morale's pushing hard, but I think his time is going to run out. It's too little too late, I think, in this race. He's going to run out of options. Just one more corner to go.
There we go, heading down to turn number 6. Just got to keep patient for one more corner. Morale looks in there, but he's not close enough. He was never going to be there at this point. Carr super consistent out in front in this race. Just doing back-to-back laps, and the checker flag will come out, and Carr will get the win this time over Morale. Quinn not too far behind. Ling will finish his race, but he's back down there in 12th position at the moment. It's been a big day for him and his co-driver. White looks like he's coming forward, the ultimate diesel entry. There we go, White across the line to confirm 4th position, and it's Jarvis in 13th, so they'll finish there. Race number 2, the co-driver event. Grzakowski in the B2 class will be in 5th position. Then it's DeHorst in the X class, BMW home. Now we go 3 wide. This one's going to be interesting. Oh no, Pacini pulls in front. He might even go round the BMW, and look, it's not going to matter because they're already taking over some lap cars there. So Pacini will go outright 7th, but obviously leading our B1 category there for this race.
Derwent did sneak past Geely there on the very final lap of the race, so nicely done in the little Astra, but it's still on further back. This is for position number 8 outright between the A1 Merc of Griffith and the C-Class of Camilleri. In the end, it's going to go the way of the A45. So there for position number 8. Good battle between those two late on. Camilleri really came on strong late in the race, but just didn't have the horsepower to be able to blast by and had to settle for position number 9. But Camilleri, come the endurance race this afternoon, a wily old fox, he will be up there. Finished 2nd outright last time out.
And here's your results. Bradley Carr will take the win over Adrian Morale. Then it's Tony Quinn, Trent White, Ben Grzakowski, make it to Horst, Paul Pacini, Mark Griffiths, Jake Camilleri and Jesse Dixon will round out the overall top 10. Chris Holden 11th and David Ling, Alan Jarvis, Mitch Randall, Emily Casavillo, Greg Wilson, Troy Derwent will be just behind there. That was a nice little, I suppose, overtake right there at the end as well. So I'll be happy to come in the VRX and get that done. Let's have a look at some of the race highlights though, Dan. And there's a couple of things to unfold throughout this. Hyundai highlights here, and great stuff from Morale, who was super fast, and Carr just had to come in behind. White put his nose in for a second there, but look at Jesse Dixon in the background, going on the inside of the dirt to overtake cars in that D-Class car.
There we saw Max Gagan come to an early stop, but it was on in the top 3 early on as Tony Quinn took the fight to Morale. This is a real disappointing story. The number 51 Astra going up in smoke. That was Milford. That's a real shame. It'll be a tough turnaround for them to get that ready for the fight in the night later on this evening. Out in front, the top 2 pulled away from Quinn. Morale threw everything, including the kitchen sink at Carr late on in the race, but it came to no avail. In the end, the victory went the way of the 25 Mustang, that car's 2nd win of the day.
Oh, as you can see, the game over. It's ominous, isn't it, with a big game over logo on it. It's a great-looking Camaro down there. Tony Quinn will wait and confirm that as they get out of the cars. But our winners coming into Australian production cars for their sprint race. They've got 3 hours tonight. It's going to be a massive, I suppose, game as they get down there and decide the pit stops and the driver changes and everything like that. But down in pit lane to have a chat with all of our winners, let's head down to Mel Price.
Correct. Tony Quinn, stuck in the car here. Can we have... Oh, it's not. It's Matt. There we go. They were talking... Sorry, Matt McCutcheon. It was saying Tony Quinn the whole race, and I thought he was sharing the car, and then I thought he'd been greedy and kicked you out, but here you are. So close race there. 3rd place again.
Yeah, no, super happy about it. Obviously, we've been struggling to get off the start line with this car, so to get a clean start and make those early positions was really cool. We're just looking forward to when the sun comes down because this Camaro comes alight at night, so yeah.
So there wasn't much in it then. It looks like you think you've got a little bit more for the next Enduro?
Hopefully when that sun comes down, this car just turns another step on. So looking forward to it. Tony will start for us and then we'll go from there.
I thought he might let you start this time.
No, he wants to start, so we'll have a bit of fun from there.
Oh, well, great drive. We look forward to watching you.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, so it looks like our other competitors have actually turned up. I didn't think you were going to come for a chat, but Oh, sorry. Bradley.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank
2
you.
wins so far. Sorry to run away. It's looking good so far for tonight's race.
Yeah. Look, I thought it was the middle of winter, but it felt like summer out there. But yeah, no, I had a really good run. The car's nice and stable, so we've had a pretty flawless run so far. So looking forward to tonight.
Well, at least it'll be a little bit cooler then.
I hope so.
Who's starting?
Don't know yet. We've got to work that out. One race at a time.
Okay, well done.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, we'll see if we can get Hadrian here, second place. Ooh. Bit hot and bothered there.
Yeah, couldn't get the window down.
So far, so good. What's the plan for tonight's Enduro?
We've got a really good co-driver here between us. We've had a couple of seconds already. I think we can hang in there and do well.
Who's starting?
Haydo. Just in case there's a safety car, we'll put the fast guy in.
He's the TV, he's the movie star, so he can start.
Okay, well done. Over to you, J-Mac.
Down here with Roland, Dane, just having a brief word with Nash Morris. Of course, your drivers, Paul Morris and Brodie Kostecki, a very handy pair of results in the number 1 and 2 driver races earlier today. How are we shaping up for the Enduro?
It should be a bit of fun, actually, later. They both did a great job in their races. Getting Paul came up from 12th to 6th. Brodie, I think, 5th to 3rd. I'm not sure where that pans out for a starting position, but maybe P3 or P4 or something for the Enduro. We'll run Paul first and then put Brodie in for the second half of the race. I'm looking forward to it.
Strategy, it's a high-speed game of chess. How are we looking as far as tyres? How is the car going after those first 2 sprint races and practice and quali sessions?
Car's good. I mean, it's a question of you've got 12 tyres and you've got to juggle them through the 6 races of today and tomorrow. So you've got to use a combination of those. It's just down to how people go about that. We've got our plan. Other people might have a different plan, but you won't know really where that all lands till the final race tomorrow.
And this one might land you in a bit of hot water. Who's your favourite driver to have in the hot seat?
Look, you've got to put Brodie in the hot seat when it's crunch time, really. That's what he's paid to do as a professional driver. Paul's a pensioner almost like me.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Roland, Dane, great to have him here. Team manager there for Paul Morris and Brodie Kostecki. It's going to be all on this afternoon with the 45 minutes Enduro for the TO2 muscle cars. But before we get there, Dan, we've got a 50-minute race now coming up for the Innovation Race cars, which is going to be a massive one this afternoon. Some of the, I suppose they're like a GT4 car, these things, aren't they? Super impressive, V8 powered, Australian made, all the same chassis. They've got the Mark 1, Mark 2 cars, the earlier iterations of these vehicles as well, and we're about to go racing. 50 long minutes, yes, it's a huge race. Innovation Race cars, they absolutely love this endurance style. It's their round 4 of racing as part of the Hi-Tec Qd Super Series. We wait for the lights to go out, and look, it's a rolling start, and away we go. Todd moves in super quick. Will get away, and Emery will just get in behind with Flack right behind that. Donaldson, Goodacre, Hollinger, they're all in there. The only one missing this weekend is Danny Studdard, who I'm sure is watching us, and a big shout out to him, of course, but we've got the New Zealander who's come and got in the hot seat of his car, Parker, who's come across the ditch.
Glad to see this category round on round. We keep seeing more and more cars. It's absolutely fantastic to see 11 here this weekend as they roar down to the braking zone for the first time at the end of the straight. Got a couple of moves further back as the number 66 of John Goodacre looks up the inside of Hollinger. So the 2 Johns together, and there's a spinner. No. It's the 23 of John Hollinger, so maybe the 2 Johns actually came together down there as Hollinger drives around the board and rejoins the race circuit. There's damage as well for another one of the Innovation Race cars. It's just pulled off to the inside of the circuit. I think that was Brian Finn in the number 82 car. So there's drama already on the opening lap of this race, but no drama for Jeff Taunton. He's got a little bit of a margin out there out front head of Jeff Emery and Adrian Flack. So lots of drama on the opening lap. Donaldson up to position number 4. John Goodacre in 5th, head of Parker, Leithhead, Basile, Gibland, and then the other 2 are limping back around to the start line. Bit of a mid-corner brake application there from Flack just to settle the car, the bright blue Innovation Race car. But that's the damage I saw on the front of the Finn machine, so that is significant damage. Bonnet has been ripped off and the front right wheel is facing at the complete wrong angle. angle as they head on down through turn number 3. Here's a replay then of what happened. The two Johns did touch. Hollinger went around and Finn ran into the back of Goodacre. So that's what ripped the bonnet off. Goodacre's got a bit of right rear damage as well. But that was a big hit for Brian Finn.
Yeah, obviously very modular, like you see in, I suppose, in the modern supercars as well. That we saw last time, that front end got changed very, very quickly at Goodacre after a big incident last round. And so it's very repairable for the cars, but at the start of a 50-minute race, not what you want. It would have been preferable in the sprint race to have that time to turn the car around. And that's so unfortunate for Finn, who's really just joined us when it comes to the innovation race cars. It's purchased the Danny Stutter car that started the season, and Danny went into a new one, and obviously involved in getting these built here in Australia. They can turn them around in about 6 weeks, these cars, from start to finish. They keep a number of materials on the shelf and they just get assembled, put together, and the different body types that we've got out there, so they're based on some of the production style cars. It's sort of got that AMG feel about it, a bit of a Mustang feel about some of them, but you know, there's new things happening when it comes, obviously, to innovation race cars, and there's always things evolving in the background.
Oh, yeah, it certainly is.
Oh, no.
There's not much evolution on that at the moment. The team are not getting to work. That damage is really, really significant for Brian Finn. Recently stepped out of Vic V8's, a multiple-time champion in Vic V8's. Great to have him a part of the series. It suits him, to be honest. Big V8, rear-wheel drive car. Of course, he's got a few more driving aids in these machines, traction control and ABS, but his race has come to a premature halt in just his second weekend. Speaking of ABS, actually, Jeff Taunton in the race earlier on today was leading for much of it, but fell back late on. Sadly for Taunton, his ABS wasn't working for him late in the race, and it meant that he was a sitting duck to those two cars behind late on in the race. So Jeff Emery took the race victory earlier on today ahead of Adrian Flack, with Taunton coming home in position number 3. But the Queenslanders enjoying themselves out there. Top 3 in race number 1 and sitting 1, 2 and 3 out there at the moment as well. So Queensland is going well at home.
Oh, you'd expect. There's a lot of opportunities here at Queensland Raceway, isn't it? And I think the innovation race cars, the great thing is they probably slot into a bit of an invitational class amongst most of the local racing as well, so they can get out there and get a number of laps in. But it is more of a GT3, I suppose, 4-style car, these things. The later, the full innovation race cars have all the paddle shift as well as all the ABS, all that sort of thing. Obviously, the Mark 1 and Mark 2 cars are a little bit more agricultural, but they're still there, and the power-to-weight ratio very similar. I've talked more about these cars. Let's head down to pit lane with Mel Price.
Brian Finn, a very banged-up looking number 82. What was the story behind that?
Well, it looked like John Hollinger had a spin coming out of 3, and then Goodacre sort of went sideways in front of him, and he was straight in front of me, so I hit him. So.
Yeah, the racing's getting really, really close in this category, isn't it now? More cars and really, really tight.
Yeah, and of course it's very close in the first lap, so if someone makes a mistake, it's hard to avoid them.
Well, the good thing about these cars is that most of the time they're easier to repair than a lot of others, so fingers crossed it's not too much work and we see you back out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you can tell there's a little bit of disappointment in the voice there, Dan, isn't there? But, I mean, although it looks fairly ominous, I suppose, that damage, we've seen a lot worse repaired overnight. It was there contact? Is that Flack who's gone off in the background in the local surge entry?
Just looked like he was in far too deep, lining up a move on Jeff Emery, and he ended up firing himself off the road down there. He's lost the place to Axel Donaldson in the Mark II Mustang, so he was just in a bit too late. I think here's a replay.
Yeah, that angle, they're not touching, are they, at all? He's just potentially just looking around the outside and just doesn't pay off for him there. We've seen a few people down to turn number 4.
I think that was good heads-up driving, to be honest. You know, he could have committed to the corner and then T-boned the side of Jeff Emery, but he thought better of it. Thought, I'll open up the steering and just fire straight on. So, yeah, great heads-up driving there from Flack, who's a newcomer to the series. Of course, has been racing nationally in many different categories over the year. Great to have him a part of the Innovation Race Cars series. Out in front, this man is leading the way. He's just gone purple in sector number 1. The margin out front out to 1.7 seconds. But these two are pretty much matching each other out there at the moment. As we see, the fight for third is on. Flack's recovered, and he's quickly on the tail of Donaldson. So Donaldson in an older spec car, effectively. We've got Mark 1s out there, Mark 2s, and then the newer innovation race cars. Donaldson behind the wheel of a Mark 2 Mustang, and Flack gets all squirrely through turn 4, just running a little bit offline. It's pretty dirty out there. Lots of debris offline around Queensland Raceway at the moment, but he's applying the blowtorch to the tail of Donaldson. And Donaldson was saying to me, just there's a lot more aero on my Mustang, so the innovation race cars are a lot faster in a straight line, and we can see that here on pit straight. Flack closed the margin down, but this is where Donaldson will be a bit faster through the long, loaded, fast right-handers.
Yeah, well, potentially Donaldson, yeah, that aero is really going to assist him here. As you can see, a little bit more going on further down the pack. As we can see, Hollinger just holding out. Oh, he's just got in front of Lathead there at the moment. That's a good little move there. We saw him with that spin, which put him right at the back of the pack in the early parts of this race. Luckily, I don't think too much contact made with that car. He was, you know, crossing his fingers a bit earlier down in pit lane when we went and spoke to him, just saying, oh, it's got to go. You know, qualifying didn't quite go as well as I'd hoped it would, and it's all a little bit of a luck because he's been coming into this leading the championship as well, John Hollinger, by the slimmest 1-point margin, only one. That's overall, of course. These innovation race cars started off with a sprint round, then they've gone to a longer endurance round format, then back to a sprint round. So basically all of our odd rounds are going to be a sprint round. All of our even rounds turn into an endurance round here for the innovation race cars. So, you know, we can start to put a few of those points together and figure this out for you. But yeah, overall for the year, it's 1 point difference.
Well, it was before race 1 this morning, so Taunton has now taken the series lead, and Emery with his victory also takes second position. So they are so tight at the moment, the top 3 in the championship, Taunton, Emery and Hollinger. They've been the marks of consistency. Great that we've had so many race victors as well in the first 3 rounds of the series. 5 different winners as the Mark 1 cars are going side by side through turn number 1. The double 3 of Basil and Gibland. Sorry, no, that's not Gibland, that's Leithhead going the long way around. That is tough to do, but great driving from both of them. They're both looking at each other as they head down towards the hairpin. Who's going to be last of the breakers? It's going to be Leithhead, ultra late on the brakes, but he's around the long way. He's going to go for the cutback. This is good driving between both of these parties. But Leithhead, of course, he was caught up in that big accident at turn number 1 in the last round early in the weekend, and that saw him see out the rest of the Queensland Raceway running. So while a lot of these guys around him have got a round running under their belts, he's sort of playing catch-up early on this weekend. But great to see Leithhead back, because there's a lot of work to do on that Mustang. For those that didn't see it, there was a turn 1 incident very similar to what we saw in TA2 actually, where a car was spun ahead of him, and then he's come through as the complete innocent bystander and found himself collected in the accident. So great to see him back after a challenging round here at Queensland Raceway last time out.
Yeah, and they're going to continue this little battle on. Oh, no, have a look at him slide the car out. Lathead really pushing it. Brake lock up his head onto the dirt. He's into the gravel, into the kitty litter. The car's going to pull up fine. It's not going to get anywhere near that wall, but potentially to see him not try and turn that and carry on out the back. What's wrong with this car? Are we seeing an Control-Alt-Delete? Are we going to try and see if this car can get restarted at the moment? You can see that's just the brakes smoking. No surprise there. I mean, we're just over 10 minutes into this race. They're going to be very, very warm because the race pad's in there as well. They're designed to do that, but brake lights are on, but we're not even seeing the wheel spinning like he's trying to drive out of this gravel trap. And will this bring out the ominous safety car? That is the question.
I heard it even try and fire it in the gravel traps. I'm not sure if the car cut out there as he went into turn number 2. Either way, he's out there beached on the outside of turn number 2. I feel if he had power, he'd have just simply driven onto the grass and back out. So he's going to try and refire it out there with remaining green at the moment around the course. And Flack is absolutely flying. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:10.2 for Adrian Flack. He is going to try and close back in on Jeff Emery. Of course, he was right up behind him until a couple of laps ago, and he went spearing off the road at turn number 4. And that's the man in the local search car, car number 20. He's had a few different drivers behind the wheel so far this year, but great to see Flack as part of the Innovation Race Car Series this weekend as we jump on board through turn number 4. I believe this is Parker as the safety car has been called. We can see the flashing yellow LEDs around the circuit, and the cars have buttoned off their pace. Safety car is deployed. I think that's the only decision that could have been made. That number 67 Mark 1 Ford Focus was not refiring, and the safety car the only decision there.
Yeah, not much you can do about that one, is it? That turn 2, probably, again, not the best place to be, because we potentially see another car shoot off there. That could be an issue there. So, look, our race control, they're going to do what they need to do. We're going to recover this car out of the race to sand trap now. Lathan, unfortunately, beach there at the moment, but we won't be too far away from getting this race back underway. Until then, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Still 37 minutes remaining in this Innovation Race Cars. Well, we just wait for our recovery now that the safety car has been deployed out here, and look to get way out there. Potentially, it's going to be a tilt tray problem there, because we haven't seen any wheel movement, like you starting the car and trying to engage a gear. So we're going to assume that all drive lost in that vehicle, which means we've got to get the truck out there. So it's not as easy as some of our recovery, I suppose, where they normally just pull him out of the sand. Unless they can get him to a safety point somewhere around that barrier, just get him out of the way and get the driver out of the car. But look, this is going to bunch him back up too. Taunton leaning over Emery at the moment. Now, Flack had that little incident earlier where we went back behind Donaldson going into turn number 4. That's really closing that gap down, and have a look at the times. He's the fastest out there by 0.3 of a second, Flack. So as long as he can maintain the temperature in those tyres, they may have found the sweet spot for that car as they head into this. 36 minutes remaining. We're not quite there at the halfway point of this 50-minute race, but now a couple of issues already, and unfortunately Finn was the big one at the start of the race, wasn't it? That incident was massive, and, you know, probably looks a lot worse than what it is in terms of the damage there. A lot of the splitter work there, that the air intakes there for the engine, and the ducting for the wheel as well. And the wheel on the right-hand side front, that was turned away. Like, the steering arms definitely need to be replaced and everything in that car. But I'd say the crew amongst them all, the Innovation Race Cars crew and the team they've got down there, that's probably substantially a couple of hours repair.
It's going to be pretty tight to see if they can... of course, this final race of the day, they don't need to worry about another race there. I'm just thinking about the schedule, of course. The focus is being pulled off the race circuit. We're only a third of the way through this race, an endurance race for these guys. We will see some driver changes in a few minutes' time. Not all of the cars have second drivers, just 3 of the cars this weekend have elected to have a second driver, so we will see that come into effect in the not too distant future. So that'll be a talking point for us when this race resumes. But let's go through the order then. Jeff Taunton is leading the way at the moment. He clean swept around here at Queensland Raceway when we were here last. 2 pole positions, 4 race victories. It was a really good display from him. Jeff Emery didn't qualify. He couldn't get out for qualifying on the Friday afternoon, and that really put him on the back foot for the remainder of the weekend. He got a few reasonable results, but he could never really fight at the front, because by the time he got towards the front, the top couple of cars had pulled a significant margin. So it's good to see Jeff right in and amongst them again this weekend, and very much in and amongst them by taking race number 1 of the weekend earlier on today. Flack on debut, running strongly inside the top 3. Donaldson in the Mark II Mustang, outperforming that slightly older car in position number 4. He sat in position number 4 in race 1 earlier on today, but sadly fell off the road, spun all by himself, and undid all of that good work, finished around about outside the top 5.
Well, here we are, Innovation Race Cars, and we have managed to get Lathed out of the gravel trap at turn number 2. They put him in a nice little safe spot there, the little shortcut as they go into turn number 4. But hopefully they're going to see if they can reignite that car. But oh no, driver getting out. That's very, very unfortunate there. But they want to get this race back underway as our safety crew. Great to have everyone joining us here for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. So they might want to pull the handbrake on that one. I wouldn't want to see that roll in the way as the race goes on once we get back, get a bit of motion going. But no, we're happy to see that roll. It'll stop. Look at that, slowing down now.
Yes, indeed. That's a good thing. It goes down for a couple of metres, then back up before it rejoins the track on the other side. So that has come to a halt all by itself, which is good to see. There it is, the Lathed and Lathed car, the two Lathed set to share that one, but sadly they won't be doing so in this race. But the driver changes not too far away. You might be able to hear some noises in the background, some tyres squealing and screeching. There is some drifting going on the skid pan just behind where we are on pit straight. So that's what you may hear in the headphones throughout the day. They're certainly enjoying themselves out there.
It's all entertainment here at Queensland Raceway. The sun is shining, and why wouldn't you be basking in this glorious weather that we've got here in Brisbane? QR always turns it off. Of course, the fight in the night's going to go through till just after 8 p.m. tonight with 3 hours of endurance racing for our Australian production cars. We've still got, though, that massive Enduro. 45 minutes for our TA2 muscle car as well. And of course, also in the house this weekend is the KIF 1A organisation who are here this weekend. Dan, I mean, great to have them supporting a rare cause there, and something that a lot of people know about. So supporting them, and there's some great prizes there if people want to donate. You can find more if you want to go through our Hi-Tec Oils web pages, and of course through our social media posts. We're about to get this race back underway, and Emery is taunting basically, isn't he, over the back of him? Have a look at him just putting the car in the right-hand mirror and saying, I am here. Flack leaves a little bit of room there, and I don't think that's a bad decision at the moment. Just let this race get back underway, because we know when his tyres come up to temperature, he's got himself a couple of tenths over the rest of the field in some clean air. So maybe let's just see how this all gets started. Donaldson goes a little bit wider now. So have a look at Parker. Hollinger couldn't stay with him on the restart there. But Hollinger, he won't be happy about being that far back. That spin early in the race will, a bit of red mist, I would say, has descended inside the visor as Emery has a look down the inside into turn number 3. But I don't think that's where it's going to happen at this point. It's a little bit wide there for Taunton. He might have seen that just open it up. I think maybe misjudged how close Emery was.
I think Emery was just sort of showing the nose, maybe forcing the error from Taunton, but Taunton's wise to that. He's been around this game for a while. He's wise to manoeuvres like that. He's not going to fall for a cheap trick like that one. In fact, it's Emery that's made the mistake through the second of the left-handers, and Flack might send one to the inside under brakes here at the final corner. Not quite close enough. Had a big look though. Certainly the biggest look he's had for second position in this race so far, and Emery slightly twitchy on the exit of the corner as well. So the intensity certainly lifted here on the restart, but the fighting between these two has allowed Jeff Taunton to pull a little bit of a margin, a comfortable margin out at the head of the field as they go through turn 2. It is certainly dirty out there still as they roar onto the back straight, and these V8s certainly do roar, don't they, as they head towards the hairpin. Again, this time it's Emery not showing the nose to try and overtake Taunton, this time showing the nose to try and defend from the local search car directly behind it. Looking left, looking right. Great to see Flack come into this series and be right up the pointy end straight away, and he's going for it. A big lunge, a late lunge. Emery had to open up the steering there to avoid collision. That was a good heads-up driving from the experienced GT3 driver. They just about got away scot-free there, but an aggressive, hard move from Flack has paid dividends.
I don't think Emery expected that, did he? Because he went to turn in like normal. I mean, the reflex is unbelievable there to see. He takes the turn number 7 into pit lane. Oh, look, a bit of a wiggle there under brakes too. So this is where we're going to start seeing those driver changes. It might be a good point for him as Flack goes by. Taunton still leading this race. Now we'll start to see a little bit of strategy played out in this 50-minute Enduro. No one willing to do it there, were they, when the safety car was on, deciding that they would do it just after the safety car. We'll wait and see how this all starts to play out as they make their way in. So there's going to be some race leaders, and we're going to have to see what they decide to do and how long they're in pit lane.
So Parker has come in as well. Our eagle-eyed viewers would have probably seen. So he's also in the lane. That's the New Zealander, another debutant here this weekend. These two will be thinking, let's get some clear air, particularly Jeff Emery after losing the place to Flack. He'd be thinking, right, rather than looking at the rear end of that car, let's come in, reset, redo the tyre pressures. That's what they'll all be doing, just bring the tyre pressures back down again, and then go out, set a couple of fast laps and try and do an undercut.
Well, Parker very experienced this New Zealand because it's the 1 hour series, isn't it, over there, which we saw. I think Goodacre's gone over there and done that as well as Danny Studdard. So they're racing a 1 hour series, 50 minutes. They've got to have a little black book, I'd say, which has given them a bit of help in the strategy as well. And I can see some of the boards coming out, which means they are starting to call a few drivers that we'll see this start to fill pit lane very, very shortly there. So it's a minute 28 at the moment for Emery. Parker a minute 25. We'll keep an eye on those pit lane times, see if there's any advantage from some of the drivers as they pull in. There'll be a minimum pit stop time as well. As Taunton needs to watch out because Flack is closing that gap down. Have a look at that, 0.3 of a second in the last lap once again.
That safety car could not have come at a more perfect time for Flack, could it? He just got back out the gravel, he just regrouped, he just reclaimed third position, and then the safety car comes out as he was going purple in all sectors, and he has continued that speed after the safety car restart as well, overtaking Emery and is blasted onto the tail of Taunton. We were saying Taunton had a comfortable margin at the end of the first lap. That has been eradicated. It is now well under a second. Flack's gone purple in sector number 1. He's gone 0.3 of a second faster than Taunton in the middle sector, and again a couple of tenths faster in the final sector. It's under half a second now.
Oh, just have a look. Pit stop time, just over 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 4 for Emery. 2 minutes and 1 from start to finish for Parker. So that's pretty there. Hollander's now coming to the pit lane as well and starting to get that done.
That's pretty good from Parker to be only 1.8 seconds off the transit time of 2 minutes. Emery, 4.1 seconds of extra transit time in a battle where he's really fighting amongst these race leaders. 4.1 seconds. That could be crucial. We'll remember that amount of time when these two come into the pits. But out there now, if I was Flack, I'd be tempted to come in this lap. I think I probably would, because he's losing time behind Taunton, and that's going to bring Emery back in the game when Emery is back out on the circuit, which actually, of course, he is now. So that is going to change out there at the moment. Hollinger currently in the lane, as you say. He's been in for about 1 minute, so 1 minute still to go. Of course, with the Flacks, unlike Taunton and unlike Emery, they will change. So Adrian behind the wheel at the moment. He will hand over to Damien Flack for the second half of this race. So maybe they're thinking, maybe keep the faster of the two drivers in. I'm not entirely sure what their logical thinking is, keeping the car out there at the moment, but that's potentially what I'm thinking. Maybe you keep the faster of the two drivers if Adrian is indeed the faster of two. Of course, we haven't seen them in full race trim together as it's their first round, so it's interesting to see how they play it. But a large majority of the field are now either completing or have completed their pit stops out there at the moment. So Donaldson, the latest to come in the Axles Mark II Mustang. As we see one of the vehicles, I think that's Gillison heading out there now in the 702 machine. He's taken over from the Kiwi James Parker. So good to see Daniel Gillison out there. As up the inside comes the number 20 machine, and that is because the 95 of Taunton has brought his Mustang into the lane. This is a crucial part of this race.
I think Taunton knew that though. Like he doesn't have the speed for Flack at the moment. He's already been out there. He knows probably under attack and potentially slowing him down a bit too, as he's having to be a little bit defensive there to try and hold on to that position. Time to come in now and just get that done, especially if we're not seeing a driver change in that car. That's going to be the big advantage there. And I'm just having a look, 2:02 there for Hollinger. So only 1 second slower for pit lane transit time over Gillison, the team at Gillison as well. So that's a good little stop there for John Hollinger, who hasn't done the driver change. So we go into the second half stint, you're going to say. We're under 20 minutes now, so we're over halfway of this 50-minute race. Just under 19 minutes remaining in Innovation Race Cars, and they've been a fantastic addition to the Hi-Tec All Super Series in 2025. We debuted them, I suppose, as part of our series at Winter Motor Raceway, and we've seen a few cars start to increase the fields. Even seen the likes of a couple of the GT3 cars that were invited. The Porsches came and joined us last round as well. Great category to watch. Some of the more, I suppose, the Mark cars that were the first iterations of this have been part of it as well.
A long one for Donaldson. He left his pit spot with 2 minutes on the clock, and it took him a further 8.5 seconds to get to the end of the lane, so that was certainly a slow one for him. And he's dropped behind Gillison and Hollinger. Let's not forget he was fourth outright before the pit stop sequence commenced. As you point out that John Goodacre has come into the lane, and we can see that swinging in just ahead of Taunton.
Well, watch Taunton, 146. So if they've got it right, they get that window right, he's got less than 10 seconds. So they've let him out of pit lane. They would have been practicing this a little bit early during the practice sessions. How long from their pit bay to pit exit? And they're going to cut this fine, I think. Oh, no, it's gone over 2 minutes. So Taunton well and truly in the safe factor. 2:06. So he's lost a couple of seconds there.
Here we go, the rejoin with Jeff Emery. These two locked in combat with Flack just before. Taunton has come out. I'd say it's pretty much the exact same margin as it was before the safety car sequence, but Emery, with the roasting hot tyres, is just closed in through the first couple of corners. Of course, the 95 of Taunton has got slightly cooler tyres. It's not been changed wheels or anything like that, but in the course of 2 minutes being stationary in the pit, tyres are going to cool a little bit, and it will take about half a lap for them to get back up to temperature.
Really what we're watching here is Flack, who's leading the race at the moment, but has not done a pit stop with a 32-second lead over Brazil. Goodacre right behind there, who's in the pits at the moment, so we'll expect Taunton and Emery to come round and take that position off them very, very shortly. But Flack, can he open up enough of a gap? Blistering pace at the moment. Best lap time of the race, a 1:10.238 from Flack. Going to be handing it over to his co-driver very shortly, but how long will they hold on for with 16 minutes remaining in this race? As Goodacre leaves pit exit. Where are we at? He's already gone 2 minutes. This one's going to be close at 2:02 for Goodacre. Travel time through the pit, so that just says clear of the 2 minute mark. That won't be any penalties imposed there by the looks of things. But Flack choosing to stay out for another lap. How far can they go? There is a compulsory pit stop. It doesn't matter what happens, even if they choose not to change drivers, it is a compulsory pit stop they must take in a window. Those minutes are ticking down now, so it's getting smaller and smaller, but car must be in a happy place. You leave your number one driver out there at the moment. We'll continue to watch those times, though. Fastest sector times in sector 2 and 3, where the car's been super impressive and just in a bit of fresh air, and that might be the decision, Dan. We've got fresh air at the moment. Why change things like that? Because they're going to come out in a battle at the moment with Taunton and Emery, no matter what happens.
Yeah, correct, absolutely. I thought the undercut was going to be the strategy, but it looks like the overcut is the strategy that they have gone for. Out there on the circuit, Taunton and Emery remain separated by 1.1 seconds. So it's pretty much as it was when they exited the lane. They're not spending time fighting each other out there, as we can see on the screen now. So that means that they're also setting flying laps all by themselves, as Flack has come into the lane at the end of that lap. So we see him trundling down the lane towards his pit box. It's crucial to get out as close to 2 minutes as you possibly can. We've spoken about that transit time. Mel's down there looking at what they are going to do. It looks like tyre pressures. The driver change, of course, for the Flack combination. So this is interesting as well. This is a different element, of course, to the other two drivers. As
I'm looking at times, mate. Taunton is taking purple sectors off of Flack every time he goes around. Now taking the third sector off him and a personal best in sector 2. So I think they're definitely on the headset to Taunton going push, push, push. Flack is in. Let's close this minute gap down. We had the lead before. Can we get it back?
absolutely. Taunton then now on the lead lap. That's important. That is important. Meanwhile, Flack still has a minute to serve in the lane. This is going to be mighty close. This is the crucial part of this race. Taunton is trying to set PB sectors out there at the moment. And Mel, you're down there with one of our contenders.
It's here with Adrian Flack. Not a bad first race effort. You've gone out in your first race and brought the car in pole position for the pit stop.
Yeah, it was a really good race, to be honest. Chasing Jeff and the guys in front for a start, it was pretty full on. They were very fast. Had a couple of close calls. I nearly tagged the back of him, so I had to avoid him both times. Fortunately, we missed him, which is great. Brought the car back straight, and now it's up to Dane to do the rest.
And he keeps trying to get in the wrong side of the car.
Yeah, it's the running Porsches for so long, I think. But no, he'll be right. He'll get out there and do what he does. He's done this a lot in the past, so full faith in him.
So how much fun are you having driving this car?
Yeah, it's great, to be honest. They're so different to everything that we play with so far in the past, you know, but the V8 sound underneath you, rumbling away as you come out of the corners, try not to light the tyres up too hard, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, well, you certainly hit the ground running. It looks like it's going to be an exciting finish to the first Enduro.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Hopefully Dane does his job and we'll be all smiles at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, while that's happened, he's rejoined 202 through pit lane, and that's a 4 seconds advantage he's got over Taunton, and that's just in the pit lane stop.
Oh, he's in a bit deep there, though, at turn number 3. You can hear the brakes squealing, protesting there. So Damien now behind the wheel of the machine. And that margin is coming down at the moment just because those tyres have cooled off a little bit after spending 2 minutes stationary in the lane. So look at that, the margin. You said 4 seconds. It's well under that now. It's within a second. So the gap has come down and Emery is closing in as well, just behind. So this could be a three-way fight towards the end of this race. The margin is now nil. It is on for the race lead. Flack comes out the final corner with Taunton right on his hammer. The top 3 split by just 1.7 seconds with 11 minutes to go in this race. It is an endurance race. For some it's a 2-driver race, but it's coming down to a 10-minute sprint at the end. Who's your money on, everybody watching at home or around the racetrack? This is going to be a nail-biter.
And look, I don't think it's too much about the tyres at the moment. Taunton didn't do a driver change. Got his eye in. You've already got almost 40 minutes of driving, right? You've got all your braking markers and he knows exactly where he needs to be. Very confident in the car as well because you've been out there doing laps. You've seen the changing conditions. You've seen the dirt on the track. You know where the risks are. Whereas we saw that Flack, well, as they've changed over to the brother, is that he's now got to regroup. He's got to reset. He hasn't been out there since this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. As they just come through the left-handers, looks to me like Flack's just still looking a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit of a twitch through mid-corner turn number 4. And Emery sends it late up the inside. I didn't think he was going to initially, but he late on went for the apex up the inside of Flack. Flack had to open the door, so a bit of a return to serve. 15 all you could potentially say there after the big dive that Adrian Flack lunged up the inside at turn 4. Emery returns the favour to the other Flack. Damien Flack now behind the wheel had to open up the steering and loses a place, falling down to position number 3. So it's been all change after the pit stops. It's back to as we were early on in this race. Taunton from Emery from Flack. And now Taunton's in front. He's putting the hammer down, putting the pedal to the metal, and has gone purple in sector number 1. So Taunton, the championship leader after this morning's race, is keen to extend the margin. He wants another victory. He wants his 6th of the season, and he's going about it in the right way. Behind that, the Gillison and James Parker combination in the 702 machine, the big benefactors of the pit stop sequence, moving up to position number 4 ahead of John Hollinger. John Goodacre as well in position number 6, and Axel Donaldson, the big loser, was 4th prior to those pit stops. He's fallen down to position number 7 in the Mark 2 Mustang, the 111 machine, the Axles earth-moving machine. There it is at the back of the shot with the green machine, the new livery for John Goodacre this weekend. And he's putting that to good use up the inside at turn number 1 of one of our Mark 1 lapped cars. That's the 33 of O'Brien, who's just gone 1 lap down on those 2 machines. But Donaldson looks to me like he is coming back on John Goodacre.
Well, Goodacre had to go there and put fresh livery on, didn't he? They put a new front end on that car last time, and he said from a distance we thought they had rewrapped that car overnight, but up close they'd actually used a lot of very similar coloured race tape to get that just going for the second day of racing and competition. So, you know, he's rewrapped that car, made it look beautiful once again for this next round of the race. Of course, it's round number 4, the endurance round for the innovation race cars as well. It's all about getting some laps under your belt here at the Hi-Tec Qd Super Series round 4 Queensland Raceway. It's, you know, we've gone back-to-back QR, but I think changing one from a sprint format to an endurance format really changes it up for all of our competitors out there and all of our categories that are coming to be part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, as we'll run through our AASA leaderboard once again. Jeff Taunton leading us at the moment with Emery right behind. Flack is now back in third. Gillison, Hollinger, Goodacre up on your screen with Donaldson right behind by less than 1 second. And he closes that down now to 6.5 tenths. Oh, it's going so close, but Taunton back out in the lead. But Flack, change of driver. The question is, can Daniel Flack really regroup and get that car firing once again?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see in the final 7 minutes of this race. Gillison is only about 5 seconds behind at the moment with 7 minutes remaining. We've spoken about the fact this is an endurance round. We should say there's an overall championship, but there is also a sprint championship and an endurance championship. Every alternate round, it's one or the other. So we've gone sprint, enduro, sprint, and this is round 2 of the endurance championship. Now, it must be said, it must be noted, Taunton actually missed the opening round of the endurance championship. So the series leader in that regard is Danny Studdard, who is also not here this weekend. So John Hollinger and John Crossing have been the front runners in that one. So of the returning drivers from the endurance round, it's actually John Hollinger leading the way as the 777 has had an off-track excursion. That appears to me to be Gregory, who has regrouped and got back out there and is trying to get rid of some of the dust offline by braking heavily. And that's good heads-up driving, that, as he heads down towards turn number 4. What you don't want to do is rejoin the track with all gravel and debris in your front splitter. You apply the brakes on the racing line. The gravel trap goes all over the racetrack, effectively turns turn 4 into a gravel trap. All those behind then spear off the road. So great heads-up driving to get rid of all of that gravel off the racing line, out of harm's way.
Yeah, not the first time to do a couple of laps around a racetrack, is it? It definitely knows what's going on there, Gregory. As you can go back to, here we go, our leader at the moment, Taunton, just coming around. Looks like that's unfortunate mistake there will mean he'll get a lap down potentially there. Plenty of speed going on. Let's have a look at the gap now back to Emery now. That's gone out to 2.4 seconds, although Emery just took a couple of hundreds off of that. So they've really got into their rhythm now. Just over 5 minutes remaining in this Innovation Race Car 50-minute endurance race here at Queensland Raceway.
Of course, it's an endurance theme, isn't it? We've got the TA2 Enduros. We've got the APC Endurance Championship as well. They're 3-hour fights in the night later, and Innovation Race Cars. So 3 of our 4 regular categories running endurance races here this weekend, and that's really good to see. An endurance theme as Supercars, of course, heads into its season of endurance. It's that time of year, isn't it? Gillison absolutely flying out there at the moment. Purple, sector 1, last lap through. He's got the margin down to Flack to under 2 seconds, so we could see the fight for third late on in this race. It's going to be an exciting one to look out for. Out front, the margin between Taunton and Emery remains relatively similar. It's around about 3 seconds at the moment. Here is the local search car, sideways again, midway through the corner. That car looks a real handful out there at the moment for Damien Flack, and that is why Gillison has got the carrot dangling in front of him, a bright blue carrot, let's put it that way. But he is hounding him, catching him lap upon lap, 1.4 seconds now. There's no doubt he's going to catch him before the end of this race, but will he be able to overtake him and finish top 3?
Yeah, he's definitely going to be on that back splitter, isn't he? Tucked under that wing, but going to have to look for an opportunity, and it's how much Flack wants to get a little bit defensive, as well as some of these lap cars are going to come into play as well. As you can see, he puts the indicator on, definitely wants him to know he's turning right coming into turn number 3, but Flack's getting into the groove, and I feel like, you know, he hasn't done as many laps as his brother. Took him just a few laps to feel a bit comfortable back in the car when you had a little bit of time out of it. And here we go, we get on board now. This is with Gillison. Hunting down. Oh, look how close he is to the local search entry of Flack now.
Flack's got caught behind a lap traffic, so he's going to have to try and find his way through on Gregory. He's going to look to the inside, doesn't want to be hung out to dry on the outside, but look who's going to follow him through. Gillison fires up the inside as well, so the fight for third is now on. The margin has been eradicated as they come out the final corner with 3 minutes to go.
Have a look at how much Flack's actually moving the front steering wheel around. You can see him really fighting the car. He's wrestling with it, almost like the tyres just don't want to grip in the rear of that car. You can see there how much input he's putting in, just having to hold out. And it was really that onboard shot from Gillison where you could tell just gingerly getting on the throttle there as the car just tried to step out sideways. This is going to be a fantastic fight for third to round out the podium at the moment. Taunton and Emery, they've checked out. They're 8 seconds in front of this battle that we've got going on for third place. Taunton's got a 3-second lead over Emery. So, you know, without anything happening there, that one could play itself out. We move the mirror. Oh, now we can see what's going on behind. The mirror moving around for Gillison, but he needs to keep his eyes focused on the car in front. It is pretty bright. You almost need to put the shades on there with the sun beaming down off the local search entry. And let's have a look as they head down to turn number 6. Goes wide, grabs the ripple strip. It's all about breaking into here, where he can gain just a tenth of a second. Oh no, and Flack, was there a moment there? Potentially a brake lock up for just a second. And Gillison almost had to just watch out as he went a little bit wide, and they'll complete another lap. And we've got less than 2 minutes remaining in this Innovation Race Car Saturday afternoon, 50-minute Enduro, and it's getting exciting now.
Certainly is. Oh, Gillison using all the road and a bit more, dropping 2 wheels through the grass out there on the outside of the first corner. Great to see a good crowd here at Queensland Raceway this weekend. The paperclip has been busy recently, hasn't it? We had our last round here, Supercars were here last week, and now of course we are back with this one, and the big one is to come. The 2 big ones later on today. The TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series presented by Maritimo there. 50-minute endurance race, and then of course as well the Fight in the Night 3-hour endurance race for the production cars. But between them and now we also have the Super Tin Tops category as well for their final race of the day. Looking forward to that one. Plenty of action as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. But Jeff Taunton is a busy man out there on the racetrack, but he has pulled away from Emery in recent laps.
Yeah, I was just seeing there the last lap board coming out now. So this will be our final lap of the race, and Taunton just settling the car down as it moves already. Those tyres, we really heard them hurting before, didn't we? They were howling as they came into some of these corners, and Taunton now, it's just under 3 seconds over Emery, but we're going to the last few corners. They come around turn number 3. 3 more to go. And then number 95, Ken Taunton bring this one home. An endurance win here this afternoon at Queensland Raceway for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series Innovation Race Cars. We keep our eyes on the leader. It goes back to Emery, Flack, and then it's half a second back to Gillison. It's a real fight for third position that's going to be happening, and you're going to see that in the background. Final corner for Taunton. Gets on the brakes. We don't see any errors. No, pulls the car up nicely. Gets it turned in. The car very stable. Doesn't excite the tyres too much on the entry, on the exit. And he'll get home and have a look at the celebration. The checkered flag comes out in this endurance race, Innovation Race Car winner. And it's Jeff Taunton, Jeff Emery right behind. And here we go, fight for third. Flack might hold on to this one. It was a great pit stop from him. And Flack will come home for third with Gillison right behind, and the margin only half a second. John Hollinger in 5th position. Donaldson will come round in the Mustang with a bit of a fight back. John Goodacre in 7th, just behind in the Green Machine. Wow, what a way to finish off.
That was a fantastic race. 50 or 45 minutes absolutely flew by there very, very quickly. We've got to say, though, John Hollinger, let's not forget, turned around on lap number 1, fell miles behind the rest of the pack and recovered to finish inside the top 5. We've got to say, a big well done there to John Hollinger with that performance.
And let's have a look at the race results now for race number 2 for the Innovation Race Car, as Jeff Thornton will take the win. Fastest lap of a 1:10.325, followed by Jeff Emery, Damien Flack and Daniel Gillison. Well, they fought it out. There was only half a second difference across that finish line between them two. Then Hollinger in 5th, Donaldson, Goodacre, O'Brien, Gregory and Lathan. Let's have a look at some of the highlights, though, where it all got interesting, didn't it? They were very busy at the start, going too wide into turn number 1. You take that little bump there, and this is the incident where John Hollinger just unloaded there, and don't know if there was any contact prior to that, but unfortunately the person that copped all of it was Finn, and a lot of damage to the front of that car, which seems pretty repairable, I'd say. It's just a little bit of light contact, but there was a moment there then for Flack, who went off the track and managed to work his way back. John Hollinger doing everything he could to try and reset himself in the field. Now these two, this was an exciting little battle they were having too as well, and that was a bit further back with the Mark cars until this happened. And of course, we saw Lathan come off the track and just couldn't get the car up after that.
Absolutely. This was a fight for the top 3 positions. That was the big lunge from Flack, the big move on Emery, and they were sending slingshots up the inside of each other, left, right and centre. That's how Taunton reclaimed the lead just after the pit stop sequence. And from there, he was never headed. The man in the Mustang Innovation Race Car took his 7th race victory of the season.
Yeah, we thought that safety car period and the driver changes there for Flack might have gone into his advantage. Had a 4-second advantage in the pit lane travel as well. So that's been unfortunate for them, but they held on to that 3rd in the end because they really had to watch out for Gillison with this one. But have a look at some of our winners. They come in after 50 minutes. We've got our winners of the Innovation Race Car Enduro down there, and someone who's going to get a chance to talk to our winners and see some of their emotions down there in pit lane. Let's head down to Mel Price.
Okay, as Jeff Taunton jumps out of the car, winner, how are you? Bit hot and bothered after that one?
Yes, very. You know what I'm like. I was done about halfway.
Well, you know you're allowed to have it.
Well, come on, cool suit's not working properly.
You're allowed to have a co-driver if you can't handle it, but it looks like you well and truly can.
You good for co-drive? Oh, yeah, there we go.
So far so good yet again, and I think with this win you've taken over the championship lead, so congratulations.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know what happened. What happened to Flacky? He was all over me, and then when he came out after his pit stop, he was nowhere. Well, I've got to find out what's going on.
I'm sure you'll get to the bottom of it. Great job.
Thank you.
Always good to get a couple of words from Innovation Race Car winner Jeff Taunton, who takes a little bit of a lead now in the Innovation Race Car Championship as part of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We've got our Super Tin Tops, all thanks to Eastern Sleepers, coming up very shortly. Until then, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more action here at the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series from Queensland Raceway. I'll get some. Come on. We're not too far off schedule, sure.
They've done well. I think they cut that 5 minutes short. They did end up cutting TA2 short by 7 minutes.
They had to.
Yeah.
It just means we had a grid walk plan. Throat's gone really weird. I reckon I'm getting sick. Late nights. Run down. So happens when you do 16-hour days. Back to back.
Oh, yeah. The time takes miles away.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Fun.
Yeah, it's September. Keep forgetting.
I like the unique stuff. I really like it. It tickles my fancy.
All good, thanks, mate.
Welcome back here to Queensland Raceway. It's round 4 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. You can see leaving pit lane right now. Our Eastern Sleepers, Aussie Tin Tops are the next category coming out to lay down some laps. They got a 20-minute race coming your way, but we've got plenty of things happening down there in pit lane as we get ready for our TA2 Muscle Car Enduro coming up very shortly. Let's head down to J-Mac and find out what's going on.
Down here with Stephen Richards, and the pits are a hive of activity, notwithstanding the pits of Clay Richards and Ben Bargwana. Have a look. This guy, he's a 5-time Bathurst winner and hands as filthy as the next closest crew member.
I just rubbed them on the ground just because we were doing the interview.
Tell me, you guys have been flat out ever since the Driver 2 race finished up. What's been going on here in the pits?
Oh, we're just trying to fix the car. We won't make it out for the first race, but sure.
Some race tape and cable ties, we'll be right.
But get it out for tomorrow. That's the aim. But yeah, we're all working hard. Like, this is a family-run race team. This is what half of the guys along pit lane do.
What's the strategy for tomorrow? Presumably, you still actually have some decent tyres to use tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. But it relies on finishing position from previous races and all that sort of thing. So no, we're right. This is the hand that we've been dealt, and we'll just get on, fix it, and try and get out there for tomorrow.
Ben and Clay right in amongst it. Great boys to have, and it's awesome to see that second generation coming through, third generation in your family's instance.
Yeah, look, it is, but really, we use this weekend to come up here and have a bit of a go, and I think at the point in time we're the lead Victorians, so it's just a bit of a shame. Innocently, Ben was trying to get out of the way and end up in amongst it, but it happens to everyone.
Tough thing to watch, but best of luck getting it ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks, we'll be right. Mustang's going good.
Now, before we go too far, this line of about 4 bays has actually, again, been a hive of activity. Things looking pretty good for the Norwell Motorplex Mustang, but there is so much going on in Team TFH. Action on track, it's all happening here at the Fight in the Night.
Yeah, no surprise about everything happening down there at TFH High. There was half a car missing on car 18 for Diesel Thomas and Nash Morris, so they'll be very, very busy down there. So there's so much to unfold in the next half an hour before we see them come out just after 4 p.m. this afternoon. So I tell you what, get ready for another massive afternoon. It was all excitement when it came to our co-driver, our Driver 2 race a little bit earlier, but Tell you what, Clay Richards only just got a TA2 muscle car, and already they've had to do a little bit of cosmetic repairs to that one. But that's all right. The good news for them is, those young fellas, is that means they are in the fight. But let's turn our eyes now to the Eastern Sleepers. Aussie Tin Tops, their starting grid for race number 2. Brent Edwards in the Cable Source Falcon, who was super fast in that last race, followed by Peter Ryder and Corey Gillette and Tony Sain will be on the second row. Daniel Natoli, then it's Michael Rao. Michael Ricketts and Nathan Pindanis will be on the fourth row. Simon Cox and Miley Miller, who joins us here in Super TT on the fifth row. Michael Petit, Helen Maris will be alongside each other. And it's Brett Stevenson, Laurel Ball, who will be on the seventh row, with Stephen Chilby, who ran out of fuel. He says, my computer told me I had fuel in the car, but we didn't. Basically, that's what happened down there. I managed to catch up with him in pit lane as the lights go out, and Ryder, nothing going on. Gillette doesn't know what's going on either. I don't know what he was watching. Plenty of wheel spin from Ryder, but the two Nissan Silvias have gone way back in the pack.
I think they're both caught out by the lights. It was a very, very quick starting sequence, and I honestly think they were caught out by that. So Brent Edwards is taking the lead where he started from. Saints up to second, and Tolley up to third in the ultimate Tin Tops class. Gillett has already made his way back up to position number 4. I think Ryder will follow him through into 5th, and from the pretty much tail of the field, Chilby is up into position number 6. Is he not quite? He will be on the exit of the corner though, so we got 3 hard charges now coming through the field. But the two Silvias both being caught out there at the start of the race. Brent Edwards certainly wasn't. He's got a little bit of a margin out front.
Yeah, we were talking about tyres in the last race, weren't we, about how they come up on pressure, and Corey Gillette, I got 5 seconds to have a chat. We said, yeah, we had a little bit too much air pressure in there, and that's when the tyres started to go away once we warmed them up. So they said, well, you know, sometimes you've got to take a bit of a go at this and see where the car ends up. Unfortunately, they got it a little bit wrong, because now it looks like he's waiting for a bit of tyre pressure to actually hit those tyres. A lot of understeer going to turn number 6 there. Edwards, though, already purple sectors as we go around for this first lap, and he'll be looking to try and extend that lead as much as possible, knowing that Chilby's going to be working his way through, and they won't make that mistake again. I reckon that car has plenty of fuel in it this time around.
We see the attitude through turn 1 over the bumps for the Gillett car, and oh, that was mighty close. Up the rear tailpipe almost there of the Audi TT-RS through turn 2, but Gillett's got the poke in a straight line in the Outlaw class, pulls on through and takes the position. Ryder's going to follow through as well, using a bit of the grass there, I think, on the inside, and that opens the door for the Chilby BMW as well to come on through. So within about 500, 600 metres, Natoli loses 3 positions, but all in a different class. Yeah, okay, that affects him for outright points, but in class, he is still several positions ahead of his nearest challenger, Cox, in the number 45 machine, the awesome-looking Nissan Skyline 350.
Yeah, great to have Simon Cox back here once again. Ryder with a big brake lock up down the inside, being a little bit defensive, I think, with Chilby. Gillette might have seen him there, because he just opened the door up just a fraction, but Chilby super fast in that BMW. We know how good those E36, E46 chassis combinations can be, and we've seen the different types of engines they want to put in them. But he's just had to wait for a moment. Ryder managing to get that done despite that lock-up, and Corey Gillett, well, you can see the sun starting to peer into some of those front windows as well. Will that play a little bit of a factor coming into our TA2 race this afternoon, as Gillett gets a little bit loose, and Chilby might not get the drive he wanted to down here, as Gillett just covers off just a fraction, goes mid-track.
Window in the Chilby car is flapping in the breeze. I can't work out which one it is. There's a window, I think it's the right rear, that's flapping away in the breeze. So through there he goes once again. Couldn't quite see it on either of those camera angles, but something flapping away rearward in that car. Another little bit of a lock-up there for Peter Ryder, but despite these lock-ups, he is pulling away from these two. Gillett coming under huge pressure here from Chilby, who, let's not forget, led a large portion of the opening race, and didn't finish late on as Corey throws it out sideways, not intentionally, He might be an ex-drifter, but that was not what he wanted to do. Just in too deep on the marbles on the outside of the circuit. Very little grip out there, and the rear tyres simply said, we don't have enough grip to live with that. Threw it sideways.
I don't know whether that's actually a window or the door. There's something on the front of the door on the passenger side moving around it. We'll have to wait and see how that one goes for Chilby. I mean, he doesn't need anything else mechanical, I suppose. But yeah, it's definitely on that right-hand side of our screen. But is it a moulding on the front?
I think it is.
It might be fiberglass door. It might not be a steel body door. Don't know. We'll wait and see how that unfolds, and hopefully race control. It doesn't look like it's dangerous at the moment anyway. So
no.
Holding on to that one, we'll have to say, Corey Gillette, he'll be kicking himself about that one, I think. He won't be happy about making a little mistake like that and have the car go sideways, because he would have really been enjoying that battle with Chilby, and we were hoping that was probably going to go for another few laps as well. As just over 10 minutes remaining in this race number 2 here for the Eastern Sleepers. Aussie Tin Tops, fantastic way. They've sort of rebranded this year as well, and we've seen them move around. Obviously, a lot of them are Victorian and New South Wales based, but great to see so many of the Queenslanders slowly introducing into this Tin Tops, where they've opened up the category for, I suppose, a production style car that's had a lot of performance element done to it. Hence you see a lot of the LS swap cars, like the RX-7 there of Tony Saint, Ryder in the S13. Obviously, basically the 4 cars you just saw on screen, all LS based. A chance to throw a couple extra cylinders between those chassis rails there and get out on track. Connolly's not here this weekend. We saw him in the Toyota 86 with the K24 Honda power engine as well. So the Tin Tops are a great category for some of those cars that potentially don't fit in, I suppose, in some of the other categories of racing. Obviously on a national stage where they get to travel around and experience a number of race circuits throughout Australia.
Everyone's always improving the cars as well. Brent Edwards, he might have won 3 of the 4 races last round, and he won the round overall. But he's out there lapping very, very fast in this one, got a 7-second lead. And that's because he's been improving his car since the last round. So he told me earlier on today, since the last round, he's put the car on a bit of a diet. It's lost quite a few kilos. Not only that, it's also running wider rear tyres as well. And he says the grip out of the slow speed corners, it's just squatting down and darting out of the corner, really gripping up. So he's got a lot more traction as well, has Brent Edwards. So that's why he is improved and why he seems that bit quicker himself this weekend. I mean, Corey Gillett, he's going faster this weekend than he did last round. However, the results don't show that because everybody else has also stepped up.
Great to see Laurel Ball currently in 2nd position of the points in the Super 6 category there, just up on our screen in the Falcon, and right behind that, Helena Maris in the little MX-5, who's another one who's been who's leading the championship points with the Supreme Tin Tops as well in another one of the categories. Much like the production cars, several categories within this one as well.
Sadly, her teammates aren't having much luck this weekend because we've already lost, of course, the series regular in Dennis Panner in one of the MX-5s. The other one, Helena Maris's teammate, is one Miley Miller on debut. She's come into the lane at the start of this race and has not rejoined the circuit. So the Supreme Mazda in the Supreme class, driven by Helena Maris, is running all right. However, the 2 in the Ultimate class are not running on song this weekend.
No, he's down there talking to our couple of people at pit. Stu, who gives us a little bit of information, he was down there talking to him, and won't be happy about some of the damage on that car, whether he can get the MX-5 fixed up for the next round as well. Oh, here we go. Brent Edwards just getting through some lap cars there at the moment as he's starting to go through some of our, I suppose, like our Super 6 categories and our Supreme TT categories. Have a look at this, though. The fight is on. Tony Saint needs to worry because Ryder is almost caught up to the back. He gave him about a 5-second lead on that race start by him and Corey Gillette were just having a little bit of a snooze. Maybe they were just sharing some stories between the 2 cars. I don't know, as Saint slides the car out, and Chilby glued to the back of it now as the RX-7 slots down the inside, goes past Ball and Maris. Oh, hear that? The tyres making a lot of squealing there as he tries to pull it up, goes a little bit wide. Chilby might get a nice run out of 3 as he slides it just a little bit. We haven't seen too much of that from the BMW.
Down the straight towards turn 4. Look, for the first time, Saint has to go defensive, but he's locked up, he's run wide, he's opened the door for Chilby, who gets the switchback and takes the position. That was great heads up driving from Chilby, who himself slides it through turn number 5, but he forced Saint to defend. Saint locked up and through on the undercut. Peter Ryder now having a look up the inside of the rotary powered RX-7, but can't quite make it stick there. Just in a little bit too late to really have a good look up the inside, so has to hold on to 4th position. But the intensity seems to have been turned up a notch in the last couple of laps.
Yeah, don't worry about saying it. He's got a couple of ponies under the bottom there to match Ryder. They're both their less combinations in the front rails of those ones. Look, I had a good look at them when they were at Winton. They're impressive bit of kit under those bonnets as well. So, Tony saying it's his first year joining the Super TT Series. It was great to have him down to Victoria and Sydney as well. Big thanks to them for doing a lot of travel there to be part of the Aussie TT Championship. As Ryder gets another brake lock up there, and that's got to be feeling like a 50-cent piece on the back of that car right now. It's got a bit of a feeling like they're in our hire car at the moment. It's got to have a rattle in the back of it. You just can't keep locking up, and the more he locks it up, when he gets on the brakes, when he hits that flat spot, it's going to lock up again. It's going to be easier and easier to lock it up and make it harder and harder to drive that vehicle. So riders might just have to back off just a little bit when it comes to the braking, maybe just 10, 20 metres earlier, just get a feel for it, because Saint doing a nice job in front. Ryder's going to have a look down the inside. Saint, well, closes the line down, and just another little bit of tyre smoke there for Ryder, and wow, that's got to be hurting tyres.
They're really late lockups for me. It's not under brakes initially. It's on turn-in. So it looks to me like it's under trail braking, where he's still holding the brakes, and that's when he's locking up. And it's pushing him wide mid-corner and then affecting the run out of the corner. So it's not what you'd normally see as soon as they slam on the anchors, that initial lockup. It's a mid-corner lockup, which is quite unique at the moment. And as you say, it's going to happen more and more often. He's looking up the inside again down here at turn 3, but he's too far back once again. In fact, using the grass on the inside of the corner as they swing it through turn 3, side by side on the exit of the corner. Saints going defensive to the inside. He's forced to. Ryder's going to brake late, go around the outside, but Ryder's in too deep. Again, it's not that initial lockup, but mid-corner, locks up, runs wide, and he's going to fall behind. It looks like the Corey Gillett machine as well, and does. That's a disaster for Peter Ryder in trying to fight for position 3. He's fallen to 5th.
I hate to say it, I could see it coming. It just kept happening, didn't it? And it's that little approach differently where you think he takes that dive, like you say, it's not coming into, it's not the start of the corner where he's braking. It's almost as you're sort of coming to turn into the apex, unloading that car. And unfortunately, they puts him back a couple of positions. With 3 minutes remaining as they come around in this Aussie Tin Tops race, all thanks to the Eastern Sleepers. Great to have Simon Cox and the crew on board. And he said the boss is at home watching and happy to be part and a great supporter here in the Australian Super Tin Tops. We go back a bit further down. Ball currently leading the CR, or actually running second in the Super 6 category at the moment, just in front. Mick Petit is leading that one at the moment, especially in the championships as well. And we see Lena Maris in the MX5, who is in our Supreme TT class. So leading that actually at the moment when it comes to our Supreme. Oh no, Michael Ricketts, sorry, up there. I did miss out on Michael Ricketts, the giant slayer really in his Pulsar. And we've seen him beat so many V8s over the last couple of years. I'm actually surprised not to see him up there with him.
He's such a quiet achiever, isn't he, Mick Rick? It's great to have him back as part of the series for this round. Hasn't done all the rounds this year, but when he has, he's been right up there. And speaking with Helena yesterday, she said to me, it's all about consistency until the end of the season. For me, yeah, okay, Mick Ricketts is beating me at the moment when he is on the track, but I've got a huge points buffer. If I can just keep chipping away, finish behind him, I should be able to wrap up the championship come the end of the round. And speaking of the class leaders, this is our ultimate TT class leader of Natoli. He sort of made a one-off appearance at Winton Motor Raceway. Generally races in production cars, this particular vehicle, but enjoyed himself so much in round number 1. He's been a regular ever since.
Well, yeah, and last time round, obviously this being his home track, he actually had some mechanical issues there where they had a cam come loose, which kept the valve open just a little bit. bit, and unfortunately they've had a little bit of engine damage. They've had to work tirelessly to get that car back out there. And here's Michael Ricketts doing what he does. He's freewheeling at the car built by Jordan Cox, who you know from TCR, and actually racing there with Mark Crutcher this weekend in the TA2 has a lot to do with the mechanics of this car, and he'll try and lift that back wheel off the ground again. He does a little bit of driver training with him. They've got the skirts on it too. They're doing a little bit of aero, and you know, I was speaking to Michael Ricketts, and he goes, you know, sometimes the wife and I are travelling and we get in a taxi, and the taxi driver will go, oh, Pulsars, yeah, I've got one at home that my daughter used to drive or something. He's got a small collection of them that he keeps. He said some of them are almost too good to make into race cars, but he's still going to make them into a race car eventually.
Yes, that thing is so fast. It's a highly strung piece of kit. It's a fantastic racing car. We continue to go through the classes. This is our Super 6 leader of Pettit out there in the Falcon. Speaking of Falcons, Brent Edwards is out in front. So the margin has come down a little bit since Chilby has moved up into second place. Chilby's certainly the faster of the two in this one. But it's going to be interesting to see how things are going to play out tomorrow when these two are at the head of the field on the front row of the grid for tomorrow's race. But Brent Edwards out in front with the headlights on. Took 3 victories last round, and he could potentially here make it 2 from 2.
Conserving is what I would say. I think he's conserving the cable source Falcon. No need to push it too hard. They'll be chatting on the radio, and here he comes. He'll cross the start-finish line, take the checkered flag, and the cable source Falcon gets another win here, the second race of the Eastern Sleepers Super Tin Tops, Aussie Tin Tops here this weekend. Chilby, what a comeback that is to be second after a DNF in race number 1. And Saint will come round and take the third step of the podium. Corey Gillette just behind with Ryder, who had that big moment finishing in 5th position.
Yeah, really real shame. He did catch up once again to Corey Gillett, but didn't quite have enough laps to be able to overtake him. Mick Ricketts has come across the line to win his class. And here is one of our other class leaders, Natoli, in the Ultimate Tin Tops class. Comes around the final corner in the Audi TT RS. Brilliant performance from him, as always, from Natoli. Comes across the line in the G-Technic Australia sponsored car. Oh, Pettit's off right at the death here. The class leader made very hard work for himself. He's found a gear once again. That was a very strange moment because he took to the inside of the circuit.
Yeah, maybe just unloaded the car a little bit with the suspension there. He's, look, maybe he just can't handle the Dwars performance in the car there. It's a naturally aspirated Barra engine in that one. And have a look at, in the background there, I'm just having a look at the Falcon there, Findanis, obviously the Precision Turbos entry. And have a look at this. These two are having a great battle at the end. Laura Ball and Helena Maris all the way down to the wire, and there was nothing in that, just 0.4 of a second. As we have a look at our Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops results. The race number 2, Brent Edwards with a commanding lead, and I think he just backed off in the end. Stephen Chilby from the back of the pack all the way up into second. Tony Saint holds on to third. Corey Gillette with a bit of a moment there with Peter Ryder. They had a sleep on the line, but they managed to get back in the fight of things. Obviously, Peter Ryder with that massive moment as he went off the track. Great to see Dan Natoli working his way back through into 6th position in Dennis. Precision Turbos entry. Michael Ricketts, obviously, in the Supreme TT. They've getting the class win there in 8th position. We have a look at some of the highlights, and don't know what the Sylvians are doing. Maybe the lights just moved a little quick for them, like you said. They're just expecting a little bit more of a delay, but the rest of the field said, we're not waiting for you.
Maybe they did in neutral or something. Not entirely sure. Gillett's car looked like a handful, particularly at this moment. He turned it into a drifting machine, as did the BMW of Chilby at one stage as well. Chilby coming from the tail of the field after that DNF did a great job to finish in second. This was one of the talking points of the race. Lock-up after lock-up, and eventually it cost Ryder dearly in the 5-4 position, number 3. He fell to 5th as a result of that off-track excursion. But out in front, in the cable source Falcon, Brent Edwards took yet another victory in the Eastern Sleepers Aussie Tin Tops.
Yeah, really bringing the fight here to the championship. Brent Edwards trying to lead the overall Drivers' Championship as well as his class lead. Tony Saint up on your screen there as he gets out of the RX-7. A home track for him. It's great to have another podium here in front of Obviously, friends and family here this weekend. He got himself a couple of second places in the third last time round, so if you get another podium, we'll be pretty happy about that. Let's head down to our winners, though, in pit lane with J-Mac.
Tony Saint locking up third place here in race 2 for the day. A fantastic result and some stiff competition out there.
Yeah, they're going fast out front. I haven't got the speed to keep with them, but if I can keep going and not make too many mistakes, I'll be thereabouts.
Let's get set for tomorrow.
Yes, we'll do.
P2 Stephen Chilby, happy to be up here and starting from the back. Great drive.
Yeah, finally. Been having a bit of bad luck even the last round, and then this round we just seemed to be having little gremlins. That last race, had a great race, but a wire had fallen off me fuel pump relay, so I had no fuel to feed the engine, so that's what ended that one. But it's good to finish up with a second from the rear of the field. It's good.
Good job, well done.
Thank you.
Brent Edwards coming off the back of last event with 3 wins, already locking up 2 for the day. It's looking good to be in a Falcon.
Yeah, well, how's the taxis go against all these sports cars? So, yeah, car's been great. Made a good start that time compared to last time, but the guys have tuned it up a bit more from yesterday's race. Track was a little bit slower, but I reckon we're in good stead for tomorrow. So just got out in front, managed the gap, and Cable Source Falcon was great.
Fantastic stuff. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, great to see our winners from race number 2 of the Eastern Sleepers, Aussie Tin Tops. What a race it was all the way to the end for some of our minor placings. Of course, we've still got the TA2 muscle cars coming up next, presented by Maritimo, and it's got a big field. 26 cars, 2 drivers. It's Enduro time. It's all going to happen. We've seen the excitement and the fireworks that we saw from our co-drivers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break. So, are we doing a walk like we're meant to, or are we behind and they're going to pick it up? It affects Dan and Mel, J-Mac and Mel more than me. Stu's all right here. I just realised what you did. Still want me to head down after the prezzo to wrap it up? Big boy. You like? I can hear you, Tiggs. That's cool, man. You just let me know. We also don't want what happened at the Sydney round where I just stayed here and ate lollies while Dan did all the work. Yeah.
That'll happen tonight.
Once they start the production car race, I'm going to get a coffee is what I'm going to go and do, because there's 3 of us here and 3 in the field. We can take turns.
The concerning thing is not set the exact flu because I'm losing my voice.
Coffee will get me through till 9 o'clock. Don't worry. Oh, baby, now we're talking. Imagine we get a bit of whiskey on ice or a vodka. Vodka Red Bull, let's get on it. 3 drinks it is. When are the ladies waiting for Dan? Do you like the little Stu reference in there? You like the little Stu bits? Oh, there's a helmet. I'm on my way from misery to happiness. Where is Nolte?
Hi everyone, it's Todd Hazelwood here from the team at TFH Racing, and welcome to TA2 Muscle Car Racing. This is our Ford Mustang. We have a 6.2 litre V8 under the hood here, producing roughly around 500 horsepower. And the best thing about this whole category is everything's controlled. So we got a controlled chassis, controlled engine, controlled brakes, controlled shocks and suspension, which creates fantastic racing and real door-to-door battles, which is a lot of fun for our category. Now, the cars themselves are super basic. They're a really cool but basic race car. Not much data, only just enough for us drivers to understand what we're doing with the steering, with our feet, with the throttle, and that's probably about it. We've got a cross-ply tyre, which generates fantastic racing. And the bodies themselves, they're essentially all fiberglass, so very basic in terms of construction. Basically made to rip a panel off, get it replaced, and get it back out there. And very much going with the NASCAR theme itself. So we've got the Perspex windows on the front and the rear, fiberglass body, no windows on the side. On the driver's side, which is the left-hand side, which I'll quickly take you around now, very much the NASCAR style, but we do have essentially what they call a dicky door. So a half door here, gets into our cockpit, and away we go. Inside the cockpit, we've got a 4-speed dog box gearbox. You've got the option of either a G-Force gearbox or a Hollinger gearbox, an Australian-made product. And then we go into our 9-inch rear end. We've got quick change gears in the rear. So one of the only aspects that we can tune from team to team and drive to driver is that we've got quick change gear ratios. So we can change it from circuit to circuit or even driver to driver depending on the preference. The bodies themselves are heavily controlled, as I mentioned, but one area of freedom that we do have is our rear wing. So we can either tune it from the top wing or the bottom plane, and that gives us a little bit of adjustment, looking for either stability or a bit of straight line handling. So that's TA2 in a nutshell. Hope you enjoy the action this year, and yeah, wish us luck.
Yeah, well, that's what a TA2 muscle car's meant to look like. I tell you what, after that race number 2 from our second drivers there's a few cars that were missing wings, missing body panels. There was all sorts of things happening. You see a little bit of fresh panel work there on the Josh Thomas, Todd Hazelwood number 69 vehicle, and that looks like a little bit of mechanical check that's been sent out for a lot of repairs going on down in our pit lane. It was a very exciting race number 2. Of course, our main drivers, the guys and girls that are in the championship, well, that was fairly, I don't want to say uneventful in terms of excitement, but we saw the cars get from start to finish. We didn't see a safety car run. Plenty going on throughout the field. Alice Buckley was very dominant. Lachlan Evanet slotted into second position there in the Ashley Jarvis Racing entry. Jared Hughes dropped back one position into third, but managed to hold on, carrying that shoulder injury from his Super 2 incident last weekend. Now, when it came to our B drivers, well, that was a different story. We didn't even make it into turn number 2 there before we saw a massive incident. And what we've seen is Clay Richards and Bex Maguana, who are working on their car to get it back for tomorrow's race. But we're getting him out on grid. We're not too far away from getting this TA2 endurance race underway. We're going to take a short break here at the Hi-Tec Qd Super Series. Time to fire up all 8 cylinders very shortly. Oh, so we won't be doing big podiums then?
We were told that was the case.
Well, we've got nothing ready for them, so it'll be done after the broadcast finishes.
Yeah, okay.
So they need more people. They just stay right.
Good, I can eat lollies.
Back at Queensland Raceway in the TA2 muscle cars, Tag Team Enduro Edition 3. And already, the first couple of episodes today have had plenty of hits as the cars are making their way out for the endurance race over 45 minutes. It's been a mad scramble to get up here for this race, and now the car's on the grid for 45 minutes, a compulsory pit stop. So if you start the race, the other driver will finish it. The window will open at the 20th minute mark and close at the 27-minute mark. You can't change tyres today. You can bleed air pressures, which is exciting. But a grid full of absolute superstars. Jared McLean, you're amongst all the action down here on the Dick Johnson Straight.
And, of course, we have to start things off with the Road Active Suspension Pole Award. And for the second time in as many events, Alice Buckley, you are going home $500. Richard, tell me, what are you spending the money on?
Oh, probably parts after this race. Who knows? But, yeah, no, it's good to get another pole position.
Starting from the front row here in the first of the Enduros, Tim Slade, your co-driver. Tell me, it's a high-speed game of chess. Is there anything special in the back pocket that you're going to whip out?
Oh, I'm just going to drive it and go around and around. I'm starting off pole, hope to get around turn 1 and first, and then go from there. You can't really plan out a race, so it is what it is, and just drive the car.
Looking to roll with the punches, but great to see such enthusiasm. You've stamped your authority all over TA2 muscle car. It must feel so good.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, to be on pole once again after the last round 6 odd weeks ago, to back it up, yeah, can't thank the team enough. And Tim obviously has helped me up so much. It being my second race meeting and still being on pole after the first one, yeah, couldn't be happier. And realistically, just got to make it past turn 1. But I got such a good team around me.
Well, here we go, $500, all thanks to Road Active Suspension. Alice Buckley for the second time in a row. Mel, who have you got?
And Lachlan Evanet starting on the front row here. What's the plan?
I think I mainly want to give the car to Jimmy in one piece, keep it nice and clean. I think we have the pace to move forward. If I attack early, I want to really give it some, but also save the tyre. It's very interesting in these cars, and it's hard to go over a long race distance. So, yeah, I'll take it as it comes, see how it goes, and yeah, hopefully at the end we're right up the top again.
Any secrets for us in terms of tyre strategy, pit stops, early, late?
I can't say too much now. I can't give it away to the competitors, but no, it's just driving it smoothly and just try not to take too much out of the tyre early. It's very difficult on this good year, but we'll just see what we can do.
Thank you. Over to you, J-Mac.
Josh Thomas, you are starting here in the TFH car, coming off the second row. It was a hectic driver 2 race, and you watched on. Tell me, how you feeling?
Yeah, pretty excited. We've had an average weekend, so long race now, see if we can move forward and see how we end up.
How important is this first stint for you?
It's pretty good, I think, to be honest. I don't care how many spots I really drop back, as long as I can look after the car and the tyres and, put me average driver Todd Hazelwood in. But I'm sure he'd appreciate if I could give him a decent car to, finish the race on.
And just touching super brief on the rest of the TFH field, 5 cars, and it's definitely dwindled, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I think we ended up, we might have got my little brother and Nash back out here, but yeah, we've definitely spun some spanners today. It's been crazy.
Hard work. Over to you, Mel.
Okay, looks like P4. Obviously, you're starting the race, Jared. What's the plan?
What's the plan? I don't know. We're going to give it some. We'll see what we can do. Hopefully, we've tuned the car up a little bit. Craig's added some additional aero to the front of the car, so we'll see how that works. But no, I'm a little bit surprised to be this far up, to be honest with you. So we'll see what we can do and try and get a good start and see if we can get a couple spots ahead.
And Craig, any sneaky peeks into the tyre strategy for you guys, or when are you jumping in? Early, late?
Probably, I don't know, maybe late, but I can say that after my performance in that sprint race, we've got good tyres underneath us.
That's a good start. We'll watch the rest unfold. Thanks, J-Mac.
Nathan starting the number 42 from the third row of the grid. That run into turn 1, you've got a very stiff competitor right next to you.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be on the inside of him, not the outside of him. But no, either way, look, yeah, we had a good race last race. Car was really fast. Sort of got a bit screwed by the whole red flag procedure. We should have started second and we didn't. But anyway, we had a really fast car, and I probably burnt too much out of tyres trying to get back to where I thought I was meant to be, and that's on me. But you know, long race, just got to look after the tyres. Give Tommy the keys midway through, and make sure she's got 4 big black good years on there and in good condition, hopefully.
Mechanically, has the car been sound in the last 2 outings?
Touch wood, it's been great. So, no, look, I mean, I work on this car in between events, prep it and maintain it, and there's no expense spared. So, I mean, this car's been a pleasure to work with, and, yeah, I mean, mechanically, I think we're good. Just got to make sure setup's there, and it can last the whole race distance.
Best of luck.
Awesome. Thank you. Cheers.
This is not the
Former TA2 Muscle Car Series champion Nathan Hearn, both he and Aaron Seaton in the field, and will start the cars. There's 6 driver 2s that are going to start this race of the 24 now, with Clay Richardson, Ben Barguana. Just dashed past their pit paddock just before, and they're feverishly putting zip cables, race tape, and anything you like to get the Hanger Forklifts Mustang ready for tomorrow. Well, here's the story so far in this TFHI TA2 Muscle Car Series. From earlier today, Alice Buckley and Jared Hughes. This is the Driver 1 highlights race under beautiful blue skies here. This was Tom Davies being assisted off and fishtailed his way out of turn number 2 and kept that car straight. Same couldn't be said for Graham Cheney. He was running 6th at this point before being assisted around there in the IES Motorsports car. But then this one, Matty Cav, the big moment of the race, 15-second time penalty being handed to the Josh Thomas car for Hayden Jackson. I saw you leave the car park like that once.
I've done it a couple of times, actually, especially after the hype, I think, of the TAC car drives. That was a big moment under brakes, wasn't just to pull the car up. Unfortunately, though, for Brock Payne, he just locked the back wheels up on his own. There was no car involved there, but Josh Haynes was probably the one there that ended up on the outside, lost a heap more position for Hayden Jackson, managed to give himself a bit of redemption there and gave Josh Thomas a bit of a nudge as that car's been in the wars. Alice Buckley, well, dominant again, started on pole and just took that car home, looked after those tyres, and hasn't she been really impressive in that Chevy performance tomorrow?
3rd straight victory for Alice Buckley. This was race number 2 and the first start, which looked okay until we got about here, and all of a sudden it was on. Jordan Cox was not touched here through the middle. There's just that little bump there, and all of a sudden he was unloading himself and nowhere to go for Todd Hazelwood. There was so much to unpick, but it didn't matter. When the red flag came out, the race became null and void. We'll talk about that during it, but a lot of damage down here, particularly to the Nash Morris Diesel Thomas entry down here, which sat stranded on the track for quite some time. A lengthy delay, and then finally we went back to green flag racing for 11 laps around here. Didn't they take it nice and easy on the first lap? And the 4 of Jordan Cox would come to a stop there on the way down to turn number 6. That was Kostecki blazing his way through the field. Much like this guy, who's a 3-time winner in Trans Am this year, did it with ease. James Golding picking up a shortened edition of the Driver 2 event. Ash Jarvis stoked with that result, the Cam Quarries team, and puts himself in a really handy position. They'll start on the front row for this 45-minute endurance race, which is moments away. We're hearing there's going to be a bit of a shuffle around here with some cars to get them into their correct positions. And then we'll go racing very soon. The fight in the night, we'll follow that later on. You'll catch it on the live stream. She'll take us into the early evening. I can tell you right now, it got to 25 degrees today, and already it's starting to chill right out. I think we're going to be in single digits before 7 o'clock tonight, and that's going to wreak havoc amongst that stacked field and that 26 car Australian production car annual fight in a night event.
Yeah, look at our drivers nervously awaiting this little race start, and I think, you know, for some of those main drivers here that are in our championship, it's, you know, we saw what happened in race number 2, whether they're just going to keep cool, calm and collective, because like you say, there's a number of drivers thrown in there from the driver too, as well as Jordan Cox, who's involved in a lot of that as well. So it's going to be exciting down there. Let's head down though to Mel Price.
Okay, George Miedeke, obviously not starting this one out, but great to see that you're out there and back on the track.
Yeah, the boys did a great job. We unfortunately punctured the radiator in that crash in race 2, but the Marcus Ambrose Motorsport team were all over it. And so we've got a new nose on it, courtesy of Mark Crutcher. Thanks, Crutch. And look, everything, it was just a square front on hit, so we're not worried about the alignment or anything to do with the handling. So I think Josh will do a great job here. You know, we've been focusing on the long run, so that's what this race is all about.
And so what tyres have you got on the car? Can you tell us?
Yeah, absolutely. So my tyres didn't do really anything in that second race. So we had a really good set of tyres that have been nicely roaded and worn in. So we feel like they're going to be good and stable across the run. And then, yeah, we'll see. I'll get in about halfway and yeah, see how it shakes out.
Well, we hope you have a good race. Thanks.
Thanks, me too.
Second back in 2019, George Miedeke back at home, and he said the cars have changed so much since he was last out there, but really was impressed by the quality of drivers we've got in this TA2 Muscle Car Series field. We're just waiting for the last of our VIP guests to clear over the wall. It's quite a giant wall. I don't think you jump over without assistance of a ladder here.
No, you've got to have the ladder, one ladder. So it's a bit of a single file, I suppose, you get over there. But have a look at them lined up here, that breeze just coming across Queensland Raceway. And you can feel the temperature dropping outside at the moment as the sun just sort of setting in the back. We haven't reached sunset yet, but that might play a factor, I think, because you could see a lot in our previous race there as they came down the main straight, a lot of sun coming in through that front window. So could catch a couple of drivers unaware, especially once we get that driver change done. Now, talking to a lot of the teams that did some driver changes yesterday in practice, there's a 90-second window from the moment they enter pit lane to the moment they exit. That's a minimum amount of time, but a lot of them seem to takes quite a bit longer to get down there and get the driver change done. So could be a big advantage for some of those crews who can manage to get that one driver out, next driver in, where they can make up a few seconds.
That's a cool shot. I haven't seen that one before behind turn number 2 of this venue from opened back in 1999, the Willowbank precinct with the drag strip over in the distance, the karting track. The Ringers Western girls have been an addition the last 2 rounds of the Hi-Tec Qd Super Series. And you're right, there's going to be a lot to unpick in this. As you said, that wind has picked up a lot. It's a cross breeze now across the back straight and the main straight here as well. So we're waiting for the cars to leave on this parade lap, and then we'll go racing. One more word from down the lane. Here's J-Mac.
James Golding waiting in the wings as your co-driver Lachlan Evanet starts from the outside line, the front row. How important is track position at the start here on the run into turn 1?
Oh, it's definitely important. You want to be in the best spot, but you know, when you're starting off the front row with a fast car, you've got to have a lot of confidence heading into a long race like this. So just told Lockie to, you know, do what he can at the start. If you can get a position, that's awesome. Otherwise, just settle in and let the race come to us.
You guys were able to bring the car home with a decent gap in your particular outing. How are the tyres looking? Did you burn them up?
Still black and round, mate, so they should be all right. I think everyone will be pretty similar on tyres for this one, but tomorrow might be a bit different, so we'll look forward to that.
We're keen to see.
Cheers, thanks.
Good combination. Thanks, Joe. Back on the pit lane. Him and Mel Price will capture all the action. It's going to get very busy around the 20-minute mark of this race. As Matty Cav said, 90-second pit stop time. It's 344 metres, incidentally, from one end to the other of this pit lane. So you've really got about 60 seconds of stop time to do a driver change. You can't change tyres, incidentally. You can bleed pressures, and you're allowed to remove any debris that might have got into the fresh air intakes or around the radiator grille there. But 3 personnel only. And for some teams, have never done this before. For others, there's some seasoned campaigners down there, but that is going to be critical on how this race plays out over the next 45 minutes.
Yeah, we'll start to lead them away in this parade lap now for the TA2 muscle cars. You've been waiting 12 months again for another Enduro. We've done it at a couple of tracks. Darwin was really cool the first time we did it up there, and it was a big introduction to this style of racing with these cars too, and it was all about bringing the cars home at that stage too. Normally a 20-25 minute race is where they're at, so to go the full 45-50 minutes, it's a full tank of fuel really for the cars as well. It's tyres, how they look after them. Last year we saw it at the Bend, and that got brought down a little bit, didn't we, with some incidents at the Bend, but we got a little bit more time here at Queensland Raceway. We're going to play out a full 45 minutes Enduro race, but we've got to get those cars through turn 1 and 2, and that is going to be the sticking point there. Who is really going to push their limits coming into this? Or are we just going to settle down and get into a rhythm? Well, you think that is
You're each way betting here.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's a 50-50, isn't it? Like,
it is. And we saw that in race 2. I just hope they use their brains in this one because it is a long way to go through. Incidentally, the grid sheet that was issued has been deemed incorrect. That's why the drivers are leaving at different points here to join the queue at the back straight there. So it hasn't started our countdown clock. It's Blake Tracy powers away in the Brad Gardner 22 Hi-Tec Old Chevy Camaro. Now, they were originally scheduled. These guys were starting a bit down the field by their expectations in 19th position. So the grid will look a bit jumbled up for this one in just a few moments' time, and there's the patchwork quad. In fact, that is the guard off Anton Hodson's car that's on the back of the Diesel Thomas Nash Morris car. In fact, Ash Jarvis offered the complete car to run for this race, but the TFH guys managed to get it together. Brett Thomas is here this afternoon watching on, and he wasn't the only team that was suffering from a bit of trauma after that race earlier today. And we noted that the Hampshire Faulkner's Mustang that won't be out for today's race are deciding to get that car right ready for tomorrow, with Ben Bargwanna and Clay Richards both making their TA2 Muscle Car Series debut. As we watch the number 200 leave away now, Josh Webster and George Medicki. And it's Matt McKeldin talking down. You can actually feel the heat coming off his body right now. There's been that much going on since we last joined you a few moments ago. But a big shout out to the TA2 Muscle Car crew. It's a small team, but it's growing every time we go racing, and there's more and more names that are getting into this. There's quite a few people on the outside looking in, want to be part of this into 2026. There'll be a calendar issued probably in the next couple of months on where we're going across the country for next year, and it's just ever booming, this category.
Isn't it exciting to see the names that are getting involved, the different generations, I suppose, of household race car names that we've seen over the years at Bathurst and in supercars, and now their sons, grandsons, parts of the family starting to join in there. Where they're starting is in these ranks in TA2 and Trans Am.
It was funny up in Darwin, walking to the pits there, you had Ben Bargwanna, Richards and Glenn Seaton all in one area, and just go, there's like a trio of legends in this sport, and seeing their sons climb up through there now. Benny Bargwanna, of course, committed to TCR racing. They're looking to do that once again down the track. And of course, Clay Richards, who starred in the Cupra last year for Carl Cox Motorsport, bought the Mark Crutcher car at this round a couple of weeks back and took it down to Sandown. Didn't turn out to be the best weekend on debut. He's a Toyota 86 Series round winner down there, but they're hoping for better things here. Great crowd here today, and why not be out on a day like this? That beautiful viewing deck at the top of these fairly new pit buildings that Tony Quinn has invested heavily in. The new podium that's on the back of the race control building facing the crowd. We'll bring that tomorrow, of course, with all the big races to come up. And across in that viewing deck, it is probably the best spectator-friendly track. Up there with Simmons Plains for seeing the entire venue from anywhere you look.
Oh, yeah, and it's a credit to Tony Quinn and his crew here, isn't it? Every time you come back to the track, I'm only lucky to get here a couple of times a year, but you come back and wow, there's something new. There's a new screen, there's a new shed, there's new amenities, He's just really about the experience. I think when you come to a racetrack, it's not just about putting cars on track. They want everyone to enjoy them, and there's a Todd Hazelwood fan getting pretty excited.
Oh, and a Craig Lowndes fan.
Yeah, and a Lowndes fan. How good's that?
Yeah, so I wonder if that'll put the drivers off. You hang them up there at the braking point.
Yeah, they're getting ready for the second phase of this when we change over to those drivers. We've already seen they're not going to be starting this race at the moment. And yeah, a bit of a reshuffle from what we saw up here from our expected grid to take off. And this will change things. The Hi-Tec Oils Motorsport crew, as you can see on board with Blake Tracy, and of course Brad Gardner will take that seat in the second phase of this race. They've really had to put a bit of an effort in after qualifying and practice didn't go their way.
So looking at this, there'll be a bit of an adjustment to what we see with the grid here. It is fairly similar at the front there with Buckley and Slade, Evanet and Golding, Thomas and Hazelwood, the TFH car, Hughes and Lowndes, even though that DNF earlier today still kept them inside the top 6, which was good to see. Davies and Hearn, Morris and Kostecki. There's a couple of Bathurst victories right there with Crutcher and Cox, the only driver combination who've done all 3 of these tag team Enduros in that number 4 car. Gomersall and Seaton, with Seaton being a former champion. Diesel Thomas and Nash Morris with that repaired number 18. Father and son combo start out of 11. Graham and Tyler Cheney. You can scratch out P12, the Hampshire Forklifts crew sitting this one out. Webster and Medicki start out of 13 with Collier and Elliot Barber who was caught up in that accident. He got around it all, but still managed a little bit of damage to his 63 machine. Blanchard and John Udy start out at 21. Reedy and Charlie Parker. Well, if that race went on before, instead of going back to complete restart, they would have been on for a top 10 from outside position 20. But coulda, woulda, shoulda in these situations. And now they'll have some work to do down there from 22nd on the group with Robbie Farr at 23 and Aaron Prosser starting from 25. So the clock hasn't started yet, incidentally. It will once the race goes green. And chasing the safety car right now, trying to keep some heat into these Goodyear tyres. The last time that we'll run the brand at this round. Looking forward to our next round, which will be at Malala in South Australia. I was down there recently for a 24-hour endurance race at club level, and it was a really cool vibe there. Looking forward to seeing how these cars go, because it's almost, I would say, 2/3 of the width of what we have here at Queensland Raceway, but it'll be cool to head down there to one of the historical tracks about an hour's drive from the CBD of Adelaide. But for now, we're about to pull the belts tight here. The third instalment of the Tag Team Enduro. This is endurance number 1 here at Queensland Raceway, ready for the rest of the field to stack up. The view from the pit deck as we go racing for 45 minutes. A pit stop window that opens at the 20-minute mark. And let's watch them tiptoe their way through turn 1 for the first time. It looks like they've tucked in nicely. They're playing fairly well through the middle of the turn. Look, you can't get off the racing line here today. You can see there's dust, there's debris, there's gravel, there's clean-up material. But they've played it nicely as we work our way down the back straight for the first time. Buckley leading from Hearn with jump-in car, with Thomas on the way down to the bottom turn.
Yeah, Thomas having a little bit of work out at 9th position with that reshuffle too. That's had significant damage on that car. Just not as much as his brothers, but he's had to fight his way into there. You see Jordan Cox way down in the pack at the moment in 21st position. Now he's taken the primary drive here in the endurance, going to start things off. Alice Buckley, well, she's held out Hearn and Evanet, who want to get themselves into a little bit of a stoush at the moment. Hearn went around the outside, much like he did in race number 2. We saw a little bit of brake light. Who's that already off? Hayden Jackson in the 81, is it?
It is.
Yes.
The luckless Hayden Jackson. Shows how big the infield is there. Plenty of green grass to rest on, but that puts him to last position outside the top 10. A day to forget for the Dodge Challenger team as Buckley leads the end of lap number 1. Evanet runs second with Hearn, Hughes, and look at the car still kicking up dirt as they come past the speed shot on the Dick Johnson straight.
Hasn't Josh Haynes and Lee Stibbs done a fair bit of work in the background in the number 66 for the Hi-Tec Qd Motorsport, because they were way out in qualifying. Lee Stibbs had to start off the back of the pack after a mechanical infringement came in qualifying, so they're working hard now, and he is all over the back of Paul Morris at the moment. And what a moment it'd be for young Josh Haynes if he could get past someone like Paul Morris, who's very experienced in all forms of racing.
It would be massive, wouldn't it? As big lock up here from Haynes. Tried it and actually worked out okay for him. He's on the better line here down to turn number 4 as he stays side by side with Paul Morris in Nash Morris's car as Hayden Jackson goes in nose first into the garage down on pit lane. So I hope they can get this car back out. There is plenty of time to get out. You need points. Every point is going to help for the second endurance race tomorrow afternoon here at Queensland Raceways. Around the outside is Thomas on the 35 of Aaron Seaton, the former champion. Lock up from the dude heading down into the final turn. So they've settled in at the end of lap number 2. Alice Buckley, 1:13.6, superseded by Evanet. And Jared Hughes flying in the car that he'll share with Craig Lowndes during this race. And it's back to Haynes. Seaton on the inside, staying there with the 18 of Diesel Thomas. And Brandon Madden and Blake Tracy inside that top 10 as we start lap 3.
Just having a look further down the pack, have a look at this as they line up. Morris, Thomas, Seaton, Madden, Tracy and Webster. Cox back in 12th already. That's been a big charge forward from him as well. Alice Buckley leading us here at the moment, though. We're just starting this endurance race as we'll have a look at some of our Hyundai highlights. Have a look at this replay.
Oh, it's Cheney. That's a separate incident there. So the IES Motorsports car of Cheney, Tyler Cheney behind the wheel at the moment, down at turn number 4. That's why he's back in 22nd position with the sister car back in 23rd. So we didn't see that originally. Someone with more smoke coming out of turn 4. Meantime, here's Nathan Hearn looking racy on Lockie Evanet, and so too is Jared Hughes, the fastest car in this quartet of cars. As they come out of turn 6 to complete another lap Well, Alice Buckley has half a second.
Little brake lock up there, though, from me. You can see the tyre smoke just come off. Won't want to be making too many mistakes this early on in the race, especially with the tyre talk out there amongst the crews. And some of them do have slightly better tyres. Like I say, very unfortunate in that race too for some of the cars to retire very early, but very fortunate to come now. And look what the damage may be on here. Is it a front tyre or is there something along the
There's a bench on the inside there, perhaps on the 81. We'll get our pit reporters nice and warmed up soon with the pit window opening in about 16 minutes' time.
Oh no,
there is Buckley. So a mistake from the 150, and that's at a tyre rub. And I think it's a lock-up on the 42. It's the second time we've seen that from Hearn in the Chevy Camaro. His own car being raced by Tom Davies, Exchange Hotel Kilcoy, helping out with the 42 machine as he runs back in third position. But Buckley not getting away here. 0.6 of a second. That's first, second, third and fourth you're watching from the drone cam. They make their way down to complete another lap. And lap time starting to get quicker out there. We're in the mid-13s right now. Remember, Alice Buckley was in pole position yesterday with a 1:11.9, a new qualifying record for TA2 muscle cars.
Yeah, and it was 0.4 faster than anyone else in the field at the time. Like, it was a massive gap, really, when it comes to qualifying. What we're used to seeing, that within 0.4, we've normally seen 4 or 5 positions.
Yeah.
But no, she had a commanding lead on that one, and you know, very, very fast in the car. But you know, we've got into race mode now. We're starting to use up our tyre bank even this early in the weekend. It's a game of cat and mouse, and what you want to do in terms of your strategy, how far you want to try and push the car early on. She's got the clean air at the moment, where we're seeing some of these cars a bit further back having to battle it through, and that's really going to take a lot of tyre out of the car, as well as brakes, which is going to be another one. Tonight, I'd expect most teams are going to do a brake change.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Oh, Blake Tracy had 2 bites at the brakes down here at turn 3. Good little combination, this one, with he and Brad Gartner, who took it last year, did need to Josh Haynes in the overall series. I think that's a massive find, getting Blake Tracy, the teenager, to team up. He's a very talented driver out of the Albury-Wodonga region in Victoria. And we'll hand that over to Brad Gartner later on. They run in 10th position with Webster behind. Jordan Cox is up into 12th spot now with Collier. Josh Thomas back in 14th. Connor Roberts has got ahead of Robbie Farr, who's moved up a few positions already in the second Hi-Tec or Chevy Camaro coming out that final turn. Here's the leader, 13.3 on the previous lap now for Alice Buckley, so quicker in the final sector. Noted yesterday that she was much quicker than everybody else through sector 1, but that's the best third sector of the weekend so far. Side by side, Robbie Farr here with Aaron Prosser. Prosser has the better line, and the former sprint car. Oh no, Danny Reedy almost got into for the second time. A couple of sprint car mates. Rubbins Racing, they say.
Yeah, like we stick Friday in the car, see if we can do it. We'll throw them all together in the mix and find out what's going to go on. Jordan Cox, though, starting to work his way, getting in the groove at the moment, in 12th position behind Webster, but it's a lineup of cars in front of him, isn't it? Tracy, Madden, Seaton, Thomas, Morris, and then you got a little bit of a gap up to Haynes, who's in position number 5 at the moment. Let's get some news down in pit lane from J-Mac.
A luckless weekend here for Hayden Jackson. Contact in the start causing lower suspension damage. You can see that the tie rod is bent in there, and the team doing absolutely everything they can to relieve the pressure so they can get that lower steering arm free and presumably change it out for a fresh item. But it's all hands on deck here in the pits of the 81.
That's Maisie Place. Thanks, J-Mac. Maisie Place working on the front of that car too. Noted RX8 Cup racer in her own right. Loves to work on these race cars. In fact, you'll see her in a pit garage more often than not when she's not racing a car. So part of the Hayden Jackson team. And they'll just want to get that car out to get points. You don't want a DNF. A DNF nets you donuts. And not the ones that you and I like and probably will sample during tonight's race. You can't afford to have 0 points in this series.
Yeah, you just need to do something. Hayden Jackson, he's had a tumultuous year, really. It just can't seem to just get it together. He's always been on the back end of some bad luck. And Declan Fraser had an unbelievable result, really, in race number 2 in that car. So it's got a lot of pace in it, but we just need to get past those points. Probably some wheel-to-wheel contact at some point. It's easy as that, just to ruin your race there. But 45 minutes, it's a great time to get the car back out, like you say, trying to accumulate any points you can. A couple of laps back, we just saw Alice Buckley with another lock-up there in the car. So potentially playing with some brake bias or something where they've changed the setup in the car. With the, oh no, it's a massive one, but the cooler temperatures coming in, they may have made a setup change to try and account for that, and maybe it hasn't worked.
It's dropped a couple of degrees since our race earlier today. In fact, it sits, I know it's cooling down, but it's 23 degrees as Nash Morris walks with his Scott Taylor Motorsport overalls and helmet on, talking to the TFH Hire team about when they'll jump in. Remember, there's no tyre changes in the pit stops. Now, if you cut a tyre down, of course you have to, but you cannot change them just for the sake of changing them. So you'll need to nurse these tyres through this entire 45-minute race. And teams are still saying it's not about the tyres getting dead in this track, it's more about them overheating. But now we've got a bit of shade around the track, particularly the back straight from turn 2 to turn 3. It's pretty much covered in shade.
Well, the other thing too, like I was mentioning earlier, is getting the driver change done so you can get in and out as close to that 90 seconds as possible. But the other thing is the weight of the car. There is a minimum weight coming in here, and some of our drivers, there's quite a difference between driver 1 and driver 2 in the weight. So are you putting a lighter driver in a full tank of fuel and a heavier driver in at the back on a lower, or you know, like, or are you going to, if you've got a slightly better driver, will you just put a bit more fuel in and let the heavier driver go start and take the risk at the end of the race? So there's a lot of different strategies to play out, and you know what risks that drivers and teams want to take.
Certainly at the car number 4, that's what they're playing right there. And you just can't take it personally if you say, well, you're the heavier guy, you can jump in for the end of it. And you don't want to put your car underweight. If you're a couple of grams underweight, you're out. You can't take that risk in this. So that's more twist in how we make this endurance race work. As Morris of the pole variety comes on by in 6th position behind Diesel Thomas. In 7th, Aaron Seaton, one of, what have we got there, 7 co-drivers out there, or driver 2s out there at the moment. They work towards the back straight. That was close. That was mighty close.
How did he hold on to that?
Yeah, exactly.
He's 16 years of age. It's crazy. It's not like a wealth of experience, you know what I mean? He is 16 years of age, takes great direction as Paul Morris has a little brake lock up as well as they head into the shadows into turn number 3 in Gomersall. Well, it's actually, yeah, like you say, Seaton in the car at the moment, but another one of the cars out of the TFH stables.
To look down to turn number 4. Outside is Seaton. So straight on the defensive was Diesel Thomas, and he knew that wiped off the speed when you're looking at 230 plus kilometres an hour in one of these TA2 muscle cars. On the way to turn 3, he didn't lose that much. Aaron Seaton's deciding to do the edging and saving the groundskeeper, doing some work next week here at Queensland Raceway. Doors left open from the teenager as Goodyear tyres squealing on the way out of the final turn to complete a lap. So Buckley leads by 1.2 seconds from Lachlan Evanet in the Cam Quarries Mustang for Ash Jarvis Racing. Nathan Hearn is next. Jared Hughes is 4th with Josh Haynes, Paul Boris, Diesel Thomas, back to Aaron Seaton, Josh Webster and Jordan Cox now inside the top 10.
Have a look at the times. Hearn, Hughes, Haynes, they're all very, very similar. Those mid-113s. It's so close out there. No one's really gaining anything at the moment. It's slight little brake lock-ups out there. Maybe the shadows starting to appear on the track as well, where the braking markers have been a bit earlier in the day where it's been nice and clear. Now that's might play a little bit of a part with some of the drivers there if they can just hold on to it. We're just over 10 minutes into this 45 minutes endurance race here for the TA2 muscle cars, presented by Maritimo Luxury Yachts. Alice Buckley leading out. Evanet 1.4 seconds behind, followed by Hearn, Hughes, Haynes, Morris, Thomas, Seaton, Webster and Cox now up into 10th position.
It's a good turnout here, isn't it, for the Cam Quarries Sky Blue car. It's been a catchy colour this year. We're seeing more blue. Oh, drama's down here now for Cam Laws and Aaron Prosser's entry. The 91 machine with Prosser behind the wheel. That's down at turn 4. One of 2 left-handers we have on this 3.1 kilometre 6-turn Queensland Raceway. And down to 21st position goes the 91. He returns. Hasn't turned 4. Provided some action over this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And luckily, there's a bit of an open space there to get that car back out on track. I was worried there potentially that car wouldn't move, but just waiting for the traffic to go by and we'll just get our eyes back on our race leader for a second. And a couple of moments into turn 3 and turn 6 where we've seen some tyre smoke come out from under these cars. Evanet needs to watch out because Hearn is really trying to apply the pressure. He's just opened up about a 1/10 and a half over him this lap at the moment, just out to 0.6 of a second, the gap between these two. Hearn with a lot of experience, especially going over to America for those 12 to 18 months. Recently went back there as well, driving some of these TA2 cars over there, but some of the best the USA has to offer and getting on a few podiums as well. So a wealth of experience for his age.
It's enormous over there in the US with TA Racing. Of course, this started back in 2017, really only racing up here in Queensland and the famous Lakeside circuit. At the first year, there was only about half a dozen cars that were in captivity, but now well over 100 that are registered in the country. As Hughes goes on by, a big gap back to Paul Morris. And Haynes dropping down the order on our screens here as he's coming to pit lane and before the pit window. So I was just watching that, and Josh Haynes, who's teamed up with Lee Stibbs, has come into pit lane before the window is open. So something's gone on with the Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. The 66 makes its way back in the pit lane as now Hearn starts to apply pressure to Lachlan Evans. It has a big donut ring on the side of, and that's gone into the garage incidentally, the donut ring down the side of the number 8 car. As this just lets Alice Buckley off the hook a bit. The gap's out to 2.2 seconds, but the pit stop window not too far away, and then we'll start to see the next crew of drivers jump in for the balance of the race. 30 minutes roughly remain of this tag team enduro. The third edition here in the first appearance at Queensland Raceway as Hearn goes wide while down in the Hi-Tec Oils garage, jacking up the left-hand side, or the right-hand side of the Chevy Camaro. Don't like the look of that smoke coming out the front, so it could be a fairly lengthy pit stop down there in the pit lane. So he's in the pits. We're watching the battle for third and fourth as we head towards the pit stop window. 29.5 minutes remaining here. You're watching the tag team enduro from Queensland Raceway.
Here we go. Evanet in second position, just dropped off the back of Alice Buckley at the moment. He's leading us here in this endurance for the TA2 muscle cars. It's going to be a great afternoon. That shadow, though, coming into turn number 3, it's really starting to creep over, isn't that? Sun's going to be glaring in their eyes as they head down to number 1. A big dive from Hearn. He's been biting. He's been chomping at the moment, hasn't he, to try and get that car down the inside in the 42. He shoves it down the inside of Evanet and looks like he's got a little bit of pace to try and drive this away. Evanet's just dropping off because they were only 1.2 seconds behind Buckley, and that's probably where Hearn's had the advantage here. He won't want to lose sight of that Chevy that's in front of him. He'll be going, no, I need to give this back to Tom Davies, and he needs to be able to see Tim Slade. Like, he needs to have him in his sights.
He just saw the brake disc glowing. He just got that car pulled up down at turn 4. Did Hearn, but it gets him up in a second and needs to start digging deep to pull back that 3.3 second margin. Paul Morris runs in 5th, but a whopping 7 seconds behind Jared Hughes now. He slapped in 1 minute 14.1, 3/10 behind the race leader's time. Josh Haynes, former or reigning champion of TA2 muscle cars, he stepped up into the Trans Am Series this year. And off the track, Diesel Thomas, careful on the rejoin here, and just straightens the car up in time. Has come out alongside the 200 for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport of Josh Webster. As Webster goes down the inside, you've got Jordan Cox behind, a big punch of flame from the semi-brand new number 4 Mustang for Crutcher Developments.
Well, I think it's pretty much new, most of the stuff on it, isn't it, this weekend?
It's been raced now, yeah.
There's going to be a lot of new parts on it after this weekend again.
Man.
Oh, it's been rough. He is really pushing, isn't he? Have a look at the flame show he's putting on. That's going to be great as the sun goes down in the background. Webster getting himself another position, and Diesel Thomas just trying to hold on to this as we have a look at this race control, wanting to have a look at a moment. Oh, that's Des Collier.
He just got one of the Chevy Camaros on the way through down. It was Danny Reedy in the Desert Palms Resort, or Danny Orr, Earth Moving number 5, that he'll share with Charlie Parker here today. So race control just wanted to have a look at that vision one more time. And the Rockstar running back in 15th position, originally from Alice Springs, and now calls the Gold Coast home. And what a sad sight down here in the pit lane. What promised to be a really good day, George Gambino on the right-hand side in the Hi-Tec Oils pit area, what promised to be a really good day for both those Camaros. I mean, they are completely different cars to what we saw here for qualifying yesterday.
And that is a fresh car for the Hi-Tec Oils Motorsports crew too. So it's it's not a brand new car, but it's a new car for their stable. And, you know, fresh engine, fresh everything. They've gone through that car, and unfortunately, looks like that's come to some catastrophic end there, that we're not going to see that back out today. So Lee Stibbs will be bitterly disappointed he didn't get a chance to get in, because he was very, very quick actually in the Driver 1 race. Diesel Thomas, he's doing everything he can, isn't he? Like, that car is just moving around. And Jordan Cox, I'm sure, might have got a talking to from the A driver there, the boss and said, hey, just you need to give the car back to me, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not do what we did. Oh, a lot of smoke. Might be a brake lock up on top of those flames that we see coming out of the side. I'm not quite sure whether he's got a flamethrower in there. I tell you what, racing underway here for the TAT muscle cars.
Queensland Raceway and race number 1. The first endurance of the weekend has really come alive here. With Buckley's lead 4 seconds, we're watching Jordan Cox now battling with Diesel Thomas, who will hand over the 18 to Nash Morris. He's kitted up ready for the pit stop window to open soon. Back in 8th position, Brandon Madden inside the top 10, a car he'll share with Scott Andriski, the Harvey's towing TFH hire car. Car number 11 with Blake Tracy up into 11th, flying the flag for the Hi-Tec Oils team. At the moment with Robbie Farr back in 17th. John Udi runs in 18th position in the Cool Drive Auto Parts car. But Tim Blanchard will jump into for the balance of the race. We're not far away from the pit stop window opening. Who will blink first?
Yeah, now Lachlan Evident just dropping back within the clutches of Jared Hughes. I'd expect to see Jared probably stay in that car for the maximum amount that he probably can in that car. I mean, J-Mac, some exciting racing going on, but there's a few things happening in the grid there. Maybe some cars struggling on these tyres.
Yeah, an unfortunate early pit stop for the number 66 machine of Stibbs and Haynes has led to their retirement. A muffler separating from the headers means that they will not be able to rejoin the race.
Oh, that is devastating too for those two who have had an impressive time, I think, compared to what they did in practice yesterday. That car has just been improving, and those two drivers together, they really could have been a fight tomorrow, especially as they just keep improving over the weekend. Josh Thomas, well, he's busy as well. He needs to keep his eyes on the prize at the moment. Currently sitting a little bit further back in 13th position, but he's got Todd Hazelwood to jump in that driver's seat.
So pit lane is busy. I was just watching the dash then. I think that was from the Josh Haynes car. It slipped into neutral on the dashboard a couple of times in the middle of the turn. Maybe it was just hesitating. Didn't seem to affect the performance, but forget that for now because pit lane is getting really, really busy. Here's the race leader coming through to complete another lap. Alice Buckley, that's the end of the 17th lap on the Dick Johnson straight with 4.2 seconds back to Nathan Hearn. So 90 seconds is the pit stop time from the moment you go across the control line to the moment you leave. It's 344 metres from start to finish. Just leaving you about 60 seconds of pit stop time. And for some of these teams, they would have rehearsed this driver change. Looks simpler than what it actually is, incidentally. And just 3 crew, including the driver, allowed to be out there to do this. They can clean the debris out of the radiator grills and any fresh air intakes, but they cannot change tyres in this stop. Now, if you were to exceed that time, you'll be handed a penalty post-race. So you don't want to do that. Even by half a second, 0.5 of a second, you'll be penalised. It comes down to teams really watching the stopwatch and making sure they don't break the 40k an hour speed limit on their way out of pit lane.
Also, you've got to look at the traffic in there at the moment. Do you want to come in while there's so many cars in pit lane? Because it's not like they do this on a regular occasion. It's once a year. You've got a lot of drivers that haven't done an Enduro-style event either. So there's a lot of things to really take into account as we start to see them leaving, and we'll see sometimes already a minute 40 and a minute 45 for a couple of them, far a minute 44. So most teams said they were struggling to keep it down to 90 seconds with the driver change. So it's not a car with a big door that you can just jump in either. There is a little bit to be changed over in the car as Alice Buckley stays out there in the 150 Chevrolet entry and still leading this race by 4.3 seconds now.
Diesel Thomas in the lane, so Nash Morris jumps in. So for Farr, he's jumped out and lets Jason Pride in. That was 14 seconds over what it could have been. So you don't want to give away too much time in that instance.
Yeah, Des Collier was, he's got 22 seconds over. So, yeah, I'll be surprised if we see someone go under the 90-second mark. I think we're going to see a lot closer than that from some of our drivers that have done a lot more endurance style and probably practice this a lot more. Looks like Todd Hazelwood, does he get in? He leaves the pit lane. He's keen to get back out there. So Josh Thomas changed over with Todd Hazelwood now. They're already past the 90-second mark as well. We can see that up on our screen. So I think we're pretty safe at the moment. The fastest I've seen is Paul Morris and Brody Kostecki coming in. Yeah.
95 seconds. So you mark that down now. That's a really good pit stop time there. To only lose 5 seconds over the top. Everybody else is like 10 to 15. Some are 20 seconds over what they need to be. That's costly track time. So watch that 67 car. As pit lane continues to get busy. Hearn and Hughes now come in. As Jason Pride, who's behind the wheel of the 7, picks off a couple of cars. And you're looking for track space at the same time. You don't want to come out and be buried amongst your mates out there, because you want some clear track space to start seeing some fastest laps, to get an overlap out there. We could see something really different in this pit stop window, as in comes Jared Hughes, 7-time Bathurst champion and 3-time Supercars championship winner Craig Lowndes gets ready to jump into the 118 machine. It's a gearbox issue with that car earlier today in his race, a gear linkage that broke on the 118.
It's a very good little test there for Jared Hughes, won't it, as he moves into the endurance season, obviously doing the co-driver there with Erebus Motorsport. So great for Jared Hughes to be part of this one, as well as fighting out in the championship for the TO2 muscle car. Still leading that at the moment as Alice Buckley. You know, imagine if she joined us at the start of the season, how those two would be going at it at the moment, because she stayed out. Oh, here we go. She's going to come in and change over with Tim Slade. So Alice Buckley now, race leader, enters pit lane. And we'll keep an eye on those times as they leave. But yeah, like you say, Paul Morris and Brody Kostecki seem to be the one at the moment with a 5. But they've just got 95 seconds, the fastest out of anybody. It's a 9-second advantage over anybody. So not a bad driver to have. Kostecki either out there cutting some laps as well at the end of this race.
Now we're some 7 or 8 seconds behind the cars ahead before, so they could actually leapfrog a couple of positions here the way it's looking at the moment. It will depend on the cars ahead now. If Alice Buckley can do a similar pit stop time, she'll cement herself nicely. She jumps out. Tim Slade ready to tag team into the 150. Watching the 200 here, maybe with a little bit shorter than anticipated time.
Jared Hughes.
And fire down here in pit lane for the number 4 car.
That's that exhaust. They've had a lot of flame there, haven't they?
And Hayden Jackson straight out there with a fire extinguisher. That while they were plugging Mark Crutcher in. Can you believe the drama that this new car has had this weekend? And I'm with you, I think it's all that unburnt fuel that's been pumping out of there. You know what, they do it every now and then, but that car has been doing it quite often in this race.
Could be a stuck injector or something like that, just putting a bit too much fuel in there that'll get stuck in the muffler and burn off. But hopefully they get that sorted. I'm just looking further down here. Husey and Lowndes, 96 seconds. 95, Brody Kostecki. Look at that, 93 for Aaron Seaton. That is quick. Now, what concerns me is one we've got up there a little bit there for Webster. Potentially, we'll see if that brings any attention. And look at Buckley, quick as well. 94 seconds.
So she's quicker than Morris's time. So they got what they needed out of that pit stop. Tim Slade's jumped back out behind the wheel. There she is. What an absolute star in the making. Pole position on debut, winner on debut, continued on this weekend with another victory in her qualifying race earlier today. And she'll guzzle plenty of water down there now on Tim Slade will power the Chevy Racing 150 around for the remaining 18 minutes. With the pit stop window not too far away, everybody is now pitted incidentally, so there'll be no penalties from that point. But I'm with you, I'm watching what will happen with that 200 car.
Yeah.
It's showing it ours as 1 minute 20, which should make it 80 seconds and not 90. There's the siren, that's the horn, it's not half time. That is the window shutting, so the pit stop window is done. There is Lockie Evnett with James Golding about to jump into the Cam Quarries and Concrete entry for Ash Jarvis Racing. Former racer in his own right in TA2 muscle cars. Originally from the West and now lives up here on the Gold Coast. Did some sports sedan racing for a while too. And away goes Golding. Slade comes through to complete the lap. So the pit stop window is done. I'm sure there's some pretty thirsty drivers down in pit lane, J-Mac.
Alice Buckley, you handed the car over to Tim Slade, circulating in P3. The race not over yet. He's got a hard run to the finish. Tell me, he's only just got a bare weight break over you. How close are we going to be to underweight on the way back in?
Oh, well, he's actually 20 kilos heavier than me, even though we're the same height. So, no, I think he'll be fine. Obviously, we've double-checked for this heat that weight's going to be perfect. So, I was pretty confident. I trust them with my life. So, I reckon we'll be sweet. But, yeah, just handed the car over to Timmy. Let's see what he can do. Hopefully, he can keep it in first, because brought it in first. And I think he's third outright right now. And a lot of people haven't done stops. So, we're not upset about that at all.
Great stuff. Well done.
Awesome. Thank you.
Alice Buckley weighs just 55 kilos, incidentally, down there, and they feel that's the big advantage, particularly around here. Now, we're looking at the screens up here, Matty Cav, and we have nothing to do with race control. That's why we sit in the commentary box. But looking here, that car had only done 1 minute and 20 in the pit window. It need to be 90 seconds. They've made up a lot of track space. But we were looking also too at Brad Gardner. 91.5 seconds was their pit stop time. And that is a big win.
Going off our timing screen, that is the best pit stop out of any team between him and Blake Tracy. Now, I know Blake Tracy just had a small insert in there, so they ripped that out really quickly, and Brad Gardner will be on a charge for a bit of a comeback in the second half of this Hi-Tec Oil Super Series season. And he's just, it really hasn't been the year for him at the moment. As we got Tim Slade leading our race, he come up with some back markers. Let's head down to pit lane with Mel Price.
Well, a pretty upbeat, actually, looking Jordan Cox and Mark Crutcher, considering we just saw the car on fire. But before we talk about that, you were having a fantastic run.
Yeah, we started from the back. We just haven't had a good weekend. Like, we just had drama since we rolled out yesterday, and the dramas continue. So yeah, the car was handling amazing. Like, it was one of the best Trans Ams I've driven. Like, it felt, could put it anywhere I wanted. It was a great car to drive, and especially considering the fuel and whatnot. It was really the only guys in, but we just had an engine issue that's been there since yesterday. So we're losing power down the straights, and then out of the corner it was just boggy, and apparently the car was actually catching fire on the exit of some of the corners, and then it's just blown up in pit lane. So super disappointing. I feel sorry for Crutch. It's a brand new car. But the TO2 technical department and our amazing crew, Jackson and Sam, we'll get it sorted. So, hey, we're racing cars. It's not all bad, you know.
Oh, you drove well. That's all you can do, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all you have a go. Like, I knew I had a really good car underneath me handling-wise, so I had to maximise it. A little bit aggressive in some spots, and it was pretty hairy out there. Once the tyre burns up, you see everyone moving around a lot and people making mistakes. The sun's in your eyes at turn 2. So it was a pretty good race up until then. Yeah.
Well, some great feedback from Jordan Cox. Unfortunately, it won't be finishing the race, but great drive, and we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Absolutely, we'll be back. So.
Great, thanks.
Always upbeat, it's Jordan Cox. You just can't believe the luck they've had with this brand new. If you were to tell someone that was a brand new car on Friday, they'd laugh at you.
Oh, you wouldn't believe them.
No way.
Not one bit.
Just incredible in sport at times. They were so confident after Crutcher sold that previous car to Clay Richardson. He's running the Trans Am Series now. The new car would make everybody happy, and it just hasn't turned out that way. So the pit stop window has been completed, with Slade now leading the race behind the wheel of car number 150. Lowndes has now jumped into the 118 car that Jared Hughes started the race in. He's 11 seconds behind Slade at the moment, but that is similar pit stop time. I'm chasing what's going on with our second place car right now, with James Golding running fourth. Brodie Kostecki now behind the wheel of the 67 runs in fifth, with Ben Gomersall. Brad Gardner, the big mover today, they have the best pit stop time of anybody in Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaros. Lowndes powers down towards turn number 3. Behind them, Davies, Cheney and Scott Andriski now behind the wheel of the Harvey's Towing, number 11, the Brandon Madden started the race in.
Yeah, we're heading to the final third of this race now with 13 minutes remaining. It's going to be down to how much the brakes want to hold on. You can see them glowing there on the Craig Lowndes car too, as they get hard on the brakes, and how much tyre is left under those cars. I'm sure they can do plenty of laps, but it's going to get a lot greasier for them out there. I know track conditions are probably starting to cool down, and you're going to get those shadowed areas, especially coming out of 2 down into 3, that are going to be a fair bit cooler, because it drops like 5 to 6 degrees when you get in the shade out there. So there's plenty to play out still in this race with, I know we just see a couple of minutes shaved off that time at the moment. So just under 8 minutes now remaining in this race as it's time certain. And we did start our race a little bit late. We had that issue there with our driver 2 race a little bit earlier, where we had a lot of incidents, a lot of things happening in the first couple of corners. Oh no, Mediki, 25-second penalty up on our screen.
Just got that sent through from Stephen White now, so 15 seconds plus the short time, which is 10. Oh, that is a costly mistake, and that's going to put him somewhere outside the top 10. He will not want a safety car now in this remaining 7 minutes of the race. So we waited for that call. It was 10 seconds under that time, and a costly error. So it's a 15-second penalty plus the time that you haven't done during your pit stop. Wow.
Well, it's good to see we sort of knew that something potentially was coming, but to have that confirmed, at least we know where we sit now with our drivers at the moment. And I think Brett Gartner's going to have to get a bit of a move on then, so he can get within that 25-second realm, knowing that's going to get him another position for tomorrow's racing as well. Davies might even be able to get there. Kostecki gets a move done on Golding. We'll go up one as we get on board now with Todd Hazelwood. Hazelwood getting through into 11th position at the moment with a bit of work to do, and then Tresky in front of him. Let's head down to pit lane where all the action is with J-Mac.
Jared Hughes paired up with Craig Lowndes, and Craig holding his own out there. You gave the car to him in a fantastic position. Now, currently running in second with a penalty from Mediki.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We're still just struggling with the car for some reason. Just can't see to work this thing out. Don't know why, but no, he's doing a good job out there, just keeping it together, doing consistent laps. Got Brody coming behind now. He's hauling ass, so hopefully we can hold him off. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
How hard was it physically to wrestle the car out here at QR?
It's not normally that bad, but with the shoulder and everything, it's a little bit harder. But that's all right. No excuse. We're all good.
No excuse. 50 G's will do that to a man.
He looks in better shape than what he was last Sunday when we left the track here at Queensland Raceway. So they're 13 seconds behind. For Mediki, it's going to put him somewhere around 9th or 10th position. So anyone be ahead of these guys right now will be fine. They'll move up another position. Will bring Kostecki up into 3rd, Gold into 4th, and Gomersall in 5th. 5 minutes remain of this race to watch the legend of Aussie Motorsport, Craig Lowndes, in the Chevrolet Performance car, teamed up with Jared Hughes, a deal that was announced earlier this year. And I, for one, love having CO in one of these cars. I think he's built for these cars.
It probably comes from an era where they were more, I suppose, to share a lot of similarities to how these cars behave out on track, what you got to do to wrestle them around, and I'm sure it brings a lot of memories coming back to Craig Lowndes. He was pretty happy to get in the car too. He said, look, I didn't get to drive it a lot coming into this weekend. He goes, well, yeah, it's a whole heap of fun to be out on track. So, you know, he'll be enjoying his time out there, knowing with that, they'll already be talking about that penalty in front of him, knowing it's not about that. It's about Kostecki, who's behind him, who's catching him, well, last time around by almost a second. So, you know, Kostecki's coming in hot, and potentially that could see him and Paul Morris up on a podium.
Haven't they been a good combination today? The 200 that had a broken radiator during that earlier race today, Marcus Ambrose Motorsport repaired the car and got it back on the track for this race with that 25-second penalty. There'll be some conversations down at that garage tonight. It's a costly error, but it's in the rules. We explained at the start how it's going to work. There'll be a pit stop penalty. If you left even at 89.99 seconds, it's enough to get you a 15-second penalty. So they'll rue that one. But at the moment, trying to stop the rot at the moment of maybe it's still a top 10 finish, maybe around Graham Cheney, Todd Hazelwood territory. So check in with Bush, Brody Kostecki, former Supercars champion, reigning Bathurst 1000 champion with Todd Hazelwood. They'll team up again with the Shell V-Power Racing team at the first endurance race at the Bend in September, and then head off to Bathurst to do it again in October. But remember, we've got to do this all again tomorrow. Another qualifying race for both drivers, but tomorrow the second driver will start. And then we move into the main drivers for the second one of the day, and then another endurance race over 45 minutes. Here at Queensland Raceway, as we start to count the clock down, Tim Slade by 14 seconds back to Lowndes. Lowndes only has 1.2 seconds back to Kostecki, and that is the battle we're watching on the way down to turn 4.
Isn't it a legend within the current Supercars paddock taking on a former legend of the Supercars paddock? Cool. I mean, this is pretty cool to be watching. TA2 Muscle Car Series always growing, and every year the endurance has really stepped it up, hasn't it? Probably is the best one we have seen in the last 3 years in terms of the drivers that it's enticed to come out here. I mean, there was nothing there for Paul Morris. It's not like he races in this championship and he got Brody to come help him. They just decided to jump in a car for the weekend and just be part of it. And have a look at this. Move is on. He slid around there nicely, Brody Kostecki, and he drives by in the Norwell Motorplex Mustang, gets past the Jared Hughes, Craig Lowndes combination. And look, I don't think Lowndes is going to try and fight him on that one.
No, he didn't put up too much of a fight on the way to that final turn. So what's Bush got for us in the Norwell Motorplex car? This is the regular mount that Nash Morris would drive. Of course, Nash behind the wheel of the 18 now, back in 11th position. I don't think they're going to catch Tim Slade today as he continues to extend that lead. It's out to 15 seconds to Kostecki, and with just under 2 minutes remaining, I think that's pretty much all she wrote in today's Endurance 1. Boy, it's going to be a busy night for teams down in the garages. Even if you've had a good day, there'll still be plenty to do and regroup for tomorrow's event. And Tim Slade, who's been working with Alice Buckley, mentoring her to her first pole and first victory in this TA2 Muscle Car Series, is looking very good here as we head down to start another lap. This is the 31st lap of the race and is in charge of today's endurance number 1. 15 seconds back to Kostecki. Lowndes has lost 1.2 seconds, but he's got 4 seconds back to James Golding in the Cam Quarries and Concrete entry. Number 8 Mustang for Ash Jarvis Racing, Ben Gomersall. Good result for those guys. They both, he and former champ Aaron Seaton, will get a top 5 result today.
Then have a look at Graham Cheney coming back with his son, combining with his son here this weekend, currently in 8th position. Todd Hazelwood now up into 9th, so he's done a lot of work to try and bring that TFH high number 69 into the top 10 as well. He is driving the wheels of that thing. Brett Gardner now in a top 10 position. Oh no, he's just gone back one. Nash Morris takes that off him in the TFHI entry. So Brett Gardner, who was very quick, and they had an unbelievable pit stop now, just going off the pace fraction there. He's gone back like 11 seconds that last lap. So he's got an issue there in the Hi-Tec Oils entry, whether he's had an off or a brake lock-up or something, but that's 11 seconds, a big moment.
So 1 lap remaining as Slade comes up to the Connor Roberts number 19 car to put a lap down and setting sail for the last lap. Down the inside we go. Ryan Casher, the local lad, grew up in Ipswich, raced in TCR, and joining Connor Roberts in the Ford Mustang as he just allows the race leader to motor on by here through turn 2 in the setting sun. It's been a really great day of action. The weather, you couldn't ask for better sunshine here today. The crowds have come out to witness some great racing. Now Tim Slade just has a handful of turns remaining.
Yeah, well, Kibel's now leader, just going through some of the cars as he takes him a lap down at the moment. But Tim Slade, part of a career for Alice Buckley that is just beginning really, and what a combination to put these two together. We know he had a lot of involvement in not just her driver training, but also setting this car up for her before she made her debut last round. She got a pole there as well on day number 2 and managed to bring home 2 race wins, and she just continues to keep the stats going, doesn't it? She builds her career in the TA2 Muscle Car Series.
Familiar sight, this 150 that's been in victory lane for 4 straight races in this series, but today it's Tim Slade and Alice Buckley's day. Chevrolet Performance win, endurance number 1 at Queensland Raceway in this 3rd edition of the Tag Team Enduro Series in TA2 muscle cars. It's a massive win. The 200 crossing the line back there, but we'll get that 25-second penalty, which is going to park somewhere between 7th and 8th position now on our screens when it corrects. So Kostecki and Paul Morris will be home for 2nd. Lowndes and Hughes will be on the podium in 3rd spot, bringing Golding and Everett up into 4th position. Aaron Seaton and Ben Gomersall net a top 5 when that screen adjusts itself very, very soon. The best part was there was no safety cars in that one today. 32 laps in the book, and fastest lap going to Alice Buckley, a 1:13.35 here today at Queensland Raceway. Davies and Hearn home for 6th today, with Hazelwood and Thomas in 8th position. Down to Nash Morris and Diesel Thomas. The 2 Cheneys, the father-sons, get a top 10 result as well. And Brad Gardner should get a top 10 because he got past them on the finish line while that was going down. Here are the highlights of this Endurance 1. Tyler Cheney off track down here at turn number 4 in the IES Motorsports entry. This was Prosser with Robbie Farr and Danny Reedy getting together for the 2nd time here today.
Just a little bit of tie rubbing now. This was Des Colley with a rejoin there on Danny Reedy, and Race Control wanted to have a close look at that, which we haven't seen anything come of it. We'll have to wait and see. Crosser there in the number 9, unfortunately a little bit of contact there and went off. This is Diesel Thomas just being pushed a little bit wide there for a moment by Seaton as they really battled it out, but there was no traction at all. But Jordan Cox, well, we could see the flames coming out of the exhaust from early on in this race, and that will play out a little bit later in their highlights. And plenty of brake lock-up moments through up and down the field.
That was even. This was the big one. On fire down here was Crutcher and Cox. They would force that car back into the garage. But out in front, it was that 150, the Chevy Performance car of Tim Slade and Alice Buckley. Can they do it again here? Come and join us tomorrow from Queensland Raceway in the Hi-Tec Qd Super Series. Bye for now. that beautiful sunset. They certainly know how to do it here up in Queensland. So we'll be back to the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series, round number 4. It's Fight in the Night, the annual event that's been going since 2012. And what a field of cars we have for the next 3 hours as they're out on their parade lap, formation lap, call it what you will. Dan McCarthy's alongside me, Matt Nolte. Matt Kavanagh will join us very soon. We'll rotate the commentators through. Mel Price, Tammy Sewell, Jared McLean will power through pit lane. And your first time here, birthday boy, how's your day been?
Lovely, absolutely fantastic way to spend a birthday. I'm looking forward to the racing going through well into the night. 3 hours of production car racing ahead of us. And we got the 2 Ford Mustangs on the front row of the grid. Kearns in the grey machine will be starting from pole position. That car's won both races so far today, alongside the Hadrian Morale Mustang. Row 2 will see Terry White start in the Mustang, but he'll start behind Tony Quinn in the Chevrolet Camaro. There's plenty of classes all through this field. We'll talk you through it as the race goes on. We expect a couple of pit stops, 1 compulsory stop. But we are about to get things underway. The Fight in the Night 2025 is go.
Now, you laughed at me a few moments ago when we were outside. We were talking about the weather hadn't deteriorated like we thought it was going to. But we also think that 23 degrees outside is quite cool right now. They've actually thrown that start away by the look of it from the starter's box. I didn't see a green there, so maybe 1 more lap out there. But it will change dramatically here in the next hour or so. We'll get down to single digits pretty quickly, and that changes the dynamic of this track. It also, the vision becomes an issue. We've only got some temporary lights around here and some that are here permanently, but certainly not enough like a Singapore Grand Prix or Eastern Creek, for example. But that'll be another twist in this mix here tonight. But an extra hour to what we'd race here back in the previous round here in June. And for some of these drivers, they've been regular fixtures, but for some, they've never done a Fight in the Night here, and we welcome them along.
Absolutely. A great field of cars, 26 in total, nearly 50 drivers in this race. You don't have to have a co-driver. You can do it solo. Not many drivers have elected to do that. And here is the grid then. So it's Kearns and Carr on pole position alongside Morale and Mecklem. Tony Quinn will start from 3rd position. Alongside of him will be the youngster McCutcheon, who's put that car on pole the last 2 events. White and Walker on from 4th position ahead of Zeki in the BMW E92 M3. Then we've got the Soul X-Class Speed Cafe character, Horse and Goulet. Then the Baccinis, father and daughter. They'll be just behind that. Field continues to go on. The smaller class cars, including the Jarvis Polo GTI. Gunther Randall look for them in the A45. Ruffo and Caviello, Wilson, but Derwent. The field just keeps on going. Looking forward to this one. Always unpredictable racing in the Fight in the Night. 1 compulsory stop of 3.5 minutes, but we expect that they will have to do a second splash and dash to the finish.
Yeah, tend to agree as we take the view at the 999, the Baccinis. Carly starting this race here today. So now we look good for a start. The 2 Mustangs on the front row settle in for the next 3 hours because we're about to go racing. This time the lights go out and those Mustangs voted their way down with Kearns behind the wheel of the 25 Mustang. Hadrian Morale has got Tyler Mecklem joining him for this year's edition of the Fight in the Night. The view from Bacchini's car as we take that little short shoot into the right hand of Jake Camilleri. Solo once again in the Caboolture Mazda entry, won the Class C last time out after arriving. Won the Mercedes, getting wide, straighten up, and they do. Oh, breathtaking moment there. These gravel traps, you dig in, you can roll these cars.
Absolutely, here comes Morale up the inside into the hairpin and takes the race lead. So change of position up the front. The Mercedes you saw running off wide at turn 2, that was the number 19 of Mark Griffiths, the experienced campaigner who's already looking to move back through ahead of Jesse Dixon. Oh, Morale a little bit wide there at turn number 4, but no contact thus far. Headlights are already ablaze. We're not too far away from full darkness already here in the Fight in the Night. The Sharon Rentals Fight in the Night. Deep under brakes, these 2 Mustangs. They've been the dominant force really so far this weekend, but Tony Quinn is keeping with them early on in this one. They come across the line to complete lap number 1 of the race. The lead margin, Morel to Kern, 0.7 of a second. Further 1 second back to Quinn as Gooley looks up the inside of White. Forced White into a bit of a mistake there, opens the door up at turn 2, but again, the Speed Cafe X-Class BMW not able to make the move on that particular occasion. Good straight line speed advantage though for the BMW. Surely it'll be later on the brakes as well and should take that position. In theory, on paper, the BMW, the favourite for this race. BMWs have dominated this race in the recent years, and I'd expect that to be right up the pointy end once again in this one. Through they go on the back section of the circuit. Lights are ablaze, just as you can see, just beginning to shine on the top of the tarmac. Certain corners are darker than others. I couldn't make it to the last round, watched on from home, and I did notice that turn 1 in particular was a fair bit darker than other sections of the circuit. Yeah,
it's pretty unique. It's like we went to Western Australia years ago. Some parts of the track were really bright, others were quite dark. I like that. I'd rather see a mixture of dark and night. Now with your European experience in the last couple of months, you've seen a bit of night racing over there now. They do it a little bit differently to what we do here in Australia, but with the changing personality of this track, like right now we've still got those mid-20s. Track temperature is staying there right now, but when it gets down those single digits, it really is quite a skating rink out there in some sections of the track.
Yes, certainly is. That is for sure. The 14 of Link out there at the moment had a fair bit of bad luck, this car, in the recent rounds, as the 87 of Jesse Dixon just slings that up the inside there and made that look really easy. There was literally a BMW's car with just about, and he slotted it up there, but no straight line speed in a straight line, and he's going to become vulnerable to fellow D-Class runner Ash Jarvis, who has been Alan Jarvis, who's been a real front runner in the D-Class throughout this season, just being consistent, and has actually taken outright race victories as well.
Absolutely. Sydney early this year was a surprise winner in the first round of this year's series. It's down to turn 4 they go, and those D-Class cars, they'll be welded together during the race, with Jarvis behind Dixon, Annabelle Rolfo, who's in the 58 car, heading down towards turn number 6. Troy Derwent, Riley Beggs, the youngster in Class D as well, back at 17th position. So while we'll talk about the outright honours, the battle for the 8 individual class honours we have with the invitational classes, the sole car in that class this weekend of Wilson running back in 20th, and a few cars there that didn't actually make it out for the start today. Yeah,
really attritional first couple of races. We had engine failures. It looked to me like a few gearbox drive related ones as well. Max Gagan sadly was one of those victims in the race earlier on today. Lots of dust down here in the braking zone, turn number 3. That does not put Gooley off, who moves up the inside and takes 3rd position from Tony Quinn. So I'm not sure what the dust cause was, but it looks to me like all of the front runners have got through unscathed, which is good news. But just going back to the previous point, Max Gagan, probably the most notable name not to make it out for this one, came to a stop late on in the race earlier on today. He did get it refired and brought it back to the pits, but sadly, weekend done, one of many, as you say, that we have lost. Started with 26, down to 20, but still plenty to talk about. The most, I suppose you'd say, the biggest category, biggest class, D-Class. So many runners in that one. Competitive, small, reliable machines that come the end of the 3 hours might very well be near the point here.
Absolutely. They could go all night if you really wanted to. They're going to run down the field, but they'll be consistent, as we watch Robert Gooley with that move on Tony Quinn. And for TQ and Matt McCutcheon, they'll be hoping to get a lot further than what they did last time out here. A severe engine detonation for the game over Chevy Camaro. Let go about here and end up in the gravel trap down the end. And TQ, of course, who owns Queensland Raceway now, got out and actually helped with the officials. And by the way, thanks to the guys and girls for giving up their time. It's been a busy couple of weeks. And again, Gooley is in a hurry to get the front. Look at those brake discs glowing very early in the race. But Kearns is taking no. And he'll go side by side with that Speed Cafe BMW, drag racing the Mustang down towards this left-hander. As we look from the drone camera shot across it shows you there's little to no wind. It was blowing a gale earlier this afternoon, but it's calmed right down here in this edition of the Fight in the Night. So Gourley on his way towards the front of the field here in the early stages, with Hadrian Morale leading in car number 9.
Certainly is down into the final corner. Look at those brakes glow already in the X-Class BMW. We saw in the last race as well that brakes did become an issue later on in proceedings. Brakes, tyres, they're all going to be talking points at the end of this 3-hour-long endurance race, long into the night. So we were saying earlier on, we got one compulsory pit stop you must make of 3.5 minutes. These bigger cars certainly won't do it on one stop. They will need a second one. The smaller cars, they'll be hoping for a few safety cars. If there is a possibility that they may be able to do it on one stop. However, their issue is going to be tyre life. The front-wheel drive cars around Queensland Raceway use the front tyres really badly, and that could be a potential issue for them. I expect some cars to make a tyre change during the 3.5-minute stop.
The disparity between the fast cars at the front is some 10 seconds back to our invitational class car, so it won't take long for some of the lapping to happen. In fact, Greg Wilson back in 20th position. It's already 55 seconds, the nearest 10,000th of a second behind our race leader. So lap traffic will have a big part in this race as everybody starts to settle in to the groove here as these tyres come up to temperature. Our biggest field of the season in the Australian Production Car Championship. The Fight in the Night started back in 2012. We had some great grids over the years that have raced here at Queensland Raceway. And of course, the Bathurst 6-hour now, isn't that one of the iconic events we have for production cars in this country?
Certainly is, and this one right up there as well, two of the biggest in the country. This is one that they all want to win, and that is why there's been so many entrants for this round. As we look at the number 14, as I said, it's had a few issues so far this year. It's had an incident with the wall in the opening round at Sydney Motorsport Park. Last round, it's had fuel consumption issues. It had to do 2 pit stops in the 2-hour race, so potentially a 3rd stop for this car in a 3-hour race. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But also in the long distance race last time out, that car well misjudged the pit stop time. 40 seconds less than the time he needed to be in the pit lane, had to serve an additional drive-through penalty as well. So it's been a challenging start to the year, but the number 14 Falcon has had pace. And I love the tribute livery. You either look at it at the sort of Moffat X era or the which bottom tribute livery of a few years later.
Yeah, either. Looks like that.
Exactly.
David Ling with Troy Williams, who'll jump into that car. In fact, David Ling, not a big fan of driving at night time these days, so he's going to give the car over to Troy Williams during this race today. Somewhere around the 50-minute mark, they're looking to jump in. Remember, that car had a diff issue last time around as well. Also worth noting, too, that Tony Quinn's putting up a big prize for every class winner of this year's Australian Production Car Championship, too. And the prize per class, 2 flights of accommodation to come over to Hampton Downs, the beautiful track he owns over in New Zealand now. So a lot of teams taking that very seriously because, hey, who wouldn't want to go to New Zealand? It's a cool place.
Exactly right, exactly right. Tony Quinn, of course, the owner of this race circuit out there racing at the moment. He did just gain a position, making his way past Kearns. So the circuit owner up to position number 3. And of course, he owns many of those great racetracks over there in New Zealand as well. Oh, a nice exit there out of the turn for Jesse Dixon. But the power of the Falcon, look at that. That's got to be at least 6 or 7 car lengths, even more than that by the time they get to the end of the straight. But this is where the little BMW comes into its own under brakes and certainly can hold the mid-corner speed through the turn. What a great racer Jesse Dixon is, of course, winner of the Shannon Supercars Showdown. Of course, Todd Hazelwood, Cam Waters are the winners of that one. But the amount of people that took part in that back then as well, James Golding, the list just goes on and on and on. So it shows the calibre of driver he was. Front one runner in V8 Utes, finished 3rd in the championship in one season, raced in Super 2 as well. The man can drive. I was about to say kid, but he's certainly a bit older these days.
Well, he's not as old as you now. You were trying to convince me you were 28 before. You're not a day over 21. Dan McCarthy in commentary with us here at this Fight in the Night event. What a night to have it on too. It's just beautiful conditions here at Queensland Raceway as we look at the 4th place car on track and 3rd in the A2 class of Lindsay Kearns heading down towards turn number 4 right now. So Mustangs and Camaros, it's got that TA2 feel. Look at the brake disc glowing. It's only early in the race. They'll need to manage that over the next 2 hours and 48 minutes of this Fight in the Night event. So they've disappeared. They've got 16 seconds back to the first B2 class car, Ben Jerzakowski, who was a noted open wheel star back in the day, back in 6th position. Carlo Bacchini runs in 7th and leader of the B1 class entries out there in 7th with Chris Holt, Jake Camilleri, and Griffo picks up the 10th position. He's got Tom Heyman behind the wheel of the 19, as we saw at the previous round here back in June.
Outgun operator is Tom Heyman. He's stepped in and raced in TA2 on several occasions, have been a front runner taking a race victory, so he can certainly drive anything he gets into. I'm sure he's been watching all of the TA2 action throughout the day and throughout, of course, tomorrow. 3 more races: driver A sprint race, a driver B sprint race, and the Enduro as well to finish as we had today. Here comes Kearns. We got a bit of retaliation out there. The Mustang wants that position back that Quinn has held for the last couple of laps, so they change once again. Kearns back up into position number 3 as they lap that BMW that you were talking about of Wilson, the invited car, JPS inspired livery. And I'm not sure if you remember, Nolte, at Sydney Motorsport Park, we have had a couple of invited cars in the production cars.
A couple?
Yes, yeah, there was several, wasn't there? But great to see that Wilson's back for a second go.
Yeah.
And the Fight in the Night.
Very cool. It did start a little bit lackluster, didn't it, this year? There was only single digits in entries, and the AASA and the Hi-Tec Oil Series opened it up for that first race. As Sydney caught us all by surprise, but some of them upstaged the production cars in that night. Beautiful shot from the start tower as they come through to complete the 10th lap of this race. Margin 7.6 seconds. Morale back to Gooley, who's been the hard charger today in that Speed Cafe BMW, the sole Class X car that would tend to dominate the Bathurst 6-hour event, but the only car out there in tonight's field.
Yeah, indeed. Out in front, Morale, nearly 8 seconds, but the fight for second, look at them, 2, 3, 4 and 5, all within the same camera shot, all within 2.5 seconds. So the race leader is out in front, but behind that it is all to play for. Wachowski, I'm going to try and get that out once successfully during the course of this race. The leader in the B class, B2 leader in 6th position, Carly Bacchini behind the wheel at the moment in the B1 class. So yeah, she's the leader of that one in the 999. Look at these LED lights. How cool do these look as they head into turn number 6. Great to see a few of them running LEDs underneath the side, but that is the best effort.
Yeah, nightclub on wheels really, isn't it, as he goes a lap down there now. Josh Trappett behind the wheel of the ADR Lexus higher entry, the Subaru. They're just letting the faster cars go on by, and he'll team up with Aston Davis for the Fight in the Night. And it's already a fight going on, isn't it? Ling just can't shake away the car behind at the moment on their way down towards turn number 4 here in the early stages. So we're into a groove here, boys. Matt Kavanagh's joined us back up in the commentary box. He's refueled, ready to blast off now into the night here. We love the Fight in the Night. We love being back here at Queensland Raceway.
Oh, how good are the cars? They've gone and lit themselves up. They've got the LEDs on, you know, and the sun's going down in the background. The racing's incredible. David Ling, you want to be getting out of the car nice and early. The mayor elections are on in Darwin at the moment. He'll want to know if he's gone from the unofficial mayor of Darwin to the official mayor. Yeah. He'll just have to wait and find out the results when he gets out.
He's done pretty much everything else in Darwin, so why not be the mayor?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's well known around the traps, I think, up there, and he did thank me for calling him the unofficial mayor earlier in the weekend. I'm sure the crew will be watching back here in Darwin.
His energy levels, I mean, the guy, he won't be, I hate me saying this, but he's 66 years old, has done everything up there. He ran the Aussie NASCAR Tours event, which used to take people across the United States. He helped get the World Water Skiing Championships to Darwin many years ago. You've been to Darwin, right, Dan?
actually. No, I haven't.
Right. You don't water ski up there. In fact, you don't go in the ocean up there.
Hang on. You don't fall off the water.
Exactly.
There's a couple of big geckos up there that like to swim around. And
yeah.
They take no prisoners.
Quite big geckos.
You know when the tourists are up there because they're the ones swimming in the harbour.
Yeah.
But he's just done so much for it over the years, and he's really passionate about the production cars. He's always at the Bathurst 6 Hour every year, and his energy level's just amazing. He was awarded with the Motorsports NT Senior Driver of the Year back in 2022. Still does a bit of insurance broking in his spare time. I don't know where he finds the spare time. There's only 24 hours in a day. But teamed up with Troy Williams, who will take over this car because he can't shake away Jesse Dixon down here at the bottom turn. He wrote off some great stats about Jesse Dixon. I think a career that could have gone to supercars many years ago.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Had the talent, didn't he? Showed that in the V8 Ute series when that was the old school Commodore versus Falcons in the latter years of that before moving on to the super hip and shoulder there, side by side, onto the pit straight between the little 86 and the Astra, the number 78 there of Derwin, forced off the racing circuit. The Rolfo 86 has the inside running using the ABS and reclaims that position. I tell you what, after race one, the 58 had the wheels facing in all the wrong directions, so great work to get this car repaired. But there is a bit more damage to that 86, just coming to blows on the exit of the corner.
I don't think Troy Derwin's going to appreciate that being pushed out. Not especially in that form, I suppose. Those guys obviously fighting it out for a Class C battle there at the moment, which they've got Camilleri, who's got a fairly big lead there at the moment, but we're down in the pits early, and you're talking to all the drivers, and some of the front-wheel drive cars, that they really start to chew up the inside tyre, the inside left. So a 3-hour race, they barely made it through 2 hours. Are we going to see some tyre changes and things like that? And if you've got one tyre change, you're going to change 2 on that side, or both front tyres. So pit stop's going to be a real talking point here, like you just mentioned earlier, is Jesse Dixon. I mean,
is this not cat and mouse?
David versus Goliath, I think.
Unbelievable.
Great thing about him too is he's got that sim rig set up down there on the Gold Coast and does so much driver training. So, you know, some of the TA2 drivers, Robbie Farr's one of them that actually gets down there and does some driver training. Obviously, O'Connor that's in the car with him, this is O'Connor's car. And Jesse Dixon said, we're just creeping up on this car. It's basically stock standard when we went racing with it. So now it's like, we'll give it a bit of a tune. Let's play around with the suspension.
Exactly. So he's found himself a nice little niche market out there now, a bit like Tom Randall has done over the years with his Dream Racing Simulator down there in Melbourne. We just saw a change of position there for second, with Kearns going ahead of Gooley in the Speed Cafe BMW. This is how it went down at the final turn. In fact, Kearns up on that curb. I wonder if the BMWs hurt those brakes a little bit in the beginning. They are really red compared to everybody else.
Well, Kearns has been the one that's moved forwards recently, because let's not forget, a couple of laps ago he was in fourth, but as you say, the BMW certainly not looking as strong as it did. Up the inside comes Tony Quinn, but Gooley closing the door, and they're not going to allow that move on that particular occasion. But look at this lap traffic already playing a factor. Gooley having to jink hard to the right to avoid the Astra, who also has a bit of the lights going on. Yeah, those brakes are glowing a lot. That is certainly going to be holding him back, and he'll be feeling that in the brake pedal already, I reckon.
It's a heavy car, really, when you look at those BMWs, full trim production start. I know they try and take some weight out of them, but they'd be loading this up on fuel for this race, because like you mentioned before, the bigger cars, they might be able to do more than an hour, but can they do an hour and a half under full race conditions? And will they be hoping, you know, unfortunately for a safety car out there, just to try and get in there? So if we see anyone coming before the hour and a half mark and put fuel in, the question's going to be is because they think they can make the end. I don't think anyone's going to come into the 50-minute mark or the hour mark and be able to go 2 hours on fuel.
No, absolutely not. There's noticeable there, the difference between his brake discs and everybody else around there. So did he ask too much too soon? He has to back the pace off a bit. Remains to be seen. But the Morale car has 6 seconds and the fastest lap of the race so far. It's very early days. In fact, that was set on the second flying lap of this fight in the night. Making time at the final turn, which seems to be a hot spot here at Queensland Raceway. And a bit of debris coming off. Hard to tell where or what that actually was, but no harm, no foul. The car still continues on down in this race as we go back to the Ling and Dixon World Championship battle here down at turn number 6. I think Lingy's going to be sick of seeing Jesse Dixon by the end of this stint.
He might pull in early, you never know.
Yeah, just thinking about the mirrors.
Yeah. Oh, no, he's probably only going to do one stint tonight too, Lingy, by the sounds of it. He just want to get that in, get that done. So they were talking about a little bit earlier down in pit lane, try and get his share of the driving done very early.
There's still a lot of chat about whether there will be just single stops out there. I think it's going to be a lot of strategizing on the run, if that's the terminology. You're not going to be able to just map. You can map it out, of course, but you've got to allow for safety cars. You've got to allow for the changing track conditions. You've got to allow for traffic and allowing for a driver to actually run to a number, which is probably the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. The longest I heard talking and walking up down the lane, the longest I heard, they reckon a couple of the smaller class cars, 75 minutes. So, yeah, at that point, unless you get sort of half an hour of safety cars, you're not going to do it on one stop. So this clean start to the race, polar opposite of what we saw, of course, a couple of months ago for the 2-hour 300-kilometre race. It was safety cars all over the place. This has been a very clean and green start, which does not benefit the Class D and C runners, most of which who are already down a lap. There's only one D-Class car and one C-Class car still on the lead lap. That's the Mazda C-Class car of Camilleri and the D-Class car of Jesse Dixon, who we continue to see hound the A1 machine of Ling. It's like he's got a tow rope on the front of his car and he's just holding on and just steering, basically, although you can see the margin every single time they get to a straight just pulls out to 10 or 12 car lengths. The problem is, even if he gets past, he comes to the next straight and the Falcon's going to blast straight back past again. He's got to do all the hard work once more.
He just doesn't want to melt the bumper. That's all it is. All those flames coming out of the Falcon. He's like, I just give him a little bit of room. I don't need a hole in the bar right now.
Not warm enough.
Yeah, we're good to go. We don't need that to happen. It is cooling down out there. I can confirm that. As a little walk out there as the sun started to settle in the background and a few jumpers starting to appear. Let's head down to pit lane though with J-Mac.
Well, how's this? Australian production cars. The setups range from the humble privateer to the almost elite. I tell you what, when they go hard, they go hard. We've got the race live stream up here on the top screens. We've got our timing. We've also got some strategy happening. But more importantly, we've got the Broncos and the Dolphins up. It's nil apiece. I've only just started. We still have about 27 minutes left to go in the second half or second. So it's all happening. All eyes on the prize. No one's watching this at all.
No, not at all.
But my tip's on the Broncos.
Yeah. Coming from the West, do you even know what rugby league is down there, J-Mac?
He actually does. He's actually quite good at this.
I don't. What's the Broncos?
Yeah, you and I are like, Broncos, are they a new team? We can't say, we'll get into trouble.
Through goes the race leader to complete lap number 18 of the race. I've been looking at the lead margin. At one point it was up to 7 seconds, then it was back down to 5 seconds. So currently it sits at 6.3. But it seems to me that once Kearns has got ahead of the Camaro and the BMW, that he is able to match the fellow Mustang runner at the head of the field. So the margin that Morel has, all was done in the first 10 minutes of the race. Since then, they've been pretty equally matched, and it looks like a tyre has been well and truly scorched down there in the braking zone. I note how the smoke and the haze seems to hold around at this time of night. You know, there's a bit of a lockup, and it might stay there for 2 or 3 minutes, a bit like a rally event, effectively, where the dust lingers in the air for several minutes. So that could play a factor late on if there's a late race restart for visibility.
And it did that last time as well. We were here. It's just this time of night. I think that the wind settles down here at Queensland Raceway. It will pick up a little bit later, especially with a 3-hour race. We noticed at the back end of last race it was fine, but yeah, the opening hour, anything like that is going to hang around. And it is a bit of a smoke screen out there for the drivers. I mean, when you're in it, it is a light haze, a bit like a fog out there, you know, like when you're driving through it, you can see quite a bit, but looking in, just really hard to see through. Jesse Dixon letting him go nowhere, is he?
And still the
tormenting him, really.
That's the furthest they've been apart all race, except on the straights. The day turns into night here at Queensland Raceway. 25.5 minutes into the annual fight in the night with our biggest field of the season in the Australian Production Car Championship. That beautiful sunset in the background there just lingers here at Queensland Raceway. Out here at Ipswich, the margin 5.5 seconds, so it's come back down now between the two Mustangs, the A2 class leaders. Robert Gourley Managing that Speed Cafe BMW still back in third position, 6 seconds away. Tony Quinn in the game over Chevy Camaro still runs in fourth. Here's some of the faster cars going past David Ling now. So everybody up to Lingy, that's 11th position. So top 10 are now on the lead lap. Jake Camilleri is about maybe another lap or two away from going into that as well.
These brakes are looking pretty bad on some of these cars at the moment. J-Mac, you've got an update?
Refueling here in the Australian production car 3-hour Enduro is usually done courtesy of these refueling rigs. It's a gravity-fed system that runs a pair of hoses. You'll see that there is a supply hose here and a vent hose. The idea being, of course, to try and get as much air out of the tank as the fuel is going in. Now, this particular rig can refuel about a 50-litre tank in just on 28 seconds. Refueling is done by a 3-man crew. One person on the fuel rig itself, what they colloquially call a dead man to take over or help if something happens, and also someone on the fire extinguisher. All of our refueling crew will be in fireproof ovals and everything very heavily regulated down here in the live pits for APC.
Nice one, Jamie. That's a really good point you raised. I've done all three of those jobs, incidentally, back in the younger days. But back in the days, we didn't have the Siamese couplings. We had a fuel in, and you'd have on the other side what was the breather bottle. And if you didn't get that right, the breather bottle is the fuel will just pump straight back out. So it's pumping in, as J-Mac said. It's gravity fed. There's no measurement of how quick it's going down there. If you get it wrong, it can actually get quite nasty down there. So having those Siamese couplings now is also a good thing to take a person off the opposite side of the car as well, because they were quite exposed to cars coming down the lane.
We saw a lot of those sheets going up, didn't we, last round as well? Because when they pull the coupling off, a couple of them leak out. And they don't want them dropping on the tyre. So sometimes they've got plenty of time when they go down there, especially for the driver change. What are we? We're 3 minutes 30 is the minimum travel time down pit lane. So, you know, a lot different to the TO2 muscle car is they've got a full-size door. So that makes things a little bit easier. There is an opportunity to get around the car and just have a breather to get that done. It's not like we see in supercars where, you know, 5 or 6 seconds is going to make a massive difference. 3 minutes 30 should be plenty of time to do this nice and safely and just routinely get through this.
And their fuel systems were regulated up until recently with the new bottles they have in supercars as well. It was 3.75 litres a second it was regulated to, but there's no regulation to this gravity system that they can run. You ever filled your car up in 28 seconds?
No, unless I've been putting 5 litres in because the petrol price is humongous. Otherwise, no, I haven't. I was just looking. We do appear to have first of the pit stoppers, but one of the changes from the last round to this one is it's now a transit time. It was in the previous round a 3-minute hold in the pits, whereas now it's 3.5 minutes, and that includes the transit time, pit lane entry to exit.
Oh, Jesse Dixon now, he's got Lingy for just a moment there. Lingy puts the foot to the floor, and it's a drag race down turn 4.
He's pulling up to say hello finally.
Yeah. He's congratulating him on the win, potentially. Maybe the news has come through. I don't know.
Jesse Dixon with the move of the race, maybe the move of the series so far, around the outside. I mean, it's inevitable he's going to get past again, but he's made the highlights reel nonetheless. As Lingy around the outside, he locks the brake, and that'll be enough for Dixon to lead this lap. This is great to watch, but somebody tell him there's 2.5 hours to go. Check this out on the replay. It started at turn 3. And Lingy thought he had it, and all of a sudden, Jesse Dixon pulled up and say, hey, how's your Saturday night going? And stayed there. Big commitment on really, there's so much dust and debris out there today from all the racing. And Dixon made it stick. Good move.
Fantastic move, and that lockup as well from the Falcon driver means he's not been able to get back through as well. So a change of position. Dixon ahead of Ling as you ride on board with the 999 machine of Bacchini, who has been driving fantastically in the first few rounds. Both the Bacchinis picking up great points finishes, certainly punching above their weight in the B-Class BMW.
What a view, looking through the windscreen. She takes you for a lap and also shows you the darker areas of Queensland Raceway. She just adjusts the mirror after going across those aggressive sawtooth curbs, teaming up with, of course, her dad, Paul, who'll jump into the car. She's a reigning class champion in the Australian Production Car Series. She's been racing in this series now since 2019. Done 4 Bathurst 6 hours in her career. And looks forward to this event every single year in that 999 Tyres and More BMW.
Kozowski
have a crack.
tried again and failed once again. The car is in the pits, the BMW, and notably for 5 minutes. So that is not a pit stop that was needed or wanted. So there is drama in there. And one of our pit lane reporters is Tammy. You're down there.
Yes, car 38, Ben Jakovsky's come in early for a pit stop. That was all due to some power steering fluid. So they were able to get that out and back on the track again.
Are we going to have a crack at Jerzakowski?
Jerzakowski.
Thank you, Matt. Well, which Madam?
It's almost like the closest to getting it right without going over. We can play that game tonight. Talented driver though, but unfortunately doesn't like it's going to be his day back there in the B2 class car. In 20th position, has been the pits for the better part of 6 minutes. Tammy Sewell will cover the pit lane as well. Jared McLean during the night, as we go back to Tony Quinn in 5th position. Pacini just behind, and they're 47 seconds behind our leader who's controlling this race. Hadrian Morale, who's got a really handy co-driver. Another one like Jesse Dixon that had a good supercars career going. Tyler Macklin back in the late 90s and early 2000s with the Ultra Tune team in the Supercars Championship. Has found a good home here with the Morale number 9 car that continues to lead the race. Beautiful shot in the background as that pinky orange sky here at Fight in the Night. A long way to play out as we're 32.5 minutes into this event. Cars making their way down through turn 1 on the 6th turn paperclip here at Ipswich.
It's quite a simple layout on paper. You look at it, you think, oh, that looks like an absolute ball fest, but it certainly isn't. There's real character to it.
You can say that today, it's your birthday.
But no, there is so much character to it. Down at turn 1, the bumps as you're under brakes. Turn 3, there's similar bumps as well. But it's a track that has always produced fantastic motor racing, no matter what the category. Long straights into heavy braking points, and there's great opportunities for switchbacks. I mean, I've always said, you look at Bathurst on a piece of paper, it doesn't look like a great racetrack. But when you add in the elevation and everything like that, the track comes alive, and that's the same at Queensland Raceway. Might look simple on paper, but there's so much more to it than that.
Yeah, the simpler the tracks, the more the action there is. If you look down at Simmons Plains, very simple track, but turns on some of the best racing we see all season long too. And I don't know, I think it cops far too much flack for what it actually. I mean, they've talked about doing track designs here for many years and extending out here and making a couple of Ks different. I think it's just unique the way it is.
My first time here, stood up on top, and I said this is one of the great spectator tracks in the country. You can see every single metre of the track, no matter where on the track you're seated, whether it's on the grass bank on the backside of the circuit, whether you're on pit straight or turns 1 and 2, you can see the entire venue.
So Tony Quinn comes in, Matt McCutcheon ready to jump in. So try and pump the fuel in here. It's taking a bit of time to get that coupling into the Chevy Camaro.
Well, it took them maybe just to get the hose there. That was put around one of the bollards, I think. Just bringing it up a little bit shorter there as Matt McCutcheon leans right in. Now, this is early on, so potentially we'll see Tony come into a stint a little bit later on in the race, but this is early signs that we're well and truly going to see a 2-stop strategy from this car.
His radio connectors are hooked on the window net, perhaps. Tony Quinn gets out, has a quick look at the camera, go, what is that bright light? Unless you're down there in front of that camera, you don't realise how bright that light is on you when you get out. I mean, he's been in the dark cabin now for the better part of 35 minutes. So he bolts in Matt McCutcheon now to get him stood up. Matt didn't even get a chance to drive this car at the previous round when they had a severe engine detonation. Well, maybe in the first 10 or 15 minutes of that night.
It was very early on in the race. Still had his nightlife glasses on, though. Tony Quinn.
Yes. The Saturday night edition.
Yeah. He's just trying to get all those LEDs off the other competitors that are out there.
I don't know about you. I've driven around at night time with like bright yellow glasses on. I mean, it's a lack of eyesight, I guess, these days, but it does really brighten up the peripheral when you're driving around. I mean, the cameras do their very best to make the place look brighter, but it's quite dark in sections out there. Race leader on the way down into turn number 3. It's the Game Over Chevy Camaro. Waits patiently to be released. All the duties have been done. It's been fueled. A driver swap has been done. And they'll rejoin the race very, very soon with that pit window open. Morales lead 3.5 seconds back to Lindsay Kearns. That's come down quite a lot in the last few laps or so. They've dropped off the pace a little bit here now into the 1 minute 20 section. Gooley runs in third position still, 4 seconds behind. It's a 10.5, 11-second gap back to White in the next the A2 class cars that are dominating the top 4. Carlo Boccini runs in 5th with Holt. Camilleri, C-class leader in the Caboolture Mazda 3 entry, back in 7th. Griffo now is in 8th position. Jesse Dixon 9th and David Ling. So it hasn't just been a fluke for Jesse Dixon. He's got about 1.7 seconds on Ring-a-Ding-Ding.
Hasn't McCutcheon, co-driver to Tony Quinn, been a revelation in the recent rounds, taking both of the pole positions fast earlier on in the race that he did take in the fight to these Mustangs. So he's jumped back behind the wheel now, finishing 3rd in that sprint race earlier on today. And I've been so impressed by the young kid. He really is a fast talent, and he is taking it to cars that really have the runs on the board compared to that Camaro. It's just a shame we didn't get to see him in the 2-hour a couple of months ago, but great to see him out there now after the change. Tony Quinn jumping out and him jumping in. Look at that sunset. Brilliant drone footage showing not only Queensland Raceway itself, but the trees and the hills in the background with the sun just setting behind there.
Hard to think it's winter, boys, when you look at that kind of shot. Looking west here at Queensland Raceway.
Is it ever winter in Queensland?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
At Ipswich.
When it's 16 degrees at night time, they've got hoodies, like in Darwin where it gets to 20.
I've been informed the last last weekends have been wet. This is the first one in 2 months that's been dry. Tammy, you've got an update for us.
Yes, I'm down here with Tony Quinn from the Game Over Camaro. How was that first stint in the car?
Yeah, it was all right, but I didn't have a radio. The radio stopped working, and then I saw pit lane open, so I'm going, okay, well, I'll stay out for a bit longer and a bit longer. I thought, I'm trying to get the radio. Am I coming in? Am I coming in? Because it's really dark over at turn 2. It's not normally that dark. And I wasn't very good at looking at the track.
I was going to say, you might have to put a couple more lights in.
Well, there is lights there, but they haven't put them on for some reason, just to make it hard. They maybe put them on now that I'm on.
Brilliant. Well, it's early days. We've still got about 2 hours, 20 minutes to go.
The young fella can do it then.
Thanks, Tony.
He does, joking aside, he does raise a notable point. There is no minimum driver time in this race, so the young kid can go to the end from here.
Yeah, why not? He's done his piece out there. Oh, he just loves driving still. I think that's his only time he actually gets to have a break. From all the goings on his businesses, Queensland Raceway, the tracks over in New Zealand, can get out there and probably was relieved the radio wasn't working out there. The crew might got on there and said, you got a phone call when you get back to the pits. Meantime, Gooley in 3rd place, getting past the 78 of Troy Derwent, one of the Class C cars, or the second C-Class car running now in 13th position to put him a lap down. And staying around 5 seconds, so whether he just pushed that car initially, because those brake discs don't look like they've come down a single degree in temperature since probably about lap 3.
Yeah, Kern's just dropping off in that last lap, isn't he? Gooley just about 6 tenths of a second faster in that last lap around. So they really need to watch those lap times and try and keep it very consistent out there at the moment. Maybe just working, potentially did heat them up a bit, just need to lay off them for a bit, get them to cool down for a fraction, finding that sweet spot for the car. Out there is a look. Oh, well, now we've got an 86 on the back of Liggy, and this is deja vu, isn't it? He follows him around.
He's probably looking up going, what's that noise? I can't see it, I can hear it.
I think Liggy's probably actually going past him at this point. It's just our moment where we cross over to him as well. They haven't come into the pit yet either. I tell you what, it's a handy little pit stop too. When we talk about 3 minutes 30, that's a 3 minute 32.9. Like, that is close considering you got to take that travel time from pit entry to pit exit. So they may only be stationary for 2 minutes 50 or something like that, but when they're driving out, they need to be talking to him and say, oh, you got a couple of seconds slow down or something like that.
You can't just slam on the brakes as well at the end of pit lane. Oh, no, I'm only at 3 minutes 25. You can't just slam on the brake. No. I've seen in different categories over the years, incidents in pit lane happen because of that. And that is a huge penalty. If you slam on your brakes and cause a pit lane incident, that is a huge no-no. Mel, down to you.
Down here with Tom Heyman, looking pretty relaxed. Obviously no plans for Griffo to pit anytime soon.
No, not at the moment. I think we're going to try and plan to run a full tank and just see where it sort of lands us later in the race. So, yeah, that's the plan for now. See what happens.
That's a lot of laps for the old bloke.
Yeah, I think he hasn't done a lot this weekend, so he's probably making up for it right now. But yeah, he's doing a great job out there. He's just stringing them together now, and yeah, he's pretty good.
So first in class so far, one-stop strategy?
Probably not. We've just got to wait and see where we sit at that first stop in terms of our fuel usage. So yeah, it's pretty much a waiting game right now, and yeah.
So in an unrelated topic, you've been jet setting over in Spain. Tell us a little bit about that.
What was that, sorry?
Spain.
Oh, yes, Spain. Yeah, it was a great trip, obviously. We obviously went over there with McLaren and drove a GT3 for the first time. So, yeah, it was an amazing trip. Learned a whole lot over there and, yeah, obviously putting it to use back here.
Well, expect it to be a little bit faster than when you left there.
Yeah, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Have a good one, thanks.
Thank you.
Good little combination, isn't it, Griffo and Tom Heyman, who rose to prominence in Aussie racing cars initially a few seasons back and found a home in Trans Am, but these days GT4 seems to be a good home. Quite a tall guy is Tom Heyman.
First of our leading contenders has just come into the lane. The margin had come down quite substantially. It was under 5 seconds, which is the smallest the margin had been pretty much for a good half an hour in this race. This is at the same time that McCutcheon has been setting purple sectors. He set the fastest first sector of anybody in the entire motor race last time around. So this could be in defence of the Camaro on a charge.
See the brakes then on the Volkswagen down towards turn 4 as Bacchini goes past David Ling down here, looking from the rear parcel shelf. The B1 class leader at the moment. She comes through to complete another lap. She's motoring along quite well here. 1 minute 21.5 was her fastest lap of the race on lap 9 and trips the time this time at 1 minute 23 as Kearns is now in the pits. The CMA, or the Car Mods Australia entry, gets his pit stop underway down here. And they're at the top of pit lane this year, unlike previous years where they've been down the bottom end at pit exit. They're now at the pit entry here underneath the old verandas that we've had at Queensland Raceway for many, many years. I came here in 1999 when it first happened. We didn't even have a pit lane. We had a road and they put up these giant tents for us to all work. It was very NASCAR-like when we raced back in the 90s here, but the modifications and the updates that Tony Quinn's done to this place have just been impressive, and I think that's why the fans have come out to support it. It's Matt McCutcheon puts a couple of lap cars down there. Kearns has been in the pits now for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Did he leave the lane?
He started driving out. Now I'm wondering whether they know they didn't do a driver change, right? So potentially they'll take their 3 minute 30 pit stop later on.
Right.
I would assume.
Yeah, I think they're hoping or thinking there could be a safety car late in the race. If there's a late race safety car, take that one, the long stop under safety car. While it's green, just take the short one now. You never know what's going to happen late on in the race. You know, even last week in Supercars, we saw what a huge difference pitting under green flag was compared to pitting under yellow flag. So take the short stop under green flag conditions. J-Mac, down to you.
Well, this is not what you want to see. A slightly earlier than normal pit stop for Lindsay Kearns, taking a splash and dash, but mainly coming in to deal with this front left. The loaded side of a rear-wheel drive car here at Queensland Raceway is under a lot of stress, but not as much as what we'd see the front-wheel drive cars. Lindsay Kearns able to get this one off. It was a snappy pit stop, but the crew going to be keeping an eye on that front left for the next fuel stop.
Chance to on this sidewall away.
Do you think potentially when he went down the inside of, was it Gooley, where he went down the inside up on the inside curve?
Yeah.
Might have done some damage then?
Must have. That's the only logical reason could have happened.
Yeah.
It's taken the sidewall.
Yeah, I reckon that stripped on the inside of the curb somewhere.
Yeah.
I think that's a good read. I agree with you there because he had to take to the grass, certainly use the inside of the curb, and it's often quite sharp on the inside of curbing. That's why you don't see people do it more often, so I think you bang on there.
And it's not the first time someone's gone inside of that curb this weekend, so there might be a slight little rut there somewhere. But yeah, unusual to see that. We didn't see anything like that last time we were here racing either, so the flash of the lights coming up now for morale.
Tell you what, flashing lights is quite risky in certain parts of the racetrack because you turn your lights off very good half a second or more. Got to do that wisely, use it where there is a fair bit of flood lighting as he moves on through past the BMW That's the 119 machine, I believe it is, that of Holt in position number 5 now. So with a few pit stops, he's moved up a couple of places. But Tony Quinn's right. It's certainly a bit darker down at turn number 2 for this race than it usually is. And yeah, it's certainly going to be a bit more of a challenge for them. That's one of the things we've spoken about with this venue. The lighting at different corners is different, but I'm sure if Tony's concerned about it, he'll go down there and make sure they turn on the turn 2 light.
He'll probably do it himself. I reckon the crew there are probably happy he didn't have a radio working. they would have turned on about 5 minutes into the race.
They're probably bombarding him right now.
Yeah.
We fix these lights down here. I wonder if Troy Williams was anticipating David Ling coming in 5 minutes early, by the way. He was a bit quiet getting out there into the lane to jump into number 14 FGX. Got a very Robbie Gordon-esque helmet there too as Troy jumps in, the fluoro orange or fluoro red, whichever way you want to look at it through our camera lens. So if David Ling jumps out.
Well, there was a discussion if they had 2 pit stops whether Lingy would get back in and take the glory on the podium.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
There's not even a question, is it?
Yeah, there's 20 minutes left, pull in. So make sure, are they having some issues getting that in? That seems to be a bit of a struggle to try and fill that.
Now, has the lever been pulled? As Joe Mack taught the dead man lever, it's obviously...
He's getting himself a position on the pit crew if he keeps this up.
That lever simply opens up the fuel flow for the gravity feed system on these cars. And I was saying you can't get it to lock in. Now, whether that's air that can't escape, perhaps. Looks like it's okay now.
But we're already well over 90 seconds into the pit stop, so this is going to be touch and go now, whether or not it's going to even be finished by the time the 3 minute and 30 elapses. This is one good thing with that compulsory pit stop. If there is a problem in the first one, you can take a bit of time, take it easy, and it's all done within that 3 minute and 30 second window. You hope anyway, as I say, it'll be pretty tight. Because it took so long to get that nozzle in.
What would you assume? Somewhere 15 to 20 seconds from where they're parked now to pit exit. So as long as they start to leave around that 3 minute mark, bit after the 3 minute mark, I think they're still going to be pretty close to that 3 minute 30 if they can get it done.
There's that sheet you talked about, Matty Cav, from last time. They chucked over that left rear wheel purely to stop any fuel spill going onto those hot brake discs at the back there and maybe igniting a small fire. I'm not 100% certain these guys are getting the fuel in here like they want to. There's a lot of attention. Just use a trusty iPhone camera light. It always works. There's a little clear section there they're trying to watch to see how much fuel's gone in to the 14. But clearly they're not happy with how that fuel flow's going down there in pit lane. It's a costly pit stop.
The refueler was constantly adjusting the position. You could see standing on one leg, putting all the body weight into it. There was a lot of adjusting. Normally, once they're in, they hold that same position. So just trying to move around, trying to get the fuel flow as good as possible. But it's already now been 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So this is going to be a long stop of that. There is no doubt. So a bit of a shame for Ling. And that Falcon, it's been running pretty well so far this race, but once again, as has happened for much of the season, a few dramas midway through the race for that car.
Time to go back to Griffith here in the 91 machine, the 19 machine. Old habits die hard.
He's coming back in the Camilleri machine as well. Looking to get away now. There's a little bit of fuel on the ground there, which is evaporated as well, which we know is just that spill as they...
That happened last time, didn't it? Yeah.
And it wasn't just their car, so it's obviously a little bit of adjustment there.
So first round of pit stops well and truly underway here now. As we're approaching the 1 hour mark, the fight in the night, an earlier start than in the previous years. The defending champions are leading by a handy margin at the moment. Are still yet to pit. Morale leading from Gooley in the Speed Cafe BMW as you watch him come through to complete a lap. In tow is White aboard the 18. So this is a good battle for second and third outright, separated by half a second at the line previously. Bacchini's still running strong in the Class B1 leader in fourth position. That Sunset continues to hang on in the background here at Queensland Raceway, and the fans that might have been here early in the day find a good spot to park and view and watch on the most spectator-friendly tracks we have in Australia, Queensland Raceway. Watch the action happening down here at turn number 3. McCutcheon, who's behind the wheel of the Game Over Chevy Camaro, started to turn the wick up now. He's on target for the fastest lap of the race, running back in 13th position outright at the moment. but one of 5 cars that have pitted here. Only car that hasn't returned on the track is the Ben Jerzakowski car that's still in the lane and has been for the better part of 25 minutes.
Bit of fighting further back. That's Pacini just putting a lap on one of the Toyota 86s. We spoke earlier on about cars that have had difficulties over the course of the day so far, one of which was the Astra, the O'Flynn Astra, which of course last race we saw have those bizarre issues where the steering locked for him and he ended up firing off into the gravel at fast pace. Sadly, his weekend came to an early end on pit straight right here. The engine let go in a big way, so that's why that car's not out for this particular race. I saw that the number 16 Levitt Mercedes, that was in pit lane early. They were trying to repair it, but that was having all sorts of issues. Even yesterday, it just wasn't running right. It was constantly coming to a stop, so they've elected to call that a day as well. So it's a shame that we don't have the full list of 26, but let's put it this way. It's been an entertaining start to proceedings. The first 50 minutes have flown by. These 2 cars on the screen at the moment, the Mustang and the BMW, not only is it a good battle, but these 2 cars I note, I think these are the worst on the brakes. So look at how much these 2 are glowing, more than any other cars on the racetrack. And I'd argue that the Mustang is actually worse than the BMW at the moment.
Tammy?
David Ling from car 14, looked like you had a fueling issue. Your crew seemed to be all over it. How's that going to affect the rest of the race?
Well, we're going to have to completely change our strategy. The Falcon's a lot more thirsty than we thought it was. So I caught them unawares. I went to the reserve tank and we only lasted another lap. It was cocking and splutting everywhere. And they weren't expecting me for about another 10, 15 minutes. So we've got to completely change our strategy. We've done our 3 minutes. So if there's any chances, we'll do a splash and go every time we get a chance and try and make it the end. Big Falcon's really thirsty.
Definitely. It looks like we might be in for a few more pit stops.
Might have to turn the boost down on that car potentially.
On the car or the driver?
A bit of both, maybe. We saw how much fuel likes to burn out the rear. Maybe we can turn that down. Where's the tuner? Get it in there now.
Exactly right.
Not used to the Queensland air, potentially.
So here's the leader as we edge towards the pit stop window. Time flying here with 53 minutes in the books. We're working lap 40 of the Fight in the Night annual event here as Morale leads us through. Tyler Mecklem getting geared up in the pits to take over the wheel of this car. Robert Goulding's got himself in a good position here. I think it was smart probably backing that car down a bit after the charge forward in the Speed Cafe BMW at the start of the race. Pacini, solid effort as always in the B1 car. See, where's the priorities? And I've got a feeling that's down the Jerzakowski car perhaps. See, that's why they're not on the track. They're waiting for half time.
That's what it is. Well, there's not much you can do. You may as well take in, something else. So
Exactly.
Watch that.
Make sure we take that out of the back of the car if he comes back on the track. Stranger things have happened.
I don't think we've ever seen that, watching a race from inside the car. That's quite a unique thing. Great to see so many people that have stuck around for this race. The Fight in the Night, the annual Fight in the Night, been around since 2012. Lots of notable names have driven in it. Of course, Barrett Linton and Tim Lay, really the dominant forces. Many time winners. Barrett Linton has won it 6 times, but other names include Ryan McLeod, Rick Bates, Tony Quinn himself has won it with Ian Sherrin. And last year, the race leaders, Morale and Mecklem, won it. However, they didn't win it really through outright speed. They won it last year through really fuel strategy. And they were being hounded late on in the race, being caught, but they held on. It was a bit of a late race nail biter, but they did hold on with a bit of a fuel gamble, and it paid dividends late on.
Doesn't matter how you win it, as long as you get it sometimes. They're looking really strong here at the moment. This isn't just an inherited lead. They've led this for quite a while now. But still, only a handful of cars have decided to elect to pit early. But 2 hours and 5 minutes remaining now. Through turn 1 he goes. And everybody up to Carla Pacini. It's been lapped, so just 3 cars in the lead lap now. She hangs on to 4th position.
I'm very interested to see how Matt McCutcheon goes, because he's probably about half a second faster than the rest of the field at the moment in regular lap times and moving forward. But obviously they've already had their 3.5 minute stop. But how thirsty is the Camaro? And how much further can they get out of this? Will they be able to go past the 1 hour mark and potentially put a tank of fuel into it to get home, or are we going to see 2 stops still to come from then?
I think they could get by on 1 here still. The air conditions will change soon. There'll be a lot thicker air out there from perhaps well, it's easy to hypothesise from a commentary box. We're not out there actually driving the cars, but the conditions will cool off, which will help them with that fuel economy.
I think it's still going to be. I think it's still going to be hard unless there's safety car. I think the safety car might be critical.
Or will we see some fuel saving a bit later on? We'll potentially see like maybe drop a second off a lap or something like that. Just start to coast into the corners. You know, maybe not accelerate out of the corners so aggressively. Just try and get a couple of 100 mils here, a couple of 100 mils there over time, and just keep that car going. I suppose they'll be watching that inside the car just to see how that goes. And, no, Matt McCutcheon. No, that's that white smoke.
That can't be the same drama what we had here at the previous round. The man that was running in 12th position has now come. Is that steam or is it smoke? I've got a feeling that's smoke again from the game over Chevy Camaro.
I don't know if it's as bad as last time, though.
It's from the rear wheels. I don't know if the brakes have gone. That's not from the engine in the front like it was last time. That's a lot more rearward.
Well, where are the exhausts to start with? Because if the exhaust tips are under the back, potentially, a bit of smoke coming out of the engine, you never know. It's thick white smoke, but we have something on fire.
Shows you how stiff the air is as well. It's just a partial replay of what's happened here to the 101 Chevy Camaro, and it was limping across the grass.
Could it be a diff, potentially?
Possibly, yeah. It's a lot of smoke, though, for that. Either way, it's changed the race. He's off the racetrack enough. I think maybe a couple of teams read that as a potential safety car.
Well, will they go and get the driver and leave the car there like we saw in the earlier production car race?
Possibly.
Where the car's in a safe spot, but the driver's not going to sit there for another 2 hours.
No. Well, he's on the inside of the track as well, so he won't be able to motor across there. They may pull a safety car and flip. We see some orange lights back there at the start line. That's just indicating that there is a drama down here. Sitting on our screens, we haven't gone yellow at the moment. That's on the inside. We have now. Just finished that sentence. So the safety car has been called. The first one of the fight in the night. The second round in succession. The game over Chevy Camaro living up to its sponsored name on there. McCutcheon looking to the rear of that Chevy Camaro. Just can't take a trick, this team, can they?
No, absolutely not. And it's a real shame in particular because he was absolutely flying in clear air. There's purple sectors nearly every lap at some point or another. He was really bringing that Camaro right into victory contention, and just in the blink of your eyes, your click of your fingers, the race has come to an abrupt end less than an hour into the race. But look, everybody's coming in here. Gouley's in the BMW, the Speed Cafe BMW. White is in as well. So we're seeing lots of driver changes and lots of pit stops under yellow.
Look, at the end of the day, it's around that 1 hour mark, which is probably where they want it to be. It's probably opportunistic, I'd say, for most of the front runners to be in there now. But Cheney, I'll be surprised if they don't come in knowing that last year I think they finished with about 400 mil of fuel left in their tank. They came in on the fumes. So their strategy and whatever they're doing, their calculations is spot on. So whether they'll try and get in, maybe get a lap or two potentially under safety car, try and save a little bit of fuel and so they can fill it in. I'll tell you what, all the action's happening down in pit lane though. Let's head down to Tammy.
We'll get to Tammy in just a few moments. It's obviously a very hectic pit lane down there at the moment while the recovery crew, big shout out to the guys and girls once again. They were here last weekend, most of them, and were here yesterday for practice and qualifying. And the first time the safety car has been called out, and pit lane starts to get active with Morale, Gooley and White, top three all in the pits. Taking the opportunity, Carlo Pacini has decided to keep on going. Moves himself up in a second, so are they going to go long here perhaps in the BMW as Griffo comes in? Tom Heyman, see, that shows how tall Tom Heyman is. They may have to put a beacon on his helmet sometimes for the height, so if the planes are flying low in the area.
Looks like he's getting into a go-kart, doesn't it?
He does.
Is there that much? Does the seat move that much for him to get in?
Well, he always has to sit in the back of the car, doesn't he?
Yeah, or has he got his knees somewhere up, you know?
Like an open wheeler. Yeah. There he is, ready to jump in. the Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry. So they're in the pits. We'll go down to pit lane 2. Here's Mel Price.
Yeah, so just commenting on the 91 car, the Mercedes pit stop of Gunther and Randall, and we saw the front left wheel was on fire, which is not unlike what we saw in Griffo's car at the last round, and someone went to grab the fire extinguisher and they're like, no, don't bother, which is what happened last time. The whole thing was up in flames and nobody was too-faced about it, and it put itself out and off they went.
Yeah, didn't grab that on screen, did we? But yeah, it's not a surprise in production car racing, isn't it? It's just the brake rotor is obviously so hot that when they finally come to a stop and we don't have that air going over them, at some temperature things start to flame. The fire starts. Now, a little bit of potentially a little bit of rubber in there building up and things like that, but there's no cause for alarm for that one. They'll just drive off. That'll go out pretty quickly. Is Gooley in there in the BMW? It's
cruising.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at this. Wilson's at 3:14, so they're close. Troy Derwent's done the same. He's only gone a minute and a half, so they're obviously banking on coming in a little bit later as well. I think they're going to do the late 3.5 minute. And that is the question. Is this the pit stop to take the 3.5 minutes? Because the safety car, I don't think they're going to try and recover that car. They're just going to get Matt McCutcheon off the track.
The tilt tray was working its way down the lane, whether it's going to retrieve it or not. You try and want to get that back, because if it's fixable, I mean, it's not as terminal as what we saw at the previous round. They might be able to get this car back out and at least get a result tonight. I wouldn't want to be leaving that car there regardless.
In which case, then now is the opportunistic time, isn't it, to take your 3.5 minute stop. I mean, Kearns has only gone 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes in pit lane.
So that's answering the question. We're going to definitely see another round of pit stops.
Oh, yeah, for sure. In fact, one of our competitors has just come in for a second time. Geely in the Toyota 86 came in not that long ago under green flag conditions and did a perfect pit stop. I noticed it was 3 minutes and 31 seconds on the dot, so pretty much perfect for him. But in again under these safety car conditions, so electing to do a bit of a splash and dash here, and it'll be probably one more splash and dash again to the end of the race. The Camilleri Mazda is in. Didn't the Camilleri crew pull out an absolute blinder with the safety car in the last round? To finish second outright was a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, big move.
And they were chasing some gremlins last time, weren't they? The gearbox in practice on the Friday.
Yes.
It was overheating, so they had to keep coming in earlier in the day and resetting it, but they had to try and manage that, and we saw them speed up in parts, slow down in parts. Now, talking to Paul earlier today, he goes, we put a whole heap of coolers on a fan. Now we can't get it up to temperature.
It's gone too far the other way.
So we've had to change things around again throughout the day. But look, they've got their head around it. He said, we've got to head around it now. We know exactly where it needs to be. So, look, ever evolving these cars. You know, I mean, you think that they've driven them for a couple of years. You think you found all the issues with them, and then, well, you got to adjust yourself on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely. And for some that just really contest the one race of the year, they want to keep these cars moving. They don't want to have a race car sitting stationary in a workshop just for the Bathurst 6 hour. And who knows what the future will be with production car racing, whether we have these sprint formats that we've had this year or we go to a more, 3 hour, 4 hour format across maybe 4 or 5 rounds over a year. All remains to be seen. Jake Camilleri has finished his pit stop, the Caboolture Mazda entry, seasoned campaigner in production cars for many years in that 56 car, Brisbane based. This is the Annabelle Rolfo, Emma Cassiavello entry. Of course, Carlos Rolfo drove that last time. He's watching on with a shoulder rebuild since we last raced here back in June. So Emma, who's been in the Toyota 86 series, has jumped in with Annabelle Rolfo to drive at this weekend's Fight Tonight. They're 13th, but in the pits right now. Jesse Dixon looks like he's peeling off into pit lane as well after harassing the 14 for many, many laps. He's coming in now, relieving himself out of 7th position.
I love strategy in an endurance race like this, and we're seeing it right now. So Mecklem in the number 9 Mustang has done its compulsory pit stop, 3 minutes 31 on the dot. Notably, Kearns has come in for a second time in that safety car and done another splash and dash to remain on the lead lap. So yes, he's 4th, yes, he's on the lead lap, but he's still yet to do the big 3.5 minute stop. So that number 25 Mustang, the gamble to come in early is not paid off for him at all. So yeah, that's not good for the number 25 machine. So advantage Mecklem with the 3.5 minute stop already done and out the way. The 119's leading now of Holt. He has not come into the lane under this safety car period.
Some updates happening down in pit lane with J-Mac.
So a quick update from the Game Over Camaro crew of Quinn and McCutcheon, and problems that severely resemble the issues that we had last time out here at Queensland. The car just cutting out, and from the evidence that we saw on track, possibly another motor. So heartbreak, 2 events in a row for Quinn and McCutcheon.
Certainly, thanks J-Max, certainly didn't look as dramatic as the one previously, but when they do the post-mortem on this car and it gets back to the pits, only they'll know. Could be something simple, but it could be also going back behind the wall permanently for Quinn and McCutcheon. McCutcheon just taking over the wheel of that car. Only in the recent past, maybe the last 10 or 15 minutes in the 101 car as it comes back on the tilt tray. So most of the field has pitted, apart from the man in 119, Chris Holt, is yet to pit, and also Josh Trappett back there in 9th position so far. But everybody else has pitted. Puts Tyler Mecklem into the lead. Carla Piccini appears to have stayed out there in the 999 as the screen changes to the co-drivers now.
Yeah, well, she only did a short stop as well.
Yeah,
They've just taken fuel. So, yeah, half the field sort of opting, I think, for that second pit stop to be the one where they change drivers, take the 3.5 minutes. And, I tell you what, with a safety car, you just never know, do you? Sometimes safety cars breed safety cars.
Well, yeah, exactly. The cliche always comes out. You think we're going to be okay, but once we get this, there's almost a certainty it'll happen again during the race.
And it's not an accident, right? Like, it's things like that where we have mechanical failures on a car. So that could happen at any time for some of these guys, guys and girls, that start to push the cars to the limits and something lets go.
Holt has now come into the lane, so a late decision to get that done in the safety car window, although I think the safety car might be coming in any time soon, so it might be a little bit too little too late. Mel, down to you.
So Jesse Dixon sitting here in the number 87. As he departs pit lane, obviously double stinting there, didn't do a driver change, but they jacked the car up there for a little while, and I asked what they were looking for. Apparently he copped a bit of a shunt in the left rear off another car and reported a minor vibration, so they were just checking things out and obviously think it's all good to go because off he goes.
And he's just going to get out there. 3 minutes and 32 seconds have ticked on by for the 87 machine as he leaves the lane, so he's well and truly company. 3 minutes and 36 in fact for Jesse Dixon. Trappett also in the lane in the Davison Trappett entry, so they'll see Aston jump in behind the wheel of this entry that's in pit lane, car 28, Class D contestant today, so they're running 3rd in that class with Alan Jarvis leading from Jesse Dixon. So the one for me, guys, is the Randall car back in 13th position now. That was running quite high earlier in the race, but now has a bit of work to do back some 2.9, make it 3 laps behind.
Bit of a slow pit stop in the pit stop sequence, 13 seconds slower than what it could have been, 3 minutes 43, but that's nothing compared to the number 18 Mustang of Trent White and Glenn Walker, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. They only just got out on the lead lap, I noticed, so very, very close, even under safety car conditions, to going down a lap, and that very well would have ruled them out of the race, so they've just about got away with it. And of course now the pack being bunched back up, that's been a bit of a lifeline for them. But if that was green flag and they had that problem, that would have almost been day done effectively for any chance of a victory.
Yeah, better to do it under safety car like that, but he only just made it back out, like you said. We're dropped nearly 40 seconds.
Yeah, gap to the leader at the time he exited the lane was 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So he'd be thanking his lucky stars that the safety car is out. But what a fascinating situation we have at the moment. All different strategies out there at the moment. As I say, it is advantage Mecklem at the moment. Very much advantage Mecklem. 3 minutes and 31 seconds in the lane. That car's done its big compulsory pit stop. All the cars behind, or the two behind anyway, of Piccini and Kearns have only done the splash and dash. They've got the big one to go. The Speed Cafe car, that has also done its 3 minute or 3.5 minute stop as well. So they are looking good as well for a splash and dash to the end of this race. So a few different strategies playing out. As I say, Kearns has pitted twice, but both of them splash and dashes just to try and keep on that lead lap. So there's lots to play out. We still have 2 hours of this motor race to go. Safety cars just letting a few of the cars through, and has got Mecklem once again at the front of the field. So, of course, he did pull up the original race leader. That leader pitted under safety cars, so he's let a few cars go past and now got the new race leader, which is Tyler Mecklem at the front of the field. That lovely red Mustang at the front of the field, sponsored by Parramatta Vehicle Services.
Yeah, you're going on about the guys and girls that have taken 3 minutes 30 already. What's interesting for me is some of those stops weren't driver changes and others were, which you think that would be the risky part, isn't it, when you get the driver in out? But you got to take the calculation into how long it takes to fill that tank. I wouldn't expect it to take as long as a driver change. I would have expected most of them would have done the driver change with their 3 minute 30 run through pit lane. So surprised by that. That may show that some of them might need to come in for a splash and dash again, potentially later on in the race, or maybe it's just to see which driver they want to leave out there at the moment. Maybe they're just opening that potential up to what they want to do. Most of the cars out there with a two-driver strategy here this weekend. Jake Camilleri, one of them that won't be doing that. That's a solo driver for him. I do believe the Jarvis car may only be a one-driver strategy as well. There's not two drivers in that this week. There was two drivers, but I think they're only going to take one into this 3 hour stint, which is a long time for the drivers to be out there, actually. It's a lot to contend with. I know it's cooling conditions, which is great out there, but you still get warm in the race suit, potentially not a lot of airflow in there as well. So that turn number 2, quite dark out there. So the focus, I think it is, you know, when you do a lot of nighttime driving, and the lights are blaring down there too, it's the focus and the mental capacity that you need there. That's what starts to tire, maybe not the physical side of things.
You said about the one stop potentially for that little Polo, but because it's so early in the race, there's still effectively 2 hours to go. I just think it's too early. A one stop is possible with a lot of safety cars, but you need to stop right in the middle. If you've done it too early, which I think it is too early for them, 2 hours is far too long to make it on one tank of fuel.
But with the driver change, it is a splash and dash situation.
Yeah,
isn't
correct,
it?
correct.
So it's very different to what we see if we had to come in for a full pit stop, and they'll be calculating that they may only need 20 litres of fuel or something like that if they come in with half an hour remaining. So they'll be putting the bare minimum in on those calculations with maybe just a 5% error margin there. And again, we don't know as the safety car leaves the track and we come around turn number 6. Let's get this back underway. The Sherrin Rentals fight in the night. Australian production cars. We've still got an hour and 46 minutes remaining in this race. Anything can still happen. Yes, we've had an hour on the last time. The fight in the night. Lights are out. Sun has definitely gone down in the background and we are underway. Mecklem leading this after a driver change in the number 9 vehicle. Bacchini. Carl is still at the wheel of this car, and now are we going to see some drivers with some much cooler tyres and much cooler brakes. So if they've stayed in the car, they'll just need to readjust those braking markers, while some of our drivers that are just getting behind the wheel for the first time in the fight in the night, they'll have to get their eye into these very dim conditions out there.
Top 3 on the road are top 3 in the race, so they are darting clear. All the cars behind, 1, 2, 3, I think there's about 7 of them between them and the car in 4th. There it is, the Speed Cafe BMW has a lot of traffic to try and negotiate on this first lap. Navigating the traffic as quickly as possible will be crucial. I'm interested to know what that gap's going to be when it re-emerges, but look at that. Late under brakes, gets not 1 but 2 cars, the BMW and the little Polo as well. So nicely done there. That's making hay while the sun is definitely not shining out there at Queensland Raceway at the moment. I noticed one of the lights is off. I couldn't quite see which car it was because of only the one functioning headlight. Oh, it's a little Polo with only one working headlight, and that will make a difference around this Queensland Raceway venue. As we say, dark in patches, so that's going to be that could play a factor. There as well is the number 18 Mustang moving through the lap traffic. We are down to just those 5 cars now on the lead lap. Jake Camilleri, first of those, down a lap. He's leading C-Class by a lap himself. In the Mazda 3, his ever faithful horse that Mazda is. He's raced it for many, many years, and he's a gun driver. Certainly punches above his weight in that little low-powered Mazda.
Well, we'll wait and see. Jesse Dixon will want to be all over the back of Jarvis now, as they're very, very close in that Class D category, so we'll wait and see how that sort of plays out. Troy Derwin's moved up a little bit there. He stayed in the car. I believe there's 4 teams where the primary driver that went out at the start of the race has stayed out there. So you can see the Lingmobile at the moment. Obviously, that had a driver change as well, so that's managed to get that changed over. Obviously, Williams now in the number 14 car. Be interesting to say, they said that's chewing a lot of fuel, so I would have thought out of the 2-hour race last time when they've made any changes, because they would have had some data from that. So for them to be 10 to 15 minutes out on their prediction, that is a massive change in the car, whether they've made some upgrades, some changes. Maybe they've got an injector issue there where it's pumping out a little bit of extra fuel if it's staying open a bit too long, leaking, something like that, which we saw a little bit earlier in the TA2 Muscle Car Series 2, the Crutch's car, with the flames coming out that exhaust on the right-hand side of the vehicle. So we'll wait and find out, but if they're burning that much fuel, they're potentially in for 3 to 4 stops.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact they needed to do 2 in the 2-hour race means you'd think at least 1 extra one in the 3-hour race. But what does flames out the exhaust mean? I believe that's unburnt fuel, so I think it is still running pretty rich. As we look, there is going to be a change here for second, potentially under brakes. Kearns late on the brakes, around the outside, swings it through and takes second position from Bacchini. Nice move, good heads-up driving there from Carly Bacchini, just to pull back in line. No need to fight the Mustang. You're not in class, you're not in competition with that car. Having said that, though, later on the brakes, has a little bit of a look back up the inside.
Oh, had a nice finish last time around overall. Remember, it's an overall finish. And this Tommy Heyman coming through, he's leading back through the pack. And have a look at how quick he is, the tall man. He's just come back from Spain after getting an opportunity to go over there with the McLaren driving school and have a bit of a go at potentially putting his foot in the water for a McLaren drive over there with some GT3 stuff. Oh no, the Lingmobile. What has happened to that? And the 14 is sitting on the inside. Oh, car's still running. That's good.
Can't even work out where that is. That is so far off the road, it's not funny.
Has he taken one of the short tracks?
Yes, I think he has.
Yeah, and that's halfway down between turn 3 and 4.
So he's back on the circuit and he is limping back around. Is something looking a bit low in the front? Is the front left potentially down on that car? Can't quite work it out.
Suspension issue there. I mean, last time they had some diff oil breathing out the back of that thing. Looked a lot cleaner this time around, but they were struggling to get that fuel in. Now, I don't think they've run out of fuel already, unless the fuel did not go into the tank.
In it comes. So what's the drama of this car? I'm sure our intrepid pit lane reporters will find out for us, but that's not a good sign. Engine off and lights out.
I'm looking to see whether the fuel rig's coming out. That was my question there. Tommy Heyman, well, he's already got the brakes nice and warm out there in the number 19, and have a look at him go on the back of Bacchini. They're not going to be in the same class of racing, but I tell you what, he's keen. He's always loved the race, doesn't he, Tommy Heyman? It doesn't matter where the car sits, he's just going to be out there having a great time. Currently sitting 8th overall in the A1 class against Bacchini in the B1. Power to weight, it'd be interesting to know how far apart they are, power to weight ratio.
The fact that one's an A1 and one's a B2, A1 and B2 says to me that one's more powerful than the other. That's what the classes are down to. So X-Class, that's the sole BMW M4, the sole X-Class car. That's in a league of its own. Then you got the A1 and A2, pretty equal in performance. A2 is for naturally aspirated cars, A1 is for turbocharged or supercharged machines. That's the same for B1 and B2. And then you get to the smaller cars, the C-Class cars, so you get hatchbacks, little saloon cars and that sort of thing. So you got the Mazda 3, and then in D you've got, of course, the Toyota 86s, you've got a couple of Astras and the little Polo GTI as well. That's a really competitive class this weekend.
Well, Heyman's got a lot of work to do. 2.2 laps down, so they'll be trying to get back on. So we have a look around the 14 machine and just having a look, there seems to be a lot of attention being paid to the back of the car. So if it's not a filling issue, potentially it's a fuel pump issue.
Yeah, I agree. There's sparks coming there from the front of the 18 machine, and I think that is coming from the brake. It is. The sparks are coming from the brakes on the number 18 Mustang. That is never, ever a good sign.
Oh, there's some race brake pads in there. I'm hoping that means they're not. They might just be braking. They're getting very, very warm there, but we have seen it before, especially at night time it shows up, but not like that. That's a bit excessive, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is very, very hot.
He's made the move, though. That was for position. Well, that moves up to position number 4.
They're not going away, are they? Like, they're taking on the X-Class BMW. He's not having an issue pulling the car up.
Oh, that's really bad. That's the brightest I think I've ever seen in a production car race. Of course, this track is really heavy on the brakes. Turn 1 is reasonably heavy. 2's not too bad, but particularly 3, 4, and 6. They are huge braking. Oh, it's gone. It's gone, I think, there. It's very, very loose under brakes. That did not look comfortable at all. It was all squirrely as he slammed on the anchors, so we've got to watch out for this car. At the moment, it did not look comfortable under brakes there into turn 6. Sparks continue to fly from not just the left front, but the right front as well in the very heavy braking.
That just shows they're evenly wearing that.
It does. That is true.
So the car's not pulling to one side or the other. We're getting even wear on the brakes. Really exciting here, fighting the night, especially once the sun went down in the background and we've had a first safety car. A lot of pit stop strategies already starting to play their cards out. And have a look at with the light out down there, how many sparks are coming out from the brakes there on the Kearns machine. On the white machine. Wow, the 18. We'll continue to watch this and see what's happening. Tommy Heyman just in front. They start to close the gap down to him as well as they catch up. Have a look at the difference in the rotor colour there between white and to horse. To horse, that early on, that was probably the first car to really get the brakes hot, but white, wow, it's really playing havoc with the cameras out there, isn't it, as they try and focus in on that. And is that just going to the edge where there's a bit of dust on the outside of the track, or is there a little bit of smoke there? Because he's gone wide now and pulling into the pit, so potentially an issue here for the white machine. We'll have a look at the ultimate diesel tuning entry.
Hazards are on as he's come into the lane, so yeah, clearly some sort of drama. And let's not forget, he did not pit too long ago, pitted during the safety car, so this is very un unscheduled. And where do they look? Straight away at the glowing brake disc, and look at the brake dust that's come off as soon as it came to a stop. The wheels are coming off. Of course, the old lug nuts, got to do a few of them up. Is it just going to be one tyre change? Surely not. Look at how bright that is.
Is that a crack that you can see at the top there? It looks like a crack through the brake rotor, doesn't it, at the moment? That could be what's causing the sparks too, whether it's got too hot and cracked something. Now, have you ever been to a Hot Rock for dinner? That's basically where we go to some steak now. That'd be the perfect time to cook it. That's Dan.
Yeah.
A birthday dinner for you maybe tonight. Can we go down there? Yeah, I think so.
Sounds good to me. I don't think these guys will be too pleased about it though. Dejected. Trent White gets out of the vehicle. Real disappointment for that team. They were in and around the top 5 all race long, but halfway through their race has come to an abrupt end. Those front brakes crying no more. I tell you what though, it would certainly heat up a room, wouldn't it, those brakes? It'd certainly heat up the garage out there at the moment.
I'll tell you what else is heated, the emotions down there. He didn't want to stop and talk to any of our pit lane reporters either, or give us any feedback on what is happening down there, but that is super warm, and definitely some cracks appearing in those brake rotors, and we'll keep an eye on that so we get some more information. But tough night there for the ultimate diesel tuning entry, and that looks like it's getting pushed back into the garage. They're not going to do a brake change on that anytime soon. Not set up here for that style of change. At this point, we do see it, things like the 6 and the 12 hour where they'll change some brake pads out and things like that. But tough night, a lot of heartfelt moments and emotion going down in the pit bay at the moment as we head back onto our race leader. Mecklem still leading us out here at the moment, and it's broken out to 13.4 seconds now over Kearns. Bacchini third overall now in the 999 BMW. As Carly's still in the car at the moment. They have not done a driver change. So interesting thing, Mecklem has done the 3 minute 30 change at the moment. That's the only one of our top 3 to do a compulsory pit stop within the compulsory travel time. And then we go back to Kearns and Bacchini, who have gone into the pits, but all they've done is taken fuel. We haven't seen the driver change there either. So they're opting to take that a little bit later on, which means Mecklem, you know, on the books at the moment, you think would have an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Down into turn number 3. These brakes don't look too much better than that of the number 18 Mustang, which we've just seen effectively retire from this race. So although this car is leading and has done its lengthy compulsory pit stop, these brakes are looking red hot as well. The good positive spin I can see on this is that those brakes are cooling down a little bit in a straight line. Look, they're not the same glow in a straight line. They are cooling down a bit before he gets back on the brakes again. And that was not the case for the number 18 machine.
Is that fuel in the link coming out the top there? Look, yeah, okay. So they're trying, is that a breather or something they're trying to sort out? I'm not quite sure, but they'll have to clean that out of the boot before they can get underway there. Think about brake ducts on this, the cooling ducts. Maybe they've got that blocked up or something. There's something blocking that cooling, because like you say, down the main straight, we're seeing Mecklem's brakes start to cool down, but yeah, it's getting a lot of fresh air, isn't it? Whereas potentially just not getting that cooling opportunity when it comes to the number 18.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can all set up your cars in different ways. So yeah, that's an interesting point you raised. J-Mac, have you got an update for us?
A quick word with the crew chief from the Ultimate Diesel Tuning Mustang. They've been struggling with brake temperatures all weekend. And what happens with such extreme temps, they actually chew so much extra material from the brake pads, it's put metal-to-metal contact, and they have actually cracked the front left brake rotor. Matty Kavanagh, you picked that one up from the pit lane vision. Unfortunately, that is the end for our A2 division points leader and second outright in the championship.
Well, you could really see it. The cameras picked it up while it was glowing hot. It stands out, any crack in a brake rotor. Thanks, J-Mac. That's fantastic to confirm some of the suspicions that we had up here in the commentary booth. The cameras really gave it away, and thank you for getting down to pit lane and getting out that information for us. What I want to know is, have you managed to get out the steak and get a bit of a hot rock going down there while that's still nice and warm? Cook yourself some steak up. We'll get Dan down there a bit later. It's his birthday, if you haven't noticed this weekend, and we want to get him down there. Oh no, someone's off in the background. And who is that? Is that the BMW's at the 119 there of Holt?
The B2 class leader.
Oh no, he's just gone through the kiddie litter.
Yeah, gone through the kiddie litter, getting to the grass on the other side. So he has kept the car going, kept it running. You can see the fans waving him on to get back onto the racing circuit, which he has now done. But he will have lost a couple of positions, although that car is not rejoining at any sort of speed on the racing line. Is that car coming to a potential halt? He's not really driving on the racetrack. 2 wheels on, 2 wheels off. I think there might be a bit more to that story.
Yeah, well, maybe they've lost brakes as well. But talking about stories, let's head to the pit lane with Mel Price, find out what's going on.
You ready?
Mel,
ready when you are.
We're ready when you are.
Rod Dawson, what's going on with this car? Fuel.
Yeah, it's got a problem with the rollover valve, and it's pressurised the tank. And we can't get fuel in it or fuel out of it.
So you upgraded the whole fuel system after the last race so that you can get a bit more life out of this thing, and it's not going well so far.
Yeah, we actually got this overhead rig on Wednesday last week, and it's been a big rush to try and get it all to work. And yeah, we've had a cock-up. So simple as that.
That's a technical term, isn't it? Anyway, the car's back out there. Hopefully you finish the race, and there's always tomorrow.
Hope it's going to go and do one lap, because you've got to fuel before you work. So we had to work before we fuel. So we'll do a lap and come back and we'll give it some fuel.
Never a dull moment.
Okay, thank you, Papa.
Yeah, rollover valve. If it can't breathe, the tank just starts to suction in. But yeah, that's what we see with Holt now in the 119 machine. A cut tyre by the looks of it. I'm going to guess, although we didn't see the footage before, that's caused the car to go off. That hasn't happened.
Correct.
That hasn't happened because of the excursion. Potentially that's caused the excursion there. Now, Holt, where do we sit when it comes to them coming into the pits here at the moment? In the 119 machine, Ryan Shinkfield is. We're going to see that change over. So We have seen that go down the pits already once. It's going to push him back a bit, so it's surely they're going to take all the fuel they can. And does this change things up now? We've gone just under the 1.5 hour mark.
I think all the fuel's gone in because it took the full tank just a few laps ago in the safety car. It only needed about 5 or 6 seconds worth of fuel and it's already full to the brim. So now it's just wasting time in there. The fuel is done. It's just about changing that wheel. So any lost seconds, any more time changing that wheel is just precious time being lost. So that is going to be a change, I think, in Class B2. Although no, it isn't, because he's the only one in Class B2 still running, notably.
Yeah, Juskowski is not out there. They never managed to get that car back out there. They're watching the Broncos-Dolphins game at the moment on their iPad at the back of that car. So they've got one eye on the race that they're not in anymore, one eye on the rugby match. So, you know, why not? No, Schickfield will be back in that car. They'll get that back out.
We're hearing reports Ling's just rejoined the circuit after going off once again, so more drama for this machine. No longer Ling, sorry, behind the wheel. It's Troy Williams now behind the steering wheel of the Ford Falcon. But is this looking a little bit down on the right front? No, I think it's all right. Just a mistake, I believe. As through comes the Aussie liveried Holden Astra. Doesn't it look fantastic?
Troy Derwent's still behind the wheel of that, according to our screen as well. I haven't seen him come in and change it out for Oscar Butt as well, who's had a busy weekend. And Troy Derwent just getting some laps out there. 125s at the moment, sitting second in the C class behind the very competent Camilleri out there. I just don't know how you beat Camilleri at the moment. He's the only driver out there. He's used to doing lots of laps, but we know that front tyres really play a part. It's a front-wheel drive car, and it's going to be the third hour for me to see if Camilleri can keep that car together, keep the tyres onto it, and whether we see him start to slow down or whether he's going to try and manage that. 123s, that's what we've got to take note of for Camilleri. Whether that drops back down to more like a late 120 later on in the race, although he's got a fairly dominant C-Class lead. Sitting fifth outright at the moment, that's pretty impressive actually, behind Bacchini, Terhorst, Kearns and Mecklem.
Absolutely. Well, we are now over halfway through the Sherrin Rentals fight in the night. Of course, we've got to thank them for jumping on board, supporting this race. As we say, Sherrin, a former winner of this race is Ian, and not taking part in it this year, but I'm sure he'll be back in a production car in the not too distant future. Of course, KIF 1A jumping on board as part of the Hi-Tec Qld Super Series as the charity, the official charity. It's a debilitating disease for the young kids. It's a neurological disorder caused by rare gene mutation. It affects brain cells, transports vital materials, leading to muscle weakness, coordination issues, vision loss, seizures, and more. And Summer's here this weekend, the daughter of the founders of the KIF 1A Foundation Australia, and she's 4 years old, and she's unable to talk. She can walk, but it's expected in years to come that she will be wheelchair bound. So it's a real shame. It doesn't affect many people. It's very, very rare. Just 23 people in Australia and only 550 people worldwide. So it's all about spreading the know-how or the knowledge of the disorder.
It's the awareness, isn't it, really?
Exactly right.
And look, to try and help raise funds, of course, we do have plenty of flame there on the Lingmobile, and that's going to be fuel that may have spilled down the side. There's a moment here, surely they're going to have to pull in the pits. We'll get back to our KIF 1A in just a second. Just watching, that's burning underneath.
Yeah.
Hopefully the crew have seen that and they're going to tell him to come in. I hope that's not going to continue to go on, and we will get him see turn into turn number 7. Look at the smoke coming out the back now. Surely the driver might be able to start smelling that. Oh no, it's getting bigger too. The air running over, it's just going to feed the fire. This is the risk you take with fuel, especially like I said before, that fuel that's gone in the boot. I need to try and clear that. Now the plastic's on fire, so there's a big fire there, big moment for him. Hopefully he can get to our officials very, very quickly down here for the 14. Williams will be pulling in. He won't even make it to his pit bay, and there's our fire crew straight on the scenes. Another moment for the 14, and we'll wait and see if they can try and recover from this, but that's going to take a whole heap of time. Back to our KIF 1A at the moment, our KIF 1A Foundation. Over $1,400 in prizes up for grabs. I think the Hi-Tec oils, Bowden Zone, and of course the Super Series. We saw the fridge online there as well from Hi-Tec Oils, one of the car fridges. You know, some packs there, some merchandise, and it's a scan and win, isn't it? If you come down to the track, scan in, make a donation, and follow all the rules and regs, and potentially at the end of the month win yourself $1,400 worth of gear. Have a look at the smoke that's coming out. Now, I know that's a powder extinguisher, doesn't help. They are using a lot of powder and all the foam extinguisher as well. So
the fire's continuing. It's not stopped. They've not been able to get it. I think the fuel's continuing to leak, and then it's getting on the hot exhaust continually. So it's just never ending at the moment.
You can't put it out if you've still got a heat source.
Correct. Yeah,
and if it's festering inside the back of the car, you can't open the boot because you're going to fuel it with oxygen. So there's a lot of risk. Now, for me, anyone that wants to come in the pits now, they can't see either. So, and we've got a lot of our safety officials going around the pit bay area as well. So let's hope that no one's running out of fuel. We're going to need a moment to clear that up. So plenty going on here at the Fight in the Night. Well, thanks to Sharon Rentals. Oh, I tell you what, Macklem still leading this over Kearns to Horse there. You can see the Speed Cafe X-Class car still out. The back brakes aren't glowing yet on that car, which we have seen on some of the Mustangs there. And we've got the 119, Ryan Schickfield's gone back out there as well. So that's good that they've managed to get that cut tyre and make its way back out.
Good news, it looks like it is under control. They have now been able to open the boot and keep it under control. That was pretty nasty there for a moment, but brilliant work. Everybody was straight on the scene, weren't they? Brilliant work from the volunteer marshals, but even the race teams. It wasn't just the race team of the Falcon drivers, but several other race team members helping as well to put the flames out from the tail end of that car. So great work from everybody involved to get that under control and allow us to continue under green flag conditions. But I think it is game, set and match now for the number 14 Falcon of Troy Williams and Ling. So that's a shame, but they'll come back fighting later on in the season. Of that I have no doubt. We turn our attention to the Class X leader, sitting third outright at the moment, has made it past Pacini and has pulled a big margin since then of 13.7 seconds over the B1 class BMW. But it's still a Mustang 1-2. Macklem over Kearns, and the margin out to 19 seconds now. So Macklem seems to have the answers at this point in time.
At this point in time, with the other words you've got to use, over 1 hour, 20 minutes still to go in this race. So because there is a lot, things have got very hot so far. We've seen not enough cooling on the brake rotors. We've seen them crack. We've seen fuel leaking cause car fires. We don't know what's happened to the game over Camaro. I would love if J-Mac or Mel Tammy could go down and find out exactly what happened to that car. Now they've got it back in the pits and maybe made an assessment on that. We've Jerzakowski, we know they had some issues there, so there's still a lot to uncover here as we get through some of the cars. Unfortunately, the attrition rate's not so good at the moment, as it looks like we've lost 5 cars from the start of this race already.
Yeah, 25% have gone by the wayside in the first half of this race. But it's certainly been an interesting one, hasn't it? It's kept us on the edge of our seats throughout. There's not been a dull moment. Speaking of dull, the Polo comes around the corner with only that one headlight still working. But out in front, it is Macklem who leads the way. This is the car in second position. The number 25 Mustang of Lindsay Kearns and Brad Carr. And their CMA Car Mods Australia sponsored Mustang. Bit of an off-track excursion further back, a bit of dust coming up. Of course, with different cars dropping out, that means that traffic is a little bit less of an issue as the Pacini 999 B1 BMW comes into the lane. Importantly, with 80 minutes to go, I think that is the earliest final stop we've had. I think that car should be able to make it to the end from here.
Potentially, and that's going to see Paul get in the car as well. We're going to see they haven't had their 3.5 minute stop either. So this should be a big one for the Pacinis and the B1 class. We'll have to wait and see. Camilleri might be able to make up a lap or two in this one as well and get back on the same lap as them. Mecklem leading us. They've done the 3.5 minute stop. Kearns has not, so they're all going to be back in, but Kearns is going to have to come and do the 3.5 minute stop. To Horst in that X-Class Speed Cafe BMW, they have done the compulsory 3.5 minute stop as well. So there's lots to really go through when it comes to the strategy here. The Australian production cars out on track for their fight in the night for another year here at Queensland Raceway. What would you say, 2012 it's been going since, say, into its 13th year and still progressing, getting very, very popular. It's great to have the Australian production cars as part of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series in 2025, and the relationship continues to build. I thought for a moment we've seen a bit of dust, but it's just a bit of smoke or something coming through those lights of our leader there, Mecklem, up on our screen. Now, when are they going to come and grab some fuel? Are they going to get one more stop in potentially around the 2-hour mark and try and get that car home with the dominance they've got at the moment? For me, to Horst, if they can save some fuel, they're within striking distance, 34 seconds. So it's going to come down to how much fuel they need to put in and whether they can get home. But that could be a late run.
Crucially, I think, for the Mecklem Mustang, I think they need to go a few laps longer with a bit more horsepower underneath the bonnet of this machine. It does require going a couple more laps to be able to safely make it to the end of the race. That's one of the things you often hear in motorsport about the final pit stop, the fuel number, the crucial lap number of when you can come in and make it home on fuel. And in One Make Series, that's easy to work out. You simply do a quick maths, how big's the tank, how much fuel do I use per lap, and do the maths that way. In production cars, it's a lot harder to do that because, of course, there's so many different cars. It's not just one set number. Oh, you pit here, you'll easily make it home. Different cars have different fuel numbers.
Yeah, and it's taking that data. Someone who likes to go over the data and find out what's going on is Tammy down in pit lane. Tell us what's going on.
Carly, you just jumped out of the car. Dad Paul's jumped in. You've been able to refuel. Have you got any more planned pit stops after this?
No more planned pit stops. We're good to go to the end now.
Great, so Dad can finish the drive.
Yep. He's going to be awesome, so I can't wait.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I know Carly's got an opportunity to get on the limoncellos a little bit early down there. Tammy, you stay away from their pit bay. That's where we're taking Dan for his celebrations after this, exactly down to the Bacini pit bay. And now have a look at this. How close are they going to be to the 3:30 as well? That is the question. They say they're already on the roll, but it's when they go over pit exit. And that team strategizes really, really well. Like I say, had about 400 or 500 mils of fuel left last time they went through this, and they're going to be just over 3 minutes there. They're well and truly, so they've met the minimum criteria already. There you go, leaving pit lane as we get on board now with Paul Bacini, who's normally got a little bit more pace than Carly sometimes, but Carly looks after the car and the tyres really well.
She did confirm, though, that car can make it to the end from here. I heard a lot of numbers about A-class cars doing 75 minutes. That's a B-class car, so that can go a little bit further. So 80 minutes, under 80 minutes now to go. That will be quite comfortably safe then by the sounds of it, which is great news for them as they are back out onto the racetrack. Interestingly, though, they took their short stop under safety car conditions and their long one under green flag, the opposite to what this car has done, the race leader. So that will play a factor if it remains as it is at the moment, for sure, because they've done effectively 2 minutes extra under green flag conditions, and that will be at least one lap that it will cost them.
And never say never when it comes to that car with the yellow flashing lights.
Yeah, true.
We still don't know what's going to happen, right? There's still cars out there. There's lots of hot brakes out there. We've seen the Link car. That potentially could have brought out a safety car if that had happened probably a bit earlier in the lap, because couldn't have gone on much further before it went to try and find someone for the fire crew to help put that out. So you never know what's going to happen. Bacini back out on track, though.
And going pretty quickly at the moment, down into turn number 1 and 2 on this lap. On board, I noticed this earlier, they seem to really hold it in gear late. Rather than change up, they keep it in gear into turn number 2. So a bit of a strategy there. Rather than change up and then change immediately back down again, you might as well leave it in gear. And that shows as well, you wouldn't see that if they're fuel saving to the end of the race. That shows that it is not just we're comfortable to the end, we're very comfortable, we can push hard, we can use all the revs and much more.
Yeah, they can also choose to do a bit of fuel saving at the back end if they potentially use more than what they thought they were going to use. Look, in B1, they're going to be hard to beat, really, when it comes to the Chinis out there. And it looks like they're the only B1 car left as well. But, I mean, they're looking for an overall result. They want to get back on the podium like they did last time. Mate, just fantastic. A family that like to go racing. I mean, Carly Bacchini didn't do the usual, I'll go through go-karts as a kid and I'll step up to other forms of motorsport. She was an adult when she decided, hey, Dad's been doing this for a while, I want to have a go at this. And, you know, I think it's great that she gets out there and has a go, and she's very fast and competitive as well, and I think it's how she drives the car, sticking to a lap time, looking after the car, getting to the end. And when it comes to endurance racing, it's not always about setting the fastest lap times. It's about setting consistent lap times, coming up as a team with a strategy and having a reliable car that just puts all of that together.
Exactly right. Well said, Maddie. As you point out, they were recent guests, weren't they, on our new panel show hosted by yourself.
I know a bloke that sits on there.
I know him as well. He's a bit of a pain. Not the biggest fan of that bloke. Yeah, perfectly honest with you.
Looks after his mates for their birthday, though. That's all I've heard.
Yeah, to be fair. Yeah, fair.
Oh, here we go. Nice little battle going on as we're going to go 3 wide. I know it's our race leader. Look at the speed they've got as they go by. This could have been fun going into turn 1 if we set them 3 wide. Troy Derwin. I don't think we've seen him come out yet. No, he's still in there. So Oscar Butt's still got to get into that car as well, the 78. I noticed Rob O'Connor's gone in. Jesse Dixon's got out of the 87 as well. So that's had a driver change.
So Dixon done a large portion of the race. So that car back out on the circuit. A few running a little bit more over the time on this second stop, I think. So 3:41, 3:50. A lot of the A-class cars in the first round of stops, we were seeing 3:31, weren't we? 3:32. So lower class cars just erring on a bit more caution out there.
Tommy Heyman. So he's working his way 5th overall at the moment in that A1 class. Leading that class at the moment, but look, again, loves to get on a podium there. Just shaking off a bit of fun in Spain. Said he hung around for about a week and had a good time over there. Well, you know, if you're going to go over there and do a bit of McLaren driving, why wouldn't you hang around? Exactly. You know, just bring in a bit of Europe and breathe it in and enjoy it. A bit of GT3. We've seen him in the GT4 stuff here this year as well. He was super quick in a TA2. He did the endurance last year at the Bend, and he was a solo driver, and the hardest thing they had was keeping the car up to him at the moment. We're calling him Quick Time Tommy because no one could catch him when it came to lap times. He's very, very confident behind the wheel as well. For any car that he wants to drive, Tommy Heyman, very, very fast young man.
Yes, that car, the number 19, up in 5th, just putting down a lap on fellow A45 runner Randall. Those two fighting in the A1 class, but there's now a lap between them. Both of them still have a stop to go. Notably, though, Tom Heyman has taken that 3:30 compulsory pit stop, so it'll be a short one to the finish from here. So I think that car might come up pretty good at the end of this race. Same with Camilleri as well. The big one was taken under safety car. It's a short one to the finish. Randall as well in the number 91 did the same thing. So at the moment, those that needed a long stop have already done that. So still 1 hour and 10 minutes left to go in the books as the Speed Cafe car slides up the inside, under brakes on Bacchini to put that car a lap down. This is a fantastic race. So still got lots of cars on the lead lap in contention for outright honours. The D-Class, we've spoken a fair bit about D-Class as the most competitive class this weekend. Alan Jarvis is leading the way at the moment in that one. 3:50 stop has been done, so that's a splash and dash from here. The Jesse Dixon car, same thing as well. 1 stop done. Rob O'Connor now behind the wheel, but just a short splash and dash to the finish for that one. Those two cars are on the same lap, so D-Class will be fought out right to the death. Same strategy, same lap. Look out for that one late in the race. Polo versus BMW.
Kearns, though, hasn't done that compulsory 3:30, have they, in second position? That's the one.
Correct.
So Horst, not that far behind, 40 seconds, but when you've got to stay in pit lane for another 2 minutes, that's going to get chewed up real quick.
Yeah, so that car, to explain for those that missed it early on, The Kearns car suffered a puncture early on. They elected to do their short stop then as a result. They wanted to remain in contention, but it put them on the back foot straight away. The safety car then did not help them. They had to again take another short stop, because if they did their long stop, they'd have gone several laps down even under safety car conditions. So they've just been putting off their long stop, hoping, praying for a late race safety car, and that's what they're still doing now. That's why they're still out there on the race circuit. They know that they need a safety car to serve that lengthy 3.5 minute stop, or else it's going to bury them in the field. That puncture, although it didn't seem too bad at the time, has affected their whole race from that moment on.
Yeah, and it's the fuel too. I mean, really, they could have changed drivers at that point. They may not have been ready though, because when you get a puncture, obviously it's not an expected one. I mean, a bit like a safety car, but under safety car, you got a little bit more time to react to what's going on out there. Unfortunately for them, like say, puncture brings them in. You know that refilling it then, even though you're going to put fuel in at the time, it's not going to get you where you want to be in the next pit stop. Safety car, if it had been maybe half an hour later, probably wouldn't have been too bad a window for them, but unfortunately for them, they got a bit of work, and it's just trying to stay on this lead lap at the moment, and a safety car for them now would really help. Oh no, Bacchini's are in the 999 car, and
no,
have they had to take a tyre as well? Is this going on?
We heard Carly Bacchini say, didn't she? She said to our pit lane reporters, that's it, we're good to go to the end of the race. We don't need to make any more pit stops. Unfortunately, though, I think that the front left tyre has delaminated or let go in some form or another. This is third pit stop that was not needed to be made. So this is going to bury this car down the order.
Let's send our pit lane reporters down there to find out what exactly happened with the Bacchini car, because that's unfortunate. Something's happened there now. We've lost a few tyres in this race. So what is causing that? Is it just going over 2 hour, like the 2 hour limit there, where they're pushing the limits, they hit some curbs? Like, we're seeing something very similar to what we saw before, where the inside was shredded. Now, I'm sure that came from coming in the inside of the curb for Kearns.
We've not just lost a couple of tyres, we've lost a pit lane reporter as well. Max decided to wander into the commentary box. Nice to see you busy, hard at work, mate. Leaving the ladies to it. It's not very gentlemanly of you at all, I have to say. Fortunately, he doesn't have the cans on, so he can't respond.
Oh, look, mate, he's just come to take you out for your birthday dinner, that's all. He's come down here to tell us about screaming. Now, did we get the steak out, and do we have a hot rock when you were down there on those breaks?
I tell you what, there was so much temperature still just holding, even about 10 minutes ago from Trent White and Glenn Walker's Ultimate Diesel Tuning Mustang. Really, really unfortunate for them. They were in such a good position coming into this weekend. Like I said, they were leading the A2 division points. They were second outright in the points coming into the fight in the night, and unfortunately, no more fight left in the front rotors of that car. Talking about that.
Does it look like it's wobbling around a little bit there for Jake Camilleri?
Yeah, it didn't look too evenly distributed through it, did it? And that was almost a Sparks level as well.
Yeah, maybe we're seeing some odd wear there from the brake pads as they go around. Now, Jake Camilleri got to try and keep a front tyre on here at the moment, and that's last time that's what we saw. His tyres were worse for wear on the front after he came in after 2 hours. And have a look at the flames coming out the exhaust. That's glowing hot. That turbo's working super hard, that MPS. Someone else is working hard down there in pit lane, Mel Price. What's going on?
Okay, Errol, we're down here looking at this very, very sad tyre that's just come off the car, unfortunately. We thought that was your last stop, but you came flying back in, so explain what's happened here.
Obviously the tyre's delaminated around the edges here, and it just cut the tyre and it's failed.
So you were talking about tyre pressures and they're lower because it's colder?
Yeah, so what happens when we're at a long race like this, the tyres warm up over time, so you've got to start them at a fairly low pressure. But when you run them at a low pressure, particularly at the start of the race, all the drivers want to go fast, because they say take it steady, but they don't, to warm up the tyre, and it just works the tyre. And it works that tyre, flexes it too much, and then that continuous flexing just fails it, and the tyre weakens over a period of time. So.
Oh, that's a real shame. The car's super strong, and Paul's out there now. Yeah, hopefully he can...
Carly was out there in the first stint, and she did a fabulous job, and she put the car up to third or fourth place, and we're punching well above, she pumped well above her weight, and these things happen, you know, and we knew it was a problem. We had a spare tyre, and we tried to check the tyre, but unfortunately the damage is on the inside, so to check it, you've got to pull the tyre off, have a look, and then put it back on again.
Tough luck, thank you.
Oh, I tell you what, thanks Mel for being down there on pit lane to find out what exactly was going on with that car. But a bit of a shame from their overall position. I know in their class they're doing very well, but as it sits now, back down to 8th position there for Paul Bacchini. And like you said, can't see it from the outside, can you? It just really starts to go down when you're driving the car, and it's a lot of pressure on them at the moment as we are almost down to the 1 hour mark here for the Australian production cars on a glorious Saturday night. Queensland Raceway really puts on a great show of racing. It's great to be here 6 weeks ago with more of a sprint format style of weekend, and then we changed it up with 3 categories having endurance racing here. So we've got the Innovation Race Cars had their 50-minute race here this afternoon. The TA2 Muscle Cars, a 45-minute race. That was absolutely incredible. I think it was a Driver 2 race for me where we knew the fireworks were probably going to happen. We just waiting for some of the light views, and that happened. Now, that's going to be repeated tomorrow as well. So plenty going on at Queensland Raceway. This fantastic venue is our leader, Mecklem, now just starting to go through some lap traffic once again and puts Tommy Heyman down another lap, which I'm sure he'll try and get on the back of this and hold on as long as he can, because he won't want to go too much further back, and they're still getting around at the moment. Have a look at Kearns, a 1:19 on the last lap.
Yeah, PB lap of the entire race. Mecklem set the fastest lap of the race on lap 2, the first flying lap of the 3-hour Enduro, and it's taken until lap number 80 for that to be threatened even. So Kearns getting to just about 0.3 of a second off that lap, but yeah, Kearns' best lap coming quite late in the race.
I'm going to say, how's the body language of the Kearns Mustang muscling its way through? At the time it was, I think, turn 2, just getting a big handful of opposite lock there. More of that brake rotor glow on the run through 4 into 5. This Car Mods Australia Mustang is running with the best of them. Still, though, some 30.5 seconds back from Mecklem. Running to the final corner here. Let's see if he lights it up on the exit. He's going to keep it fairly restrained here, coming up on the back of lap traffic. That'll be the 999 machine for Bacchini.
Been a really interesting race. There's been twists and turns at almost every corner, and it's been a dramatic affair, but a nutritional one at that. We've lost quite a few runners, haven't we, over the time? I noted that Wilson was in the lane for quite some time in the Invitational BMW, the JPS liveried machine. Last pit stop several laps ago, well over 7 minutes, but great to see that car is back out there. Our sole Invitational runner, of course, raced in the one of our sport categories at Sydney Motorsport Park, and then took part in the Invitational class at round number 1, and now here we are a couple of rounds later, once again joining the action.
Such a special event here at the Fight in the Night, an incredible day, and come on, Matty Cav, we've got to take the opportunity.
It's up to me.
Well, you're the host, you're the lead.
Do I have to celebrate Dan McCarthy's birthday here in the commentary box? Dan, look, we're 2 hours in this race. You bought your birthday to Fight in the Night. That's how important it is to you, isn't it?
It is, so much so I've lost my voice doing it.
Yeah.
No, thank you very much. You've been very nice to me, you two, all day long, surprisingly.
Would you like us to serenade?
I think we should.
No, probably not.
Come on, mate.
Surely. I don't think he gets the choice. Come on, Matty. Happy birthday to Stu. Happy birthday.
Oh, Dan McCarthy, the man of many names and many talents.
Thank you very much, guys. Greatly appreciated. But I'm sure people would rather talk about or hear us listen to us talk about the race, because we are fast approaching the 1 hour to go mark. Yes, I am trying to get it back on terms with talking about the race, not my birthday, thank you. So yes, 1 hour to go in this race. The number 9 Mustang is looking quite comfortable at the moment in terms of its pit stop strategy. It's leading by 30 seconds and it only has a splash and dash to go. That can't be said for Kearns behind, so he could potentially and will likely fall behind to horse late on in this race.
That voice is getting a bit hoarse. You've had a big day here, haven't you, mate? It's going to be a big night tonight. Don't worry, we're going to celebrate with you down at the Bacini pits. But Macklem, yeah, look, it's all theirs to lose at the moment, isn't it? Leading the race at the moment. Pit stop strategy's on point. Just need to get through this final hour of the race, and they're going to have to come and grab some fuel at this stage, but so much can go wrong in that moment, really. We've seen issues with people trying to refuel cars. Now, we know with the Link car, that was a rollover valve that really started that issue off, but they've got to try and really push that coupling in, and it seems easy, doesn't it? But you can see the pressure they've got to apply. J-Mac, you were down there with them going over the fuel rigs.
I was watching, and it was like he'd center the fuel rig into the ports, and then all of a sudden it wouldn't actually depress the spring-loaded valve, and it would actually skate off towards the rear of the car. He had about 3 or 4 goes at it, not to throw the poor pit crew member under the bus, but he was having a really, really hard time. They went for a backup fuel rig, which showed an incredible presence of mind to actually have a backup. They didn't have to resort to jerry cans or jiggle siphons or anything like that, although it would have been a sight to see. Yeah, they had such a hard time trying to get the refueling strategy even started, as looks like a fair bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car into pit lane.
No, I think that's the cement dust. They've
driven over the remnants of the Ling.
Yes,
Inferno.
I believe so. I thought initially like you. Yeah, I thought initially exactly like you, and I'm like, no, that's exactly where that was. So I'm pretty sure that's what it is. You're not seeing any more smoke around the car or anything like that, and the fuel's gone in perfectly fine. So this car, again, is on the right strategy. Big stop done early. It's now the short fill-up, the splash and dash to the end of the race. So I think this car's in potential for an outright podium.
Hats off to the pump man in the back. They are pumping that up with a hand pump.
This is a different take on the refueling rig. So it looks like they have essentially a churn that's getting filled by a man right there, the hardest working team member of the Camilleri racing team.
Do you train for that? What machine is that at the gym that you train for that on?
Last time I was in a gym was over 5 years ago, Matt. I thought that was self-evident.
I've been to the gym 3 times in the last 12 months. I'm a regular member.
I can see. Oh no, issues here. Issues here. Is that at the front? That's a flat tyre?
Yeah, I think the heat from the brakes actually made the tyre go down remarkably.
It's done something. Yeah, a bit of fire there, so it's blown the tyre. Now the fire will go out. We know that with the brakes, there'll be a bit of rubber on there as well, but they'll have to throw a tyre on that this time round. Now they'd already taken their 3.5 minute stop, so this is hurting Camilleri in the C class. Troy Derwin, well, he's still a fair bit back, so there's a bit of work to do now. They'll try and clear that away and get into him. Get this car back out on track. Camilleri just doing this as a solo driver. Dan, I wouldn't have known you hadn't been at the gym. See you flexing here in the commentary booth.
Oh, dear me. There's something still alight underneath
that's rubber.
A little bit of rubber debris just knocked off the inside of the Camilleri front left. And
you're not going to want to leave that there, though.
Well, no, to catch the new tyre on fire.
It's heating it up.
Yeah,
so
that's
it doesn't
right.
go out cold.
Just in one spot.
We did say, though, front tyres in this car over 2 hours. Yeah, that's where they started to degrade. So might have been very thin already.
Camilleri driving solo. Currently holding down the 8th spot.
That's a real shame, because that really does rule that out of a potential outright podium, or at least in the top 5, because we said it was just a splash and dash, but that splash and dash is going to take over 3 minutes in the lane. Oh, there's a lot of smoke out there on the circuit at the moment. Not sure if somebody, I'm hearing reports somebody's just run wide and put a lot of dust across the racetrack there. You're pointing away vigorously there, Matty.
Yeah, I'm just pointing away. Troy Derwin's gone into the pits too, so finally they did not take that long stop last time either, so I think Oscar Butt's going to probably jump into that Astra as well, so that'll be a driver change for them. Now the Camilleri stop, that would have brought them really close. If potentially there'd been a safety car or something go on for them, but that unfortunately, that 3.5 minute stop against Camilleri is probably going to get that lead back over them. When it comes to the C-Class Championship anyway with them, only those 2 cars left after a couple of retired earlier in this weekend. You can see a bit of a clean of the window as well, the team down there quite accomplished in the 6 hour this year as well. They've had a couple of people go in. Good to see Oscar Buddies get into one of the legend cars, one of the Come and Try days at Super Series in Sydney as well. So there's some driver changes going around and having a bit of fun out there.
You mentioned it earlier, but how good are the LED lights that a lot of the drivers are running? The underbody glow. Everyone's having a great time out here at the Fight in the Night.
That just looks like a couple of Instagram posts from you and Nolte at the Mint nightclub. That's what that looks like.
Oh, take me back. Take me back.
Oh, we've got the lights going. All we need is a DJ in the background. We had them here last time. Where are they?
Plenty to see and do, though, isn't there, around the track? There's lots of interactions and activations. There's certainly a few things to do for the kids if they're not engaged in what's on the racetrack. But I tell you what, with the racing action we've had in all the categories today, I'm sure they are hooked on racing if they've not been before. It's been an absolute spectacle throughout. Every category has put on a show for us. Even the little Superkarts, the Formula V's and the Queensland Touring Cars, of which we didn't actually see it all today, but tune in tomorrow. We are having a race live for each of those categories.
So, well, first we'll get to you, J-Mac. We've got some time.
It's really interesting. I was just going through the top 10 at the moment, trying to see how the pace is really sort of looking now that we're in at least 2 hours into the race. And I'm looking through the order and I can see the X-Class car, the Speed Cafe BMW, best lap time of 1 minute 19. Last lap was a 1 minute 20. It's amazing that they've been able to keep up this kind of pace for the vast majority of the race. You have to go down somewhere to the order of around the 9-10 spot to Shinkfield and Cassiavero before you really start to see super quick best lap times and slower last lap times. The pace has been incredible. Yeah,
we've only seen it sort of differentiate by about a second and a half really over most of the field, which is incredible to see. And that's going to be tyre wear. The brakes definitely, they have taken a fair bit of wear. There's going to be new brake pads going on most of these cars. Fortunately for them, they don't have to race tomorrow. They managed to get all their racing out of the way today. Of course, finishing with this 3 hour Enduro here, thanks to Sharon Rentals. As flash of the lights there as the X Factor car to Hertz is going by the number 60 Speed Cafe entry and trying to close that gap down now, just under 30 seconds to our race leader. So, just under 47 seconds to our race leader. I'm looking at Kearns and knowing that Kearns has to take that massive pit stop at the moment at the minimum 3.5 minutes. Is Dan's going to celebrate his birthday early, so that's good. We'll let him have a break on this fabulous day for him as he gets out there. I was going to ask him of his first physical trip to Queensland Raceway, how he found that. We've been here a couple of times. So I really have to take my hat off, though, to the crew here that do an amazing job in terms of every time we come here. I mean, even in 6 weeks, that screen wasn't up there last time, was it? No. So, in such a short period of time, they make dramatic changes here at the track. I think it's for the overall experience of the spectator. So, although you might be watching us at home, it's the people here at the track that get a great experience.
Well, that's an intangible sort of measure of the level of investment that Tony Quinn and everyone associated with Queensland Raceway has put into it. It's not just about the dollars. It's about what you get out of all of these additions and developments and construction and maintenance and everything goes into it. It sounds kind of boring when you put it like that. But Queensland Raceway, if you had to come here sort of 10, 12 years ago, it's not a shade on what it is right now.
No, completely different racetrack, and it offers some fantastic racing, overtaking opportunities, door-to-door action. It's got absolutely everything. It's why it's a bit of a staple on the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series calendar over the last few years, and it's not going anywhere in 2026. We're definitely going to be back here at Queensland Raceway because we loved really bringing the competitors here, and they always enjoy their time at Queensland Raceway. And this little mecca of motorsport that Tony Quinn's built around here. Had so much entertainment going on for everybody here this weekend, and J-Mac, I tell you what, production cars, there's so many classes to go through, and it's going to go all the way down to the wire in this final hour.
90 laps have been completed here in this 3 hour Enduro. Mecklem clocking up the first into the 90s. And just going back through those quick lap times, some people that were late bloomers, shall we say, looking down, Bacchini with the best lap time of 121 on lap 82. Tommy Heyman cranked out a 121 on lap 83. So late in the race, but still so much pace to give.
Yeah, incredible effort, some of these drivers. Mind you, they are getting in the zone, aren't they? You feel like after some of the seat time, especially if they've done 30 or 40 laps, Jake Camilleri, man, who's done the whole race by himself. I mean, he'd almost be able to do this track with his eyes shut, I think, at this point in time. Just by feeling the corners, the bumps, just things like that.
Wind him up and let him go.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of muscle memory there. Jake, as he gets around. O'Connor there just on our screen, running 13th overall at the moment. Fourth in the D class, fifth in the D class actually. But I potentially think that we've got some cars there that they've had 2 pit stops, whereas we've got a lot of D class cars there that haven't come in for their second stop. I don't know whether Casavello, Beggs and Trappett will be able to get home without at least a splash and dash when it comes to the pit stop. The 86s and the BRZs, whether they'll be able to make that one. That's going to be a big call for them. They can try and limp these cars home without taking any extra fuel on board.
The run down into turn 3. Watching on as the number 28 machine of Trappett trying to hunt down Randall.
I reckon they got the LEDs on. It's like, hey, don't run into me. I don't want you to. All I want to do is get home. There's big LEDs. You can't miss them. Stay away.
Love it.
The D class, that's hotly contested at the moment. Leading Jarviso at the moment with the number 70 machine. So doing a great job out there as Matt Knowles rejoins us here in the commentary box, and has been out absorbing all the production cars out there, haven't you? Just seeing how it is down there. You've witnessed the fires down in pit lane. We've had tyres shredded. It's all happening now.
I just had a chat to one of our marvellous TV people behind the scenes. That fire for David Ling just before. Hello, guys, by the way. 9 fire extinguishers it took to put that fire out in the lane before. Hell of a fire. You could actually feel it when you went past there in the lane before. So obviously a game-changing moment for those guys there today, and classified back in 17th, but their day is done. Hey, time's flying.
Yeah, we're under an hour.
I thought I'd just jump in. As soon as I had LED lighting, and it's my time to jump in here.
Do we talk about the limoncello that the Machinis potentially could have down there? You know, we really could turn this into a night.
We could. We absolutely could. It turns into a 6-hour without any plan. I think we got Mel back in pit lane.
We're here with Troy Williams. You can see he's just jumped out of her car. He's covered in dust from the fire extinguisher. Wow, tell us about that.
It was an adventure. Look, we were getting intermittent fuel pressure in the car, so we came in and the boys seemed to fix it, but on I think it was the second lap out, I heard a little pop coming up the back straight, and next thing they're getting some smoke in the cabin. The eyes started sort of watering a bit, so I radioed to the guys and said, okay, I think we've got a problem here. There's a crap load of smoke in the cabin. I didn't know at that point I couldn't see fire. I could deduce from the smoke, but that was about it. But some really quick thinking from the crew, and a big thank you to them. They said, all right, can you drive it to a fire marshal? So I went through my head, okay, QR layout, it's strange what you think in those moments too. I'm like, all right, don't cause a safety car. Let's see if we can keep this thing green. Right, and I thought, okay, I know they're at the top of pit lane. So I radioed the boys and said, I'm going to try to drive it to the top of pit lane. So that's what I did, and the guys up there told me I think they put 12 bottles on it. So the back bar's looking a bit droopy and sad, but other than that, I think if I had stopped out there, probably wouldn't have a car to talk about. But no, look, the fire crews here did a fantastic job. My crew did great to think clearly in a crisis and give me some good instruction.
Well, as did you. I mean, that's mighty sporting, thinking, you know, for the other competitors, I don't want to cause a safety car, but, you know, hopefully it turned out best for the car and for you.
Yeah, 100%. And the medical team were right there, so they checked me out and signed me out of medical. So, yeah, other than breathe a bit of smoke and some worn-out eyes.
I think they owe you a new pair of boots as well.
Yeah, they're looking a bit second-hand. Nah, they'll clean up all right. We'll be back.
So you just went to have a look at the car. What does it look like?
The back bumper's half melted, but yeah, I think the fire was isolated to outside and the rear. So pretty minimal damage, really. Probably looked spectacular on the TV, but yeah, we'll be back next round.
Most importantly, we're glad you're safe and it all worked out all well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
known Troy Williams for quite a long time, and I know how seriously he takes this production car racing. That one is going to sting for quite a while for that team. And David Ling in particular. I know we give him a lot of grief and a bit of fun, but he does it to us as well. So 50-50, but they really love and eat and breathe this sport, and that's obviously going to be a bit of work to do.
We noticed the Speed Cafe BMW of Terhorse coming in and swapping out of front and left. It's interesting how many tyres have been pushed to failure here, and that Terhorse car, you could say, I don't think that thing's been really grabbing a lot of sawtooth curbs or really getting wayward off track. It has literally been pushed to failure.
And it's always been front left. That seems to be the predominant tyre.
Oh, and it's the drive tyre here, really, when you think about them. If you've done something wrong, you know you've done something wrong if you've come back as a left tyre here at Queensland Raceway in your lifetime. So, I don't know, it's about managing. We've had the same dramas in TA2 this weekend. The left rear has been that problem. Those tyres sometimes have been going upwards of 10 pounds in air pressure. So it's just managing it. The better drivers will understand it. And we're looking at the race leader now, Tyler Mecklem behind the wheel of the number 9. These guys looking good for back-to-back. We're hearing that there's sparks coming from the brakes of this 9 machine, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Definitely after seeing what happened to White, that was very similar, where we noticed the sparks and we witnessed that for a number of laps before those brake rotors cracking. It's just about trying to keep the temperature out of them. So Mecklem, let's keep an eye on the red Mustang who's leading us here in the A2 class. Anything could happen. Kearns still needs to come and take that 3.5 minute pit stop as well. To Horst is done now. That is a fill to the finish. Did not have to take a long stop. So where you see to Horst on the board, that's where they're going to stay. It's whether this might be a little bit of an undercut, getting that car back out there. It did hurt them having to change that front tyre though. That was definitely cut on the front left of that one. Just keep an eye on here. It doesn't look like we see the brake glow that we saw from the white Mustang a little bit earlier. It looks like it's still very manageable out there on the brakes. They did go metal to metal though, like they did say for the white car. Not quite sure whether they had fresh brakes in that one to start with, and not looking to the same degree of degradation we saw from the brakes from White's car. They were really dejected too down there, Nolte. You could really see the body language as they walked away knowing that was their race over.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, this has become such a staple, this event, over the years. It's been mopping up some more fuel down there in the pit lane. It's become such an iconic event. Probably outside the 6 hour, this is the biggest production car race that they all look forward to during the year. And some teams probably won't come back after this for the rest of the year. We probably start thinking about the 6 hour campaign Easter next year at Mount Panorama. But certainly, this really was created out of a concept back in 2012 and just grew into what we see it as today. And there's a lot of sad sacks down in the pit lane right now that know that the day is over. Of course, they won't be back tomorrow. They've had their day with 2 sprint races in this 3 hour format, which is still 42 minutes away from finishing. But for the Mecklem and Kearns guys, there's 30 seconds between them. They've lapped everybody up to 3rd place now by more than 2 laps. And while they motor their way around here, let's head back down to pit lane. Here's Tammy.
We're just down here on the pit wall. I've been having a bit of a chat to Jesse Dixon. Rob O'Connor's out in car 87. You've been having a few troubles with that, haven't you?
We have. The Kirksworks 130i is usually awesome. Quality was great. Race 2 cracked on really well. 24th to 10th. Bit of contact early on. Stuffed the left rear wheel bearing. We were fighting an A-class car. Pretty cool for a D-class with rocket ship of our little thing. And then we've also got gearbox and clutch issues, but we're about 2 seconds off what we should be. We're nursing it the best we can. I did almost a 2 hour stint. We just want to bring it home. A little update on our strategy. We did our compulsory stop really early to buy us time later on, and we're watching our rivals come in and do their second stop. So we're actually clawing back a little bit, which is exciting.
Fantastic. So we'll keep an eye on you. Everything could change.
Hopefully. I just want to say a quick shout out to Graham Pello, my brother Jack, whoever else is watching, and my future self who's watching this on replay later on. Hello.
Jesse Dixon, I've known you for 12 years. So get a haircut, seriously. Love you, brother. Love his enthusiasm down there in pit lane as we look at the race leader, Tyler Mecklem, coming in. Supercar star that's actually a former world BMX champion as far back in the 80s in Vancouver when he won that before going to 4 wheels. And now they're performing. This is their big pit stop, incidentally, too. This is their one. They took a shorter one earlier tonight.
No, the Kearns one has, but Mecklem should be a splash and dash.
Right. They're going for a rear left tyre, which has been probably the form of the night, or form of the weekend for anything endurance-wise.
Just remember, they would have been watching the Kearns team knowing they've got a 3.5 minute pit stop. So, now at this point of the race, I mean, why not? If you can take a tyre, it's really going to give you an advantage on the drive home. I mean, why wouldn't you?
So really, it's going to be down to these two cars that you watch on screen. As Tyler Mecklem has dropped from the manual jack, waiting to be released from the pit lane. In fact, they're the first garage spot here on pit lane. The Mustang roars back at 40 k's down the 344 metres of pit lane here before returning to the track for the final 40 minutes in this fight in the night and race 3 of the weekend, the Australian Production Car Championship.
Yeah, the question's going to be as to Horse. Can he get back on the same lap? How far behind? Because that was reasonably quick. Now, it's had to take that front left. There's a brand new tyre. That lost a little bit of time in the pits. So potentially to Horse can get back on the same lap. We'll wait and see as they come over some timing markers where that all sort of ends up for them. Kearns, already 3 minutes of the pits. Going to have to be a minimum of 3 minutes 30 at the moment. Just having another look down here. As we know, Tommy Heyman hasn't come in for a splash and dash yet. I know he's obviously in the A1 car, but I expect they'd have to take some sort of fuel in that car. Even if it's 20-30 litres, they'd have to come
just
in
to get home.
Yeah, just to get home.
Also here for pit lane, the Alan Jarvis number 70 Volkswagen cannot participate for the rest of the night. It had one headlight out during the earlier race today, but now the second one's gone, so they can't go out for the balance of tonight's race. It's a shame because they were battling in Class D honours. They've been an outright winner this year in the Australian Production Car Championship too, so seemingly their day has been switched off in the aid of a headlight down there in the pit lane, joining a whole list of cars. We've got at least 6 on our screen there. We didn't have 6 starters from the earlier race today. Max Gagan probably the big one out of that. Rowan Saney didn't start as well, and Anthony Levitt did make it out here for the final race of the weekend.
Do you think we could just strap a couple of phones to the front?
Yeah, hanging out the window.
Yeah. A bit of race tape. We've seen plenty of that this weekend. Oh, there might not be any left, I think, in Queensland.
I was going to say, about engine issues, tyre punctures, but what was the reason for your cause of retirement? Oh, both lights went down. We didn't have a spare bulb.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a disappointing way to end a race this far in as well, 2.5 hours in. That's a real shame for two drivers that really punch above their weight.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we've got more of a concern on you. I reckon you're down to 6 cylinders now, and you started with 12 earlier today.
You got one light out too, mate. Like, you better keep the other one. It's dully lit. We're going to keep you going.
You've done a great job on your birthday today, Dano. So go back to our race leader, 45 seconds back to the Speed Cafe BMW that still runs in second position. Lindsay Kearns back on track now after their pit stop. And Tom Heyman, what a performance it's been. And he's set his fastest lap of the race just last time by, 1 minute 21.35 for the Novocastrian. Still very young in Aussie motorsport, has accomplished so much in a short amount of time, and now he comes into the pits. Same too with the Randall BMW back there in 6th position. Jake Camilleri has got a comfortable lead now in Class C, almost 3 laps back to Oscar Butt that's in the second C-Class car. There is Heyman in the A1 class, the Daimler Trucks Brisbane Mercedes-Benz here as it takes on, it's going to take on 2 fuel churns here maybe.
Yeah, they're going to fill this up. Tommy's chewing through it. Just having a look at our leaders while these guys fill up. To Horse, they're probably about the same point they were before they came in for the pit stops from both those cars, because those in 3rd place overall was 46, 47 seconds behind Mecklem before those pit stops as well. So they're in a very similar situation. I do reckon, though, Mecklem, with that rear tyre that they've taken on, will probably give them a fair bit more drive out of the corners. It looks like Tommy Heyman gets away all right. A few sparks coming out from the brakes there. That'll just be a bit of a heat trying to escape, and a bit of brake dust. It just gives a flicker of... Oh, no, who's sliding around in the background? That was a big slide coming out of turn number 6. Is that Kearns? Tell you what, a Mustang. Looking like it's a Getting Junior version there, drift version now coming out of the States. Those tyres must really be at the point where they're having to manage them.
So, as anticipated, we said, didn't we, Mecklem and to horse. They did their big pit stop underneath the safety car. Kearns was never able to do that. If he did, he'd have gone several laps down. They were just hoping and praying for a late race safety car. That gamble, waiting and waiting, has not paid off. So now rejoined in third position, but Mecklem is absolutely flying. First lap of the race underneath the 119 bracket, and he's now in the thick of traffic as well. But Mecklem, 1 minute 18.7, 2 purple sectors on that lap. He's pulling out an even bigger margin.
Yeah, hasn't hurt to take that tyre on, has it? It's another one where you can just afford to. Why wouldn't you? Don't take the risk. They would have monitored that over the last race. Oh, no, is that? Oh, it's just a bit of dust on the inside. You just worry when a car pulls over towards the grass, don't you? And you see that sort of thing. You're like, oh, no. We've seen this a couple of times tonight. And have we still got any word on what happened to the game over Camaro? Is there any official word?
We believe it's an engine, but not as bad as last time out there for he and Matt McCutcheon out there. But regardless, that's 2 significant DNFs for the game over team in as many rounds down there. They're back in 18th position, classified now as well, but it's really one that got away. Just got behind the wheel of that car as well. I think 2 or 3 laps, didn't he?
Yeah, it wasn't much time out there for him. The good news is he got to get in at this time.
He did. There's a positive out of that, I guess. Here's the Bacchini car with Paul Bacchini behind the wheel. Great drive from Carla earlier tonight, who did a fair chunk of the race in that 999 BMW as it comes out of the final turn. Tom Heyman further down the road. This father and daughter combination leading Class B1 here. The sole B1 class car in the field, incidentally, with 8 classes that we had with the Invitational added in for this weekend. But has that Speed Cafe BMW got anything, or is this going to be a 33-minute cruise for the Mecklem and Hadrian Morale? Could they go back-to-back in the fight in the night?
I'm more looking at what Kearns can catch to Horst at the moment. Mecklem is just setting such fast sectors at the moment. Kearns is pretty much matching to Horst with just half an hour left in this race. Aiming up to 4th position. So he's been really they've been the quiet achievers throughout the pit stop sequence. Move forwards quite significantly. Tammy, down to you.
I've just been down here chatting to Griffo. You're a little bit chuffed, aren't you? You had a great strategy.
Yeah, we have. We just waited then till the 3 cars in front of us all pitted and fueled to the end, hoping we might have got a safety car to do our fuel under a safety car. It didn't happen, so now the first 4 are all out there doing what they do. And we're in the little red thing that can, so Tommy's coming 4th. We can't beat the big V8s, but anyway, 4th will be great. But who knows, one of them might run out of fuel or blow a tyre.
Nice, so we can just settle in and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yes, thanks, Tammy. We'll just have fun now and watch it to the end. Hey, Sandy.
That's probably the shortest ever interview Griffo will give.
And the least amount of Aussie slang.
Exactly. Yes, that's even more a point.
Yeah, last round we had like a Aussie slang dictionary come out, didn't we?
We needed a ticker every time we said on the screen. What's the countdown clock for? Aussie slang?
Yeah.
I know, Griffo. Yeah. The 70 car back, and that's the lightless entry of Alan. When they went down the road, maybe found it like gone to the car park. You haven't got a Volkswagen in the car park by any chance?
No, I didn't bring mine for this weekend.
Not uncommon for that to happen.
Fortunately, actually, it would have been stolen.
17th on track right now.
That's right.
So they might just get that out, but they might not. Would you ever think of that stuff, though? I mean, you've got all the other spare parts.
Oh, sensors, drive shafts, oil, gearboxes.
Did you bring the headlight globes?
Do I need them? What's the chance of losing 2 headlights
or
in one
blinker
day?
fluid? Seriously.
Oh, someone bought some sparklers here, though. And we definitely saw a few of those here this weekend with the grinding sparks.
That's very true. I was walking back to the commentary box from the pit garage, jumped into the Bargwana Clay Richards pit. They're going to get their car ready for tomorrow, but it's quite messy down there. And Jason Bargwana looks at me and goes, "Why do we do this? Why do we keep coming back?" I said, "Because you love it." And tapped him on the shoulder and goes, "Yeah, it's probably right." Yeah, we never really talk about the effort that goes in. We get the really lucky position to sit here in a commentary box and see the end result, but you don't hear enough of the stories about what teams do. And you've got to remember, 99.87% of these teams are all volunteers that give up their time. There's not too many people are making a career at this level, perhaps. There's some out there that are doing it at this level now. But you don't hear about the stories that go on here. How do they get here? Teams sleep in transporters, sometimes crews sleep in cars, or they'll share 5 people in a 2-person room at the hotel just to get here and do that. It looks glamorous on the surface, but it actually isn't it sometimes. You've really got to love, eat and breathe this sport.
And all the people who help with the car leading up to the event might not even get to make it to the event either, who volunteer their Wednesday nights or their Thursday nights every week. You know, a lot of these race teams have a crew night or 1 or 2 crew nights a week as they try to prepare these cars to come to things like Fight the Night. And, you know, 6 weeks seems like a long time, but when you're trying to fit it in between kids, work, you know, you've got to sleep at some stage. And you know, maybe you've got a social life, or this is it.
Exactly right. And you hear a driver say they can't thank the team enough. You know, and people might look at home and go, well, what did the team do? You did the driving. But they did all the work during the lead up to it. And I think we just sometimes don't celebrate the guys and girls behind the scenes that make this all happen. A lot will pack up tonight and start heading home to their respective bases around there. You think, well, why don't they hang around to watch tomorrow? Well, they've got to go back to work at some point.
Speaking of working, the lights at turn 2 is back.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Tony's driven out there and fixed that himself.
Maybe that's where the light globe went from the Jarvis car. Maybe. So Beckham continuing on here with nearly 60 seconds and just keeps punching out really good laps. He set the fastest lap of the race back on lap 100. This is the 105th lap of the race inside the final 30 minutes of the Fight in the Night Australian Production Car Championship. It's second round here at Queensland Raceway. We'll see him at Winton later this year for the final round with a 2-hour endurance race down there to wrap up the season. And that margin, nearly a full minute back to the Speed Cafe BMW. It's nearly 2 laps back to Lindsay Kearns in 3rd position. Tom Heyman still motoring around the Daimler Trucks entry with Mark Griffith. They're back in 4th spot outright and leading Class A1 with Paul Bacchini leading Class B1 and Jake Camilleri leading Class C, all 4th, 5th and 6th.
And I'm not quite sure how many of the Australian production car drivers have actually done a lot of laps at Winton. There'll be a handful of them that have done many laps. I know Paul Bacchini's going to try and head down to the Winton 300 in a couple of weeks and get a few laps in, because you know, they'll start to look at that at the end of the season, the final race, whether there's any races they can possibly fit into or some other cars they can potentially drive down there just to get a bit of a feel for the circuit.
Yeah, the 300-kilometre races are pretty popular. There's quite a few of these guys that do those. Production cars are eligible for those races. There is actually one at One Raceway this weekend, and yeah, Winton 300. That's sold out within just a couple of hours. All entries were taken and sealed just in a couple of hours, and the spare ones as well were signed up as well just about half an hour after that. So for the second year in a row, that would be a capacity grid. Very much looking forward to that one in a couple of weeks' time. I'm heading over there for that one. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Well, we keep this race going. Mecklem's still our leader, but we are watching those brakes on the front. Although we've seen those cracking laps, especially that lap 100 with the fastest lap of the race, potentially with a 1-minute lead at the moment, and seeing the brakes go on the other Mustang, I know that potentially could have been like a brake duct, you know, something, a cooling issue there in the front of the car. I don't know if I want to be risking is back that off to a 119 now, just cut a second of lap back off what they possibly could do and try and bring this car home. You've got 27 minutes still remaining. Likely still to get about 15 laps in this race, 15 to 20, somewhere there.
I was just about to say about this 91 machine, PB sector. So he's absolutely flying. Out there is Randall. So he's in position number 8 at the moment. J-Mac, I think you've got an update on one of our cars.
Well, the Jarvis Volkswagen we thought was retired for the rest of this 3-hour Enduro. But have a look. They've found some bicycle lights and they are looking to try and get brake pads back into the car. It's not back out on track yet, but they are looking to try and get the blue Volkswagen that could out there for the finish.
I knew someone was listening.
If he grabs the cameraman now and they wrestle him to the ground, they'll be able to grab that LED off the camera.
Well, the camera guy could jump in for the last 20 minutes, give us another in-car camera.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We'll get on to that.
One of those great stories you hear about from the pit lane. Well done, J-Mac, the news hound down in the pit lane tonight.
That's great news. The crowd favourite.
Yep, just get a result at least.
You love a good underdog story, particularly down here in Australia. An underdog story goes gangbusters, and that's really good to see. That should hit the track in the remaining 25 minutes, and it will be classified. It's done a large portion of this race, so it will be collecting points, albeit it has fallen off the class podium.
Yeah, he's 20 laps off the lead, but he'll still be classified if he gets out there and finishes here. So it's a good point you raised. The Gunther Randall car coming through to complete a lap. They're 8th outright right now, about to set their fastest lap potentially of the race as they come to the line, and it is a 23.28. So 91 winding this up, although a fair way behind the 7th place car and a long way behind Tom Heyman, the second of the A1 class car, the only other one that's out there on the track, with the Troy Williams David Ling car now out of business for this year's event. With a chance to dash outside the commentary box, and all my hopes of that air condition dropping down have gone out the window. It's quite mild out here tonight at Queensland Raceway, which is a good sign. Tom Heyman using a bit of the pit exit for a wider line into turn number 1.
My concern is the smoke coming out of Camilleri's car. Now, I know it could just be a little bit of oil burning, maybe through the turbo or something coming out, but there is a slight haze of smoke coming out what looks like the exhaust of that car. I know they're not in the same class, Camilleri. He's obviously in the C class. Tommy Heyman coming around to put a lap on, but Camilleri will be trying to bring this car home to the MPS.
You and I have grown up in night racing, whether it's drag racing or speedway over the years. I just think there's something magical about watching cars at night. You just see the different personalities. You even saw that going down the back straight, the puffs from the exhaust, just making the puffs of dust come up there, or the hints of smoke that you probably wouldn't see during the daytime.
Yeah, it really highlights it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, it's that opportunity under lights where you just see a different view or a different perspective there, which, you know, even the brakes, we know they get hot. In the daytime, you can see the rotors, but we wouldn't see the sparks coming off when it goes metal to metal. It's really hard to see during the daytime. So I think the nighttime racing is really where it's at with these cars. I mean, and then you see a little bit of personality, like the LEDs put on the car, things like that. I mean, coming down here, you just see headlights. You're almost waiting for that moment as they come under the lights here at Queensland Raceway to look at the car and the numbers, figure out who they are. It sort of just gives another element. That car is moving around a lot, though, Oscar, but look at the back. I know there's a few bumps down there, but it looks like the back of the car is very stiff at this point.
But again, it really shows it, doesn't it? Like the reflection of the headlights shows you the bumps. And that bump's been there since the track opened back in 1999. You can hide it as much as you like. It'll just keep coming back. And that's what makes this track so quirky. Yeah, it's flat, but it still has a lot of character about it. Talking about those LED lights, there's actually a prize up for grabs. I'm sure if you guys talked about it during the night, but Tony from Chaos & Co Studios donated a helmet drive for the best lit up car for this weekend's event. That's why I think we're seeing so much more of it this weekend in the Australian Production Car Championship, just giving the drivers a bit more incentive and for the cool factor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The number 54, we haven't really mentioned of Beggs. The 54 Beggs and Darren Whittington. They've really stayed out of trouble in this race. They're now inside the top 10 outright and leading Class D in their Toyota 86. A real great news story, that one. Just been under the radar all race long. I don't think we've mentioned them more than once or twice, and there they are late on in the race, leading their class. Not by much, it must be said. Class D is only separated by 10 seconds.
Are they the only car to get one pit stop? That's what I'm reading up on the screen, though. Is there potentially a splash and dash still to come from that car?
Yeah, sorry, I thought we were all done and dusted with the stops. Good pickup from you. Yeah, that is the...
Well, but do you think could he get by? Could he get through?
I honestly don't think we've had enough safety cars in this race. I really don't. Yeah, it's a small D-class car, but people are saying to me 80 minutes is about it. I don't think we've had enough safety cars. The fact that all of his other class competitors, all the other Toyota 86s have made a second stop, says to me that that's the outlier.
Yeah,
I'm prepared to be proven wrong, but that's my theory.
Yep, stick your neck out, you never know.
He is fuel saving. Look at that down the straight, only 174 k's an hour.
Well, that could be the payoff, you know, like maybe
saving like there's no tomorrow.
I reckon they're going to try and push that all the way. Why wouldn't you? Maybe you got the lead, you know, reasonably substantial. If you're only going to give up 2 or 3 seconds a lap, you might make it from here.
He's going 10 k's an hour slower down the straight, but he's losing because he's fuel saving so much. He is losing nearly 2 seconds a lap on those cars around him at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. That's come down to 8.6 seconds on this lap alone. It was 10.3 on the previous lap. Just stay with Ter Horst, and the BMW still running in second, but has fallen away. That's blown out to well over 60 seconds now. In fact, it's 1:11 as he comes through to complete a lap, and has a great love affair with the high beams coming down to Dick Johnson straight to indicate the slower cars that on the way through here, but losing touch with Tyler Mecklem, who's just controlled this race, got in that car and banged out a fastest lap, not just for the car, but for the entire race. And it sits there. The only two cars on the lead lap as we're around 20 minutes remaining in this fight in the night, the Australian Production Car Championship here at Queensland Raceway. I'll tell you, having a walk around the pit paddock before, there's still quite a few people wandering around taking this in. It is just perfect player comfort conditions out there tonight.
Yeah, I agree, just nipping out as well. I was surprised at how many people were still in and around the paddock. It's really, really good to see. And people as well on the backside of the circuit. I've seen still quite a few cars parked up on the banks. Of course, you can do that if you enjoying the action and you're around the area. Make sure you come tomorrow. There are park and view options available. So, yes, you can park your car right up at the track and enjoy the comforts from inside your own car even.
Dan, I know you're losing your voice with the excitement of today at the moment, but, I mean, this is your first time physically at the track at Queensland Raceway. I know, you watch the racing, you've been involved in a lot of motorsport. What's your first impressions now that you're here?
The first impressions for me, and it still sticks with me, is how good of a spectator track it is. The fact that you can see all of the action wherever you are on the circuit. So you can see in the corner of your eye, I'll be looking at turns 1 and 2, but in the corner of your eye, you might spot something at turns 4 and 5. So in that sense, you see 100% of the action. You don't need big screens or anything like that. You just need us on PA to maybe listen into a bit of the strategy, but you can follow the race yourself wherever you are on the track. There's a lot of tracks these days that are built, you see them for 2 or 3 corners, then they disappear, you don't see them again for 1.5 minutes. You've lost track of what's happened.
Great summary, I totally agree. We need more of these tracks around the country that do produce this. I think where we're from with the Bend, you've got some great viewing areas there, but sometimes we lose perspective, the cars disappear. And that was all man-made. That could have been a very flat track as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the headlights flashing there from Mecklem, just letting the back markers know that he is coming through. So he's done that very, very nicely. But the lead margin is out now to 1 minute and 16 seconds.
Yeah, he's 3 seconds a lap quicker now on the Speed Cafe BMW, but Lindsay Kearns holds down 3rd position. Won't have any threats from Tom Heyman here. Don't forget, tomorrow we're back live from 11 a.m. on the YouTube stream and Hi-Tec Oil Super Series for day number 3 of the Hi-Tec Oil Series, which is going to be feisty, I think, from a TA2 perspective. There's still, I would say, more than 50% of the teams that are working on their race cars right now to be ready for tomorrow's second races before the endurance race tomorrow afternoon, and a full undercard of categories that will be supporting this. Next time out, we head to Malala in South Australia for the first time in the Hi-Tec Oil Series. Another historical track down there in South Australia that we're very much looking forward to being there, the final weekend of September. And just like that, Matty Cap, we're finishing up at Winton. Feels like the season just started, but the last weekend of October and the first day of November, we'll be down at Winton Motor Raceway to wrap up the entire Hi-Tec Oil Super Series.
Yeah, it was a very early start, wasn't it, to the season there in Winton? So
it was hot.
It was very warm. When did we do that? It was the end of February.
End of February?
Yeah, yep. So it was a bit of a long time between drinks before we went to Sydney. And since then, it sort of started to flow on. I mean, the doubleheader here in Queensland, some people obviously not as optimistic as others when it comes to going to the same racetrack twice, but I think the sprint version version number 1 of Queensland Raceway, and then we go to the endurance version, really changed things up, and it's kept it interesting for all the drivers as well as the spectators and everyone else who's watching the series out there at the moment for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. But yeah, Malala, that's going to be a whole nother viewing, isn't it, really, where we haven't seen a national style event there for quite a few years.
No, and the work they've done down there, obviously that's the second track that the Peregrine Corporation have got, the Ben Motorsport Park people, Sam Shaheen and his team, headed up by Adam Brook, who's gone in to manage the facility. It still feels like it was back when I was a teenager going there. They've just kept on top of it. It was always a neat place. It's got that rustic feel about it, but it's an old school track that will, I think promotes some really good racing. The facility is probably a bit different to what we do at other tracks. There's not really a defined pit lane as such as a lane, but it certainly doesn't have the garages or probably the width that we'd have here at Queensland or some of the other tracks we go to. But I think we need to keep those tracks mobile and keeping them alive out there, and I think we're in for quite a surprise when we head down there in September.
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to feeling the personality, I suppose, of the track. They've all got their own little personality. Here we go, Jake. Is that Jake Camilleri? Just on the back there. So the Mazda not seem to have any dramas. The Caboolture MPS, still a puff of smoke there as it goes through the gears, and I think that's just burning a little bit of oil at the moment. Like you say, something you probably wouldn't see during the day, you wouldn't notice it at all, but under the lights, definitely stands out as De Horst in second position, the number 60 X-Class car. Now a 1 minute and 16 previously as we complete this lap. Still there, so matching the lap times now for Mecklem, but Mecklem doesn't need to do too much at this point. Needs to manage that brake heat at the moment. Don't really want to cause any issues there as we head into the final 15 minutes of this Australian production cars fight in the night 3-hour endurance race.
So 115 laps in the books and less than 15 minutes. There's some hardy race fans up there at Turn 2 watching on around Queensland Raceway. But 115 laps in the books, but maybe aiming for maybe 122, 123 laps, should we say, safety car free. Let's go back to the pit lane. J-Mac's down there right now.
A quick update from the Atlantic Oils Astra, suffering from a long brake pedal. So we've noted from the crew that he's having to do essentially a confidence tap before the heavy braking areas, namely into turn 1 and turn 3. So something to watch out for, especially so late in this race.
Yeah, we're in that window, aren't we, J-Mac, where drivers will start hearing some weird noises that probably aren't actually even happening out there. A lot of green flag racing. We really haven't had a safety car period in over 2 hours.
They didn't breed tonight.
No, they didn't breed. They've gone out on a Saturday night instead of hanging around the racetrack.
And we're not upset. It's kept the race flowing really nicely at the moment. It was only the game over Camaro. Matt McCutcheon was behind the wheel at the time, and it just pulled the infield there after turn 2 and had to go out there with the tilt tray and pick it up.
This car has to be a contender for the best lit car of the weekend. Does it not? Like, it just looks phenomenal out there.
I'm not sure it's a competition, personally.
Yeah, give that man the trophy.
Yeah.
Josh.
This would be a second for sure. Yeah, I think the 86 certainly has it.
It'd be quite intimidating for the cars ahead looking up in the mirror, maybe a bit of a psych out. Remember the drag racing days, Matty, when we used to have the police come out and race?
Yeah.
And they'd actually turn the lights on and race, and the problem was that the drivers would be out there, and the natural reaction was you take your foot off the pedal. So they are sometimes, you want us to believe the light's on or not.
Yes, natural reaction.
Yeah. That was that one time.
For some of us. Oh, no, what's going on down here? They're searching around. Are they potentially needing some fuel?
Yeah, I just heard it needs fuel, but they're not ready to give it fuel. So that's a real nightmare for this machine that was running so comfortably.
What did we say before?
Be ready for everything.
You can be complacent, sitting in the pits there going, yep, we're going to be fine, everything's done, our job's done. In fact, you'd even start packing up in your pit area now.
Yeah.
And now the 119, we believe, needs fuel. Chris Holt, in fact, jumped into this car this weekend after the Toro Vasolo was going to drive for this, but there you can see the fuel in, that's the breather side there you can see. The clear side is where the fuel breathes out of.
I don't think it's the fuel rig that's the issue. It's the fact you've got to have 3 people, right? You've got to have the deadman there, and you've also got to have the fire extinguisher there as well.
So have it knocked off for the night.
Yeah, so like the refueler, he's still looking at the race. The others, probably looking for an early knockoff.
Yeah, halfway to the car park. No, we hope that's not true, and that's the dead man leave we talk about. Goes back up there, and now they can release him out. But a costly pit stop for the Shinkfield Chris Holt car that was 11th outrun. In fact, it's quite safe in 11th position, but clearly he's not thrilled about what's gone down in pit lane.
He was ahead of all the D-class cars before that pit stop, and it spent 2 minutes in the pits before fuel even started going in it. So
exactly,
it lost effectively a lap and a half there, just sitting there. That is a real disaster for that crew. But they've not lost B2 honours because, sadly, they are the only remaining B2 class runner out there on the circuit in this race. So either way, as long as they finish, they'll get good championship points for their class. But not sure if you've mentioned when I quickly nipped out the commentary box, the change in Class D. So 58 is now leading that one. But that is the car that in race number 1 of the day got absolutely torn up in the front. The front left wheel, the steering broke and it came in the pits. It was an absolute disaster. I was shocked they got that out for race number 2. And then for all that hard work to pay off and to be in this position with 10 minutes to go is a brilliant story. And it shows that you just keep trying throughout the day and you never know. Always swings and roundabouts, doesn't it?
Absolutely. You talk about the 58 machine, Emma Casaviello back behind the wheel, teaming up with Annabelle Rolfo, so that is a change of position. It's already blown out a healthy margin too in that time. So race leader is down here at turn number 3. And the gap's come down about 8 seconds, so he's in cruise control now, Matty Cav, with still 10 minutes remaining. Third place is running a race on his own now. Lindsay Kearns will be second in the A2 class by the look of it. And they're the only 2 A2 class cars left in the field of this Fight in the Night event. Fairly clean affair apart from the earlier issue for Tony Quinn and Matt McCutcheon that retired with, we believe, another engine failure in the Chevy Camaro. But a fuel fire with the David Ling, Troy Williams entry. That went back behind the wall well over an hour and 15 minutes ago. But these guys really have just been a dominant display tonight even. So they come down the Dick Johnson Straight. We started in the setting sun here at Queensland Raceway, and it's approaching 20 past 8 on Saturday night. 9.5 minutes remain.
And the Jarvis car has made it back out there. They strapped those lights to the front. We don't even know if the cameraman's in there with his light on, but Jarvis back out on track at the moment. So, again, like you say, just accumulating those points in the championship there, gets out, circulates, and that will be a recorded finish as well, although that's 21 laps down from our leader. It's the most important thing, get the car out. When would you have thought both headlights out at this point? Oscar Butt trying to bring the C-Class car home. Like you say, they're having to give that car a little bit of a tap on the brakes just to make sure it pulls up. So some of these cars, although they're circulating out there and getting around here at Queensland Raceway in the final 10 minutes of this 3-hour race, they're really having to work hard. And are we seeing 2 penalties here? Not quite sure what this is. So Mecklen's got a 30-second penalty. Not that that's really going to make a difference. And Camilleri potentially, which I don't think will make a difference either, especially in C-Class, but even in overall class at the moment. But just saw those penalties come up.
Pit stop infringements is the reason behind that. So they've done something wrong during the CPS window. So that's not good. CPS window has closed as well now. So if you hadn't done all your compulsory pit stops, you can no longer do them. But everybody has ticked that box.
Wow, so that's going to bring it back to 34 seconds, and it's the radio call going to go to the Speed Cafe BMW going, you know what, we might have half a chance here. Probably more the point, what's cracking Dan McCarthy up and what's in that drink?
I've been given lozenges and everything and told to try and save my voice, but this race is too exciting.
Yeah. You can rest on Monday.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
All that means is, Nolte, tomorrow you're in the box a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, that's what he's trying. Oh.
So, to Horst and that Speed Cafe BMW starting to motor along here. He was really attacking turn 3. But it's a tall order to try and find 30 seconds with just over 7.5 minutes remaining. But why not have a crack? As he makes his way down towards the final turn, and Camilleri, he's safe there, isn't he, in 6th position? He won't lose the spot. He's definitely going to wrap up Class C because he's the sole one out there now. Oscar Butt back in 13th and nearly 4 laps down.
Yeah, they're just they're nursing that car. And there's a few of them out there, I reckon, who are trying to nurse it home. Potentially Mecklen, though, with that penalty, might decide that they're going to pick the pace up a little bit at the end. I think they've got plenty left in the tank. To Horst, at this point, still got to catch up over 30 seconds if they want to try and win outright here. Kearns behind that, and that's out to 1:21 behind to Horst as well. So there's some big differences out there.
Also, understand those penalties are for pit crew being in shorts in the lane, and that's an absolute no-no when there's refueling going on. You can be fully sleeved, you have to wear the fireproof overalls if you're not fueling, but you certainly can't be down there in shorts, so that's a big no-no that's happening down there to both the 9 and the 36. That's why they both got the 30-second penalty. So thanks to Shelley Ives at Race Control for letting us know on what went down. So the only blemish for the defending champions was that moment. They're looking comfortable here. The gap's come down to 29 seconds when you add the 30-second penalty on. But he's still trying to manoeuvre, isn't he, the Speed Cafe entry with the cars ahead. In fact, the car ahead is the third place car and about to go another lap down.
Yeah, in front of that too, it looks like we've got the 119 of Ryan Shinkfield, who had that moment down in pit lane where they weren't ready to just add a little bit of fuel in there. They did the right thing, had to wait for the fully closed fire suit guys to come in and make sure they could fill that car back up as we head into the final 6 minutes of this race. To Horst, we'll go past the 119 of Shinkfield as well, just ducking behind Kearns, but won't want to stay there as he starts to chip away. If he can get that down under 30 seconds, potentially could see him on the top step of the podium at the moment. I just don't know if there's going to be enough laps in it. There's only a couple of seconds a lap, the difference as they go around. Macklin will know, they'll be on the radio to him if we do get to that point, but I just don't think there's enough time. Another half an hour, potentially this could be a totally different race. But at this point of the time, to Hurst just needs to circulate, keep chipping away just in case. There could be, anything can happen. Brakes could go, you can run wide. There's, a little bit of dirt out there on the track at the moment. Not too much because we've been circulating around really clean, but you just know it's brakes here that are starting to fade away. We're already hearing that with some of the brake pedals. Tyres now really are going to be getting pushed hard. We know that Horst has had that front left go on, that new one in the last stop, so that's only an hour old, and Macklin with that rear left. So that's the drive tyre at the moment when you go around Queensland Raceway, so that'll be keeping plenty of pace there. And have they got enough fuel? I reckon they would. I don't reckon they're nursing that home at all. The only one that's nursing that home will be Beggs in the D-Class there in 10th position at the moment, who's really dropped off the pace and probably dropped off another 10 kilometres an hour down that main straight, so they're running on fumes.
So 0 numbers west with just over 4 minutes to go. Gap is now 26 seconds, first to second. And Kearns being the roadblock at the moment for the Speed Cafe BMW, even though he's going to be a lap down, it's affecting the car pace. It's not exactly holding him up here. The car pace is actually quite good for that Mustang. Now from a long way back, those brakes are really, really hot on the Speed Cafe BMW. They have been since probably lap 3 of the race. But it's held on, the Soul Class X car in tonight's field.
Yeah, get away. It just takes about another second and a half off Mecklen's lead, but Macklin, they're just managing that now. No need to push the car too much. We've seen all of the movement there to Horst. Car has a big moment there coming out of turn number 4 just for a second. It's been a long stint for some of these drivers. Jake Camilleri, I just don't know how he does the 3 hours in one stint.
He's always done that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually ever seen him with a co-driver over the years.
No, I haven't anyway, that's for sure. He's always done the stints by himself, and no matter what the race distance. This is probably the longest of the lot, but yeah, he always does it himself.
What'd you say, Dan?
We're going to break him up.
He's been too excited. We're going to break him on his birthday.
We can't, because he won't show up tomorrow if we keep doing this. Becomes the leader, Tyler Macklin. Years and years of experience, and he'll just be ticking off the laps. In fact, he's slowing down that much that one of the Class D cars almost caught him off the final turn, but stretching the legs of that big Mustang to tick off another lap. And 1:23.6 that time around for Macklin. That's 5 seconds away from that fastest lap of the race. So controlling it in the final 2 minutes. Enjoyed it. It's been a very clean race. We started with 26 cars earlier today. Sadly, half a dozen of them couldn't make it out for this 3-hour endurance race, which probably begs the question, do we just run the endurance race with these kind of... This is a 3-hour race. We had 2 sprint races today. And it's all good to say, yeah, but they need the track time to get the practice, but we've now lost 6 cars out of potentially a race that could have been 26
You have to have practice time, right?
Exactly.
Do you have practice and do you just have qualifying in the morning? Run to your endurance race in the night time, potentially. Like you said, they're talking about, do they go to a 4-hour endurance race? Is that what we do? But potentially cut away.
But then you drop away to sprint races.
Yeah.
These cars aren't built for sprint races to begin with. So, you'd go, well, we have a 3-hour race, you qualify them in the morning, shortens down the weekend, the travel time perhaps, and away you go. I think there's too much risk there. This is only opinion. We're entitled to an opinion. I think the risk to run 2 races in a short time, then a 3-hour race, is the reason why we end up with 6 less cars. I'll see myself out.
Yeah. And, you know, what do they do? Last lap board out now. Final lap now for Mecklem. Just needs to stay 30 seconds in front after receiving a 30-second penalty for a pit stop infringement a little bit earlier where someone didn't quite have the longs on down there.
Yeah, I mean, can be forgiven for that on a night like this. I mean, it's still 18 or 19 degrees outside at the moment. It certainly hasn't cooled off like last night. But boy, has he been hot on track here. Fastest lap of the race, moments after getting behind the wheel of this Mustang. Both he and Hadrian Morale are looking likely to go back-to-back here with a 21-second advantage back to the Speed Cafe BMW that runs in second, will win Class X. Lindsay Kearns back in third position and will win. We runner-up in the A2 class, and Tom Heyman, that was a monster effort from the Daimler Trucks Brisbane entry to wrap up the A1 class honours and be fourth outright as they make their way down to this, the final couple of corners. In the fight in the night, it's been a clean affair apart from the first half an hour of the race, but these guys looking really good.
And here we go, our race leader at the moment, Mecklem. Just has to goes past Paul Puccini, and Randall is in the pits now. So I don't know what's happened in the final moments of this race for Randall in the A1 category. Tommy Heyman leading that anyway as Mecklem comes around. Lights are on, Puccini behind. Paul Puccini will be happy with that one. He's worked his way back up into fifth position and the checkered flag is out. And there we go. Mecklem goes back-to-back in the A2 class here as we light the sky up at Queensland Raceway and celebrate the fight in the night.
Great way to finish it. Mecklem and Morale win by 20 seconds when that penalty is applied. That's a lot more fireworks than last time at the end of that 2-hour race.
Well, not as many during the race. So,
exactly.
We saved them up. We didn't use them early.
Great little bit of sizzle to end a great day of racing here at Queensland Raceway. As the field all greet the checkered flag, 126 laps were recorded there, one safety car period. And Mecklem and Hadrian Morale go back-to-back in the fight in the night to horse. Oh, don't make a mistake on the final turn.
Do you think they're running out of fuel there?
Potentially. But
that was cutting in and out.
But he had a moment going through turn 4 and 5 earlier, so I think he's just having some fun on the final lap.
Yeah.
And will cement second place in that Speed Cafe BMW ahead of Kearns and Tom Heyman. Oh, no, the 91 of Randall. It just went into pit lane and has come out, and that front left wheel has disappeared. It sparks. Can you believe this? They're going to be 7th on track. This is coming out of pit lane. The wheel was not even there.
Someone, is that an issue? We got studs gone? Because I can't, or they the ones that actually screw in when you put those wheels on? I'd have to check that style of Mercedes there, but that's a major issue there from a pit stop.
Well, I think they had to send him out quickly before the race lead across the line because pit lane would close as soon as the leader finishes the race. So they've sent him quickly.
Well, that's unfortunate. And going around like that, I wish he'd just pull up at the moment and potentially put that on the grass.
Yeah, it's a long way back around at that pace, but they'll be classified in 7th position. He's actually going to take the short track in there, which is good. So we've got a replay coming up. So looking... I was wondering where those sparks had come from. Yeah. I saw there's a small grass fire on the right-hand side. And quite lucky that didn't hit one of the cars heading down the back straight. So the fireworks on and off the track there. And what do we say? It doesn't always finish at the checkered flag. What a great job from these guys. Back-to-back winners of Fight in the Night as they make their way into victory lane to bring the curtain down on day number 2 of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. 20 seconds was the margin at the end. Mecklem and Morale win for the second year in succession. So Hurston Gooley home for second. Kearns and Carr home for third. Heyman and Griffith, that's a monster job for those guys to be fourth. The father and daughter combo, Puccini's coming home for fifth with Jake Camilleri. He'll sleep well tonight. Casaviello and Rolfo home for seventh. O'Connor and Dixon back in eighth. Shinkfield and Holt for ninth. Beggs and Whittington completing the top 10, 7 laps down of the 14 cars that finished. Out of the 20 that started, Trappett and Davis home for 11th. Oscar Bart and Troy Derwent home for 12th position. Wilson back in 13th. Jarvis, they got the car back out there with some bike lights and maybe some iPhone lights as well to get them home for a result. The story had to be that 91. It's actually been given a DNF because it hasn't made it back to the finish line. 7th place outright. Came out the pits at the end and is a DNF. The heart breaks, but not for these guys. Tyler Mecklem and Hadrian Morale, back-to-back winners in the fight in the night here at Queensland Raceway, the Australian Production Car Championship with 1 round remaining, gents.
Just want to go. Haven't listened to the celebrations down there in pit lane, and they've just been improving in that Speed Cafe X-Class car, haven't they? It's the times at the start of the weekend were nowhere near what it was in this race either. They've just been getting faster and faster, getting grips on that car, so great to see them enjoying that. And Kearns, well, brings the car in there in 3rd position, but let's head down to our winners and find out what all the excitement's about with J-Mac.
Well, Lindsay Kearns and Brad Carr in the number 25 running in the A2 division, just pulling into victory lane. A hard-fought 3rd place as he gets that Car Mods Australia back machine through for a fantastic result. Look at him over here. 3 hours between the two of you. Tell me, that last stint, that was a monster.
Yeah, I didn't actually get a lot of time in the car at the end there because we had a tyre failure at the start, so that kind of put us out of the mix. But I think we did well to get back to 3rd after going quite a few laps down, so yeah, really happy.
Fantastic stuff and a job well done. They're going off next door. These guys were quick, weren't they?
They were, yeah. Obviously the X-Class car had a fair bit of pace, and at the end there it was just about managing the tyre and not having another failure, so yeah, quite happy with the result.
That's your weekend done. Go and celebrate.
Yeah, thanks mate. Cheers.
Super excited team down here in the Speed Cafe BMW. P2, Mikey, you've managed to get out of the car, and Rob, well done. 20 seconds in the end in a 3-hour race.
Yeah, well, it was a push at the end there. It was just a matter of staying on track until I ran up to Brad, and then I started to race again. I thought, oh no, I'm going to bin this. But it was, it was good. Thanks to the team. This is just, it was amazing. It was, a great way to finish the weekend, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and good first stint to you.
Yeah, look, for me, I'm really excited. I don't think Micah actually mentioned it's been over 12 months since he's driven the car, so to get in and not only do a double stint like he did was absolutely outstanding. So after the race 2 today, he was like, oh, the car's terrible. I said, mate, just get in and drive it tonight. You'll be absolutely fine. And to credit to Micah, he's just been consistent and drove it really well, so well done. Oscar Target, our engineer, absolutely been planning this for the last week. So big credit to Oscar because he's and the team, everyone's done an amazing job. And after we were at Bathurst, it's been a really big comeback because we had a lot of dramas at Bathurst but finished 5th, and to finish this where we did, we're happy. So.
Well, if the cheering's anything to go by, it's certainly a very popular 2nd place. Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Down here with a combined age of 114, Hadrian Morale and Tyler Mecklin, your winners of the Sheridan Rentals 3-hour Enduro for Australian production cars. A 2-hour stint, and this guy drank all the water.
He did. He's a bit of a guts. But no, it was once we knew we had a bit of a, like Haydo just set him up, mate, I just had to bring it home. He did amazing, and all I had to do was drive it, and to be honest, it wasn't too bad in the end. We could just tickle along, and it was great.
Hadrian, you had 30% of the driver duties. How were you feeling after the end of that?
Yeah, it's easy. It was great. It was really good. The car was brilliant. We had a couple of minor issues, what we got on top of. Just managed the tyres, the brakes, everything. It's just, it's an endurance race, so you just can't be, too crazy. But yeah, the car's a good pace. So, Tidal looks after it, PVS looks after the tuning of the car and the setup and everything like that. Ryan McLeod did an amazing job building this car, which is for sale, by the way. Thanks to so many people, all these guys that come out and help.
Man. Even the organisers, everyone, like Tony and all the team and at QR and all the officials, mate, awesome. Yeah, we couldn't do it without them.
Last year we won it. Not as much competition, I don't think. This year was a lot better competition. Hopefully, we get bigger fields. But, it's been fabulous.
Well, time to celebrate with the team. They're right here, guys. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Great result. Back-to-back winners. And they'll savour that one. They pointed out that was a quality field they were contesting here tonight. And they'll celebrate that late into the night here at Queensland Raceway. Well, some highlights of how it all went down just after 5:15 earlier tonight with the setting sun. And probably this was the most hectic part of the race, these opening 45, 50 minutes.
Oh, Griffo there in the background went on very, very wide and old. This is when the sun was still up at the moment. You wouldn't think it, would you, as we went well into the night there and the brakes were already glowing as the sun was setting in the background there. This is when the game over tomorrow was still part of it. Troy Durr went well. They went a bit door to door there, didn't they? It was almost wheel to wheel. We're not sure whether this is where Kearns potentially had a little bit of damage on the inside of that tyre, which later on managed to go down. Now, these two went at it, and I'll tell you what, Jesse was not going to let Liggy get away with that, was he?
looked like a Jack Russell, wasn't he? Just nibbling away at the back of the Falcon there. But worse was to come for the second round in succession. In fact, that's the first time we've seen that longer replay of the game over Chevy Camaro as it lived its way to the infield. Then this fire for David Ling and Troy Williams as he made its way back in the pit lane. Some 9 fire extinguishers were used on that car to get that sorted out, but their race would come to an end. Now classified in 18th position, but a DNF. These guys, though, were just so in control of it. Yep, they got a 30-second penalty for a crew infringement down there, but under the fireworks at Queensland Raceway, Mecklem and Morale go back-to-back in the fight tonight here in the Australian Production Car Championship.
Well, it was a big night of racing here for the Hi-Tec Qld Super Series at Queensland Raceway, but we've still got one more day of competition. Of course, we've got the TA2 muscle cars, the 2 sprint events, as well as the 45 minutes Enduro, and didn't they put a show on today? There is a lot of teams still here at the track getting ready for it. Broadcast starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning on our live stream on the Hi-Tec Qld Super Series YouTube, and of course we go live on SBS and Fox Sports from 1 p.m. tomorrow. Make sure you join us for all of tomorrow's action. Don't miss anything. Hi-Tec Qld Super Series, round number 4 from Queensland Raceway.